Arg. A petite, white-furred fang dog with bloodshot eyes was doing push-ups so fast it left a blur. Nearby, Chen Yang tossed a brick in his hand and counted down coldly, 500 more. If you don't finish, you'll be experiencing extreme hunger again today. The passing beast tamers were all dumbfounded. This was supposed to be the infamous, hopeless piece of trash fang dog with only F rank potential, and it was actually grinding like crazy? Who would have thought that just 3 days ago, Chen Yang was still worrying about this lazy dog that did nothing but eat and sleep? As a transmigrator, he not only failed to inherit a god-tier talent, but his family was dirt poor. His father was even planning to sell their ancestral beast-rearing shop just to scrape together money for high-grade dog food. Just as Chen Yang was about to lose hope, he awakened the status pickup system. Not only could he see the status effects on other people's pet beasts, but he could also swipe them for himself. Someone spent $500,000 on a true blood pill for their pet? Chen Yang would walk up, touch it, extract a 10-fold cultivation buff, and immediately slap it onto his own dog's head. Not listening? Then he would add a medium hunger status he swiped from a wild beast on the side of the road. Looking at the desperate fang dog, which could only rely on insane exercise to alleviate its hunger, Chen Yang nodded with satisfaction. If you don't grind yourself to death, you keep grinding until you die. F-rank trash? Doesn't exist. I am going to force a cheat onto you. However, to talk about how this lazy dog ended up on this path of no return, we have to go back to the breakdown 3 days ago. 3 days ago. You lazy mutt. If I don't swap you out today, I'll take your name. Chen Yang was on the verge of a breakdown. A week after transmigrating to this parallel world, he still couldn't accept the mess his predecessor had left behind, contracting a toothed dog as a pet beast. This is an interstellar era where beast taming is the mainstream. Awakening a talent before the age of 18 and contracting an exotic beast to gain power from them as they grow stronger is the only way humans can attain extraordinary power. Yet, his predecessor had weak mental energy and failed repeatedly, finally settling for a toothed dog with only F-grade potential. Low potential is one thing, but the key is that it's lazy. Over the past week, Chen Yang spent money on premium dog food to accelerate cultivation, but this thing just eats and falls asleep, refusing to move at all. Chen Yang pulled up his beast-taming panel, his blood pressure soaring. Pet beast. Toothed dog. Master. Chen Yang. Cultivation. 6 months. Bloodline potential. F. Skills. None. In this world, pet cultivation is measured in years. Normal pets can easily reach 10 years of cultivation after being contracted, and reaching the elite tier of over a century is the first major milestone. As for an exotic beast like a toothed dog, there is absolutely no chance of breaking through a century unless you spend countless rare treasures to pile up its power. Lazy dog, if you don't cultivate now, I will terminate our contract, Chen Yang threatened, gritting his teeth. However, the toothed dog just gave him a perfunctory eye roll, turned over, and went back to snoring, its expression clearly saying, "Go ahead and try to swap me then." Chen Yang laughed out of sheer anger. He seriously suspected that his predecessor died of a heart attack specifically because of this thing. I must swap it. Chen Yang made up his mind. The cost of terminating a contract is not low. You have to pay a $10,000 processing fee to the Beast Tamer Association, plus suffer mental trauma that prevents you from forming another contract for 3 months. But if you didn't get rid of this lazy dog, it wouldn't amount to anything in 3 years, let alone 3 months. Come with me to the pet shop. Chen Yang couldn't be bothered with nonsense and forcibly retracted the toothed dog into his empty beast taming space. Although it was lazy, it was extremely gluttonous. With his parents away, leaving it outside would definitely lead to it tearing the house apart. Jinhai City, Jinghu District. Chen Yang headed straight for the bustling pet street. As a local landmark, it was filled with shops selling exotic beast eggs and cultivation resources. In short, as long as you had money, you could buy anything here. On the way to Pet Street, Chen Yang suddenly felt dizzy. Is this a side effect of the transmigration? Or did that toothed dog make me this angry? Chen Yang rubbed his temples, but the dizziness faded instantly, so he didn't think much of it. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the street. Chen Yang got out and stepped into a shop called Blue Flame, intending to see if there were any suitable exotic beast cubs or eggs. The potential of an exotic beast cub is plain to see, while an egg is like a blind box. Even within the same species, a powerful bloodline can mutate. Poor people gamble on eggs. Rich people buy cubs. That's always how it has been. As soon as Chen Yang entered, the clerk greeted him enthusiastically. Handsome, want to look at some eggs? Just a few days ago, a customer here opened a D-grade blood wolf egg and got one with B-grade potential. The clerk kept on chattering, but Chen Yang ignored him, his gaze fixed on the exotic beast cubs in the cages. He actually saw a shimmering tag floating above their heads. Hungry! Has my golden finger finally arrived? He walked quickly. When he was only 1 meter away from one of the cubs, a prompt sounded in his mind. Hungry state detected. Do you wish to collect it? Collect. Chen Yang muttered silently. The tag turned into a stream of light and submerged into his body, and a virtual panel popped up before his eyes. Hungry state 1 Do I need to collect 3 fragments to synthesize a complete state? Although he didn't know the exact use yet, this was clearly his golden finger. Chen Yang immediately walked toward the other cubs with tags overhead. After picking up a few more fragments, the panel icon suddenly changed. Hungry state 24 hours. He wandered around the 2 floors of the Blue Flame pet shop, scraping up a total of 8 fragments, synthesizing 2 complete hungry states, and was just 1 fragment short of a third. The state icons were stored on the panel like apps. Chen Yang tried to reach out and touch one, and found that he could actually grab and move it. At the same time, a realization dawned in his mind. He could force this state onto any person or pet beast. I'll try it at home. Chen Yang turned and left, taking a taxi straight home. Back home, Chen Yang decided to use the tooth dog for his experiment. Use it on himself? That was out of the question. The tooth dog was released from the beast-taming space. As soon as it landed, it bared its teeth and snarled at Chen Yang, clearly extremely dissatisfied with having been confined. Chen Yang returned a friendly, kind smile, grabbed a hungry state icon, and slapped it directly onto the tooth dog's forehead. The next second, the tooth dog's expression changed drastically. It bolted into the kitchen like a madman, and, before Chen Yang's shocked eyes, dove headfirst into the trash can, devouring the rotten vegetable leaves inside clean. It didn't stop there. It frantically tried to pry open the refrigerator door, looking like a starved ghost reincarnated. As expected, once the hungry state is applied, it remains hungry for 24 hours. Chen Yang retracted the tooth dog back into the beast-taming space and left it there for half an hour. When he summoned it again, the tooth dog's eyes were red, and it was roaring crazily, pouncing on him for food. Chen Yang reached out to touch the icon above its head and removed it instantly. The hunger pangs stopped abruptly. The tooth dog was stunned. A moment ago, it was starving to the point of collapse. Why did it suddenly stop feeling hungry? Chen Yang had fully figured out how to use it, his expression turning increasingly dangerous. Lazy dog, 2 choices. Stay hungry, or cultivate seriously. You choose. The tooth dog disdained, turned its head away, aimed its white-furred rear at Chen Yang, and laid flat on the ground. Daring to defy me? Chen Yang didn't say a word, and pressed the hungry state firmly back onto its forehead. The fang dog's expression twisted as a wave of hunger hit it once again. Chen Yang immediately recalled it into his beast space, and left it there for half an hour before summoning it out again. Lazy mutt. Are you going to behave now? The fang dog completely ignored him, its mind entirely occupied by the desire for food. Chen Yang sneered and placed a large pile of food directly in front of it. Eat. The fang dog looked up with a smug expression, thinking Chen Yang had given in, and immediately began gulping down the food. But soon, its expression changed. Hungry. It was still hungry. Being only a dozen centimeters tall, it couldn't eat much, and its belly was already round in no time. Yet, the hunger pangs had not diminished at all. Its stomach was bursting, but it felt famished inside. It was both stuffed and starving. You finished the food, still hungry? Chen Yang smirked. Woof woof. The fang dog nodded desperately. Listen. Train hard to increase your cultivation, and you won't be hungry in the future. If you dare to disobey me again, you will stay hungry, even if it kills you from overeating. The fang dog's face changed drastically. It finally realized that its owner was behind all this. No longer daring to be stubborn, it crawled obediently to Chen Yang's feet and licked his shoes to curry favor. That's better. Chen Yang waved his hand and removed the hunger status from above the fang dog's head. The fang dog instantly stopped feeling hungry, but it was so full that it couldn't stop hiccuping. Huh? Chen Yang noticed a brand new status appearing above the fang dog's head. Satiated. This was its natural state after being overfed, and it was gradually fading as digestion proceeded. Detected a collectible satiated status. Would you like to collect it? The system prompt rang out. Collect. Swish. The satiated status turned into fragments and was stored in the system. The status above the fang dog's head disappeared as well. It was clearly a one-time collection. Lazy mutt. Time to go out and exercise, starting with a run. The Fang Dog was just about to lie down and play dead, but as soon as it saw Chen Yang raise his right hand, the fear of hunger surged back. It immediately scrambled up and trotted along happily. There was a spacious circular track specifically for pet beasts in the residential area. 3,000 meters first. Chen Yang took the lead and started running. After running only 100 meters, the Fang Dog collapsed on the ground and went on strike. Chen Yang didn't say a word and immediately slapped the hunger status back on it. The Fang Dog yelped for mercy. Once the status was removed, it had no choice but to honestly get up and keep running. On the track, passing beast tamers cast surprised looks at them. My god, Fang Dog is actually out for a run? How rare. But that was all. Everyone just watched the spectacle for a moment before heading off to their own training. Finally finished 3,000 meters, Chen Yang panted heavily, utterly exhausted. Although a beast tamer can have their physique strengthened by the energy feedback from their pet, that only happens after the pet crosses the threshold of 10 years of cultivation. Before that, a beast tamer's physique is as weak as an ordinary human's. Running is done for today. Let's head home. Chen Yang turned back, taking the Fang Dog with him. He glanced at the system. The countdown for the hunger status applied to the Fang Dog was under 24 hours. Clearly, once a status is activated, it only lasts for 24 hours regardless of whether it's recalled. However, if left unused, it can be stored permanently. Relying on the hunger status alone isn't enough to threaten it. To make the Fang Dog truly strong, he needs to find some positive buff statuses. Still, seeing this lazy mutt willing to move is a good start. Back in the living room, Chen Yang set up a wooden post and turned on the TV. A pet beast must master skills to be combat effective. The only skills the Fang Dog can learn right now are Bite and Claw Strike. Although they are the lowest level common skills, mastering them is no easy task. He found various instructional videos on how pets perform Bite and Claw Strike and played them on a loop. Lazy mutt. Practice according to the video, the target is this wooden post. The Fang Dog nodded and started gesturing at the wooden post. Half an hour later, Chen Yang sighed. This lazy mutt hadn't made any progress, and its movements were so deformed they were truly a sight to behold. I shouldn't have held any expectations for your talent. He decisively recalled the Fang Dog into the beast space and headed for the door. I still need to go out and scavenge some new statuses. He arrived at the pet beast street once again. Beast tamers were gathered here, and not long after he started looking, Chen Yang spotted a new icon among the common satiated and hungry statuses. Tenfold cultivation status. The icon hovered above the head of a white fox, while the chubby beast tamer holding its leash was nagging. Little White, I'll buy you a few more true blood pills. You need to work hard and try to push your cultivation to 100 years by the end of the month, you hear me? After saying that, the fatty took the white fox and headed into the Little Pet resource shop nearby. True blood pills? Chen Yang suddenly understood. This tenfold cultivation status was most likely obtained by taking drugs. If he could scavenge this status and apply it to the Fang Dog, wouldn't the lazy mutt's cultivation speed just take off? He immediately followed them into the store, ready to start collecting. As Chen Yang stepped into the store, a chubby beastmaster was standing at the counter. Give me 5 true blood pills, the chubby man shouted. The clerk quickly packed the 5 true blood pills into a silk-lined box. Customer, it is all packed. That will be 500,000 total. Chen Yang's pupils constricted. 500,000? The average person only makes a few thousand a month. This guy is loaded. He pretended to be passing by, moved within a meter of the chubby man's white fox, and decisively collected the tenfold training status from it. Tenfold training status, 1 out of 3. Just like the hunger status, it required 3 fragments to synthesize a complete icon. He could not collect it from the same beast twice, so he had to look for another target. After the chubby man left, Chen Yang continued to wander through several nearby beast stores, watching for other beasts that had consumed true blood pills. True blood pills were very famous among beastmasters. Before long, another beastmaster walked into the store with their beast. Collect. The second fragment was in his hands. By evening, he finally waited for the third fragment and successfully assembled the complete icon. Tenfold training status, 10 days. Chen Yang was overjoyed. It could last for 10 days. It seems the duration varies for different statuses. Before heading home, he also picked up a few hunger status fragments to keep on hand. Just as he gathered 3 complete hunger status icons, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Would you like to synthesize 3 hunger statuses into an intermediate hunger status? Statuses can be upgraded? Chen Yang didn't hesitate and confirmed the synthesis immediately. Intermediate hunger status? 24 hours. The duration has not changed, which means the effect of the intermediate hunger status must be much stronger. Should I try it on that lazy dog? Chen Yang thought to himself. The toothed dog in his beast space suddenly shuddered, hunched its neck, and continued to lie there resting. Forget it, this lazy dog is behaving well for now, I will try it some other time. Taking stock of his gains from this trip. 1 intermediate hunger status, 2 ordinary hunger statuses, and 1 tenfold training status. Returning home, his parents were already off work. His father, Chen Xuan, was a beastmaster whose pet was a slow-witted turtle with decades of cultivation, which worked hard and often helped carry heavy items. His mother, Li Lingling, was an ordinary person. "Dad! Mom!" Chen Yang called out as he entered. "Son, you are back." Chen Xuan walked over and pulled out a property deed. "This is the breeding shop your grandfather left behind. The tenant moved out. We are planning to sell it to get money for you to raise the toothed dog." Before Chen Yang could say anything, Chen Xuan interrupted him. "Don't mention changing beasts. You failed several times before barely bonding with the toothed dog, and now your soul is damaged from breaking the contract. If you cannot even bond with the toothed dog in 3 months, you will lose your status as a beastmaster forever. You have to start at the Jingwu Beastmaster Academy in half a month, which will cost a lot. Once you cultivate the toothed dog to over 100 years of cultivation, you can bond with a second beast." "Dad, the breeding shop is Grandpa's life work. We can't sell it. Besides, the toothed dog is very serious now. It will definitely grow up." Chen Yang immediately summoned the toothed dog. "Toothed dog, practice your claw strikes and biting." The toothed dog did as told immediately. Its movements were not standard, but it practiced extra hard. Chen Xuan was taken aback. This lazy dog used to just lie there. Why the sudden change in temperament? Even if it is willing to practice, its potential is too low and it still requires resources. The shop must be sold, Chen Xuan insisted. "Dad, let me train it for a few days." Chen Yang took a step back. If it makes slow progress, then selling the shop won't be too late. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After dinner, Chen Xuan advised, "Your mother and I have to go to work tomorrow. You go and clean up the breeding shop. Whether we sell it or rent it out, having it cleaned up will fetch a better price." "Got it." Back in his room, Chen Yang fed the toothed dog first, then applied the tenfold training status icon to it. "Lazy dog, do push-ups with me." Chen Yang got down to demonstrate, and the toothed dog followed suit. 50 to start. The man and the dog began to practice, although their movements were not standard. As long as they were exercising their muscles, the beast's power would grow, and its cultivation would rise along with it. Under the blessing of the tenfold training status, its exercise effect was increased by 10 times. By the 30th one, Chen Yang stood up to slack off and focused on supervising the toothed dog. The toothed dog started to get lazy, but one glimpse of its master's hand scared it back into doing push-ups. After the 50 were done, Chen Yang fed it some premium dog food for a break and then continued training. They kept at it until 11 at night. The toothed dog was completely exhausted, fell over, and fell into a dead sleep, unable to be woken up. Let's call it a day. Chen Yang also washed up and went to sleep. The next morning, he took the toothed dog and headed straight to the family's breeding shop. "This is the place." Chen Yang stood in front of a shop with his toothed dog. This shop was left to him by his grandfather, who was a decent beast trainer before he unfortunately died while out on a trip. A beast trainer is a profession for beastmasters, specializing in training the pets of other beastmasters. For instance, if a pet's cultivation has stalled and can't progress, and the beastmaster himself is out of options, he can pay to take the pet to a training shop to have it trained. If the cultivation breaks through, the master pays. If it doesn't, they might pay a small handling fee or nothing at all, depending on their agreement. Good training shops are very profitable, but unsuccessful ones might not even get a single order in a month, and eventually go out of business. Just like the last trainer who rented the shop, they went bankrupt and simply terminated the lease. Chen Yang took out the key, unlocked the door, and walked inside. It was a bit dirty inside. After all, it is a training shop. Pets eat and poop here, so how could it not be dirty? Fortunately, the last tenant was somewhat conscientious and had cleared away the large trash, leaving only some leftovers. Therefore, it only took him an hour to finish cleaning up. This shop is in a great location, right near the Jinghu Beast Mastering Academy. If I were to sell it, the property alone could go for over 5 million, Chen Yang thought to himself. It is a pity that the skill levels of current trainers are uneven. So many who rented the shop didn't last long. In this day and age, business is hard to run. Is anyone there? A light, clear voice came from outside the shop. Someone is here! Chen Yang walked out and saw a girl with a sweet and cute appearance, wearing a floral dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders and fluttering in the wind, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. "How can I help you?" Chen Yang asked. The girl asked, "Is this training shop no longer operating? Are you looking to train a pet?" Chen Yang looked at the pet following behind her, a baba beast. This type of pet is rather dull and clumsy in its movements, but it possesses great strength and powerful defense, and it has quite good potential. Chen Yang estimated that this baba beast potential could reach C rank. As a first pet, it is quite popular among many beast masters. However, baba beasts are rare and expensive. A single cub can sell for over $1 million, while a pet like a tooth dog might only sell for 1,000, or even fail to sell at all. Being able to afford a baba beast, this girl must be wealthy. My baba beast is almost at 10 years of cultivation, but it is stuck at the 9-year bottleneck. I want to find a training shop to help it reach over 10 years. Wouldn't feeding it a true blood pill do the trick? Chen Yang said casually. The girl looked puzzled. Don't you know that you need at least 50 years of cultivation to take a true blood pill? My pet only has 9 years. If it takes the pill, its body won't be able to handle it. What? Chen Yang had just learned that true blood pills shouldn't be given to pets with low cultivation. He hadn't noticed that problem at all. This means his 10 times cultivation state icon can ignore cultivation limits. Even a tooth dog with only a few months of cultivation could use it. By the way, is this shop closed? If so, I'll go to another one. Chen Yang's mind raced, and a thought hit him instantly. The shop is just undergoing renovations, not closing. If you want to train this baba beast to over 10 years of cultivation, you can leave it here and come back to pick it up in a few days. If it doesn't break through, I won't charge a penny. Chen Yang said. No charge if there's no breakthrough? The girl thought about it and agreed. I'll come back in 10 days then. Why don't you leave a phone number? If the baba beast breaks through, I'll call you immediately. How about that? Okay, but I will sense it if my pet breaks through. The girl left her phone number and name. Sun Weiwei. That was the girl's name. They didn't sign any contract because it wasn't necessary. If Sun Weiwei didn't pay, he could simply withhold the pet. Sun Weiwei wasn't afraid of Chen Yang running away with her pet either. Nobody dares to do that. In this world, stealing or snatching someone else's pet will definitely get you caught. Therefore, all beast masters are comfortable leaving their pets at training shops. And so, Sun Weiwei left, leaving the baba beast behind. Helping a 9-year baba beast break through to 10 years isn't very difficult, and the market price is 100,000. But for me, it's even easier. Lazy dog, come here. Chen Yang pulled the 10 times cultivation state icon off the tooth dog's head and placed it onto the baba beast's head. This way, the baba beast would receive 10 times the cultivation efficiency. Afterward, he let the baba beast start training in the backyard just as it normally would. No extra effort was needed from him. To his surprise, after just over an hour of training, the baba beast showed signs of a breakthrough. It must be that the 10 times cultivation state directly loosened its bottleneck, making it easy to break through. Does this mean he could finish the job in just over an hour and earn those 100,000? No, this is too fast. Won't Sun Weiwei think her pet was about to break through anyway, making the 100,000 feel like a waste? Besides, once a pet breaks through, the Beastmaster receives a feedback of energy, so she would surely know. He immediately took the 10 times cultivation state icon off the baba beast and put it back on the tooth dog. Without the state icon, the baba beast breakthrough process halted. It seems I really can run a training shop. Raising a tooth dog is indeed expensive. Even with the state icon, the resources for it must keep up. Good resources are expensive, and relying on parents just isn't enough. I have a cheat code for states. I can obtain various states, giving me an absolute advantage in pet training. Taking a few orders now and then will be enough to cover the tooth dog's resources. Since I've decided to open the shop, I need to renovate it. Of course, no major construction is needed. I just need to fix the damaged parts, repair the sign, and stock up on some supplies and equipment. He still had some money left that his parents had given him to raise the tooth dog, which could be put to good use here. And so, he did. Chen Yang called for someone to do the renovations, and it should be done in just a few days. He wasn't idle though. He had to train the tooth dog and look for other state icons. Sure enough, he had just stepped out when he was lucky enough to encounter a new state icon. Boom. 2 cars had collided on the street. Crowds gathered around. One driver was a beastmaster with decent strength and good physical condition, so he was fine. But the other driver was a regular person and had been seriously injured. Soon, a traffic officer arrived and fed a bottle of medicine to the injured driver. At that moment, Chen Yang noticed a new state appearing above the driver's head, Healing state. The medicine the officer gave him must have been able to cure wounds, causing them to recover and constantly heal, which is why the healing state appeared. He thought carefully and realized how powerful this state could be. If he could synthesize the healing state icon and put it on the Toothed Dog, wouldn't it effectively possess a healing ability? Then he could subject the Toothed Dog to hellish training. With the healing state icon, it would recover quickly even if it got hurt. He pushed through the crowd and took the opportunity to collect a healing state fragment. 2 more fragments to go. Chen Yang thought for a moment, and an idea formed. After making a few inquiries, he found out what the medicine the officer used was rejuvenation fluid, 1,000 a bottle. It was expensive, but Chen Yang gritted his teeth, bought 2 bottles, and returned to the shop. In the backyard, Chen Yang stared at the Toothed Dog, making it shrink back in fear. Toothed Dog. What is this master up to now? It didn't know it was about to get hurt. Chen Yang took out a small knife, grabbed the Toothed Dog, and said, "Lazy dog, I'm using you for an experiment, don't be afraid." Toothed Dog. Mean master, go away. It trembled in fear, thinking Chen Yang was going to kill it for dog stew. However, Chen Yang only nicked its skin, drew a little blood, and then fed it a bottle of rejuvenation fluid. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed perfectly. Chen Yang achieved his goal and collected a healing state fragment. 1 more fragment left. He turned his gaze to the Baba Beast. Baba Beast? You're doing the same experiment with me. He wasn't the Baba Beast master and didn't know if it could understand him, but he approached with the knife anyway. The Baba Beast knew there was no danger, and its owner's son Wei Wei had told it to listen to Chen Yang, so it didn't resist. Clang! The knife left only a white mark on the Baba Beast's skin. Failed to break defense. How embarrassing. He then slashed hard, finally breaking the skin, and gave the Baba Beast the rejuvenation fluid. The healing state appeared above the Baba Beast's head. Chen Yang quickly collected the 3rd healing state fragment and finally assembled the complete healing state icon. Healing state, 12 hours. The healing status icon only lasts for 12 hours. This is the shortest duration among all the status icons Chen Yang has obtained so far. However, compared to the healing effect of the regeneration fluid, the healing status is truly terrifying. Maintaining a healing state at all times for 12 hours means even if you are constantly getting hurt, your wounds will recover immediately, so there is no need to worry. Lazy Dog already has a 10-fold cultivation status icon on its head. I wonder if I can add a healing status icon to it as well? He prepared to put it to the test. Lazy Dog, come here. Chen Yang called out. The Toothed Dog immediately ran over and looked up at its master. At this moment, Chen Yang picked up the healing status icon and placed it directly next to the 10-fold cultivation status icon. It was like inlaying something. It snapped right on. Success. It seems I can add multiple status icons, but I wonder if there is a limit. However, he did not plan to try any further for now. He would experiment slowly once he had more status icons in the future. Next, he wanted to see the effect of the healing status icon. Toothed Dog. Let's do another experiment. Chen Yang used a knife to slash the Toothed Dog's paw again. The moment it was cut, the healing status took effect, and the wound healed rapidly. The Toothed Dog raised its paw, puzzled to see that there was no wound. Lazy Dog, go spar with the Baba Beast, Chen Yang commanded. He intended to use the Baba Beast to train his Toothed Dog. Although the Toothed Dog would get injured with the healing status icon active, it would recover quickly, so it wasn't a problem. Soon after, he gestured to the Baba Beast, and the creature seemed to understand. Toothed Dog. What? I have to fight this big guy? The Toothed Dog looked at its master, wanting to ask if he had lost his mind. However, it had no right to refuse. Lazy Dog, do you want to keep going hungry? Chen Yang threatened. Sure enough, the trick worked, and the Toothed Dog immediately behaved. Woof woof. The Toothed Dog let out several barks, trying to ask the Baba Beast to go easy on it. Unfortunately, they were not of the same species, and the Baba Beast could not understand its dog barks. Whoosh! The Toothed Dog lunged forward. When it was just over 2 meters away from the Baba Beast, it leaped suddenly, opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. The strongest part of the Toothed Dog is its teeth, which is why it earned its name. However, it had average bite force before mastering any biting skills. Furthermore, its cultivation level was too low, while the Baba Beast was infinitely close to having 10 years of cultivation. Bang! The Baba Beast swatted the incoming Toothed Dog away, sending it flying dozens of meters until it landed on the ground, nearly turning into a dead dog. At this point, the healing status took effect, and in just a few minutes, the Toothed Dog had fully recovered. I'm okay? The Toothed Dog was surprised. It thought it was going to die. Tooth dog, even if you get hurt, you will recover very quickly. Don't be afraid, go again. Fighting is the fastest way to improve your strength. Immediately, the tooth dog charged at the Baba Beast again, only to be swatted away with a single blow once more. Just like that, the Baba Beast became the tooth dog's dedicated training partner. If Sun Weiwei knew that her pet had become a punching bag for Chen Yang's pet, she would definitely curse him for being devious. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. By now, under the tenfold cultivation status and the training from the Baba Beast, the tooth dog's strength had grown significantly. Pet. Tooth dog. Master. Chen Yang. Cultivation. 1. 5 years. Bloodline potential. F. Skills. None. Gaining nearly a year of cultivation in just a few days is not bad at all. Chen Yang was quite satisfied. However, he still couldn't afford precious resources for the tooth dog, so even with the tenfold cultivation status and intense training, the growth rate of the tooth dog's cultivation was limited. Additionally, even after fighting for so long, the tooth dog still hadn't learned a single skill. This could only mean that the tooth dog's aptitude was truly mediocre. I need to give the Baba Beast the tenfold cultivation status icon so it can break through. Dragging it out too long isn't good. Besides, I also need that 100,000 yuan to buy something good for the lazy dog to eat. So, he moved the tenfold cultivation status icon from the tooth dog's head to the Baba Beast. As for the healing status icon, it was long gone. With the tenfold cultivation status icon, the Baba Beast began working out under Chen Yang's guidance, and its cultivation began to slowly approach a breakthrough. A few hours later, the bottleneck was completely shattered. Boom! The Baba Beast's cultivation formally broke through, reaching 10 years of cultivation. In a high-end residential area in Jinghu District, Sun Weiwei was watching TV at home when suddenly, a surge of energy fed back into her, causing her physical fitness to increase rapidly. The Baba Beast has broken through! She realized that only when the Baba Beast reached 10 years of cultivation could it feed energy back to her. That breeding shop is actually pretty good. They trained my Baba Beast to over 10 years in such a short time. Sun Weiwei thought to herself. Just then, her phone rang. It was Chen Yang. Beautiful Sun Weiwei, your Baba Beast has broken through. Come and pick it up soon. Alright, I'll be there right away, Sun Weiwei said hurriedly. After hanging up, she rushed to Chen Yang's breeding shop. 10 minutes later, Sun Weiwei was already standing in front of the shop. Little beauty, you're here. Here's your Baba Beast. Chen Yang brought the Baba Beast out. When the Baba Beast saw Sun Weiwei, it immediately trotted over with excitement. How much do I owe you? Sun Weiwei asked. 100,000. Chen Yang answered without hesitation. I'll transfer 150,000 to you. The extra 50,000 is a tip. Thank you, little beauty. Chen Yang happily accepted the transfer. 150,000 earned. I'll come back to you if I need anything in the future. Sun Weiwei smiled satisfied, then took her Baba Beast and left. With the 150,000 yuan, Chen Yang immediately took the tooth dog to a nearby pet resource shop. Boss, do you have any resources suitable for a tooth dog to eat here? Chen Yang inquired. The boss was a bit surprised to see Chen Yang's pet was a tooth dog, but didn't ask further. He said, there are many resources suitable for a pet like a tooth dog, such as basic nutrient solutions, high-quality dog food, or even the droppings of powerful exotic beasts. Of course, the most effective one is the fragrant potato. The fragrant potato comes from a secret realm and contains quite a lot of energy, making it very suitable for a tooth dog. How much is the fragrant potato? Chen Yang asked. The boss replied, fragrant potatoes are sold individually at 500 yuan each. So expensive. Of course, Chen Yang didn't say this out loud, he just muttered it to himself. Must say, everything related to pets is outrageously expensive. I'll take 100 fragrant potatoes. Transferring the money and taking the goods were done in one go. With these fragrant potatoes, in the coming days, combined with the tenfold cultivation status, the tooth dog's progress will definitely be lightning fast. Before the start of the Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy, the tooth dog would definitely have a chance to reach a cultivation level of over 4 years. Another 2 days passed. 2 more guests arrived at Chen Yang's breeding shop. One was a middle-aged man who exuded powerful pressure, with every cell in his body filled with terrifying energy. On his clothes, there was a badge showing a sword and a knife. An elite beast tamer. Chen Yang recognized the man's identity through the badge. The other person was a little chubby kid, presumably his son. Has the owner of this shop changed? The man frowned slightly. Yes, Chen Yang replied. Are you two here to get a pet trained? My son's pet hasn't liked to train lately. Does your breeding shop have a way to solve this? If you do, I can offer 200,000 yuan upon success. If not, don't waste my time, understand? The man's tone was very sharp, and he looked like someone not to be messed with. We can solve it, Chen Yang agreed immediately. Isn't this the same problem as my own tooth dog? It's too easy to fix. 200,000 yuan is practically a gift. Elite beast tamers are certainly rich, Chen Yang sighed. Whoosh! The chubby kid summoned his pet, which was a black and white cat. The cat was twice the size of a normal one, with half its body covered in black fur and the other half in white. Even its eyes were different, one black and one entirely white. This kind of pet looks a bit eerie, so many people don't like it, but it has very high potential, possessing C-grade potential. Crucially, this type of black and white cat also possesses the bloodline of a yin-yang cat. If the yin-yang cat bloodline is awakened, it has the chance to evolve and possess A-grade potential. In terms of value, such a pet is worth over $1 million. After the two told the cat to behave, they left it at the breeding shop. Heh. Chen Yang showed a wicked smile and performed an action the tooth dog was very familiar with. This silly cat is in for some bad luck. The tooth dog thought to itself, feeling a sense of Schadenfreude. Chen Yang took out a hunger status and pressed it directly onto the black and white cat's head. The black and white cat quickly learned the true meaning of hunger. Chen Yang would apply and remove the hunger status intermittently, using this method to force the cat to train. Should I test the intermediate hunger status on this black and white cat? Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. Whoosh! The intermediate hunger status was applied directly onto the cat's head. The next moment, the cat was so hungry it collapsed onto the ground, feeling completely drained of energy. Even its cries were weak, and it even started gnawing on the soil out of extreme hunger. This intermediate hunger status icon is too terrifying. He didn't dare let the cat endure the intermediate hunger status for too long and removed it quickly. That day, the black and white cat suffered unimaginable torture. The tooth dog, however, sat on the side eating fragrant potatoes while training, occasionally turning its head to watch the show. The next day, Chen Yang called the customer to come and pick up the cat. By this time, it had become very obedient and was practicing diligently. It had been tortured enough to never dare to slack off again. Black and white cat, when you go back, be sure to listen to your owner and train properly. If you don't behave, your owner will send you back to me, Chen Yang threatened. Soon, the cat's owner arrived. It's only been one day, and your breeding shop has already solved the cat's laziness? The elite middle-aged beast tamer asked curiously, though he was actually quite skeptical. You two can test it out. Besides, my shop is right here, and we offer a 7-day no-reason return policy. No, wait, it's a 7-day money-back guarantee if it doesn't work, Chen Yang said. Immediately, the little chubby boy gave a command to his pet, and the cat began training diligently right in front of them. Amazing. The middle-aged man had to admire the skills of this shop. He had tried many times himself and couldn't solve the problem with his son's pet. Plus, he was about to leave for a long time, so he brought his son here to give it a try. He didn't expect it to be fixed in just one day. How does your shop do it? The middle-aged man asked out of curiosity. It is a secret, Chen Yang said mysteriously. The man didn't continue to ask. If Chen Yang had told him, he would have found it strange. After all, if he revealed his methods, how could he make money? Soon, the man transferred the money, and 200,000 yuan arrived in his account. This is making money way too fast. Chen Yang was in a great mood, but he didn't forget his goal. Becoming a powerful beast tamer was his aim, so running the shop was just to earn some money. He couldn't get too caught up in it, or it would delay his own training. Days passed by. Chen Yang went out to stroll occasionally, but spent most of his time training his tooth dog. Gradually, the opening day of Mirror Lake Beast Taming Academy arrived. That day, Chen Yang arrived at the academy early to register. As long as residents of the Mirror Lake district awaken their beast taming talent and contract a pet, they can enroll in the academy. Therefore, the academy has many students, with over 1,000 in each grade. Soon, Chen Yang successfully registered and was assigned to a class. As for which class he was assigned to, he wasn't sure. Not long after, the class assignment results were out. Class 1-6. He quickly arrived at Class 1-6, where many students had already gathered. Suddenly, he recognized several acquaintances, all of whom were his former classmates. Before entering the academy, everyone needs to go through 12 years of basic education and only undergoes the talent awakening test around the age of 18. It is not impossible to test earlier, But by then, the soul has not fully matured and mental strength has not reached the peak of an ordinary person, so the success rate of contracting a pet is very low. Therefore, the Earth Federation prohibits early talent awakening tests. And these people were his high school classmates. She is in this class too? Chen Yang saw a long-haired woman wearing a tight training outfit that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her face was delicate, and her body was perfect, with every detail just right. If we were to rate her looks, she would easily score above 9.5, while ordinary beauties would score around 7. This beauty was in the same school and class as Chen Yang previously. She was the school goddess named Bai Xin. It is rumored that Bai Xin contracted a 5-colored bird. This was the information he gathered from their old class group. Thinking of the 5-colored bird's potential, he couldn't help but marvel at Bai Xin's powerful background. The 5-colored bird is an exotic beast possessing phoenix bloodline, which is extremely rare and cannot be measured by money, so no one would ever sell one. In terms of potential, the 5-colored bird starts at A grade, but if it awakens its phoenix bloodline, it evolves into a 5-colored phoenix, with its potential reaching S grade. Even as a cub, the difficulty of contracting a 5-colored bird is immense. Only when an elite beast tamer tries to contract their second pet do they have a hope of success. How did Bai Xin manage it? He didn't know, and others probably didn't either. Only Bai Xin herself knew. Chen Yang, you are in class 6 too. A voice came from behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned his head and saw a familiar face. Gao Yan, you are in class 162. Gao Yan in front of him was his classmate since elementary school, and they had a very good relationship. Gao Yan's family owns a shopping mall. They are quite wealthy and very well informed. It was he who spread the news about Bai Xin contracting the 5-colored bird. For the next 4 years, we will be classmates again, making it 16 years in total, Gao Yan said excitedly. Then, as they chatted, they inevitably talked about their pets. Chen Yang, I heard you contracted a toothed dog, Gao Yan whispered. You know about that? Chen Yang could guarantee that neither he nor his predecessor had mentioned it. Gao Yan chuckled and said, I know almost all the basic information about our high school classmates. Yes, I did contract a toothed dog. Chen Yang nodded slightly. Gao Yan shook his head. I advise you to chain your pet. The difficulty of raising a toothed dog to a century level and becoming an elite beast tamer is beyond your imagination. Anyway, you've already enrolled. Switching now would only delay you by 3 months. If you don't switch, you might end up wasting your whole life. Gao Yuan, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Yang couldn't explain and could only say that. Alright, as long as you know what you're doing. Gao Yan didn't try to persuade him further, thinking that once Chen Yang saw how fast others' pets were progressing while his own made no progress, he would definitely change his mind. Bai Xin is also in class 1-6. Gao Yan finally noticed Bai Xin and whispered to Chen Yang, do you want to know how much Bai Xin's 5-colored bird has grown? To what level? Chen Yang was also quite curious. Bai Xin's colorful bird has at least 10 years of cultivation, and it has mastered more than 2 skills, Gao Yuan revealed. Chen Yang was stunned. So this is the potential of a colorful bird. He and Bai Xin awakened around the same time and signed contracts with their pets at about the same time. Putting cultivation aside, Bai Xin has a powerful background with plenty of high-level resources to quickly raise the colorful bird, so reaching over 10 years of cultivation isn't surprising. But to have mastered more than 2 skills, that is truly impressive. Whereas his toothed dog hasn't mastered a single skill yet. The gap is just too huge. Of course, he can stack various status effects on his toothed dog, so there is still hope for it to catch up to pets like the colorful bird in the future. Gao Yan, what is your pet? Chen Yang asked out of curiosity. My pet. Gao Yan showed a satisfied smile. Although it's not as good as the colorful bird, it has B-grade potential. It's an armored beast. The armored beast has extremely high defense and can even dig tunnels, giving it strong survival capabilities. An armored beast. Indeed, it has powerful survival skills. Chen Yang agreed with this. Soon, almost all the students in class 6 had arrived. At this moment, the homeroom teacher for class 6 arrived. In front of the podium, a young man wearing sunglasses stood there and began to speak. Hello students, I am your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years. My name is Hao Dong. You can just call me Teacher Hao. The teaching methods of the Beast-Taming Academy are different from basic education. There are no subjects like math, federal common language, or history. After all, if you wanted to study those, you would go to a regular university. There is no need for a beast taming academy. We beast tamers only learn knowledge related to beast taming. There are 6 classes a week, all regarding beast taming, exotic beast knowledge, field survival skills, and so on. Usually, you have free time to practice, and there will be a small class test every month. The academy also has many facilities to assist in pet training, which you can all use, but it requires points. Points can be bought with money or earned by completing tasks. If you use money, 1 point costs 10,000 yuan. I can tell you honestly, paying with money is not cost effective. The academy sets the price high on purpose. The wealthy might not care, but ordinary students should just stick to doing tasks. Teacher Hao said a lot, and the students below listened attentively. Not long after, the academy began distributing books, only a few in total, since there are very few courses. The morning was spent on registration and class assignments, so there were no classes in the morning. It wasn't until the afternoon that they had their first class, field knowledge and training. The person teaching this class was an old man named Yang Dian, but his spirit and vitality were no less than that of a young person. He was definitely a formidable beast tamer. The field knowledge training course is very important, because as beast tamers, you can't stay in the city your whole life. You will definitely face battles. Pets cannot grow without going through battle after battle, unless you have no intention of becoming an elite or master level beast tamer. And in this class, Yang Dian mentioned a place, a secret realm. Teacher Yang, we just became beast tamers. Are we allowed to go to a secret realm? A student asked. Of course you can, Yang Dian answered with a smile. Many secret realms are dangerous, and I don't suggest you go without sufficient strength. However, some secret realms are safe, or at least not very dangerous. For example, the 100 Mountain Secret Realm in our city was discovered 63 years ago, and is categorized as a 10-year secret realm. What is a 10-year secret realm? Chen Yang asked. Yang Dian replied, secret realms are divided into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, and 10,000-year realms. A 10-year secret realm means that most exotic beasts in it can only reach a cultivation of 10 years. It's not that the beasts lack potential, but rather a limitation imposed by the rules of the realm. Of course, occasionally an exotic beast with a strong bloodline will break the rules, and it will be dealt with by the Beast Tamer Association in a timely manner. Therefore, in a 10-year secret realm, beasts have at most around 10 years of cultivation. It's unlikely you will encounter any with more than 15 years of cultivation. So that's how it is. Everyone truly gained some knowledge. Yang Dian continued, mentioning the 100 Mountain Secret Realm. I must say one thing. The Beast Tamer Association has a partnership with our Jinghu Beast Taming Academy. Every freshman can get 3 free chances to enter the 100 Mountain Secret Realm. You might not understand what this means yet, but I can tell you now that if other beast tamers want to enter the 100 Mountain Secret Realm, they have to pay an entry fee of 100. Damn, 100,000 yuan for one entry into the 100 Mountain Secret Realm? Isn't that robbery? A student couldn't help but say. Is 100,000 a lot? Gao Yuan sneered. The 100 Mountain Secret Realm has plenty of resources. If you're lucky, you can find resources worth hundreds of thousands in one trip, so you can definitely earn your money back. Yang Dian smiled and said, exactly. This student made a very good point. 100,000 might seem like a lot, but for a beast tamer, it's not actually that much. If you want to enter the 100 Mountain Secret Realm, you can apply. However, I suggest you wait until your pet's cultivation is close to 10 years before going, and you should also be well prepared in terms of your own safety. The 100 Mountain Secret Realm. Chen Yang took note of it, but he wouldn't go for now. After all, his toothed dog was still too weak, and he had no way to protect himself, so going to the 100 Mountain Secret Realm would be suicide. He would wait until the toothed dog was stronger before heading to the 100 Mountain Secret Realm. After the class ended, the students all went to train their own pets. And Chen Yang also found a secluded small forest in the academy to train his toothed dog. The toothed dog now had 4.5 years of cultivation. Its progress speed was quite decent. As it turned out, he hadn't been training the toothed dog long before Gao Yuan sent him a message. Chen Yang, come quickly to watch the fun. Bai Jin and Chen Lily from the next class are going to have a pet battle. Upon seeing the message, he immediately took his toothed dog and headed over to watch. Jinghu Beast Taming Academy has a specially designed arena for pet battles. At this moment, Bai Xin and Chen Lily were standing right by the stage. They were going to have a pet battle here to decide the winner. At this time, many people had already gathered around. Gao Yuan, what's going on? Chen Yang found Gao Yuan, who was watching the show. Seeing that Chen Yang had arrived, Gao Yuan explained what happened. What else could it be? There's bad blood. Bai Xin and Chen Lily didn't get along even back in high school, you know that. Just now, when Bai Xin and Chen Lili ran into each other, they started arguing. Both sides claimed their own pet was stronger, which led to this battle. What is Chen Lili's pet? To dare to challenge Bai Xin's colorful bird? Chen Yang was surprised. It's a diamond ape, Gao Yuan introduced. The diamond ape also has good potential, B-grade bloodline potential. In the early stages, its strength and defense are very strong, so it has a high advantage. But in the later stages, it can't compare to the colorful bird. As of now, it's really hard to say whether the colorful bird or the diamond ape is stronger. So it's a diamond ape. Chen Yang understood where Chen Lili's confidence came from. The colorful bird is like a late-game mage in a game, while the diamond ape is like an early-game tanky top laner. It's difficult for the colorful bird's attacks to break through the diamond ape's defense. It's starting. Someone shouted. Boom! Chen Lili summoned her diamond ape, and the 2-meter-tall ape gave off a very violent impression. Bai Xin also summoned her colorful bird, which was covered in 5 colored feathers, hovering at low altitude and chirping incessantly. They are both over 10 years of cultivation. Chen Yang could tell at a glance. In front of everyone's eyes, the diamond ape and the colorful bird clashed. Many people were very curious about whose pet would be stronger. Colorful bird, use the glide skill to charge at the Vajra ape. Bai Xin began to issue commands. The practical combat level of a pet beast has a lot to do with the commands of its beastmaster. After all, a pet's intelligence is far inferior to that of a human. A good beastmaster can even grasp the critical turning point of a battle and lead their pet to victory. Glide skill. Chen Yang knew this was one of the specialized skills for flying-type pets, which could boost their own speed and impact force. The colorful bird glided down from the air, its speed increasing rapidly. Iron Claw. Bai Xin shouted. Whoosh! The colorful bird extended its claws, which radiated a metallic luster. They looked incredibly powerful. The colorful bird has actually mastered the Iron Claw skill. Chen Yang was surprised. Iron Claw and Scratch are similar basic skills, but Iron Claw is much stronger. A Fang Dog has a chance of learning Scratch, but the difficulty of mastering Iron Claw is at least several times higher. Because a Fang Dog's claws aren't very tough, learning Iron Claw is fraught with difficulty. Seeing the colorful bird's attack coming, Chen Lili also began to command her Vajra ape. Vajra ape? Use Iron Arm to knock this stinky bird away from me? Chen Lili ordered. The Vajra ape's right arm gradually turned black, looking like a solid iron limb. Boom! The Vajra ape punched at the colorful bird, and the bird met the blow with its iron claws. With a clang, it sounded just like metal colliding. The Vajra ape didn't budge, while the colorful bird was sent flying back by the punch. Vajra ape, pursue it! Don't let it take flight again! Chen Lili shouted. The Vajra ape received the command and lunged at the colorful bird. But the colorful bird used its glide skill to quickly dodge the lunge. From then on, every attack by the colorful bird was blocked by the Vajra ape, while every counterattack from the ape gave the bird trouble. Ahaha, so this is your colorful bird? If it couldn't fly, my Vajra ape would have smashed it to death already. Chen Lili mocked. And has your bird only mastered Glide and Iron Claw? The colorful bird is a long-range combat pet. Are you trying to turn it into a melee fighter? Bai Xin didn't argue back, but calmly continued to direct her colorful bird. As time passed, the Vajra ape's stamina was draining fast, while the colorful bird's energy consumption remained low. If this dragged on, the Vajra ape would end up losing instead. Flying-type pets naturally have an unbeatable advantage as long as they don't get caught. Gao Yuan sighed. Gao Yuan sighed. At this point, Chen Lili yelled in anger. Bai Xin, your bird only knows how to hide. Even if you win, it's not honorable. Every type of pet has its own way of fighting. Chen Lili, is this your first time learning about pets? Bai Xin's words left Chen Lili speechless. Someone chimed in. Exactly. Some pets specialize in speed, others in power. Are we supposed to make a speed-type pet compete in strength against a power type? That's ridiculous. Just as everyone thought the battle would end with the Vajra ape tiring out, a change occurred in the colorful bird. Its feathers began to glow red. Suddenly, it opened its beak, and a ball of flames erupted. At first, the flame was too small and extinguished quickly. But as the colorful bird kept trying, it finally spat out a fireball the size of a basketball. The fireball flew toward the Vajra ape and exploded on impact. Boom! The Vajra ape was blasted, its fur scorched black, and its skin burned. Basic skill. Flame Blast. Everyone was shocked. Although Flame Blast is only a basic skill, it is a long-range attack skill. The colorful bird is a fire-flying dual-type pet, so it is possible for it to master Flame Blast. Once it masters Flame Blast, as a flying type, it can just stay in the air and spam the attack, turning the Vajra ape into a living target. How can you fight like that? One Flame Blast after another exploded on the Vajra ape. Soon enough, it was covered in injuries. "I give up," Chen Lily shouted helplessly. If she didn't surrender, her Vajra ape would be severely injured, which would delay its training and make it even harder to catch up to Baixin later. Just as everyone was marveling at the strength of Baixin's bird, Chen Yang's eyes were fixed above its head. At that moment, a status appeared above the colorful bird. Epiphany. Epiphany state. Chen Yang realized why the bird had just learned Flame Blast. It had entered an epiphany state during the battle. This epiphany state is powerful. I must collect the icon. Chen Yang squeezed through the crowd to get closer. Whoosh! The colorful bird glided down and landed in front of Baixin, raising its head to wait for praise. "Colorful bird, you actually mastered Flame Blast. I'll give you something delicious when we get home," Baixin said, stroking its head. By then, Chen Yang had finally approached and joined the others in offering some compliments. The bird's epiphany status was becoming blurred. It was clearly about to vanish. "Collect," Chen Yang whispered to himself. Whoosh! A light flew from above the bird's head into his system and was collected. Epiphany status. 1 Ha. Seeing this, he knew he had collected one fragment of the epiphany status. But to complete the full icon, he needed 2 more fragments. Lazy dog, you just saw the battle between those 2 pets, right? Compared to them, you're way too weak. From now on, you're going to train hard, understand? Try to surpass them in the future, Chen Yang said to his Fang dog. Huh? The Fang dog was speechless. Its owner actually thought it had the potential to surpass the colorful bird and the Vajra ape. It's just a Fang dog. It suspected its master had gone crazy. Train, Chen Yang commanded. The Fang dog let out a bark and immediately went into training. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Chen Yang had gradually adapted to life at the Jinghu Beastmaster Academy, and his Fang dog's strength was steadily increasing. After the 10-fold training status ran out, he spent a bit more time collecting a brand new one. After all, in Jinhai City, there were definitely plenty of Beastmasters feeding their pets true blood pills, so he was bound to find more if he looked around. Therefore, he wouldn't run out of 10-fold training status icons. It was just a pity that he had yet to collect 3 complete icons to obtain the upgraded version. 6 years worth of cultivation. Chen Yang was quite satisfied with the Fang dog's current level. But to raise it, he had bought many fragrant potatoes, essentially letting the dog eat them like candy, which cost a small fortune. The Fang dog's progress was fast enough to beat the other pets in his class, but compared to the pets of Baixin and Chen Lily, the gap was still huge. I have to enter the 100 Mountains secret realm. Perhaps this trip will be the start of the Fang dog's takeoff, Chen Yang decided. Before applying for entry, he accepted a few missions from the Academy's system to collect materials inside the secret realm. The 100 Mountains secret realm is located on a small mountain in the Jinghu district. It used to be a tourist attraction, but ever since the secret realm was discovered, the place has been renovated. Now, there are quite a few pet shops and resource stores nearby, but it still falls far short compared to the famous Pet Street. At the entrance of the secret realm, staff members were checking Chen Yang's application and giving the Fang dog a look. You are a student at Jinghu Academy, so you have 3 free entries, but your pet is a Fang dog. Are you sure you want to go in? The staff member's implication was clear. The Fang dog was too weak, and going in was practically asking for death. I'm sure. Chen Yang nodded very seriously. Seeing this, the staff couldn't say much. They didn't have the authority to refuse him. This is a wristband. Every Beastmaster entering the secret realm must wear one so we can track your location. There is an emergency button on it. If your life is in danger, you can call for help. But be warned, every rescue call costs 200,000 yuan. I hope you won't need to use it because rescue teams might not always arrive in time. I understand. Chen Yang took the wristband, put it on, and walked toward the entrance. After passing through the gate in a long black passage, he finally arrived inside the secret realm. The wild beasts near the entrance have already been cleared, and there won't be any resources here either. He chose a direction at random with his Fang dog, and began to venture deep into the 100 Mountains secret realm. Yee. Chen Yang traveled slowly with the tooth dog, being extremely cautious and not daring to be careless in the slightest. After all, the tooth dog is still very weak now, and they cannot afford any slip-ups. About half an hour later, he finally encountered a strange beast. Black-spotted wolf. This black-spotted wolf was 1.3 meters long. Judging from its appearance, it should have about 7 years of cultivation. In terms of combat power, the tooth dog was definitely no match for the black-spotted wolf. Lazy dog, go get it, Chen Yang commanded. At this moment, the lazy dog was shivering a little and didn't dare to go up. Although it wasn't very bright, it knew that this wasn't a regular training session, nor was it the sparring match it had with the Baba Beast last time. This was a real life or death battle. Lazy dog, you can heal your wounds quickly. What are you afraid of? Chen Yang reminded. That is right. The toothed dog finally remembered that it could heal its wounds rapidly, so it immediately charged forward. The toothed dog and the black-spotted wolf closed in quickly, lunged at each other, and began a fierce fight. Poof. The black-spotted wolf's claws left a bloody gash directly on the toothed dog, while the toothed dog also bit hard into the wolf's front leg. But immediately after, the black-spotted wolf shook itself with force, tossing the toothed dog away and sending it crashing heavily onto the ground. However, with the healing status icon active, the toothed dog's wounds recovered rapidly. Seeing that its wounds were healing so fast, the toothed dog regained its confidence and went back to fight the black-spotted wolf. Just like that, the toothed dog was injured and thrown away time after time, but thanks to the healing status, its wounds would recover quickly within these 12 hours. Gradually, the black-spotted wolf couldn't hold on anymore. Although the toothed dog's attack power was mediocre, it could inflict a little damage on the wolf every time. Over time, the black-spotted wolf was severely wounded, and its combat power dropped significantly. In the end, this black-spotted wolf died under the claws of the toothed dog. Wait, I killed the black-spotted wolf? The toothed dog felt like it was in a dream. Such a powerful black-spotted wolf had been killed by it. The lazy dog, no, the toothed dog, was truly amazing. After this life or death battle, the toothed dog's heart grew stronger, and its confidence became even more unshakable. This was the beginning of the toothed dog's transformation. At the place where the black-spotted wolf died, Chen Yang quickly found a small cave where he discovered 9 black-spotted wolf cubs. There are actually 9 black-spotted wolf cubs. These 9 cubs could be used for pet contracts, and all major pet shops would be willing to buy them. It's a pity that the Baishan Secret Realm has a rule. You are only allowed to take resources, and you cannot take away beast cubs or eggs, otherwise there will be consequences. After all, the beasts in the Baishan Secret Realm are too weak. If the cubs or eggs were all taken away, it wouldn't be long before there were few beasts left, and the whole realm would lose its purpose for tempering tamers' pets. Even though he couldn't take the 9 cubs, he was still very happy. Lazy dog, injure these 9 cubs. Remember, don't kill them. Chen Yang looked at the toothed dog. The toothed dog received the command and went over immediately. It didn't understand the master's motive, but bullying the weak was something it was quite happy to do. Slash, slash, slash. The toothed dog swiped its claws, and in the blink of an eye, it had injured all 9 black-spotted wolf cubs. At this moment, Chen Yang walked over and took out bottles of healing solution from the backpack on his back. He fed the healing solution to these wolf cubs. After drinking the solution, the wounds on these cubs healed rapidly. At the same time, a healing status appeared above their heads. Detected collectible healing status. Do you wish to collect it? Detected collectible healing status. Do you wish to collect it? Detected collectible healing status. Do you wish to collect it? 9 system prompts in a row made Chen Yang extremely excited. As expected, this way I can easily obtain healing status fragments one by one. He felt that he was simply a genius. In the city, hurting others or their pets for no reason would surely lead to lawsuits, but it's different in the secret realm. He can hurt these beasts at will and then feed them healing solution to obtain the fragments. That's why he bought a lot of healing solution before entering the secret realm. Collect. Chen Yang collected the 9 healing status fragments in one thought. In the system box, the 9 fragments first turned into 3 complete healing status icons, which then began to synthesize and transform into an intermediate healing status. Intermediate healing status, 12 hours. The intermediate status still only lasts for 12 hours, but its recovery effect is bound to be better, allowing even severe wounds to heal rapidly. I'll save the intermediate healing status for when the toothed dog encounters even more dangerous situations, Chen Yang secretly decided. Off to the side. The toothed dog was bewildered. What is the master doing? Making it injure these cubs and then healing them? After thinking about it, it couldn't figure it out and could only conclude that its master was a pervert. Near the cave, Chen Yang also found a stalk of revitalizing grass, a type of low-level spiritual herb that all major shops would buy. According to the market price, 1 stalk of revitalizing grass is worth about 100,000 yuan. Just as Gao Yuan said, it's easy to make back the investment after entering the Baishan Secret Realm. After putting away the herb, he continued to move forward with the toothed dog. From then on, As long as he met a beast that wasn't far superior to the Toothed Dog, he would let it fight. And with the healing status, the Toothed Dog would eventually win. Moreover, through these life or death battles, the Toothed Dog grew rapidly, much faster than regular training. Actual combat is the fastest way to grow. Chen Yang completely agreed with this statement now. Boom! Battle fluctuations came from ahead. Chen Yang and the Toothed Dog walked over cautiously. Soon, they saw an incredible scene. So many beasts are fighting. These beasts seem to be competing for some red fruits on a fruit tree. Both Chen Yang and the Toothed Dog wisely chose not to move forward, but hid behind a rock to watch. Suddenly, Chen Yang's eyes were full of joy, as he saw an epiphany status appearing above the head of a blood wolf. It was clear it had entered a state of epiphany during the fight. It's a pity he didn't dare to go over now, or he would definitely be torn to pieces by this group of beasts. About 10 minutes later, the struggle finally came to an end. All the fruits were snatched away, and the ground was littered with the carcasses of beasts. That blood wolf had not perished. It only had a broken leg and a blinded eye. At this time, Chen Yang noticed that the epiphany status above the blood wolf's head, though blurred, had not completely dissipated. There's hope! He immediately tracked the blood wolf with the Toothed Dog. The blood wolf hopped away on 3 legs and only realized that Chen Yang and the Toothed Dog were following it after some distance. Awoo! The blood wolf roared a few times, trying to drive Chen Yang and the Toothed Dog away, but clearly, its roars were of no use. Seeing this, the blood wolf narrowed its eyes and attacked directly. Lazy dog, take it down, Chen Yang commanded. The Toothed Dog had fought many battles by now, and had a completely different mindset, so it dared to fight even a healthy blood wolf, let alone a wounded one. Of course, a severely wounded blood wolf still had immense and frenzied combat power. Bang! The Toothed Dog and the blood wolf clashed instantly. Relying on the healing status, the Toothed Dog fought without fear of death, and soon left the blood wolf critically injured and unable to move on the ground. Just as the Toothed Dog was about to end the blood wolf's life, Chen Yang stopped it. Toothed Dog, stop! After stopping the Toothed Dog, Chen Yang walked up, and, just as the epiphany status was about to vanish, directly collected the fragment. Epiphany status? 2-3. Just one more epiphany fragment to go. Chen Yang felt quite excited. He didn't believe that he wouldn't encounter a 3rd epiphany status in this Baishan secret realm. Night is falling. The 100 Mountain secret realm is dangerous at this hour, so Chen Yang needs to find a safe spot to spend the night. Before long, he found a cave. Since there were no exotic beasts inside, he and Toothed Dog took it over as their temporary shelter. He even lit a torch inside the cave. This was his first time spending the night in the wild. Right now, he was roasting a wolf leg. The food he brought had long run out, so to avoid starving, he had to live off the land, for instance, by eating exotic beast meat. The meat of many exotic beasts is edible, with only a few types being unsuitable for human consumption. It wasn't that he hadn't considered using the fullness status on himself, but after thinking it over, it wouldn't solve the real problem. The fullness status only makes him feel full, but his body would still be lacking energy. If he didn't eat for a long time, his body would gradually weaken, even if he couldn't feel it himself. By the time he did feel it, it would be too late. Therefore, he wouldn't use the fullness status to deceive himself. Alright. Chen Yang divided the roasted wolf leg into 2 parts. One for Toothed Dog, and one for himself. Man and dog ate the roast meat in the cave and gradually became full. Toothed Dog, I will sleep during the first half of the night. You keep watch. And if any exotic beast approaches, wake me up immediately, Chen Yang instructed. Toothed Dog nodded, indicating it understood. Afterward, Chen Yang fell asleep, feeling at ease. Meanwhile, Toothed Dog lay at the cave entrance, keeping a constant eye on the surroundings. Late at night, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the black screen in the distance, looking quite eerie. Woof! Woof! Toothed Dog barked twice, waking Chen Yang up. Once awake, Chen Yang looked outside the cave and saw all those blood-red eyes. He understood the situation immediately. At least a dozen exotic beasts. Chen Yang frowned. No wonder he had heard that other beast tamers didn't stay long when they entered the 100 Mountain secret realm. It was dangerous to spend the night here. Furthermore, if a beast tamer got injured while in the secret realm, even if they had plenty of medicine, it would eventually run out, and they certainly wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Lazy dog, I'm counting on you. Chen Yang applied the intermediate healing status to Toothed Dog. Your healing ability is far beyond what it was before, so don't be afraid, just go for it, Chen Yang encouraged. Toothed Dog trusted its master deeply. Although the master was a bit eccentric, he was also very capable. Since the master said its healing ability was far superior to before, it believed him. Woof! Toothed Dog barked and immediately charged at those exotic beasts. At that moment, the beasts all rushed over as well. They were blood wolves. The cultivation levels of these blood wolves varied, but most were around 7 years, with a few reaching 8 years. Clang! 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 Almost as soon as the fight began, Toothed Dog suffered several wounds, and its neck was even slashed open. However, the intermediate healing status was truly terrifying. Toothed Dog's wounds healed the instant they were inflicted, as if it had an immortal body. Seeing this, Toothed Dog went berserk, fearing nothing, and battled the pack of blood wolves. When the pack of blood wolves saw that they couldn't kill Toothed Dog, they began to panic. Suddenly, Toothed Dog's claws seemed to land a critical hit. A cold light flashed through the darkness, and it slashed the neck of a blood wolf, killing it instantly. Claw Strike! Toothed Dog had finally learned its first skill. After mastering Claw Strike, Toothed Dog's strength surged. Although it still couldn't take on so many blood wolves head-on, it had the intermediate healing status, so it could definitely outlast them. Sure enough, not long after, the blood wolves fell one by one at the paws of Toothed Dog. Finally, the pack was wiped out. Toothed Dog stepped onto the corpse of a blood wolf, having transformed from a white dog into a blood-stained one. At this moment, it felt invincible. "Come back!" Chen Yang called out. Woof! Toothed Dog barked softly, jumped off the wolf carcass, and trotted over to Chen Yang. "Lazy dog, you did well this time, and you even mastered the Claw Strike skill. However, we cannot stay here any longer. With so many dead blood wolves, it will surely attract more exotic beasts, so we must leave immediately." Chen Yang packed his things and left with Toothed Dog. He didn't travel too far, as traveling at night was too dangerous. Soon, he found a crevice in the rocks, dragged over a stone to block the opening, and settled in to spend the rest of the night. "Toothed Dog, you can sleep now," Chen Yang said. Toothed Dog had been fighting for a long time, and was truly exhausted now, so it fell fast asleep. The second half of the night passed without incident. At dawn, Chen Yang and Toothed Dog left their spot and continued moving forward. To obtain another intermediate healing status, he had Toothed Dog severely injure several weak beasts, then fed them rejuvenation fluid to help them recover, thereby inducing the healing status. Just like that, it didn't take long before he had synthesized another intermediate healing status. I must say, the intermediate healing status is terrifying. Without it, Toothed Dog would have died last night and I would have been done for as well. In short, I should save up more of these intermediate healing statuses in the future. In the blink of an eye, another 6 or 7 hours passed. During this time, Chen Yang encountered quite a few exotic beasts, including some that even Toothed Dog couldn't handle. If not for the healing status, they wouldn't have been able to escape. But through one battle after another, Toothed Dog grew rapidly. Huh! Chen Yang stopped in his tracks, gazing in shock at a small tree. There were many small trees in the 100 Mountain Secret Realm, so it wasn't anything rare. However, above this little tree appeared a status. Epiphany status! What is going on? A small tree can have an epiphany? A plant-type exotic beast. He had heard that besides animals becoming exotic beasts, some plants could also evolve into exotic beasts, possessing intelligence and offensive power. However, plant-type exotic beasts were rare to begin with, and they were very difficult to contract. Plus, their movement was extremely slow, or they couldn't move at all, and they were deathly afraid of fire. Therefore, almost no one would choose a plant-type beast as their pet. Toothed Dog, attack this small tree, Chen Yang commanded. Toothed Dog looked at its master, not understanding why he wanted it to chop down a tree. What kind of strange request was this? Still, it walked over. Just as it approached the tree and prepared to strike it with its paws, several branches from the tree wrapped around its body. Lazy dog, claw strike! Chen Yang's voice echoed. Toothed Dog immediately unleashed Claw Strike, hitting the branches. However, these were no ordinary branches. They were very tough. Even the Claw Strike didn't cut them, merely pushing them back. Whoosh! Toothed Dog scrambled back, genuinely startled. A tree actually attacked it? It completely broke its understanding of the world. Master is brilliant. Toothed Dog admired its master. He had even figured out that this was a freak tree. No wonder he told it to attack. What a formidable little tree. It must have 10 years of cultivation. Its trunk is tough. It'll be difficult for Toothed Dog to inflict heavy damage. We'll just have to wear it down. So he immediately equipped the intermediate healing status to Toothed Dog and had it continue attacking the tree. Swish! Tooth Dog rushed forward, but was soon snagged by the tree, which wrapped around one of its legs. The tree then swung its branches hard, tossing Tooth Dog's body around and slamming it into the ground repeatedly. But no matter how the tree attacked, it couldn't kill Tooth Dog, while the dog kept biting and striking the branches with its claws. Soon, a branch was severed. In this way, Tooth Dog kept using the same method to cut off the tree's branches one by one. After more than an hour, the tree had no branches left, leaving only a bare trunk. Even then, the tree's epiphany status had only dimmed slightly, not disappearing entirely. Chen Yang walked over, and as he neared the tree, a system prompt appeared. Detected a collectible epiphany status. Do you wish to collect? Collect! The third epiphany status fragment was acquired. Inside the system box, the 3 epiphany status fragments synthesized into a complete icon. Epiphany status, 6 hours. 6 hours of epiphany, that's a long time. Chen Yang was overjoyed. According to the rules of the status icons, the effect would remain consistent throughout the 6 hours, unlike other beasts who, even if they had an epiphany, only enjoyed the benefits for a short burst. After collecting the epiphany status, he stepped back a few paces and ordered Tooth Dog to keep attacking the small tree. Soon, the small tree withered away. At this point, Chen Yang noticed that a faint green liquid, containing golden specks, was leaking from the trunk. He sniffed it. It had a refreshing scent that made his mind feel renewed. This must be a good thing. He immediately collected the green liquid, planning to have it identified after getting out. In the end, he filled more than half of a mineral water bottle he had brought, then tossed it into his bag. Lazy dog. Let's go find some exotic beasts to fight. He planned to apply the epiphany status icon to Tooth Dog once they were in a scrap. When that time comes, Tooth Dog will surely be able to easily learn the bite skill and perhaps even push its claw strike skill to a higher level, causing its strength to skyrocket. Lazy dog, do you see those one-horned sheep? Go over there and fight them to hone your skills, Chen Yang instructed. This was the training target he had chosen for the Fang Dog. There were quite a few of these one-horned sheep, enough to keep the Fang Dog occupied for a long time. Besides, the duration of the intermediate healing status on the Fang Dog hadn't expired yet, so there was no need for a new one. He pressed the epiphany status icon onto the Fang Dog's head, and just like that, the Fang Dog, equipped with the 10 times training status icon, the intermediate healing status icon, and the epiphany status icon, charged toward the one-horned sheep. Chen Yang hid nearby, watching the battle between the Fang Dog and the one-horned sheep from the shadows. Under the epiphany status, countless flashes of insight struck it. The Fang Dog's fighting was no longer mindless. Even without Chen Yang's commands, it knew exactly when to strike and when to dodge. Coupled with the intermediate healing status ensuring its safety, it was invincible. These one-horned sheep were no match for it at all. Of course, it also remembered its master's instruction that this battle was primarily for honing its skills, and so it began to delve deeper into its techniques. Before long, the Fang Dog bit through the neck of a one-horned sheep, killing it instantly. Bite skill mastered. Chen Yang, seeing the Fang Dog's stats through their contract, also knew it had mastered the bite skill. Pet. Fang Dog. Master. Chen Yang. Cultivation. 8 years. Bloodline potential. F. Skills. Bite. Novice. Claw attack. Novice. In this world, regardless of the skill grade, proficiency is divided into 4 levels. Novice, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, and Perfection. The Fang Dog's 2 primary skills, Bite and Claw Attack, were currently both at the Novice stage. However, not long after, the Claw Attack skill actually advanced to Minor Achievement. So this is the Epiphany status. That lazy dog actually reached Minor Achievement and Claw Attack so quickly. Chen Yang was very excited. If it could reach this level in a short time, what level would its skills be at when the 6-hour Epiphany status ended? Time slowly passed. Even though the Fang Dog wasn't deliberately trying to kill all the sheep later on, once its claw attack reached minor achievement, the sheep could no longer withstand its attacks. Before long, the one-horned sheep started dying off one by one. In just 2 hours, all of them were wiped out. By this time, the bite skill had also broken through to minor achievement, and the claw attack had reached major achievement. Fang Dog, come back, Chen Yang called out. Once the Fang Dog returned, he quickly took it away to look for other exotic beasts. In short, he wanted to make sure the Fang Dog fully utilized the Epiphany status and didn't waste any time. The Fang Dog encountered another beast and charged in to fight. After finishing it off, it continued the search for more. In the state of Epiphany, The Fang Dog felt incredibly powerful and was thoroughly enjoying the combat. Unconsciously, 6 hours had passed. Whoosh! The Epiphany status icon disappeared. The Fang Dog clearly felt its mind slow down significantly and realized that the Epiphany state was gone. However, it had already undergone a complete growth. Skills: Bite, Major Achievement, Claw Attack, Perfection. In such a short time, the Fang Dog had mastered one primary skill to perfection and another to major achievement, and its cultivation was about to break through to 9 years. The Fang Dog is very strong now. It can enter the depths of the 100 Mountains secret realm. His current location was actually on the periphery of the realm, where the beasts were weak and there wasn't much of value. The deeper parts of the 100 Mountains secret realm had more beasts and resources, but were much more dangerous. Thus, he brought the Fang Dog deeper into the 100 Mountains secret realm. As they walked, he suddenly spotted 2 status indicators in the nearby grass. Mating status. Mating status. From these statuses, plus the faint silhouettes of 2 beasts in the grass that seemed to be tangled together. At that moment, he realized what was happening. Clearly, these were 2 exotic beasts in heat, currently mating. I didn't expect to actually find a mating status. He thought about it carefully and decided to collect the mating status. He might have a use for it in the future. Lazy Dog, severely injure those 2 beasts, Chen Yang ordered. Woof. The Fang Dog charged forward and easily left the 2 beasts severely injured on the verge of death. Chen Yang walked over to get a clear look at the 2 beasts. So it's 2 red fox beasts, Chen Yang muttered. Detected collectible mating status. Collect? Detected collectible mating status. Collect? Collect. 2 fragments of the mating status were successfully collected and stored in the system box. If he could find one more, he could form a complete mating status icon. And finding beasts in heat shouldn't be too hard. Sure enough, Chen Yang encountered more red foxes in heat. This seemed to be their territory, and red foxes were a species particularly prone to being in heat. In no time at all, he had gathered 3 complete mating status fragments. Then, these 3 mating status icons synthesized into an intermediate mating status. Intermediate mating status. 6 hours. My god, an intermediate mating status for 6 hours. If this were used on a person, could they even last for 6 hours without passing out from exhaustion? Chen Yang thought to himself, feeling a bit strange. He continued forward. Along the way, whenever he found something good, he put it in his backpack, and anything of little value was simply tossed aside. As they neared the inner area of the 100 Mountains secret realm, the resources increased, and there were many more beasts. They would run into beasts every little while. For the Fang Dog, this was a great opportunity to hone itself. Another day passed, and Chen Yang and the Fang Dog were already in the inner region of the 100 Mountains secret realm. What is that? Chen Yang spotted a strange-looking tree with 6 green fruits growing on it. At this moment, the green fruits were changing color, gradually turning red. Already, several beasts were gathered around the tree, waiting for the fruits to ripen. Red blood fruit. Chen Yang finally remembered. The Beast-Taming Academy had issued a guidebook on treasures, which documented many precious resources. Red blood fruit was one of them, and it was a real treasure. Red blood fruit can increase a pet's cultivation, but its more important function is enhancing their bloodline, which effectively means increasing their bloodline potential. Of course, it's only useful for pets with a bloodline potential below C rank. If a pet is already at C rank potential, eating it only provides a minor cultivation boost. The Fang Dog is currently at F rank bloodline potential. If it eats the red blood fruit and its potential increases to D rank, its future growth speed will be much faster. Combined with the 10 times training status, its growth rate could rival that of A rank potential pets. Therefore, he had to secure these red blood fruits. Lazy dog, those red blood fruits can greatly enhance your potential. After eating them, you will become the king of all Fang Dogs, Chen Yang said. The Fang Dog could also see that the fruits were very attractive to it, so it nodded firmly, preparing to rush in and snatch them. Chen Yang hid behind a rock and told the Fang Dog to go over and kill those beasts. Once they were dead, all 6 fruits would be his. Whoosh! The Fang Dog rushed over and used its major achievement level bite skill, snapping a beast's neck and killing it instantly. Seeing that the Fang Dog was playing dirty by attacking before the fruits were fully ripe, the other beasts naturally ganged up on it. Thus, the group of beasts began to swarm the Fang Dog. Rip, rip, rip. The perfection level claw attack was truly terrifying. The Fang Dog's claws easily tore through their skin and pierced their bodies. Of course, the attacks from the other beasts also cut into the Fang Dog's body, but with the healing status protecting it, it had no fear of such injuries. In a blink of an eye, the beasts were wiped out. The fang dog was covered in blood and looked rather pathetic, but in reality, it had sustained no real injuries. Chen Yang walked over and waited under the tree for the red blood fruits to ripen. Within minutes, the fruits were ripe. Just then, a voice rang out. Ha ha ha, red blood fruits. Lucky me, these are mine now. A young man arrived riding on a green panther. A beastmaster. Chen Yang's expression turned grave. This was a beastmaster, not a wild beast. Many wild beasts act without thinking, but a beastmaster has a brain. He didn't believe that just because they were both human, this beastmaster would be friendly. In the city, beastmasters are constrained, so they seem civil, but in the secret realms, it's not unheard of for them to kill each other. As long as there's no evidence, nothing can be done about it. The beastmaster in front of him looked to be in his 20s, close to 30. Logically, a beastmaster like this would have been active for years, and his tamed beast should be powerful, with at least several decades of cultivation. However, the azure leopard he was riding only seemed to have about 10 years of cultivation. There are only two possibilities. Either this guy is truly incompetent, and it took him years to cultivate this beast to just 10 years, or his previous beast perished, and this is a recently contracted one, hence the low cultivation. Comparatively, he found the second possibility more likely. If this beastmaster once had a powerful beast, his physical fitness must be decent, and he possesses a certain degree of combat ability himself. Of course, unless one becomes an elite beastmaster, their personal combat power is far inferior to their beast, but it cannot be ignored. Friend, I found these scarlet blood fruits first, Chen Yang said. You found them? The youth sneered. I discovered this entire area first. Does that mean it all belongs to me? Ridiculous. You must still be in Beastmaster Academy. In the secret realm, whoever has the bigger fist gets the spoils. Are you sure your fist is bigger? Chen Yang asked back. The youth patted the azure leopard's head and said, My beast is an azure leopard. Yours is some trashy tooth dog, right? I don't know how that tooth dog even survived to make it here, but it's probably severely injured by now, right? What combat power could it have left? I could crush your tooth dog as easily as an ant. The youth added, Not only do these 6 scarlet blood fruits belong to me, but leave your backpack behind and then get lost. Moron! Chen Yang cursed. He checked the fruits, which were fully ripe, and began picking them. Seeing this, the youth grew furious. Azure leopard, kill them. The youth ordered. It wasn't his first time killing. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Roar! The azure leopard lunged immediately, intending to finish off Chen Yang and the tooth dog. Seeing this, Chen Yang commanded, Lazy dog, finish it quickly, don't hold back. He wasn't certain of the Beastmaster's true strength, so he ordered the tooth dog to eliminate the leopard as fast as possible. The azure leopard extended its claws, preparing to swipe the tooth dog to death. It looked down on the tooth dog, fully confident it could kill it in a single blow. Azure leopard, use iron claw to take this tooth dog down in one hit, the youth commanded. The leopard followed orders and immediately unleashed its iron claw strike. Tooth dog, use claw strike, Chen Yang commanded. The tooth dog executed a perfect level claw strike, snapping the azure leopard's claws in one motion and leaving a bloody gash across its chest. Following Chen Yang's lead, the tooth dog used bite to pierce the leopard's neck. Slash, slash. Repeated claw strikes tore through the leopard's body. Within a few breaths, the azure leopard collapsed, stone dead. How could this be? The youth was stunned. With the death of his pet, he felt a splitting headache. His soul had been injured. He wouldn't be able to contract a new pet for 3 months. Moreover, having lost 2 pets in a row, his soul would never fully recover. He wouldn't even be able to contract decent wild beast cubs. The loss was devastating. Damn it. Even without the azure leopard, I, Li Feng, have cultivated a beast with 80 years of strength before. My body has been tempered by energy feedback 8 times. Don't tell me I can't kill you too? Enduring the agonizing pain, Li Feng pulled a knife from his back and charged at Chen Yang with incredible speed. He wanted to take down Chen Yang directly. If the master died, the pet would surely die too. Tooth dog, stop him! Chen Yang shouted. The tooth dog reacted quickly, blocking Li Feng and launching a claw strike. Seeing this, Li Feng had no choice but to deal with the dog first. Clang! Li Feng slashed at the tooth dog's paw with great force, knocking it back and even cutting it. But the dog charged back in, attacking Li Feng wildly. Tooth dog, pounce and bite his neck, Chen Yang commanded. The tooth dog understood and pounced. Li Feng sneered and slashed the tooth dog across the neck. You're just throwing your life away. Your master has no idea how to command a battle. Li Feng laughed. Tooth dog. You fool, you don't know the first thing about the king of tooth dogs. Despite having its neck cut, the tooth dog didn't die. It successfully pounced on Li Feng and unleashed a master-level bite directly on his throat. Crunch! Li Feng's neck was bitten. Get off! Li Feng shoved the tooth dog away, but his neck had been pierced and was bleeding profusely. He frantically pulled out medicine and consumed it, and his wounds began to close rapidly. Clearly, he had saved his own life for now. The tooth dog didn't stop, and at Chen Yang's command, took the opportunity to land a claw strike on Li Feng's back. What kind of tooth dog is this? It doesn't die even with its neck cut. Li Feng began to panic. Plus, he was severely injured, and his strength had plummeted. Thud, thud, thud. Under the tooth dog's relentless attacks, his injuries worsened. Suddenly, both his hands were broken by the tooth dog, and he could no longer hold his knife. Friend, we're both humans. Don't kill me, Li Feng begged. If I don't kill you, what's in it for me? Chen Yang asked. Benefits? Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, I found 6 drops of centenary rock milk in the depths of the Baishan secret realm. It's enough to raise your tooth dog's cultivation by 10 years. I intended it for the leopard, but you can have it all. Centenary rock milk. Chen Yang was overjoyed. This was a legendary treasure, extremely rare. He couldn't believe Li Feng had actually found it. Even if it were only 6 drops, it was still a great find. Fine, I accept. Li Feng endured the agony and took off his backpack. My hands are broken, I can't reach it. Let your dog find it. It's in a jade bottle, Li Feng said. The tooth dog went over, opened the bag, and found the bottle. Of course. Chen Yang didn't open it himself. What if there was a trap? Use your mouth to open the cap, Chen Yang ordered. Li Feng had no choice. He opened the cap with his mouth, and nothing happened. Only then did Chen Yang take the bottle and check it. Inside was a gray-white liquid. It should be the centenary rock milk. He could verify it later after leaving, and if it was real, he'd feed it to the tooth dog. You got the treasure? Can you let me go now? Li Feng asked hopefully. Wait, let me give you a little gift. Chen Yang smiled. The tooth dog stepped back. It knew Li Feng was in for a miserable time. A gift? Li Feng didn't understand, fearing that Chen Yang was going back on his word. Chen Yang retrieved an intermediate hunger state effect from his system interface and applied it to Li Feng. As soon as the effect hit him, Li Feng's expression shifted drastically. So hungry. He had never felt hunger like this before. Between the hunger and his severe injuries, his eyes began to glaze over. Intermediate hunger isn't enough. Let's add a rut state. He hadn't used that rut effect before. Of course, he didn't use the intermediate one. He had collected 2 regular rut icons, so he used that instead. Chen Yang applied the regular rut state icon onto Li Feng. Instantly, Li Feng entered the rut state. His eyes took on a disturbing look. Chen Yang was spooked by that strange gaze, so he quickly picked the 6 scarlet blood fruits and moved away with the tooth dog, though not leaving entirely. Li Feng couldn't hold out much longer. His skin turned bright red, and his mind began to slip away. Dragging his hungry, wounded body, he moved slowly until he spotted a massive pig beast. At that moment, drawing strength from who knows where, he charged at it. What a sight. Chen Yang couldn't bear to look any longer and turned his head away. He hadn't expected the estrus state to be so terrifying, driving Li Feng, a beastmaster, to completely disregard race and gender. Of course, it was mainly because Li Feng was already severely wounded and suffering from intermediate-level starvation, causing his consciousness to collapse completely. Driven by pure instinct, he ended up doing something so absurd. Time slowly ticked by. Barely half an hour later, Li Feng collapsed. It wasn't that Li Feng lacked stamina, or that the estrus state failed. It was simply that Li Feng was dead. Li Feng, this wasn't me killing you. It's just that you couldn't hold on yourself. Chen Yang walked over and took Li Feng's backpack. It still contained some good items, which now belonged to him. Does this count as passive killing and looting? Lazy dog, let's go. Chen Yang and his tooth dog left the area and stopped only after finding a relatively safe spot. Lazy dog, eat the crimson blood fruit and start training? Chen Yang took out a crimson blood fruit and gave it to the tooth dog. The tooth dog excitedly swallowed the fruit in one bite, its massive energy continuously tempering its bloodline. With the tenfold training state, it could absorb the energy of the crimson blood fruit much faster and more efficiently. However, the crimson blood fruit didn't boost cultivation much. Its primary purpose was to temper the bloodline, increasing its strength and potential. Nevertheless, After finishing all 6 crimson blood fruits, the Toothed Dog's cultivation would definitely reach a level infinitely close to 10 years. A few hours later, the Toothed Dog had consumed all 6 crimson blood fruits, and its bloodline potential had undergone a transformation, increasing by 2 minor levels. Pet: Toothed Dog. Master: Chen Yang. Cultivation: 9 years. Bloodline potential: D. Skills: Bite, Advanced, Claw Strike, Mastery. It really is D rank bloodline potential now, jumping right over the E rank. If it could advance further, it would be C rank. But unfortunately, the crimson blood fruit can't push it that far unless I find better treasures, Chen Yang said. Lazy dog, you still have some undigested energy in your body. Now, use combat to refine it completely, and then make a push for 10 years of cultivation. Chen Yang led the Toothed Dog to challenge other exotic beasts. After repeated tempering, the Toothed Dog grew stronger and stronger, finally breaking through the 10-year cultivation barrier. At this point, the Toothed Dog grew slightly larger, and both its claws and teeth became sharper and tougher. Boom! A stream of pure energy surged into Chen Yang's body, helping to temper his physique and rapidly improving his physical fitness. Energy feedback. Chen Yang was thrilled. At this moment, his physical fitness had finally surpassed that of an ordinary person. This is the first energy feedback. Although I'm stronger than an average person, there's still too much of a gap compared to the pet, so I don't have much combat power for now. Chen Yang still had to rely on the Toothed Dog for now. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang and the Toothed Dog had stayed in the Baishan secret realm for 2 more days. After eating grilled meat for 2 days and enduring the harsh wilderness, he finally couldn't take it anymore. And so, he and the Toothed Dog began their journey back. At the entrance of the secret realm, Chen Yang and the Toothed Dog returned, dirty and unkempt. Only after machine scanning confirmed he wasn't carrying any exotic beast cubs or eggs was he allowed to leave. After exiting, he went straight to a nearby bathhouse to wash up before returning to the academy. Upon returning, he called his parents to let them know he was safe. Jingwu Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang was back, and upon hearing the news, Gao Yan immediately came to find him. Chen Yang, you're finally back. You were really reckless. School just started, and you dared to spend several days in the Baishan secret realm with your Toothed Dog, Gao Yan said with admiration. Ha ha ha, it's just the Baishan secret realm. It's not even dangerous. How's your Toothed Dog doing? Gao Yuan asked curiously. Chen Yang put his fingers together and said, It has broken through to 10 years of cultivation. My god. Gao Yuan was stunned, finding it hard to believe. What kind of trashy pet is a Toothed Dog? How could it reach over 10 years of cultivation so quickly? How did you manage that? Gao Yuan asked, confused. Chen Yang said casually, I'm just lucky. I went into the Baishan secret realm, and the beasts there were practically fighting to give me good stuff, so my lazy dog's cultivation just soared. Stop joking! Gao Yuan knew Chen Yang was acting unserious again. Alright, the truth is, the Toothed Dog is very powerful and has been grinding its combat strength against those beasts, so improved quickly, Chen Yang said truthfully. That's still nonsense. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes. When Chen Yang summoned the Toothed Dog, he took a look and showed a surprised expression. Hey, did your Toothed Dog's bloodline potential increase? Gao Yuan asked. Chen Yang looked at Gao Yuan. How did you notice? Gao Yuan pointed to the Toothed Dog's claws, teeth, and the patch of golden fur on its head. Normal Toothed Dogs aren't like this. Yours clearly has improved bloodline potential. Of course, the average Beastmaster wouldn't notice, but I've done some research in this area, which is how I can tell. I found some crimson blood fruits, and after eating 6 of them, the Toothed Dog's bloodline potential increased to D rank. Chen Yang explained. 6 crimson blood fruits! Gao Yuan's pupils constricted. He said with envy, You are truly lucky. Even though crimson blood fruits only affect pets below C rank potential, they are quite valuable. Using them on the right pet maximizes their worth. You know my family runs a mall. Do you know how much a single crimson blood fruit is worth? How much? Chen Yang had only seen the crimson blood fruit in textbooks, so he really didn't understand its market value. This much. Gao Yuan held up one finger. 100,000? Chen Yang asked tentatively. 1 million. Gao Yuan gave him a side eye and said, 6 crimson blood fruits means 6 million. Your Toothed Dog just consumed 6 million in one go. Damn, 6 million? Chen Yang felt a pang of heartache. That's so much money. However, it wasn't bad to trade that for an increase in the Toothed Dog's bloodline potential. Besides, the Toothed Dog earned it through its own hard work, so it deserved to eat them. Suddenly, He remembered the few drops of century-old stone milk and took them out. Gao Yuan, you have a lot of experience. I have a treasure here. Could you identify it for me? What kind of treasure? Gao Yuan was intrigued. But let's be clear, I don't know every single treasure out there. This. Chen Yang opened the bottle of century-old stone milk and handed it to Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan just took a sniff and examined the liquid, then gasped in shock. This is century-old stone milk! Where on earth did you get this? The Baishan's secret realm, Chen Yang replied. No way, I am so jealous of you. Not only did you find crimson blood fruits, but you also found century-old stone milk. Gao Yuan said with envy, century-old stone milk is a genuine heavenly treasure. It can help a pet with 99 years of cultivation break through to the century level. Once successful, the Beastmaster becomes an elite Beastmaster. Also, the energy in the milk is gentle. Even low cultivation pets can consume it to greatly boost their strength. Of course, I suggest you keep it or sell it. Letting the toothed dog have it is a waste. How much is it worth? Chen Yang wanted to know the price of this treasure. Gao Yuan revealed. According to current market prices, one drop is worth about 2 to 1, 5 million. The key is that it's priceless. Nobody ever sells it. How about this? Sell it to me for 6 million? Not selling. I am giving it to Lazy Dog, Chen Yang said immediately. It's such a waste to give it to the toothed dog. Gao Yuan tried to persuade him. Woof! The toothed dog barked a few times. It understood. This bad guy dared to eye its century-old stone milk, which its master had saved just for it. Fine. If you don't want to sell, forget it. If you find something good you don't want in the future, remember to sell it to me, Gao Yuan said. You got it. Chen Yang gave an okay sign. Now that he knew the stone milk was genuine, he planned to have the toothed dog use it over the next few days to rapidly increase its cultivation, hopefully reaching the 20-year mark. Day by day, the toothed dog's cultivation skyrocketed. Combined with the tenfold training state icon, the toothed dog could make the most of the stone milk's effects. Just 6 days later, the toothed dog reached 19 years of cultivation and was about to break through to 20 years. Lazy dog, this is the last drop of century-old stone milk essence. Eat it, and you should be able to break through to 20 years of cultivation. Chen Yang let his pet dog consume the final drop of the century-old stone milk essence. The dog didn't let him down. After swallowing the essence, it quickly broke through its bottleneck and reached 20 years of cultivation. At the same time, Chen Yang received the second wave of energy feedback. His physical fitness improved rapidly, becoming significantly stronger than before. During this time, he also sold some of the items he obtained in the Baishan secret realm to Gao Yuan, earning about 1 million in total. Of course, he did not sell the cyan liquid he obtained from the little tree. Now that he had checked briefly, he knew exactly what kind of plant-type beast that little tree was. Cyan spirit tree. This tree is a type of spirit tree plant beast. It cannot be contracted as a pet. Its growth has a limit, and there is no such thing as a century-old cyan spirit tree. However, the cyan spirit tree is very valuable, and the cyan spirit liquid inside it has the effect of permanently enhancing comprehension, making it highly valuable. According to current market prices, 1 milliliter of cyan spirit liquid costs 10,000, and since he obtained 400 milliliters this time, the total value is 4 million, including the cyan spirit liquid, the century-old stone milk essence, and the red blood fruit. My total gains from the Baishan secret realm have already exceeded 10 million, Chen Yang remarked with emotion. His parents' and grandfather's cultivation shop combined couldn't scrape together 10 million, yet he earned over 10 million from just one trip to the Baishan secret realm. Of course, only he could earn so much. Most other beast tamers are lucky not to lose money when entering the Baishan secret realm. It is a pity that the dog's cultivation increased too quickly, and it can no longer enter the Baishan secret realm, Chen Yang thought to himself. The Baishan secret realm has strict limits on the cultivation of pets. If it exceeds 15 years, it is not allowed to enter. Otherwise, if powerful beast tamers enter to hunt crazily, that would be a disaster. Of course, Chen Yang doesn't care about the remaining 2 free entry opportunities. The stronger the dog becomes, the more opportunities there will be in the future. Class 1-6. The head teacher, Hao Dong, stood on the podium to make an announcement. Students, you have been at Jinghu Beast Taming Academy for nearly a month. This afternoon, we will conduct a class test. The top 3 in this test will receive rewards. The first place gets 50 points, the second gets 30, and the third gets 20. Hearing there were point rewards, many students were interested, but upon realizing they had no hope of placing in the top 3, they lost interest immediately. 50 points? That is not bad. Chen Yang was still interested. Although he gained a lot in the Baishan Secret Realm last time, he cannot enter it again right now, so any extra gain is excellent. If you wanted to buy 50 points, you would have to pay 500,000. I have to say, the Beast-Taming Academy is truly wealthy to casually offer so many points as a reward. The first place in this class test should be Baixin, Gao Yuan whispered. What is the cultivation level of Baixin's 5-colored bird now? Chen Yang asked curiously. Gao Yuan said, I am not sure exactly, but it should have reached 20 years of cultivation. The key isn't the cultivation level. It's that the 5-colored bird has flight and flame critical hit skills. Faced with it, our pets are like sitting ducks. What can we do? If we encounter it, we can only choose to forfeit. That is true. Chen Yang agreed. However, he felt that his dog still had a chance to defeat the 5-colored bird. As long as he equipped the dog with the intermediate healing state, even a flame critical hit wouldn't be able to finish it off. And the 5-colored bird cannot keep spamming flame critical hit. After a few uses, it will exhaust its firepower. At that point, as long as he seizes the opportunity, he can definitely turn the tables and defeat it. Although it would cause a stir if his dog beat the 5-colored bird, he is not afraid of being the center of attention. In this world, every opportunity must be fought for. Keeping a low profile makes no sense. Moreover, the more powerful his pet is, perhaps he will receive stronger cultivation support from Jingwu Beast-Taming Academy. Otherwise, how can he compete with those beast tamers who have strong backgrounds? The status system is indeed heaven-defying, but it also requires resources. Soon, it was afternoon. Training Ground No. 6. The Class 1-6 test was being held here. With nearly 100 students in the class, it is impossible to conduct matches like a standard tournament. That would take too much time. At this moment, the head teacher, Hao Dong, said, Students, the class test will first evaluate each pet's cultivation. We will rank them accordingly. Those with lower cultivation can challenge those with higher ones. Each person can only challenge once. After the challenges are over, the rankings will be finalized. The rules for the class test have always been like this, so no one objected. Next, the students began to take the test one by one. The Beast-Taming Academy has machines specifically for testing pet cultivation with 100% accuracy. Even pets skilled at hiding their aura can have their true cultivation detected. Sun Miley, Big-Eyed Frog, 5 years of cultivation. Zhang Kaishuai, Black-Eyed Snake, 5 years of cultivation. Yang Zhen, Horned Lizard, 4 years of cultivation. These students' pets were relatively average, mostly around 4 or 5 years of cultivation, as they came from ordinary families without many resources. Being able to cultivate their pets to this level in such a short time was already quite impressive. Some students' pets were in even worse shape, with a pitiful 2 or 3 years of cultivation. Some students hung their heads, appearing ashamed and embarrassed. If I didn't have the status system as a cheat, the lazy dog would probably have less than a year of cultivation. Chen Yang thought to himself. At that time, I would have been the most embarrassed one. Gao Yuan, Armored Beast, 13 years of cultivation. As soon as this result came out, others were surprised and cast looks of envy. After only 1 month of school, he has cultivated his pet to 13 years. If he maintains this pace, he has a chance to reach 99 years in a year or two and go for the elite beast tamer realm. Of course, some people know Gao Yuan's background. His family runs a mall and is very wealthy, so it is normal for him to have a 13-year-old armored beast. Soon it was Chen Yang's turn. Lazy dog, go up and test, Chen Yang urged. The dog immediately walked onto the machine. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this dog. Chen Yang's dog seems a bit different. What's different? It probably only has a year or two of cultivation. A pet's cultivation is judged by its body size, and for a species like a dog, even if its cultivation improves, the change isn't that big. It's indeed hard to judge. It's just a dog, how much cultivation can it have? The head teacher, Hao Dong, also stared at the dog, a look of surprise appearing on his face. As a teacher, his eye for detail was naturally beyond that of ordinary beast tamers. This dog's bloodline potential seems to have improved, and its cultivation is quite good. It should be around 20 years. Hao Dong thought to himself. A dog actually cultivated to 20 years of age. He guessed Chen Yang's family must be very wealthy and spent massive resources on it. It was such a waste. The test result from the machine came out. Chen Yang, pet dog, 21 years of cultivation. Hao Dong announced. My god, a dog actually cultivated to 21 years. How much resources did that take? Is Chen Yang's family that rich? How come I didn't know? That's impossible. I was in high school with Chen Yang. His family background was very average. Chen Yang must be a low-key rich kid. I need to get on his good side. Although a dog isn't very talented, once Chen Yang becomes an elite beast-tamer later and gets a better pet, he might really take off. Rich and reckless, actually contracting a dog and spending so much money to raise it. Seeing that so many people had misunderstood, Chen Yang was too lazy to explain. Chen Yang, you really fed those 6 drops of century-old stone milk essence to the dog? Gao Yuan whispered with heartache. Yeah. Chen Yang smiled. What a waste. Gao Yuan sighed. A short while later, it was time for Bai Xin's 5-colored bird to go up for the test. The 5-colored bird went up for testing, and the results came out quickly. Bai Xin's pet, the 5-colored bird, has 25 years of cultivation, Hao Dong announced. 25 years of cultivation. The others were shocked. This rate of cultivation improvement was too fast. At this rate, perhaps in only about half a year, Bai Xin would have a chance to become an elite beastmaster. Bai Xin's 5-colored bird is improving so fast. Chen Yang was surprised. However, thinking about how the 5-colored bird has an A-grade bloodline potential and that Bai Xin lacks no resources, it was normal for its cultivation speed to be so fast. At this moment, someone said, with such high cultivation, there is no need for Bai Xin to compete anymore. She can directly take first place in the class quiz. Yeah, and no one would dare to challenge Bai Xin anyway, said another. Time passed slowly, and eventually, the cultivation levels of everyone's pets were all tested. Hao Dong announced, according to the temporary rankings based on pet cultivation, first place is Bai Xin, second is Chen Yang, third is Xiao Ya, and fourth is Gao Yuan. After the rankings were announced, the challenges began. Of course, everyone had the right to forfeit. In fact, most people didn't want to challenge, because there were no rewards for anyone outside the top 3, and if a pet got injured in battle, they would have to pay for treatment themselves, which was not worth it at all. In the end, only a few people chose to challenge to show off the strength of their pets. Bai Xin's 5-colored bird was powerful enough that no one challenged her. Chen Yang's pet was a useless toothed dog, and since he was ranked second, Xiao Ya, who was in third place, immediately moved to challenge Chen Yang. Teacher, I want to challenge Chen Yang, Xiao Ya requested. You may, Hao Dong agreed. Xiao Ya's pet was a fire dragon beast. Although it had the word dragon in its name, it actually had nothing to do with dragons, but it was a beast with a B-grade bloodline potential that he had cultivated to 18 years. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for an 18-year cultivation pet to defeat a 21-year one. But in Xiao Ya's opinion, the toothed dog was too weak, so his fire dragon beast would easily defeat it. Begin, Hao Dong announced. Swish! The toothed dog and the fire dragon beast stepped onto the stage. In terms of size, the fire dragon beast was a giant, holding a clear advantage. Little fire, use iron claw and defeat this toothed dog in one hit, Xiao Ya commanded. The fire dragon beast nodded and charged forward. One claw seemed to descend from the sky, whistling as it swiped toward the toothed dog. The toothed dog showed a look of contempt, leaped up, easily dodged the attack, and immediately unleashed a claw strike. Flash! A flash of light from the claw swept across. The fire dragon beast collapsed to the ground, defeated in a single strike. Little fire. Xiao Ya became nervous. At this moment, Hao Dong summoned his own pet. Boom! A huge green toad appeared, its aura terrifying. It likely possessed nearly 1,000 years of cultivation. Heal the injuries of this fire dragon beast, Hao Dong commanded. The green toad released a green light that enveloped the fire dragon beast, and its injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. A healing skill. Chen Yang was surprised. This was a very rare skill. He didn't expect this green toad to have learned it. Just then, a status appeared above the fire dragon beast's head. Intermediate healing status. In other words, the green toad's healing effect reached the level of an intermediate healing icon. But it definitely couldn't maintain this state forever, so it was still not quite as effective as a permanent intermediate healing icon. At this moment, Chen Yang moved closer to the fire dragon beast, stopping within 3 meters. Intermediate healing status detected. Pick up? Now, after 2 energy feedbacks, Chen Yang's physical fitness had greatly improved, allowing him to pick up statuses from 3 meters away. Pick up. An intermediate healing status fragment obtained. Thank you, teacher. It's nothing. Have your fire dragon beast step down. Yes, Xiao Ya replied. At this point, no one dared to underestimate the toothed dog. Even the fire dragon beast was taken down in seconds, so who would dare challenge it now? Chen Yang, isn't the claw strike skill this toothed dog mastered a bit too powerful? The fire dragon beast's defense, while not as good as my armored beast's, is quite decent. That one strike pierced its skin and reached its neck, almost killing it. This isn't just an ordinary claw strike, is it? Gao Yuan walked over to Chen Yang and asked curiously. Chen Yang replied truthfully. The lazy dog's claw strike has already been cultivated to the perfection level. Perfection level claw strike? No wonder, Gao Yuan realized, but then his pupils shrank as he looked at Chen Yang. What? Perfection level? How did your tooth dog manage that? I don't know, it just reached the perfection level after practicing it for a while. Chen Yang made up an excuse. Gao Yuan looked at him with envy and jealousy, then kicked his own armored beast. Look at others' tooth dog, its claw strike is at the perfection level. What about you? Your burrowing skill is still at the entry level. Learn from it. The armored beast didn't budge, as if it hadn't heard him. Others heard that Chen Yang's toothed dog had actually reached the perfection level in claw strike and were all filled with disbelief. Bai Jin also looked over, staring at Chen Yang thoughtfully. No one challenged Chen Yang anymore, but others continued to challenge each other. Challenges meant injuries, but fortunately, Teacher Haodong's green toad was powerful, so even if these pets were injured, they could recover immediately without affecting future battles. Chen Yang was the most excited. He collected one intermediate healing status fragment after another. Soon, he had synthesized several complete intermediate healing icons. Among them, 3 intermediate healing icons synthesized into an advanced healing icon, which was saved by the system. I've collected an advanced healing icon. The harvest this time is huge, Chen Yang thought to himself. It is conceivable that after this class quiz, he might even collect several advanced healing icons. Of course, he could choose not to synthesize them, since for the current tooth dog, the intermediate healing icon was already very powerful, and using an advanced one would be too wasteful. I challenge Xiao Ya, Gao Yuan requested. Gao Yuan, your armored beast is only good at digging holes. You want to challenge me too? Xiao Ya was in a bad mood, and seeing Gao Yuan wanting to challenge him, he thought he could take out his frustration on him. Give it a try. Maybe I'll win, Gao Yuan said with a smile. As Haodong called for the start, Gao Yuan's armored beast and Xiao Ya's fire dragon beast began to fight. Iron Claw. The fire dragon beast swiped a claw. However, the armored beast used its back to withstand the attack. Clang. The fire dragon beast's claws slid off the armored beast's back, producing a shower of sparks. And the armored beast was completely unharmed. Iron armor. Xiao Ya was shocked. Gao Yuan smiled at Xiao Ya. That's right. My armored beast has mastered the iron armor skill. It has powerful defense. Combined with its own scales, the fire dragon beast's iron claw can't penetrate its defense. I don't believe it. Xiao Ya commanded his fire dragon beast to attack from all directions. However, with the iron armor skill, the armored beast's defense was too monstrous. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The fire dragon beast's attacks were useless, only able to push the armored beast back. Little Armored, use the burrowing skill and treat the fire dragon beast like the ground, Gao Yuan commanded. The armored beast understood instantly, leaped toward the fire dragon beast, its 2 small claws turning into countless afterimages as it rammed its entire body into the fire dragon beast. The fire dragon beast couldn't dodge and was struck. Then, the armored beast pierced into the fire dragon beast's body, attempting to burrow inside. The fire dragon beast screamed in agony. Good heavens, treating a beast like the ground, the armored beast burrowing skill can be used this way? The crowd was shocked. Gao Yuan's move was way too slick. Amazing! Chen Yang also admired Gao Yuan's tactic. The armored beast itself certainly wouldn't have thought of that. Only Gao Yuan had such unique ideas. Of course, the fire dragon beast was not Earth, so successfully using the burrowing skill must have been related to their daily training. Gao Yuan really trained the burrowing skill this way, which is why the armored beast could pull it off. Swish. Haodong intervened, grabbing the armored beast by the tail and pulling it out, then ordered the green toad to heal the fire dragon beast. Otherwise, the fire dragon beast really would have died. In this challenge, Gao Yuan wins and becomes the 3rd place, Haodong announced. Xiao Ya was so angry he could spit blood. Failing against Chen Yang's tooth dog could be excused by the dog's higher cultivation. But now, his fire dragon beast hadn't even been able to beat Gao Yuan's armored beast. What excuse could he find? His fire dragon beast had higher cultivation and had also mastered skills, yet it still lost. Time passed, and with fewer people challenging, the rankings seemed set. But just then, Chen Yang requested, "Teacher, I want to challenge Bai Xin." Shock. Everyone was stunned. Even Hao Dong looked surprised, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chen Yang, you're challenging Bai Xin? There's no way you can win. Gao Yan said in surprise. Chen Yang looked at Gao Yan. Let's give it a try. Who knows, I might actually win. Seeing this, Gao Yan didn't say anything more. Besides, with Teacher Hao Dong's green toad there, the toothed dog wouldn't die anyway. The others were curious. How many moves could the toothed dog last against the varied colored bird? Soon, both the toothed dog and the varied colored bird arrived on stage. The battle is about to begin. Bai Xin didn't underestimate Chen Yang's toothed dog. After Hao Dong announced the start, she immediately had the varied colored bird take flight to create distance. However, the varied colored bird couldn't fly too high to attack. If it attacked from too high up, the fireballs from its flame blast would take too long to fall, making them easy to dodge. Given the attack speed of the varied colored bird's flame blast, hovering at an altitude of 30 meters was the optimal attack distance. Varied colored bird, attack the toothed dog with flame blast. The varied colored bird immediately spat a fireball from its mouth, rushing toward the toothed dog below. The toothed dog tried to dodge the flame blast, but it was too fast. Boom! The fireball exploded. The toothed dog was blown away, its entire body covered in burns. But its wounds were slowly recovering. This wasn't the intermediate healing state, just a standard, ordinary healing state. Chen Yang didn't want to expose the intermediate healing state right away, so he only applied the ordinary healing state to the toothed dog. That way, Bai Xin would underestimate the toothed dog's healing ability. The toothed dog's wounds are healing? What's going on? Many people were curious. Gao Yong couldn't figure it out either. He didn't know what was happening. Teacher, I suspect Chen Yang is cheating, Xiaoya reported. He must have given the toothed dog some treasure to recover its health quickly. Xiaoya, do you have any proof? Chen Yang looked at Xiaoya and questioned him. Xiaoya stopped talking. He didn't have any evidence. Hao Dong examined the toothed dog. I've used my spiritual power to probe it. There are no traces of medicine in the toothed dog's body. This must be some kind of special skill. Since Teacher Hao Dong said so, it naturally wasn't cheating. Of course, even if it wasn't cheating, no one else thought the toothed dog would win. After all, the toothed dog was currently a sitting duck, and its healing speed couldn't keep up with the damage it was taking. Flame blast. Flame blast. Flame blast. The varicolored bird didn't need any techniques. It just had to keep unleashing flame blasts in the air. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions continued, the toothed dog's injuries seemed to get worse and worse, and its movements became slower. It was on the verge of losing the match. But just then, the varied colored bird couldn't unleash any more flame blasts. Its internal fire energy was depleted. Varied colored bird, use your glide skill to dive down, then finish it off with iron claws. Bai Xin commanded. Whoosh! The varied colored bird activated its glide skill, sliding down from 30 meters in the air, picking up speed as it went. Iron claws. The varied colored bird's claws gleamed with a black light as it raked toward the toothed dog's back. To the onlookers, the toothed dog was severely injured and could barely even stand. Some even suggested that Chen Yang should forfeit, but Chen Yang remained calm. At this moment, Chen Yang was standing off the stage, only 3 meters away from the toothed dog. Quietly, he applied the intermediate healing state to the toothed dog. Lazy dog, make your move, Chen Yang commanded. The intermediate healing state settled over the toothed dog, and its effect began to take hold. Before everyone's eyes, the wounds on the toothed dog's body began to heal at a visible speed. Then, it sprang up fiercely, executing a perfect tier claw strike. And this strike was aimed directly at the varied colored bird's neck. Varied colored bird, defend! Bai Xin's expression shifted, and she immediately shouted a warning. The varied colored bird reacted in time, immediately folding its wings inward. However, the perfect tier claw strike was too terrifying. It punched straight through the varied colored bird's wing. With its wing injured, the varied colored bird couldn't fly anymore and fell to the ground. At this moment, the toothed dog quickly leaped onto the varied colored bird's back and bit down hard. The toothed dog's bite skill was no longer at the expert stage. It had also been upgraded to the perfect stage. This was thanks to the green spirit fluid, which had boosted the toothed dog's comprehension. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached the perfect stage so quickly. The perfect tier bite pierced straight through the varied colored bird's back, causing it to cry out in pain. I concede, Bai Xin said helplessly. Lazy dog, come back, Chen Yang called out just in time. Hearing its master's voice, the toothed dog naturally stopped attacking and jumped off the varied colored bird's back. In that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Nobody could have expected such a result. The green toad quickly healed the varied colored bird's injuries, and it was soon fine again. However, the victory belonged to Chen Yang. Chen Yang wins, putting him in first place for now, Hao Dong announced. At this, Bai Xin hugged her just recovered varied colored bird with heartache and glared fiercely at Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. This was a battle, after all. It's normal for the toothed dog to fight hard. He couldn't be blamed for that. My god, Chen Yang, your toothed dog is amazing. You actually managed to pull off an upset at the end, Gao Yan said in shock. The way its wounds healed so quickly at the end, that's the toothed dog's true level, isn't it? Everything before was just to trick Bai Xin? What a sly dog. It's easy to imagine that if the toothed dog had shown such terrifying healing power from the start, the varied colored bird would never have dived down so easily, and the end result might have been a draw. Just lucky, that's all. Chen Yang replied humbly. With this battle concluded, the class test was officially over. The homeroom teacher, Hao Dong, announced the top 3 rankings. First place, Chen Yang. Second place, Bai Xin. Third place, Gao Yuan. Your points will be credited to your student cards shortly. After the homeroom teacher left, the class test was completely over. Soon, a group of people surrounded Chen Yang, offering their congratulations. At this moment, Chen Yang became a celebrity in class 1-6. Just then, Bai Xin walked over. Chen Yang, has your toothed dog mastered both bite and claw strike to the perfect stage? And that healing skill, it must be some kind of bloodline skill, right? Bai Xin asked curiously. Chen Yang nodded slightly. Bite and claw strike have indeed been practiced to the perfect stage. As for the healing skill, you could say it's a bloodline skill. Next time, I'll definitely defeat you. Bai Xin walked away after saying that, clearly still unconvinced. Lazy dog, you did great today. How does it feel to beat the varied colored bird? Chen Yang patted the toothed dog's head and asked. The toothed dog nodded repeatedly. It was in a great mood. When it first saw that incredibly powerful varied colored bird, it felt like it would never be able to catch up to it, but now it could ride on its back and defeat it. It, the toothed dog, is invincible. We still have to keep working hard, but today, eat your fill. Chen Yang took the toothed dog to eat plenty of good things, with no limits. The next day, Sun Weiwei called Chen Yang, saying she had a big client to introduce to him. So, Chen Yang immediately rushed from the academy to the breeding shop. The distance was very short, so he arrived quickly. He was very interested in the big client Sun Weiwei mentioned. After all, Sun Weiwei was quite wealthy herself, and the big client she was talking about might offer a job worth millions. Of course, that was assuming he could complete the order. Soon, Sun Weiwei arrived. But when Chen Yang saw the big client Sun Weiwei had brought, he was stunned. He knew this person. Bai Xin. Chen Yang never expected that the major client Sun Weiwei introduced to him would actually be Bai Xin. Chen Yang. Bai Xin was also very shocked when she saw Chen Yang. Cousin, you two know each other? Sun Weiwei asked in surprise. Bai Xin said, Chen Yang is my classmate. You mean he's the amazing pet breeder you were talking about? Sun Weiwei shook her head. I'm not sure if he's a breeder, but this pet shop is truly impressive. Ahem, actually, I am the breeder, Chen Yang admitted. You're a breeder? Bai Xin pulled Sun Weiwei aside and whispered, Cousin, let's just go. This guy is my classmate. We were in the same high school class. Although I don't know him that well, I know for a fact he never touched anything related to pet breeding back then. He probably just got lucky helping you out last time. Sun Weiwei urged, Cousin, let's at least ask if he's confident. If he's not, we can look for other pet shops then. Fine. Bai Xin agreed. Beautiful Sun Weiwei, is Bai Xin your cousin? Chen Yang asked curiously. Yes, Sun Weiwei said. We're about the same age. I'm just a month older than her. Also, I'm a student at Jingwu Beast-Taming Academy, but I'm in class 1. In fact, Chen Yang had long suspected that Sun Weiwei was a student at Jingwu Beast-Taming Academy. After all, given her age, and the fact that she's hanging around the Jingwu district, what else could she be but a student there? Sun Weiwei, what does Bai Xin need? Tell me first. If I'm confident about it, I'll take the job. Sun Weiwei pointed to the colorful bird and said, My cousin wants her colorful bird to learn the flame shield skill, and there's a time limit. It has to be done within 10 days. Are you confident? Learn the flame shield skill within 10 days? Chen Yang was stunned. That would be incredibly difficult. Why must it be within 10 days? He was a bit puzzled by this. Bai Xin quickly said, I have something important to do in 10 days. That's why I put a time limit on it. Just tell me if you're not sure. Let me think about it. Chen Yang began to ponder. He knew a little bit about the flame shield skill. It's a defensive skill and one of the most sought-after abilities for fire-type pets. Furthermore, flame shield is an intermediate skill, and its learning difficulty is among the highest in that category. But once learned, it doesn't just significantly increase the pet's survival rate. It also greatly boosts the beast tamers. This is because the flame shield can be cast not only on the pet itself, but also on the beast tamer. Before a beast tamer reaches the elite level, they are extremely vulnerable. If they are targeted or assassinated, it's very dangerous. But with the flame shield, their survival capability skyrockets, making it very hard to kill the tamer. There are tutorials online to help pets learn flame shield, but most of them are nonsense and carry significant risks. Chen Yang recalled what he knew, and gradually made up his mind. I'm confident, but have you already let the colorful bird receive the skill inheritance for flame shield? Chen Yang asked. Intermediate skills are very complex. Just watching videos isn't enough. You have to let the pet undergo official skill inheritance. Since pets can't talk, they can understand their tamer but can't communicate back. They have to use an inheritance orb to transmit the knowledge. He didn't have a flame shield inheritance orb. We already gave the colorful bird the flame shield inheritance orb. It knows the training content, but it's just too hard to learn and takes a long time. Can you tell me if you're sure or not now? Bai Xin said impatiently. Chen Yang knew Bai Xin still held a grudge about her defeat, so he didn't mind her tone. He said confidently, I am sure. If luck is on our side, it might not even take 10 days. But what kind of payment are you offering? 2 million, how does that sound? Bai Xin said with the air of a wealthy person. 2 million! Chen Yang had to admit that Bai Xin's family was truly wealthy. They could just drop 2 million without a second thought. Of course, this was a big client, so he definitely had to charge a premium. 2 million isn't enough. Chen Yang went for a big ask. I also want an intermediate movement skill inheritance orb. You're trying to get the colorful bird to master the flame shield quickly. You're probably heading to some mystic realm, right? Can I tag along? He figured wherever Bai Xin was going must be a good place. If he could tag along, he might gain even more. There are too few open mystic realms in Jinhai City, and most have restrictions, so there weren't any suitable ones for him in the short term. That's why he wanted to ride on Bai Xin's coattails. Bai Xin hesitated for a moment, thought it over, and then said, Chen Yang, are you really confident? I'm confident. Chen Yang pointed at his own hound. Look, I was able to train my hound's claw strike and bite to the perfection level. You should have faith in me. If I didn't know you had trained your hound to that extent, I would have left already. Bai Xin snorted. She chatted with Sun Weiwei for a bit and then made her decision. Fine, I can take you with me, but on the condition that you train my colorful bird well first, and have it master the flame shield skill. As for where we're going, I'm not telling you anything yet. Bai Xin's proposal was reasonable, and Chen Yang agreed. Bai Xin then took out a pile of resources and handed them to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, these are the resources the colorful bird needs. Feed them to it regularly. I don't want to find that it hasn't grown in power after 10 days. Chen Yang looked at the resources and couldn't help but admire how rich Bai Xin was. These were all truly top-tier items. Bai Xin, how about you add another job? I'll raise the colorful bird's power to the 30-year level, how about that? Are you sure? 30-year power is a minor bottleneck. Even for a colorful bird, being stuck for 10 days or a half month is normal. Are you sure you can train it to master the flame shield and also get it to hit the 30-year level simultaneously? Bai Xin was skeptical and felt Chen Yang was boasting. Just take the order. Whether I succeed or not is my business. Chen Yang said. Fine, I'll place the order. If you really bring the colorful bird to 30 years of power, I'll give you another 2 million. Deal? Bai Xin wasn't short on money, so she directly offered another high price of 2 million. Deal. Chen Yang agreed. Bai Xin warned, remember, you are not allowed to give the colorful bird any forbidden stimulants. I will be testing for them. Don't worry, I won't mess with that garbage. Chen Yang guaranteed. Soon after, Sun Weiwei and Bai Xin left, leaving behind a pile of resources and the colorful bird. Cousin, are you really going to take him with you? Sun Weiwei asked. Bai Xin nodded. If he really succeeds in training my bird and it masters the flame shield, taking him is fine. I'll just tell my dad to get one extra spot. Cousin, the hound you said beat your colorful bird earlier, that was Chen Yang's, right? Sun Weiwei asked curiously. Yes, Bai Xin said. This Chen Yang is really something. A hound defeating a colorful bird is just unbelievable. Sun Weiwei still found it hard to imagine what that scene looked like. It was a pity she hadn't seen it herself. I was just careless. If my colorful bird had stayed in the air, he never would have won, Bai Xin said unconvinced. Sun Weiwei covered her mouth and giggled. Cousin, you still won't admit defeat. If it were a real life or death battle, your colorful bird could barely carry you, let alone fly high. He wouldn't be a match at all. And if it wasn't carrying you, he'd just have the hound attack you directly. What would you do then? Bai Xin's expression changed, and she couldn't find a retort. This situation could only be solved if the colorful bird mastered the flame shield. I hope Chen Yang can get my colorful bird to master the flame shield within 10 days. Bai Xin hoped. On the other side, Chen Yang got the colorful bird settled and began his preparations. For the colorful bird to master the flame shield, it needs more than just the inheritance of the skill. It must be familiar with controlling firepower to form the shield. Chen Yang doesn't have an epiphany status icon right now, and even if he did, he wouldn't waste one on a colorful bird. He has thought of a way to help the colorful bird master the flame shield quickly, but it requires an intermediate healing status, and potentially more than one. Fortunately, intermediate healing statuses are not hard to come by, otherwise he would be reluctant to use them. Afterward, he went and bought a pile of firewood. Firewood is a special kind of lumber from the firewood tree, which contains a certain amount of spiritual energy. Inside the secret realm, firewood is not rare, so its value is not particularly high. 1,000 yuan is enough to buy a lot of it, and Chen Yang bought several thousand yuan worth at once. The backyard. Chen Yang took out a portion of the firewood he bought, lit it up, and created a fiery area. This method was something he once saw in a video online, where a beast tamer threw his own fire-type pet into a fire to make it master fire skills. Of course, that beast tamer failed. The pet was severely injured and almost died. There are quite a few beast tamers who use this method, but most fail. Some pets even perish because of it, and only a very small number succeed, usually with some lingering side effects. The reason Chen Yang dares to use this method is naturally because of the intermediate healing status icon. He can grant the intermediate healing status icon to the colorful bird and let it enter the fire zone. This way, the bird can become more familiar with the power of fire and learn to manipulate it into a shield. As long as it keeps trying, it will definitely succeed. The fire created by burning the wood also possesses spiritual energy, meeting the requirements and making it suitable for training the colorful bird. Colorful bird, get into this fire zone. Chen Yang pushed the colorful bird and pointed at the fire zone, his meaning quite clear. The colorful bird immediately understood his intent. Its pupils shrank as it shook its head repeatedly, resolutely refusing to enter. Even though it is a fire-type pet, it cannot be immune to external flames. Lazy dog, come here and set an example. Chen Yang called the toothed dog over, applied an intermediate healing status icon to it, and sent it into the fire zone. Using spiritually infused fire to temper the body is also a way to increase physical strength. Therefore, he had originally intended for the toothed dog to take this opportunity to temper its body. With the intermediate healing status icon, the toothed dog rushed directly into the flames. Although the power of the fire constantly burned the toothed dog, causing some pain, the rate of healing was incredibly fast. From the outside, it seemed like nothing at all was happening to the toothed dog. At this moment, the colorful bird was bewildered. This toothed dog is so impressive, it's actually not afraid of fire. Thinking about how it is a fire-type pet, if it cowers now, wouldn't that prove it is inferior to the toothed dog? And so, it prepared to enter the fire as well. At this, Chen Yang immediately granted the colorful bird an intermediate healing status icon. As a fire-type pet, combined with the intermediate healing status icon, the bird had even less reason to fear the flames. At the start, it felt some pain from the burns, but as its body continuously healed, it was perfectly fine, and the bird let out a sigh of relief. The colorful bird remembered Bai Xin's words, knowing that it was here to train for the flame shield, and this fire zone was undoubtedly the best place for such training. So, it began to train diligently. The firewood burns for a long time, so Chen Yang only needs to add more wood every half day. Time passed slowly, and both the toothed dog and the colorful bird were training hard. Chen Yang went out to look for 10x cultivation status icons. After spending most of the day, he finally collected 2. Upon returning, he gave one to the colorful bird to help it boost its cultivation speed. This way, the 2 jobs for that big client Bai Xin should be no problem. Chen Yang thought to himself. Chen Yang murmured. Days went by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Both the toothed dog and the colorful bird had made significant progress. Especially the colorful bird. Under the 10x cultivation effect, its progress was terrifying. It was already at 29 years of cultivation and about to break through to 30. The key was that he hadn't even given the colorful bird much of the resources Bai Xin had provided. Looking at it this way, can I keep those resources for myself? Anyway, as long as I get her colorful bird to 30 years of cultivation, I will have fulfilled the goal, and the resources can naturally belong to me. Chen Yang felt this logic was perfectly sound. Boom! The colorful bird's cultivation broke through, officially stepping into the 30-year threshold. A villa in the Jinghu district. Bai Xin received a wave of energy feedback, and her physical fitness increased significantly. The colorful bird's cultivation has broken through. Bai Xin was surprised. She originally thought Chen Yang was just bragging. She didn't expect him to really be able to raise the colorful bird's cultivation to 30 years within 10 days. Perhaps Chen Yang really can help the colorful bird master the flame shield. Bai Xin began to feel hopeful. Another day passed, and the colorful bird finally mastered the flame shield. A faint shield separated the bird from the fire zone, and the colorful bird walked out from within the flames. So this is the flame shield. Chen Yang had the toothed dog try attacking the flame shield. With a bang! The toothed dog's claws were deflected. Even a claw attack at the perfection level couldn't break the flame shield. Of course, this was also because the toothed dog's current cultivation was lower than the colorful bird's. Afterward, Chen Yang had the colorful bird practice a few more times. Eventually, the colorful bird was able to successfully manifest the flame shield using only its own internal firepower, without needing the fire in the zone. With that, Chen Yang completed the order. I can call Bai Xin to come over now. Chen Yang immediately phoned Bai Xin. Not long after, Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei arrived together. The colorful bird saw its owner, Bai Xin, and flew over immediately. Colorful bird, have you learned the flame shield? Bai Xin asked. A thin layer of flame shield appeared before the colorful bird. It really learned it. Bai Xin was overjoyed. She went closer to the bird and checked its attributes. Sure enough, the flame shield tag appeared, and it was already at the entry level. Chen Yang, you're really amazing, Sun Weiwei praised. If I had known, I would have kept having you train my Baba Beast. I know I'm amazing, Chen Yang said proudly. The two women didn't catch the nuance. They were currently busy checking the colorful bird's physical condition. After confirming everything was fine, Bai Xin started to transfer the funds to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, I've just transferred the 4 million to you, Bai Xin said. Thank you. Chen Yang was delighted. Earning 4 million so easily was faster than anything he had done in the Baishan secret realm. This is the intermediate agility skill inheritance orb you wanted. Bai Xin took a gray inheritance orb from her bag and handed it to Chen Yang. What kind of intermediate agility skill is it? Chen Yang asked with curiosity. Lightning flash, Bai Xin said. I know your toothed dog doesn't possess lightning power, so it might not be easy to learn, but intermediate agility skills are rare, and since no one is selling them, this was all I could find in such a short time. You can buy some lightning fluid to feed the toothed dog and train it to use lightning flash. There's a chance it could succeed. Lightning flash, that's a decent intermediate agility skill. I'm satisfied. Chen Yang accepted it happily. Afterward, he asked, Bai Xin, can you tell me now where we are going next? Bai Xin nodded and began to reveal the information to Chen Yang. The place we are going to is a 100-year secret realm, Bai Xin revealed. A 100-year secret realm? Isn't that too dangerous? Chen Yang was shocked. There must be many 100-year-old exotic beasts in a 100-year secret realm, perhaps even some with several centuries of cultivation. For people like them who haven't been beast tamers for long, a 100-year secret realm is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous place. They wouldn't last a few minutes if they went in. It is a newly birthed 100-year secret realm, Bai Xin explained. This secret realm is currently unknown to the outside world and is under official control. Because it was just born, there are no exotic beasts with 100 years of cultivation in it. Most are just decades old. So that's how it is. Chen Yang heaved a sigh of relief. If it were a true 100-year secret realm, he would definitely not go. Even with many status icons, he wouldn't be able to save his life. Bai Xin continued, newly birthed secret realms are highly valuable, full of resources, and may even contain unknown treasures. Therefore, the Daxia district officials don't allow other beast tamers to enter and have only released a few spots. Chen Yang realized that the value of this spot was even more precious than he had imagined. I originally only planned to go in with my cousin, and now you are joining, but this matter must not be leaked. Do you understand? Bai Xin demanded. Okay. Chen Yang nodded. After Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei left, Chen Yang began to prepare for entering the 100-year secret realm. First, the advanced healing status icons, he definitely needed to hoard a few, and he needed to stock up on a large number of intermediate healing status icons. To obtain healing status icon fragments, he chose to buy a batch of live chickens and use them to collect the fragments. Of course, animals in this world easily turn into exotic beasts, so even ordinary chickens raised as livestock are strictly controlled, making it difficult to buy many at once. He went to several places before finally purchasing a batch of live chickens. Then, he cut the chickens and used rejuvenation fluid to heal their wounds, thereby collecting healing status icon fragments. Just like that, he gathered one intermediate healing status icon after another and synthesized several advanced healing status icons. As for the tenfold cultivation status icon, he was quite lucky. He encountered a store having a grand opening sale where true blood pills were heavily discounted, leading many beast tamers to buy them. Some even fed the true blood pills to their pets on the spot, so he directly collected a batch of tenfold cultivation status icon fragments and gathered several of them. And 3 of the tenfold cultivation status icons could be synthesized. Synthesize them. Chen Yang had the 3 tenfold cultivation status icons combined into one. 30-fold cultivation status icon 10 days. 3 10-fold cultivation status icons synthesized into one 30-fold one? This is great. Chen Yang immediately applied the 30-fold cultivation status icon to the tooth dog, giving it the 30-fold buff. After the tooth dog possessed the 30-fold cultivation status icon, its cultivation speed skyrocketed, and with Chen Yang taking out the resources, Bai Xin gave the colorful bird for it to consume. The tooth dog's cultivation surged rapidly. Before the appointed time arrived, the tooth dog's cultivation finally broke through to 30 years. Boom! The third wave of regurgitated energy surged into Chen Yang's body, causing his physical fitness to increase significantly. My physical fitness has improved again? Nice. Chen Yang was in a great mood. The only pity was that the tooth dog hadn't mastered lightning flash. He had bought some lightning fluid, but without the help of an epiphany status icon, the tooth dog had practiced many times and still couldn't grasp the mysteries of lightning flash. Intermediate skills are too difficult for it to practice, and it couldn't learn it in such a short time. I can only hope to come across an epiphany status icon, like the green spirit tree from last time. If I encountered a batch of those, that would be wonderful. But that was just wishful thinking. 800 Square. Chen Yang, Sun Weiwei, and Bai Xin had arranged to meet here. Chen Yang arrived early, and after waiting for half an hour, Sun Weiwei and Bai Xin finally showed up. Chen Yang, let's head to the flight station. Bai Xin said. Are we leaving Jinhai City? Chen Yang asked. Yes, Bai Xin replied. That secret realm is not in Jinhai City. It's a bit far from here, so we need to take a flight vehicle. At its speed, we should arrive in about an hour. This world doesn't have backward flying vehicles like airplanes. Instead, they use flight vehicles that can land and take off freely, essentially low-end versions of spacecraft. After all, the current Earth Federation has stepped out of Earth and become an interstellar civilization. Although they don't own many planets, their technology still surpasses his previous life. Soon, Chen Yang and the others arrived at the flight station and took a vehicle to Qishan City. The location of that secret realm is in Qishan, near Qishan City. An hour later, they arrived at Qishan City, and then spent another half hour to reach Qishan. Qishan is garrisoned by an army composed of beast tamers, equipped with technological weapons not available to ordinary people, giving them immense combat power that makes others dare not trespass. Bai Xin presented her credentials, went through various checks, and finally reached the secret realm gate. The Qishan secret realm has special rules. Technological weapons cannot be used, nor can communication devices. So, if you go in, you won't be able to use modern equipment to call for help. Do you understand? A female beast tamer asked. Understood. Bai Xin nodded. After the final paperwork was signed, the 3 of them walked through the gate and entered the 100-year secret realm. As soon as he entered the 100-year secret realm, Chen Yang felt his body become clear and his mood very pleasant. This is my first time entering a 100-year secret realm, Sun Weiwei said excitedly. Bai Xin didn't seem to be entering for the first time, so she wasn't particularly excited. My father said that secret realms over 100 years contain special spiritual particles. Staying here for a long time improves physical fitness. Moreover, only secret realms of over 100 years are suitable for exotic beasts to grow, so they grow much faster here than in 10-year realms, Bai Xin explained. I wonder if humans can absorb these spiritual particles? Chen Yang muttered. No. Bai Xin shook her head. Humans cannot cultivate. At least not when their cultivation level is too low. We can only rely on the energy regurgitated by our growing exotic beasts. Perhaps we will solve this issue when we become legendary Emperor-level beast tamers. Emperor-level beast tamer. Chen Yang was also full of yearning. Those were the most powerful beast tamers in the Earth Federation, existences whose bodies could traverse the stars, and whose lifespans could reach over 10,000 years. They were still far too distant from being emperor level, not even counting as dust. Just then, Bai Xin took out a simple map. Chen Yang, let's head to this place first, which is my destination this time. After we go there, we can go to other places, how about it? Bai Xin proposed. Where is this? Chen Yang asked curiously. A place of fire-type treasure, Bai Xin explained. This kind of place is very suitable for the colorful bird to cultivate, and there is hope for its bloodline to awaken. Once it initially awakens, it might manifest a bloodline skill, boosting its power significantly. After discovering this location, my father got the spot for me to come in and use it as training. Okay, let's go there then. Chen Yang had no objections. Chen Yang, Sun Weiwei, and Bai Xin began to follow the route on the map. Of course, Bai Xin only knew about this fire element treasure land. She had no idea what dangers lay within, so they had to proceed with caution. The five-colored bird flew low, not daring to go too high. If it flew at a high altitude, it would be spotted by many exotic beasts, some of which possessed long-range attacks and could knock it out of the sky. Let my fang dog lead the way, Chen Yang suggested. Bai Xin agreed. That is a good idea. Your fang dog has powerful recovery abilities and high survivability, so it should be fine even if it encounters some minor dangers. And so, the fang dog led the way forward. Soon, they encountered an exotic beast with 43 years of cultivation, a green leaf snake. The fang dog had 30 years of cultivation. The five-colored bird had 31 years, and the baba beast had 25 years. Since all three pets had mastered their skills, dealing with a green leaf snake that had none was not a problem at all. Very quickly, the fang dog, with the help of the five-colored bird, killed the green leaf snake. With the strength of the three of them, as long as they didn't run into any beasts with over 50 years of cultivation, they wouldn't have any major issues. Along the way, they encountered quite a few beasts, but whenever they came across one with over 50 years of cultivation, they simply slipped away rather than engaging in a fight. After all, their goal was not to hunt beasts, but to reach that fire element treasure land. Of course, if they found any resources, they would naturally stop to collect them. Hey, there are so many profound leaf flowers here. Seeing a patch of pale golden flowers, Bai Xin ran over excitedly. What is a profound leaf flower? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in our textbooks, Chen Yang asked for clarification. Bai Xin introduced. The profound leaf flower is a low-level heaven and earth treasure. It has an effect similar to recovery serum, but even better. A single petal can help a pet recover from injuries quickly. I never expected to see so many here. Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised. If he had these flowers, he wouldn't need to buy recovery serum in the future. He could just use the petals to obtain recovery status fragments. There are so many, let's split them, Sun Weiwei suggested. Yeah, our pets might get injured quite often in this secret realm, so these flowers will come in handy. Immediately, the three of them split up the flowers. Just then, some rodent-like beasts rushed over. It is an opossum beast! Chen Yang, Bai Xin, and Sun Weiwei recognized them immediately. These opossums were not weak, with over 30 years of cultivation, and some even reaching 40 years. The fang dog rushed forward and swiped them down one by one. However, as soon as the beasts hit the ground, they showed no signs of life. Did these opossum beasts die so easily? Sun Weiwei asked in surprise. Bai Xin shook her head. Some of them might not be dead. This species is best at playing dead. Unless you dissect their bodies, you can't be sure if they are truly dead. At this moment, Chen Yang stared intently above their heads. Feigned death status. Feigned death status. Feigned death status. Seeing these status icons, he knew clearly that these opossum beasts were not dead at all, but merely playing dead. Playing dead, that is too convincing, no breath, no signs of life. This status icon is quite good. He walked over and began to collect the feigned death status icons from 4 meters away. Before long, he had gathered several complete feigned death status icons. Feigned death status, 6 hours. A total of 6 feigned death status icons and 1 fragment, enough to synthesize an intermediate feigned death status icon. Under Chen Yang's manipulation, 3 feigned death status icons merged into an intermediate one. Intermediate feigned death status, 6 hours. Harvesting so many feigned death icons at once put Chen Yang in a great mood. Forget it, if they want to play dead, let them, let's go, Chen Yang urged. Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei nodded. After they left, the opossum beasts started moving again. Some were indeed too badly hurt to move, so the other ones ran over to support their injured companions, helping them slowly retreat back into their caves. After 3 more hours of trekking, they finally arrived at the fire element treasure land. So hot! Chen Yang was sweating profusely, and this was even with him having undergone 3 energy feedback enhancements, giving him physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. If an average person were here, they would likely collapse from heat exhaustion within minutes. Baixin and Sun Weiwei were also very hot and soaked in sweat, causing their clothes to stick to their skin and perfectly revealing their graceful figures. Chen Yang couldn't help but take a few extra looks. "What are you looking at?" Baixin glared at Chen Yang. Then, both girls took out a white leaf and held it in their mouths. The next moment, they seemed much more comfortable, stopped sweating, and appeared unaffected by the environment anymore. "What is that in your mouths? I want one too," Chen Yang asked curiously. "It is an ice leaf. It can cool down the body and shield us from the scorching heat. In a place like this with fire elements, holding an ice leaf keeps us from feeling hot. We brought just enough for ourselves and didn't pack extra because ice leaves are difficult to preserve," Baixin explained. "So that is how it is." Chen Yang felt helpless and had to endure the environment on his own. The fire element treasure land was not only hot, but the air seemed filled with flickering firelight, forming beautiful rings of light. In an open area, the 5-colored bird began to cultivate, its body seeming to absorb the fiery spiritual particles of the area at every moment. There were also many fire-type exotic beasts in the vicinity. Soon, Chen Yang and the others attracted the attention of some fire-type beasts. Baixin, let your 5-colored bird continue to cultivate. Leave these beasts to my fang dog, Chen Yang said. Chen Yang, thank you, Baixin said with gratitude. Lazy dog, come here. Chen Yang called over the lazy dog, then patted its head, silently granting it a new intermediate healing status. Since its previous healing status was about to expire, he needed to refresh it. Lazy dog, go, Chen Yang commanded. Woof. The fang dog barked and excitedly charged toward the exotic beasts. Chen Yang, your fang dog doesn't look lazy at all. Why do you always call it lazy dog? Sun Weiwei wondered. Because it used to be very lazy, so I got used to calling it that, and it likes hearing it, Chen Yang explained. If the fang dog could speak, it would definitely say, I do not like hearing it. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak, and had no right to resist. Those fire-type beasts were indeed quite powerful, some with over 40 years of cultivation, so the fang dog had a tough fight, and kept getting injured while being surrounded. However, with the intermediate healing status icon, it was completely unafraid of injuries. Instead, those exotic beasts were soon severely wounded or even killed. As a result, the beasts turned into corpses one after another. Chen Yang, your fang dog's recovery ability is too insane. It doesn't fear being surrounded at all, Baixin exclaimed. Is there no limit to this recovery ability? There is a limit, but these beasts aren't strong enough to push Lazy Dog to that limit. Chen Yang wanted to say that as long as the intermediate healing status remained active, the fang dog would have no limit. What Chen Yang, Baixin, and Sun Weiwei did not know was that in a forest not far from the fire element treasure land, a young man in black armor was rushing toward them at high speed. Abruptly, a spotted tiger with 45 years of cultivation blocked his path, but he crushed its throat with one hand and killed it instantly. Then, he continued forward, turning into shadows as he vanished into the forest. Someone is there! Chen Yang noticed a figure racing toward them from not far away, moving at an incredible speed. An elite beastmaster. Baixin and Sun Weiwei's pupils constricted. They had encountered many elite beastmasters and were well aware of their strength. The person before them was unmistakably an elite beastmaster. How could an elite beastmaster get in here? Didn't the authorities restrict elite beastmasters from entering? Even getting close to that level makes it hard to secure a spot. Sun Weiwei's expression shifted. There is only one possibility, Baixin said. His century-level beast must have died, and the inspection process only detected one beast with a few decades of cultivation. Moreover, he must have a way to conceal his physical attributes to bypass the Kishan Secret Realm's inspection protocol. We don't know his motive. Let's go! Baixin made an immediate decision. The trio quickly moved away, but the elite beastmaster immediately changed direction and pursued them. It was clear that the elite beastmaster was targeting them, or at least one of them. Whoosh! The elite beastmaster closed in, pulled out a map, glanced at it, and laughed. Found you, Baixin, daughter of the Fire Phoenix Heavenly King. Who are you? Upon realizing the target was herself, Bai Xin's expression darkened. Knowing her identity yet daring to attack her meant this was no ordinary elite beastmaster. An ordinary elite beastmaster would be terrified to show her even the slightest disrespect if they knew who she was. This person likely belonged to some unknown, powerful faction. The elite beastmaster was ruthless and brief. He charged straight at Bai Xin. He did not summon a beast. For an elite beastmaster, a beast with only decades of cultivation was of no help and far less powerful than his own combat prowess. "Lazy dog," Chen Yang shouted. The lazy dog, having a tacit understanding with Chen Yang, knew exactly what to do upon hearing its master's voice. It charged directly at the elite beastmaster to intercept him. "Five-colored bird, give the lazy dog a flame shield," Bai Xin commanded. Whoosh! A flame shield appeared before the lazy dog, bolstering its defense. A lazy dog with 30 years of cultivation? An ant! The elite beastmaster threw a punch, seemingly breaking the sound barrier. Boom! The flame shield shattered instantly, and the lingering force of the punch struck the lazy dog, sending it flying dozens of meters back to land in front of Chen Yang. The lazy dog was now on the brink of death. Chen Yang immediately applied a high-level healing status to the lazy dog. Otherwise, relying only on intermediate healing wouldn't be enough. The opponent's power was simply too terrifying. "Five-colored bird, use flame blast," Bai Xin urged. The five-colored bird opened its beak and unleashed a barrage of flame blasts. Fireballs surged toward the elite beastmaster, but he was too fast and easily dodged the bombardment. Even when he was hit, he simply swatted them away. They posed no threat to him at all. An elite beastmaster is this powerful? Chen Yang had to admit that once a beastmaster reached the elite level, their personal combat power was formidable. Only peers or century-level beasts could stand against them. Just as the elite beastmaster was about to reach them, Bai Xin played her trump card. Bai Xin's background was significant. She naturally had a trump card for entering this place, or her parents wouldn't have felt safe letting her come. Bai Xin took out a sphere and hurled it directly at the elite beastmaster. Pop! The sphere burst, transforming into red chains that instantly formed a chain prison. The chains automatically bound the elite beastmaster, trapping him. Don't attack him. An elite beastmaster's physical constitution is very high. We can't kill him in such a short time, Bai Xin said. At that moment, the elite beastmaster's clothes began to dissolve, and black scales emerged on his skin, even appearing on his face. At the same time, his aura surged violently. He is a beastmaster from the heretic god palace. Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei's faces turned pale. Chen Yang was also horrified. He knew of the heretic god cult, an organization listed as an evil faction by the entire Earth Federation. It was said they had betrayed humanity and were comprised of fanatics. Of course, that was all he knew about the heretic god palace. He didn't have much deeper understanding. For instance, he had no idea why scales were growing out of the beastmaster's skin. The fire chain prison won't hold him. He'll break free in at most half a minute. We won't make it far in that time, Bai Xin said anxiously. Cousin, take out the empty wood tokens, Sun Weiwei said. But there are only 2 tokens. Chen Yang won't be able to escape, Bai Xin said urgently. Realizing the 2 women had a way out, Chen Yang said, Go now if you can. I have a way to survive. Don't overthink it. Just leave. Once you're out, you can send for support, and I can hold out for a while. Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei were not indecisive. They knew what the best choice was. They recalled their beasts to the beast space, and immediately activated the empty wood tokens. Whoosh! The 2 women were shrouded in white light as the space tore open, and they vanished by passing directly through the spatial rift. The Fire Phoenix Heavenly King actually gave you a spatial treasure. Damn it! The elite beastmaster of the Heretic God Palace roared in anger. The Heretic God Palace had paid a high price for this mission. This was the best opportunity to kill Bai Xin. If she died, the news would throw the Fire Phoenix Heavenly King into chaos, which would facilitate the palace's plans. Crack, crack, crack. The chains were shattering, and the elite beastmaster was on the verge of breaking free. Run! Chen Yang ran fast with the lazy dog, but his own speed couldn't keep up with the beast. I should apply a high-level healing status to myself first. Otherwise, even a slight graze from him will kill me, Chen Yang thought to himself. It was a pity that the effects of high-level healing and intermediate healing could not be stacked. Otherwise, he would definitely have activated both icons. Soon, the elite beastmaster shook off the chains. If I can't kill Bai Xin, I'll kill you, kid. The elite beastmaster furiously charged toward Chen Yang. He knew that entering this place was a death sentence, and he couldn't escape, so he wanted to take Chen Yang out before he died. The elite Beastmaster moved with incredible speed, easily catching up to the lazy dog and Chen Yang. Lazy dog, block him, Chen Yang commanded. The lazy dog charged forward again, but it was nowhere near a match for the elite Beastmaster. It was sent flying by a punch that shattered its internal organs and left a gaping hole in its body. However, the recovery effect of the high-level healing status was terrifying. The hole in the lazy dog's body seemed to heal instantly, and its internal injuries also vanished in a flash. It's still not dead. The elite Beastmaster was stunned. He didn't believe a mere 30-year cultivation lazy dog could possess such a monstrous healing skill. It was more likely that some sort of treasure was involved. If this dog is hard to kill, I'll just kill its master. The elite Beastmaster swatted the attacking lazy dog away and lunged straight for Chen Yang.
At this moment, Tooth Dog had no way to intercept him. Chen Yang was merely an ordinary Beastmaster who had only experienced 3 energy feedbacks. His combat power was naturally negligible, and he was no match for an elite Beastmaster. However, the fact that he dared to let Sun Weiwei and Bai Xin leave without hesitation, claiming he was confident in his own survival, proved he was not just bluffing. Just as the elite Beastmaster reached a distance of 4 meters from Chen Yang instantly applied 2 status icons onto him. These were not beneficial status icons. They were the high-level hunger status icon and the intermediate-level estrus status icon. Chen Yang was not sure what the exact effect of the high-level hunger icon was, and he did not dare use Tooth Dog to test it, but he knew it would definitely cripple the elite Beastmaster's combat power. As for the intermediate-level estrus icon, it would be extremely useful in a moment. So hungry. The elite Beastmaster's expression changed. He did not know why he was suddenly so hungry, as if he were on the verge of starving to death. Moreover, he was now struggling to control himself. Damn it, I am in the middle of killing someone. Why do I have this feeling? He could not understand it. The hunger caused by the high-level hunger status left him stunned, causing his movements to become sluggish in an instant. Lazy dog, Chen Yang shouted. Tooth Dog, who had hurried back, unleashed a perfect-level claw strike at the back of the stunned elite Beastmaster's head. Clang! It failed to break his defense. The elite Beastmaster, in a rage, swatted Tooth Dog away once more. By this time, Chen Yang had already run away, heading towards some fire-type beasts nearby. Tooth Dog was clever too. After being swatted away, it also ran in that direction. The elite Beastmaster forcibly suppressed the hunger and that indescribable state to continue chasing Chen Yang, but his speed had clearly decreased significantly. This elite Beastmaster is still chasing me. This guy is truly ferocious. Even after being hit with the high-level hunger icon, he can still display such powerful strength. Chen Yang marveled secretly. If it were Tooth Dog, it would have been too hungry to move by now, afraid that even the slightest motion would cause it to starve to death. Soon, Chen Yang approached the fire-type beasts. When they saw a human approaching, they actually wanted to attack him. But at that moment, Chen Yang waved his hand, and estrus status icons landed on top of their heads one by one. Instantly, these fire-type beasts entered an estrus state. Chen Yang could easily imagine what would happen when an estrus state met another estrus state. And the estrus status icon on the elite Beastmaster was intermediate level, meaning his body would naturally emit a special scent that would attract these affected beasts. Sure enough, these fire-type beasts all rushed toward the elite Beastmaster, intercepted him, and pounced on him one after another. The eyes of these fire-type beasts were blood red, and their state was very strange. The key was that the elite Beastmaster also wanted to engage these beasts in physical combat. Damn it, I cannot think like this. This little brat must have used some secret treasure to affect me. The elite Beastmaster bit his own arm, drawing blood instantly, using the pain to alleviate his estrus state. At the same time, he began killing these beasts directly, thinking that would lessen the influence on him. Boom, boom, boom. One beast after another was slaughtered by the elite Beastmaster. And these beasts in estrus cannot stop that elite Beastmaster either. They can only stall for a little time. Qiashi Yang felt desperate. He did not have many estrus status icons left, if only he could find some powerful beasts. Run! Chen Yang and Tooth Dog kept running, not bothering to choose a direction, just sprinting wildly. Soon, The elite Beastmaster caught up again. This time, the elite Beastmaster looked a bit disheveled. His clothes were torn, and he had even been bitten on some parts of his body. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The elite Beastmaster was too fast. Chen Yang would be caught sooner or later. Suddenly, Chen Yang saw a giant mountain ape sleeping on a huge rock not far away, and he instantly saw hope. This mountain ape must have nearly 90 years of cultivation. Chen Yang estimated. Just as he was about to be overtaken, he finally reached the vicinity of the mountain ape. Lazy dog, play dead later, do not move. Chen Yang commanded. Toothed dog stared, unable to believe its master's decision. Play dead? Is not that just asking for death? Does he think lying there and pretending to be dead will stop the enemy from attacking them? Chen Yang did not care whether Toothed Dog agreed or not. He pulled it over, collapsed by the side of the stone, and applied the fake death status icon to both himself and Toothed Dog. In an instant, all aura from Chen Yang and Toothed Dog vanished. Even if observed from close range, they would appear to be a dead man and a dead dog. Boom! The mountain ape had been woken up by Chen Yang and Toothed Dog. It looked to find them, but only saw 2 corpses. Not bothering to care, it assumed they were just 2 ants it had accidentally crushed while sleeping. However, the elite Beastmaster drew its attention, as his aura was too powerful. To this mountain ape, this was its territory, and anyone who trespassed was an enemy. Thump, thump, thump. The mountain ape walked toward the elite Beastmaster, intending to drive him away. Suddenly, the mountain ape was only 4 meters away from Chen Yang. I will give you an estrus status. Chen Yang whispered to himself. Whoosh! An estrus status icon landed on the mountain ape's head. Instantly, the mountain ape entered an estrus state, its eyes turning completely red. The gazes of the elite Beastmaster and the mountain ape locked in the air, as if ready to spark an unnatural fire. Bang! The mountain ape leaped with all its might, pouncing on the elite Beastmaster. Damn that little bastard! The elite Beastmaster understood what had happened immediately. It was clear that Chen Yang had used the same trick to trap the mountain ape. He looked toward Chen Yang's position and found that Chen Yang had no aura at all. Because his own mental state was poor, he did not know what had happened. Could it be that just now, when he was mentally disoriented, the mountain ape had smashed Chen Yang to death, and that Toothed Dog had died along with its master? But he had no time to think, as the mountain ape had already pounced on him. Boom! The elite Beastmaster and the mountain ape began to fight. The mountain ape wanted to pin the elite Beastmaster, while the Beastmaster wanted to kill the mountain ape. They fought for their respective goals. However, the mountain ape was not a 100-year beast, so its strength was slightly inferior. But the elite Beastmaster was being heavily affected by the high-level hunger icon, so his combat power had declined severely. Bang! The 4-meter-tall mountain ape was sent flying by the elite Beastmaster's punch, and a dent appeared on its chest. This blow completely enraged the mountain ape. Roar! The mountain ape let out a roar, and its body began to grow taller. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a 6-meter-tall mountain ape. Intermediate skill, Ape King Transformation. This was a bloodline skill unique to mountain apes, and only a very few could trigger it. After using Ape King Transformation, the strength of this mountain ape was now comparable to an average 100-year beast. Then, the mountain ape's fists grew massive, and a barrage of fist shadows smashed down from the sky. This was another skill, Ape King Strike. Of course, Ape King Strike was only a low-level skill, but combined with Ape King Transformation, the attack power was incredibly violent. Mountain ape, get the hell out of my way. The elite Beastmaster yelled in anger. But this time, he failed to push the mountain ape back. Time passed, and both the elite Beastmaster and the mountain ape were heavily injured. And Chen Yang and Toothed Dog continued to play dead. A 50-year cultivation pet beast was summoned by the elite Beastmaster. It was a blood python, covered in scales, looking full of potential and likely reaching a rank. Furthermore, having been nurtured by the elite Beastmaster, this blood python's combat power was definitely not bad. Go and swallow that man and the dog. The elite Beastmaster commanded. Regardless of whether Chen Yang and Toothed Dog were truly dead or not, once swallowed, they would certainly be dead. The blood python heard the master's command and quickly slithered toward Chen Yang and Toothed Dog. I almost forgot this elite Beastmaster still has a pet beast. Chen Yang secretly felt that things were taking a turn for the worse. A 50-year-old blood python is not weak at all. Even Yagu would have a hard time dealing with it. Soon, the blood python drew closer and closer to him. Just as the blood python was only 4 meters away, he threw the last heat status icon stored in his system frame at it. Instantly, the blood python was affected by the heat status icon. At this moment, Chen Yang and Yagu were in a state of suspended animation, essentially appearing like corpses, so they naturally held no attraction for the blood python. After all, the blood python is just a pet beast with low intelligence and weak self-control, unlike an elite beastmaster who possesses a strong willpower. Therefore, it rushed toward its master. Because it loved its master so much. Blood python, do not come over here. Go and devour that human brat and that Yagu. The elite beastmaster roared. However, due to this moment of distraction, the mountain ape landed an ape king strike on him, blasting him away with a single punch. Seeing the elite beastmaster injured, and compounded by the effect of the heat status, the blood python completely lost its mind and slithered directly toward the elite beastmaster. Useless thing. The elite beastmaster had no choice but to recall the blood python into his beast space. Otherwise, not only would the blood python be of no help, it would only cause him trouble. Boom! The mountain ape lunged again. The elite beastmaster's expression shifted as he dragged his injured body, further weakened by the high-level hunger status, and continued to battle the mountain ape. If not for the high-level hunger status, he would not be unable to handle a single mountain ape. As his injuries worsened, the effects of the high-level hunger status intensified, and his condition deteriorated further. Suddenly, he began to mutate again. More scales appeared on his body, his face became completely inhuman, and his hands transformed into claws. Of course, his speed increased, his strength grew greater, but he was also on the verge of losing his sanity completely. Puff, puff, puff. The mountain ape's body was repeatedly slashed by the elite beastmaster's claws, and the mountain ape, now thoroughly enraged, struck the elite beastmaster with heavy blows again and again. Both the man and the beast had gone completely mad, engaging in a brutal melee with no intention of dodging, just waiting to see who would hold out until the end. Not far away, Chen Yang squinted, watching the battle, and could not help but marvel at the elite beastmaster's terrifying strength, and how little like a human he had become. A normal elite beastmaster definitely would not be like this. This elite beastmaster from the heretic god hall must have undergone some kind of modification, Chen Yang speculated. Time ticked away second by second. In the end, the mountain ape could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. In truth, Chen Yang really wanted to cast a healing status icon on the mountain ape, but the distance was too great, and he did not dare to move, so he could only watch the beast fall. With the mountain ape dead, the elite beastmaster's condition was also dire. One of his arms was broken, and his body was covered in dense, gory wounds. Suddenly, the scales on the elite beastmaster's body began to recede, and he reverted to his human appearance. Yagu, go! Chen Yang knew clearly that he could not give his opponent any chance to heal. Otherwise, once the opponent regained his strength, it would be the end for him and Yagu. Whoosh! Yagu, previously in a state of suspended animation, immediately sprang up and charged at the elite beastmaster. This time, the elite beastmaster could not severely injure Yagu in one blow, only managing a minor wound. And with the high-level healing status, Yagu was like an undead god of war, charging in time and time again. Suddenly, the elite beastmaster grabbed Yagu with one hand, attempting to snap its neck and kill it. However, as soon as the bones in Yagu's neck fractured, they immediately knitted back together. Claw strike. Yagu aimed its claws at the wound on the elite Lin arm and slashed fiercely. The elite beastmaster shrieked in pain and let go of Yagu. Immediately, Yagu continued its assault. Lazy dog, go for the low ground. Chen Yang commanded. Yagu understood instantly. It performed a sliding tackle followed by a savage claw strike and a bite. The elite beastmaster let out another agonizing scream and knelt on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Under Chen Yang's command, Yagu fully employed its rogue tactics, wounding the elite beastmaster again and again. Gradually, the elite beastmaster was unable to fight any longer. Thud. The elite beastmaster collapsed, his aura beginning to fade away. Of course, fearing that the elite beastmaster was playing dead, Chen Yang had Yagu repeatedly attack his throat until it was completely severed, and then pierce his heart. Only then was the elite Beastmaster truly, unmistakably dead. Done. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Although he did not participate in the fighting, he was incredibly tense. He was mentally exhausted. Yagu was also tired and lay down on the ground to rest. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Yang walked over to loot the elite Beastmaster. Damn it, what a pauper. Other than a photo, he has nothing on him. Chen Yang cursed. This guy probably did not bring anything, heading straight for the fire element treasure land upon entering the Kishin's secret realm. He likely thought killing Bai Xin would be simple, and the mission easy, ignoring the fact that she and her group possessed a spatial treasure. Lazy dog, let us search the mountain ape's territory and see if there is anything to gain. Chen Yang and Yagu went hunting for resources. Soon he found something. Fire sun grass, good stuff. Chen Yang was overjoyed. This fire sun grass is very valuable. It is one of the main ingredients for refining fire sun liquid, which helps many pet beasts temper their bodies. He had seen the price of fire sun liquid in a pet resource shop before. A small bottle cost about 100,000 credits, and there was so much fire sun grass here. If sold, this batch of fire sun grass would likely be worth over 10 million. If he had not let the elite Beastmaster kill the mountain ape, he definitely would not have been able to harvest this fire sun grass. The mountain ape would have surely smashed him to death. Chen Yang carefully uprooted the fire sun grass and packed them away. Keep looking. Chen Yang soon found another good thing, a fire sun fruit tree. This fire sun fruit tree was about 50 years old, and the fruit on it contained immense energy, also acting as a treasure to temper a pet's body. Moreover, the fire sun fruit can be fed directly to pet beasts. Immediately, Chen Yang picked a fire sun fruit and fed it to Yagu. Yagu swallowed it in one bite, and its body instantly turned glowing red. Since it still had the 30 times cultivation status icon, it was currently refining the fire sun fruit at a terrifying speed, rapidly improving its physical fitness. Chen Yang collected the remaining 20 or so fire sun fruits and put them into his backpack. Afterward, he spent some more time scavenging the surrounding resources, eventually filling his large storage bag with precious items. I need to head back, otherwise Bai Xin and the others will probably think I am dead. Chen Yang thought to himself. But just as he and Yagu were getting ready to leave, 2 thunderbirds appeared in the sky, soaring through the air at incredible speed. Such huge thunderbirds. Chen Yang was surprised. These thunderbirds had definitely exceeded 100 years of cultivation. Their bodies were so massive that a dozen people could stand on them without issue. Soon, the thunderbirds landed in front of Chen Yang and Yagu. Only then did he see the people on the thunderbirds and realize they were Beastmaster pets. Bai Xin, Sun Weiwei, you are here. On one of the thunderbirds, Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei jumped down, and seeing Chen Yang unharmed, they let out a breath of relief. They had truly been afraid of finding Chen Yang's corpse, but luckily, that had not happened. Chen Yang, are you all right? Bai Xin asked with concern. I am fine. Chen Yang turned his body around to show that he was perfectly fine. The toothed dog also spun around, as if to say, I am okay too. However, Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei paid absolutely no attention to the toothed dog, completely ignoring it. Who are these two? Chen Yang looked at the 2 Beastmasters in white armor, a man and a woman, both radiating powerful auras. They are elite Beastmasters from the Kishin army. Upon learning that a member of the heretic God Hall had appeared here, they brought us over immediately. Where is the elite Beastmaster from the heretic God Hall? Bai Xin asked. Over there, I will take you to him. Chen Yang led Bai Xin and the others, and quickly found the body of the elite Beastmaster. The Beastmaster from the heretic God Hall is dead. Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei were extremely surprised. They had not expected this turn of events at all. An elite Beastmaster had been hunting Chen Yang down. They never imagined that Chen Yang would be alive while the elite Beastmaster ended up dead. Whoosh! The female Beastmaster from the Kishin army instantly arrived beside the corpse of the heretic God Hall elite and began to examine it. There are signs of modification. It is indeed an elite Beastmaster from the heretic God Hall. This is our oversight, letting an elite from the heretic God Hall infiltrate this place. Miss Bai Xin, I am truly sorry for this. The female elite Beastmaster apologized. It is all right, this is not your fault. Bai Xin said. No, the female elite beastmaster said solemnly, an elite beastmaster obtaining a spot to enter the Kishin's secret realm, and doing so with a hidden identity, is not just a simple matter of negligence. There must be an insider. Please rest assured, Miss Bai Xin, our Kishin army will certainly provide you and the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix with an explanation. Soon after, the two elite beastmasters took the corpse of the heretic God Hall member and left on a Thunderbird to report the situation. As for Bai Xin, she still needed to continue having the five-colored bird cultivate in the fire element treasury, so she did not leave. And after the two Kishin army beastmasters left, Bai Xin pointed to the corpse of the Mount Tai ape and asked, Chen Yang, did you survive by using that elite beastmaster to fight the Mount Tai ape so they would both end up crippled? Yeah, that is right. Chen Yang nodded slightly. Bai Xin asked, confused, but this place is quite a distance from the fire element treasury. How did you manage to escape all the way here? I have my own trump cards too. Chen Yang gave a mysterious smile. A trump card? Bai Xin did not ask any further. After all, a trump card is only a trump card if it stays hidden. Once it is revealed, it loses its meaning. Regardless, the important thing is that Chen Yang is still alive. There is no need to get to the bottom of it. Let us go. Let us head back to the fire element treasury. Bai Xin said. All right. Chen Yang agreed. Afterward, the three of them headed toward the fire element treasury. Upon arriving at the fire element treasury, the five-colored bird continued its cultivation. Bai Xin, could you tell me about the heretic God Hall? Why is it that their beastmasters do not look like humans at all? Chen Yang asked curiously. Bai Xin explained. The Heretic God Hall is an evil organization that likes to transplant the bloodlines of powerful exotic beasts into the bodies of their beastmasters, granting them the power of exotic beast bloodlines to unleash greater strength. In fact, the original purpose of the Heretic God Hall was to research human cultivation, trying to help humans break free from the shackles of beastmasters so they could become powerful without needing to rely on pets. Unfortunately, they failed. When the Earth Federation utilized the power of beastmasters to reach the stars and become an interstellar civilization, the Heretic God Hall made contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Gradually, they defected to them and became traitors to humanity. With the support of these extraterrestrial civilizations, the Earth Federation has attempted to wipe out the Heretic God Hall many times, but they have not been able to fully eradicate them. As Bai Xin continued to explain, Chen Yang learned more and more about the Heretic God Hall. Why do so many beastmasters join the Heretic God Hall? Chen Yang asked. Resources and training. Bai Xin said, the Heretic God Hall possesses special resources and is able to cultivate beastmasters very quickly, which attracts many who are stuck in bottlenecks and unable to break through. So that is how it is. Chen Yang understood. While they were talking, the Kishin army on the outside had already begun to take action. After all, this incident involved a member of the Heretic God cult and even an attack on the daughter of the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix. The matter was far too serious. Very soon, the trail leading to whoever provided the elite beastmaster of the Heretic God Hall with the pass was identified. However, the people involved had already fled. But with so many people, it was impossible for everyone to escape. Some might not have been members of the Heretic God Hall, but because they violated the rules for money, they would still be dealt with. Kishin City. In a villa, a middle-aged man was kneeling on the floor, looking with terror at the Kishin army commander, Wei Long, standing before him. Commander Wei, please spare me. I really did not know. The other party just gave me 50 million plus a favor to get him a spot in the Kishin secret realm. I had no idea he was a member of the Heretic God Hall. The middle-aged man pleaded through tears. Wei Long said coldly, Sun Hai, you have been in the Kishin army for 30 years. You even became a master-level beastmaster not long ago, with a lifespan of up to 300 years. You are not exactly short on money. Yet, you are still this greedy. While you might not have known his true identity, I do not believe you did not sense anything unusual. Seeing that Commander Wei really was not going to let him go, Sun Hai made a desperate last stand and summoned his 1,000-year pet, the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is the designated pet of the Kishin army. Almost everyone has one. Even if the first pet is not a Thunderbird, the second one inevitably is. However, Wei Long only needed one strike. Splat! The head of the 1,000-year Thunderbird fell off, killed in a single blow. Sun Hai screamed, as he felt the backlash from the soul injury caused by his pet's death. The next instant, his limbs were all severed, leaving him a broken man. Facing Wei Long, his status as a master-level beastmaster was completely useless. He was like an ant. Because Wei Long is not a master-level beastmaster, but a grandmaster-level beastmaster. Above the elite beastmasters are master-level beastmasters, then grandmaster-level beastmasters, and above that are the king-level beastmasters. The Heavenly King Fire Phoenix involved in this case is a king-level beastmaster, a true heavyweight in the Earth Federation that the entire Kishan army cannot afford to provoke. Sun Hai, I will not kill you now. I will hand you over to the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix to deal with. Wei Long said, Commander Wei, kill me. I do not want to fall into the hands of the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix. Sun Hai begged. Unfortunately, Wei Long completely ignored him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, at the Kishan Army headquarters, a fire phoenix descended from the sky, its wingspans as if blotting out the sun. The next moment, a majestic figure stepped down from the air, the terrifying aura radiating from them, causing the area for 10 miles around to tremble. The Heavenly King Fire Phoenix was wearing a suit of armor, but it was slightly cracked. The battle robe was torn in half, and they were covered in blood. Clearly, the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix had just returned from a major battle. Greetings, Heavenly King Fire Phoenix. The high-ranking officers of the Kishan army bowed their heads, trembling. Commander Wei Long dragged Sun Hai out and handed him over to the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix. Heavenly King Fire Phoenix, this is Sun Hai. He is the one who provided the heretic God Hall member with a pass to enter the Kishan secret realm, leading to this incident, Wei Long said. Sun Hai was already on the verge of death. Seeing the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix, he shivered uncontrollably, as if he were facing a supreme demonic god. The Heavenly King Fire Phoenix did not speak, but touched a finger to Sun Hai's forehead. Half a minute later, the light faded from Sun Hai's eyes. He was dead. In those short 30 seconds, he had endured unimaginable soul torture, even having his memories picked apart piece by piece by the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix. Not a member of the heretic God Hall, but he deserves to die. The Heavenly King Fire Phoenix declared. Yes, he deserves to die. Wei Long responded. This time, the Kishan army failed its duty. I will strike you once. You have no objections, right? The Heavenly King Fire Phoenix said. No objections. Wei Long's face turned pale, but he dared not refuse. Boom! The Heavenly King Fire Phoenix casually landed a strike, sending Wei Long flying hundreds of meters away, slamming into a mountain peak and nearly causing it to collapse. At that moment, the armor on Wei Long's body was completely shattered, and he was already severely injured. This is a minor punishment for now. You must thoroughly investigate the Kishan army. I do not want to see this happen again. Having said that, the Heavenly King Fire Phoenix departed. After the Fire Phoenix Heavenly King left, Wei Long stumbled his way back. Commander, are you all right? That Fire Phoenix Heavenly King is being totally unreasonable, just way too overbearing. This situation was not even your fault, Commander. Wei Long's face changed instantly. He snapped, shut your mouth. Is the Fire Phoenix Heavenly King someone you can gossip about? If you want to talk about her, you would better become a king-level beastmaster first. The Kishan army soldiers immediately lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. Kishan's secret realm. Bai Xin naturally had no idea that her father was throwing a tantrum at the Kishan army camp. After all, he was always very kind and amiable in front of her. At this moment, Bai Xin's 5-colored bird was cultivating, and Chen Yang also began training his tooth dog. During this time, Chen Yang would take the tooth dog out for a stroll nearby, while also looking for resources and sharpening the dog's combat experience. With the help of individual fire sun fruits, continuous training, and the 30 times cultivation status boost, the tooth dog was growing very quickly. 31 years of cultivation. 32 years of cultivation. 30 years of cultivation. In just a few days, the tooth dog had gained several years of cultivation strength. Such a speed of improvement was truly terrifying. But at the moment, Chen Yang was facing a problem. His backpack was full. After finding so many resources, he had no way to carry them back. If he had known, he would have brought a few more backpacks. Chen Yang, what is wrong? Why are you looking so gloomy? Bai Xin asked curiously. Chen Yang pointed to his backpack, which was stuffed to the point of bursting. My backpack is full of resources. It cannot hold anymore. There are so many resources here, it would be a real pity if I could not take them back. So that is the reason. Bai Xin covered her mouth and chuckled. You can put your excess resources with me. I will keep them safe for you and give them back once we get out. Bai Xin, your backpack cannot hold much either, can it? If you use your bag for my stuff, what are you going to do? Bai Xin gestured to her backpack. It is just for show. In reality, I do not keep my important things in here, I keep them in here. As she spoke, Bai Xin held out her jade-white left hand. Your hand is very white. Chen Yang commented subconsciously. Who told you to look at my hand? Bai Xin glared at him, then pointed to a ring on her finger. Could it be a spatial ring? Chen Yang asked in surprise. Bai Xin introduced it. This is a void storage ring. Spatial ring is a term from old novels, but in reality, void storage ring is its true name. How big is your void storage ring? Chen Yang asked out of curiosity. Bai Xin replied, about a few dozen cubic meters. It is enough to store some resources. I am jealous. Chen Yang also wanted a void storage ring like that, so he asked, Bai Xin, where can one buy such a ring? You cannot buy them. Bai Xin shook her head. This is a void storage ring my father gave me, and they are extremely rare. They are mystical spatial treasures refined using void stones, and void stones can only be found in one type of exotic beast, the void beast. Once a void beast is killed, a void stone will condense inside its body. Therefore, every void storage ring represents the death of a void beast. We do not have void beasts on Earth. They only exist on other planets. Rumor has it that there are some on an extraterrestrial planet occupied by the Earth Federation, but they are not very numerous. They are that rare. Chen Yang felt like he had no chance. Chen Yang, do not even think about it. Even I cannot get my hands on a void storage ring. Sun Weiwei added with envy. Once I become stronger, I will definitely be able to get one. Chen Yang said with full confidence. Just then, a 5-colored light erupted from the 5-colored bird. Following that, the power of 5 types of flames began to radiate from its body. Its phoenix bloodline is awakening. Bai Xin said excitedly. So this is what bloodline awakening looks like. Chen Yang looked over. The toothed dog also looked over, anticipation in its eyes, as if dreaming of the day its own bloodline would awaken. As a beastmaster, Chen Yang naturally noticed his pet's expression. Lazy dog, what are you looking at? You do not have any powerful bloodline in you, do not even think about awakening it in this lifetime. Woof! The toothed dog let out an unconvinced bark. Suddenly, the aura of the 5-colored bird surged violently, and its cultivation level quickly rose to 39 years. Moreover, the appearance of the 5-colored bird changed as it evolved into a 5-colored phoenix, and its bloodline potential increased to S rank. Cousin, congratulations, your 5-colored bird has awakened its bloodline and evolved into a 5-colored phoenix. This is a pet with S rank potential. The future possibilities are endless. Sun Weiwei congratulated her. Thank you. Bai Xin said happily. Soon, the aura of the 5-colored phoenix completely stabilized. For Bai Xin, the biggest task of entering the Kishan secret realm was now complete. Let us go. We should head to other places to look for resources. I cannot just have you guys wasting time accompanying me. Let us spend the next few days working hard to find more resources before we head back. Bai Xin suggested. Sounds good. Sun Weiwei immediately agreed. Among the three, she currently had the fewest gains, so she was very keen on going elsewhere to look for resources. Immediately, the three left the fire element treasure land and continued deeper into the Kishan secret realm. Along the way, whenever they found something good, they would put it into Bai Xin's void storage ring. As they ventured deeper, the chance of encountering exotic beasts over 50 years old grew higher, so they did not dare to barge around recklessly. Although Chen Yang did not fear death, Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei were still relatively weak, and they did not dare to use their life-saving trump cards lightly, so they naturally were not reckless. Therefore, if they encountered powerful exotic beasts, the two women chose to avoid them. Chen Yang naturally followed their lead and would not take unnecessary risks. Boom! The sound of thunderous strikes came from ahead. At this time, as they climbed over a mountain, they saw in the distance a place where thick bolts of lightning were slamming into the ground. How could there be such dense lightning in that spot? And the weather is so nice, there is not a single dark cloud. Chen Yang asked, full of doubt. That must be a lightning element treasure land. Just like the fire element one, there are similar treasure lands for different elements. Bai Xin explained. Should we go over and take a look? Chen Yang proposed. Sure, Bai Xin nodded. Plus, not many exotic beasts dare to go into lightning element treasure lands, so there is a high possibility that resources are still preserved inside. Just like the fire element treasure land earlier, many fire-type beasts lived there, so even if resources had spawned, they had likely been eaten long ago and would not be left for them. The three continued to move forward, and before long, arrived at this lightning element treasure land. This is a lightning valley. Currently, they stood in front of a valley. Inside the valley, thick, dense bolts of lightning were descending from the void, constantly hammering the ground. And the ground here, after being tempered by the lightning for thousands of times, was likely no longer ordinary soil. Hey, look, there seems to be a blade of grass over there, absorbing the power of the lightning. Chen Yang had sharp eyes and was the first to notice it. That seems to be lightning grass, the main ingredient for refining lightning fluid, Bai Xin explained. It is just hard to tell how many years old that lightning grass is. Does lightning grass also have a concept of age? Chen Yang did not understand, so he raised his question. Bai Xin patiently said, naturally, lightning grass has a concept of age, like 10-year lightning grass or 20-year lightning grass. It is similar to the cultivation age of exotic beasts, but the age of lightning grass is formed based on how much energy it has absorbed and the time it has evolved, not strictly how many years it has been growing. Lightning grass under 100 years old does not have very high value, but once it reaches a century, the value becomes incredible. A single 100-year-old lightning grass can be sold for over $1 million. $1 million for 100-year-old lightning grass. This price is almost comparable to 100-year-old rock milk fluid. Chen Yang exclaimed. It is a pity the lightning is too powerful. There are quite a few remains under the lightning. Those are likely exotic beasts that rushed in and were struck to death by the lightning. Sun Weiwei said with regret. If it were not for the lightning, she would have probably rushed straight in. At this moment, Chen Yang said to the toothed dog, lazy dog, go over and give it a try. Chen Yang, can your toothed dog handle the lightning in there? Bai Xin was worried that Chen Yang might be reckless for the sake of the lightning grass, so she offered a reminder. Do not worry, lazy dog is very resistant. Chen Yang waved his hand, signaling the toothed dog to enter the Thunder Valley. The toothed dog was not afraid of the lightning here. It knew its recovery ability was terrifying and would definitely be enough to withstand it. As soon as it entered the valley, a bolt of lightning struck it, turning its entire body pitch black. But under the effect of the high-level healing status, its injuries recovered rapidly. No big deal. The toothed dog continued to move forward, enduring the barrage of lightning bolts. Soon, it reached the lightning grass, and following Chen Yang's instructions, it used its claws to dig away the soil little by little, extracting the plant intact. Afterward, the toothed dog walked back and handed the lightning grass to Chen Yang. It is a 20-year-old lightning grass. Bai Xin identified it at a glance. Lazy dog, keep searching for lightning grass and bring them out once you find them. Chen Yang commanded. Receiving the order, the toothed dog rushed into the Thunder Valley once again. The valley was quite large, so there was certainly plenty of lightning grass to be found. Before long, the toothed dog had delivered one lightning grass after another, including several over 50 years old. It was a pity that no century-old lightning grass had been found yet. This was because the Kishan secret realm had not been open for very long. If they came back in a few years, there would likely be quite a few century-old ones. Deep in the Thunder Valley, the toothed dog reached the depths, where the lightning was even more terrifying and intense, but it was still within the toothed dog's tolerance. Suddenly, it saw a small, silver-glowing tree covered in dense lightning, which seemed to form a protective barrier around it. And on the small tree grew a silver fruit. Good stuff. Having been with Chen Yang for so long, even if it did not recognize the fruit, it knew that anything this unique was definitely something valuable. So it rushed into the range of the tree, withstood the dense lightning, leaped onto the tree, and grabbed the fruit with one swipe of its claw. Afterward, it grabbed the fruit and ran toward the outside. Soon, it reached the edge of the valley, held the fruit high up, and handed it to Chen Yang. This is... When Chen Yang saw the fruit, he had some suspicions, but he was not entirely sure. It is a thunder fruit, right? Sun Weiwei guessed. Yes, Bai Xin nodded as well. It should be a thunder fruit, likely a century old. It really is a century-old thunder fruit. Chen Yang was thrilled. He had heard of century-old thunder fruits before. It is said that a beastmaster in Jinhai City once accidentally obtained one, which enhanced his pet's bloodline potential, eventually turning it into a century-level pet, while that Beastmaster also became an elite. The story was widely publicized locally, so he had an impression of it. Unlike lightning grass, this was the real deal. It could cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, boost bloodline potential, and temper the body to make it more resilient. The toothed dog currently had D-grade bloodline potential. If it consumed this thunder fruit, it could certainly advance to C-grade. If it were other pets with better starting bloodlines, they might have even reached B-grade. But since the toothed dog was originally a bottom-tier pet, increasing its bloodline potential was naturally much harder. Lazy dog, eat this century-old thunder fruit. Chen Yang handed it over. The toothed dog did not hesitate and swallowed the fruit in one gulp. The next moment, the toothed dog's body was engulfed in lightning, looking as if it had turned into a ball of thunder. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour went by. Crack! The thunder ball cracked open. The toothed dog emerged, leaving behind some black residue on the ground, impurities purged from its body. At this moment, the toothed dog's body was more solid, and its cultivation had increased slightly. Crucially, its bloodline potential had indeed been improved. Pet toothed dog. Master Chen Yang. Cultivation, 35 years. Bloodline potential, C. Skills bite full mastery, claw strike full mastery. It really did upgrade to C-grade bloodline potential. Combined with the 30 times cultivation status, its growth rate will definitely be faster than many pets with a grade potential. Chen Yang thought to himself. The prerequisite is that the pet's cultivation level is low. Once it exceeds 50 years, one can use resources like true blood pills to rapidly boost cultivation. Of course, Chen Yang could continue synthesizing cultivation status icons. Perhaps he could even synthesize a 100-year cultivation status. Therefore, he was not worried about the toothed dog's cultivation speed at all. Lazy dog, keep looking for lightning grass. Chen Yang ordered. Woof! The toothed dog ran inside excitedly. It wanted to find another thunder fruit. If it did, the toothed dog would become even stronger. Unfortunately, it did not find another century-old fruit later, but it did find some more lightning grass, including one piece that was a century old. After that, the toothed dog did not find any other good things. Chen Yang, shall we move on? Sun Weiwei asked. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, Bai Xin, Sun Weiwei, you two go ahead and look for resources elsewhere. I plan to stay here and train with Lazy Dog for a while. This valley should be perfect for it to practice Thunder Flash. Maybe there is a hope to master it. Thunder Flash? That makes sense. This place is indeed perfect for it. Your toothed dog's recovery ability is so immense that it can withstand the lightning in the valley. That kind of method is only suitable for your pet, said Bai Xin. Afterward, Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei left temporarily to search for other resources, planning to return tomorrow. As soon as they left, Chen Yang had the toothed dog begin its training. Lazy dog, try to get the hang of Thunder Flash. Once you master the basics, we will head out. Chen Yang said. To make the toothed dog train faster, he swapped its high-level healing status icon for a mid-level one. This way, the toothed dog would get injured, the pain would increase, and naturally, it would feel more urgency, making its training more efficient. The toothed dog did not realize its status had been changed and still thought it had the high-level one. And so, it rushed into the Thunder Valley. Boom! A lightning bolt struck it, leaving its skin torn and flesh wounded. Although the mid-level healing status kept trying to recover its wounds, the continuous strikes meant the speed of recovery could not keep up with the damage. It looked at Chen Yang outside the valley innocently, wearing a pitiful expression. Lazy dog, focus on your training. Once you master Thunder Flash, you can come out. Chen Yang replied. The toothed dog realized by now that the master was doing this on purpose. He had lowered its recovery speed. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck. To avoid the lightning, the toothed dog recalled the heritage of Thunder Flash and focused on practicing. At first, it made no progress at all, but as it was hit by lightning repeatedly, it started watching the trajectory of the bolts, and bit by bit, it began to grasp the mysteries of Thunder Flash. Time passed, and a few hours went by. Lazy dog, come out and eat something before you continue. Hearing Chen Yang, the toothed dog walked out of the valley, looking exhausted, ate greedily, and after resting for over 10 minutes, entered the valley once more. Just like that, the next day arrived. This time, the toothed dog's insight into Thunder Flash had deepened, and it was getting very close to mastering it. By the afternoon, the toothed dog finally mastered the thunder flash. Swish, swish, swish. The toothed dog was surrounded by lightning, its body moving like a flash of light weaving through the bolts, though it still could not always dodge the speed of the lightning. However, its thunder flash had indeed reached the entry level, and its speed was far greater than before. Thunder flash is a mid-level skill. It would be quite difficult to improve it further after this initial mastery. Therefore, Chen Yang did not intend to keep the toothed dog training in the valley. Just then, Bai Xin and the others returned. Chen Yang, how is your toothed dog's training coming along? Bai Xin walked over. The lazy dog has already mastered the basics of thunder flash. Chen Yang gave the toothed dog a signal. The toothed dog understood immediately. With a movement of its body, lightning swirled around it, its speed surged, and it instantly dashed several meters away. That was none other than Thunder Flash. It really mastered the basics of Thunder Flash. Sun Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. Who would believe it if they heard that a toothed dog actually mastered Thunder Flash? This must be the first toothed dog in the Great Xia region to master Thunder Flash. Bai Xin could not help but marvel. With the toothed dog mastering Thunder Flash, the training mission was complete. Chen Yang, Bai Xin, and the others left the area and continued forward. And it is a 50-year-old exotic beast, the horned ox. Chen Yang noticed an exotic beast grazing ahead and recognized it immediately. This kind of exotic beast is very gentle and will not attack even if it encounters humans unless provoked. The horned ox has high defense and great strength, especially its pair of extremely sharp horns. Many beastmasters hunt horned oxen to collect their horns and sell them for money. However, the three of them were not interested, so they prepared to detour around it. Suddenly, a golden rock descended from high above. This golden rock was covered in golden feathers, with patches of scales on its abdomen and a pair of razor-sharp talons. After landing, the golden rock grabbed the horned ox, carried it into the air, and threw it down ruthlessly. Bang! The horned ox hit the ground heavily and died instantly. Then, the golden rock flew down and carried the horned ox's carcass away. Throughout the process, Chen Yang, Bai Xin, and Sun Weiwei dared not even breathe loudly. They were incredibly nervous. This golden rock must have 80 years of cultivation. Chen Yang estimated. Bai Xin nodded slightly. That golden rock is indeed around 80 years old. Its speed is too fast. Even a 50-year-old horned ox could not react in time. Moreover, the golden rock's body is incredibly tough, making ordinary attacks ineffective. This kind of beast possesses a trace of the golden winged rock's bloodline, and its initial potential is no less than that of my five-colored bird. If its bloodline awakens, its potential could absolutely reach S level. I never expected a golden rock to be born in this 100-year secret realm. Sun Weiwei was very surprised. After all, such high-potential beasts usually only appear in 10,000-year secret realms, and their numbers are extremely scarce. Do you think this golden rock might lay a golden rock egg? Chen Yang asked out of curiosity. Bai Xin's pupils constricted. Chen Yang, you are not thinking of going after this golden rock, are you? That is too dangerous. The strength of this golden rock is no less than that of an average 100-year-old beast, and its speed is even faster. More importantly, it can fly, and it might even be a greater threat than the elite beastmaster from the heretic God Hall. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. Chen Yang made an awk gesture. After that, they continued moving forward. However, they did not see any other beasts along this stretch of road. Not a single one was to be seen. This must be the Golden Rock's hunting territory, which is why no other beasts dare stay here. Chen Yang guessed to himself. Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei also figured it out, so they prepared to take a detour. After all, if they entered the Golden Rock's hunting territory, they would be in danger if the rock decided to attack them. They quickly took a detour and left the Golden Rock's hunting area. At this point, Chen Yang said, "It is almost evening. Why do not you find a place to spend the night while I go check over there?" Chen Yang, you are not going to look for that golden rock, are you? Bai Xin said hurriedly. I am just going to take a look. Chen Yang naturally had his own plans. If there really was a golden rock egg, his second companion beast would be secured. He was not like Bai Xin, who had a powerful background and could acquire a beast like the five-colored bird. Beasts with a level potential, which could become S-level upon bloodline awakening, are impossible to buy. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to settle for something lesser when contracting his next beast. so he had to at least give it a try. But there might not even be a golden rock egg. Bai Xin said, "If there is not one, I will return immediately." Chen Yang left with the toothed dog. Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei had no choice but to wait there for Chen Yang's return. And Chen Yang and the toothed dog were very careful, constantly monitoring the situation in the sky. Golden rocks build their nests in large trees or on cliffs. There do not seem to be any cliffs here, so the most likely spot is on some incredibly huge tree. Chen Yang followed his own logic to search for such a tree, hoping to find the golden rock's lair. Ka! A cry from the golden rock echoed from the sky. Chen Yang identified the flight path and roughly determined the direction, continuing his careful advance. After searching for a while, he finally saw a massive parasol tree. What a huge tree! Chen Yang marveled silently. The trunk was about 20 meters thick, and the top was terrifyingly wide, with lush branches and leaves like a massive umbrella. At the top of the tree, a nest was built, which was so large that it was very conspicuous. Just then, the golden rock was still in the nest, so Chen Yang did not dare to approach, instead using his feigned death state to play dead. This way, the golden rock could not sense his presence. Time passed slowly, and it was getting dark. Just then, the golden rock flew out of the nest, seemingly to hunt again. The moment the golden rock left, Chen Yang exited his feigned death state and quickly ran to the foot of the parasol tree. "I need to climb up to the golden rock's nest." Chen Yang looked at the toothed dog. "Lazy dog, use your claws to climb, and I will hold onto your tail." The toothed dog was a bit reluctant, but it could not defy its master's order. And so, the toothed dog dug its claws into the bark of the tree and climbed up quickly. Chen Yang grabbed the toothed dog's tail and climbed up along with it. Before long, they both reached the top. Found it, there really is a golden rock egg. Chen Yang's gaze was drawn to a glistening golden exotic beast egg. It was indeed a golden rock egg. Just as Chen Yang prepared to steal the egg, he heard the cry of the golden rock. Clearly, it was returning. No time left. Chen Yang knew he had to hide immediately. The golden rock's nest was woven from branches and grass, making it quite soft and full of gaps. Furthermore, the thick foliage covered a portion of the nest. So, Chen Yang and the toothed dog hid in one of the gaps and entered the feigned death state. Whoosh! The golden rock landed in its nest, and sure enough, it did not notice the presence of Chen Yang and the toothed dog. At that moment, the golden rock was just 4 meters away from them. Let us give the golden rock an advanced hunger status icon. Chen Yang decided. Whoosh! The advanced hunger status icon landed on the golden rock's head. Instantly, the golden rock felt an immense, overwhelming hunger. And the golden rock was stunned. Had not it just finished eating? Even if it needed extra nutrition for its offspring, it should not be this hungry this quickly. It had never felt this hungry before. It could not even last a few seconds before flying off. It was so hungry that it urgently needed to replenish its energy. Thus, it went out hunting again. There were not many beasts left in the immediate vicinity, so it flew further away to hunt. Soon, using its incredibly sharp eyes in the dim light, it locked onto a white deer running in the distance. The golden rock descended from the sky, ended the white deer's life with one strike of its talons, and devoured it. Yet it still felt incredibly hungry. Keep hunting. Back in the golden rock's nest, Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief and walked openly inside the nest. Affected by the advanced hunger status, the golden rock will keep hunting until it cannot eat anymore, even if it is already full. It will not realize something is wrong until much later. I have plenty of time to move this egg now. The golden rock egg was quite large, about 1 meter high. After picking up the egg, Chen Yang prepared to descend. Getting down was simple. He could just slide down because the parasol tree was slanted. An ordinary person might easily fall to their death, but he was not an ordinary person. He was a beastmaster who had undergone 3 cycles of energy feedback, so it would not be much of a problem. Besides, he still had the healing status icon, so even if he fell from the nest, he would not die. Before long, Chen Yang slid down the tree. Though he suffered minor injuries, they healed quickly thanks to the healing status icon. Let us go, let us find Bai Xin and the others. Chen Yang took the toothed dog and left quickly. Very quickly, Chen Yang and the dog met up with Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei. When Bai Xin saw the golden rock egg in Chen Yang's arms, her pupils constricted instantly. Chen Yang, you actually went to steal the egg and you succeeded. What about that golden rock? Bai Xin found it hard to imagine how Chen Yang could have pulled it off. Logically speaking, that golden rock would not stray too far from its nest, and even if it went out to hunt, it would return very quickly. Therefore, even if Chen Yang managed to steal the golden rock egg, he should not have been able to escape. Sun Weiwei exclaimed, "Chen Yang, you really have a lot of guts." Chen Yang walked up to Bai Xin and asked, "Bai Xin, can the golden rock egg be stored inside a spatial storage ring?" "It can," Bai Xin nodded. "If it were a hatched golden rock chick, it could not be placed inside because a spatial storage ring is a vacuum and the chick would not survive. But the golden rock egg is unaffected and can be stored inside." Chen Yang immediately had Bai Xin put the golden rock egg into the spatial storage ring. With that, even the golden rock would not be able to find the egg, and he could finally rest easy and bring it out of the secret realm. Chen Yang, congratulations on obtaining the golden rock egg. Once you break through to become an elite beastmaster, you will be able to form a contract with this golden rock hatchling. Sun Weiwei congratulated him, her eyes filled with envy. After all, she also wanted a pet beast like a golden rock. You could say it is a pet beast that money simply cannot buy. However, she did not have the nerve to steal a golden rock egg. That would be suicide. And the golden rock had eaten many strange beasts until its stomach was bloated, yet it still felt hungry. Knowing that something must be wrong with its body, it stopped hunting and returned directly to its nest. But when it returned to the nest, it discovered its egg was missing. Roar! An aura of fury radiated from its body. It began searching for the thief, but unfortunately, it could find nothing. That night, the golden rock soared through the sky, and many strange beasts suffered. Meanwhile, the culprit was sleeping comfortably in a mountain cave, completely indifferent to the commotion outside. The next day, as soon as it dawned, Chen Yang and the others set off to search for resources, while taking care to steer clear of the Golden Rock's territory. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. By now, both Bai Xin and Sun Weiwei were reaching their limits. They had never stayed in a secret realm for this long. Both their mental and physical stamina were wearing thin. Therefore, they both wanted to leave. Chen Yang also wanted to go back. Besides, without Bai Xin, he could not carry any other resources anyway. And so, the trio began their journey back. Finally, the 3 returned to the entrance of the secret realm and walked out. Finally out, Bai Xin breathed a sigh of relief. A secret realm is not a home. It is a place of constant danger, where even when you sleep at night, you have to worry about being attacked by strange beasts. Now that she was out, that feeling was finally gone. Plus, she had not taken a bath for many days, and as a young woman often regarded as a goddess by others, she was about to have a breakdown. After leaving Kishan, they rented a hotel room in Kishan City to bathe, before preparing to return to Jinhai City. Likewise, Chen Yang also took a long, hot shower at the hotel and had a comfortable sleep. As for the dog, it slept the whole night away on the rug on the floor without a care in the world. The next day, the 3 returned from Kishan City to Jinhai City. Upon returning, Chen Yang immediately reported to the academy, as students were required to apply whenever they went out, so they naturally had to check in with their homeroom teacher, Hao Dong, upon returning. And Chen Yang, you're finally back. Gao Yuan walked up to Chen Yang, staring at him with a strange look in his eyes. So, how was it? How does it feel to go out with 2 beautiful women? You even know about that. Chen Yang was impressed by the accuracy of Gao Yuan's information. Of course, Gao Yuan held his head high. My sources are naturally accurate, although I did not know where you went, I just knew that you went together. We went to a secret realm, Chen Yang said. You went to a secret realm? Gao Yuan smiled slightly. Did you get a good harvest? If there are any resources you do not need, you can have me handle them. No problem. Chen Yang agreed instantly. He did indeed have quite a lot of resources to offload, and this was a perfect chance to have Gao Yuan handle them all at once. Afterward, he brought Gao Yuan to his training shop, where he had temporarily stored all his belongings. When Gao Yuan arrived at the shop and saw the resources Chen Yang had brought back, he was dumbfounded. My God, you harvested this much. Gao Yuan gasped. The quantity was far beyond his expectations. The key question was, how did Chen Yang manage to bring back so many resources? Can your backpack fit all this stuff? Gao Yuan asked in surprise. Someone help me carry it back. Chen Yang explained. Could it be Bai Xin's spatial storage ring? Gao Yuan was not stupid. After thinking for a second, he guessed the answer. You know about Bai Xin's spatial storage ring too? Chen Yang looked at Gao Yuan, surprised. Of course I do, Gao Yuan laughed. Bai Xin wears that spatial storage ring every day, and I am not blind. My old man has one too, though it might not be as big as Bai Xin's. The two did not talk much more about the spatial storage ring, but instead began calculating the value of the resources. Jiang Yang handled all the resources he did not need, like the thunder grass. Since he had no use for it and did not know how to refine thunder liquid, he gave it all to Gao Yuan. He only kept the few resources that were helpful to him. It took Gao Yuan over half an hour to sort everything out. Chen Yang, I can give you 25 million for these resources. Gao Yuan calculated. Deal. Chen Yang agreed. 25 million was already a huge fortune for him, and if you factored in the resources he kept and that golden rock egg, the total value was incalculable. In short, he made a massive profit this time. Chen Yang, with all these resources, how is your dog progressing? Gao Yuan asked curiously. 39 years of cultivation, and it has also mastered the intermediate skill, Thunder Flash. Chen Yang said, if nothing goes wrong, in a few days, the lazy dog should be able to break through to 40 years of cultivation. Your dog's progress speed is truly fast. Gao Yuan sighed. Despite my unremitting efforts, my armored beast barely reached 20 years of cultivation. Compared to you two, the gap is just too huge. Suddenly, Gao Yuan added, Chen Yang, at your rate of progress, you might just have a shot at participating in the Jinhai City Pet King Cup by the end of the year. The Pet King Cup. Chen Yang naturally knew about this tournament. It might not be very prominent across the whole Xia region, but in Jinhai City, it was a grand and prestigious event. Each edition offered bountiful rewards, and the tournament was even broadcast on TV. Anyone who made it into the top 10 would become famous. Especially the first-place winner. Their fame would spread to other cities and be known by many. For many ordinary beastmasters, it was a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves. However, the Pet King Cup had age restrictions. Only beastmasters under 25 could participate, and anyone older was ineligible. At the same time, there were restrictions on the pet beasts as well. Beasts with over 100 years of cultivation could not participate, and the limit was set at 99 years. After all, the Pet King Cup was meant to be a low-level competition, so naturally, it did not allow centennial-level beasts or elite beastmasters to enter. The end of the year is still far off. If the lazy dog reaches 80 years of cultivation, I will sign up. Chen Yang said casually. In fact, he did want to participate, because only by competing could he observe the battles of so many other pets. Some pets had high comprehension, and if they experienced an epiphany during combat, he could pick up the epiphany status icon. For ordinary beasts, epiphany was extremely rare. During his time in the Kishan secret realm, he had only encountered one beast experiencing an epiphany, so he had only obtained one epiphany status fragment. Gao Yuan, are there any pet beast competitions lately? I want to see more matches between pet beasts. Chen Yang asked curiously. If there were such competitions, he might be able to come across epiphany status icons. There are. Gao Yuan nodded. Have you heard of the black market pet beast competitions? Gao Yuan asked. Never heard of it. Chen Yang had never even been to the black market, so naturally, he knew nothing about the pet beast competitions there. Gao Yuan whispered, every city has a black market, and they all have deep roots. I will not go into that. But the Jinhai City Black Market has a spot where they hold these competitions every single day. These matches are not like the friendly sparring we do in class where we stop at a touch. They are true life and death battles. In these black market competitions, piles of pet beasts die every day. That is why the pet shops are doing so well, with a constant stream of beast masters buying new pets, most of which end up in these matches. Once a pet dies, the beast master just buys another one to train. That is why the market is so hot. The authorities collect taxes on pet sales, so they turn a blind eye to these things. Gao Yuan said so much that it gave Chen Yang a glimpse of a different side of the city and the world of beast masters. Do you want to go? I can take you to see it. Gao Yuan asked. Sure. Chen Yang was actually quite curious to see it. Let us go right now. Gao Yuan took Chen Yang to the border between Mirror Lake District and Lakeside District, the Jinshan Plaza. There was an entrance at the plaza with an elevator that went straight to the 6th basement level, but it required a swipe card. Chen Yang, I will take you to get a card in a bit. Without one, you cannot use the elevator to get down to the 6th level. Gao Yuan swiped his card and the elevator descended. Soon, they reached the 6th basement level. Stepping out of the elevator, Chen Yang arrived at a street in the black market. It was brightly lit, with many beast masters walking back and forth. The black market has quite a few shops too. Chen Yang wanted to take a look at the shops, but Gao Yuan stopped him. Chen Yang, most of the things here are fake. Only a very small portion is real, so you have to trust your own judgment. If you are not an expert, do not buy anything here. Gao Yuan warned, for example, a genuine blood pill costs 100,000 in a legitimate store, but some shops here sell them for only 30,000. Would you dare buy it? It is all low-quality junk with serious side effects. After hearing what Gao Yuan said, Chen Yang immediately dismissed the idea of buying anything there. Soon, Gao Yuan led Chen Yang to a large gate. Walking through the gate, they entered the black market pet competition venue. It was a massive area with many fighting rings, surrounded by numerous screens displaying what was happening in each arena. Chen Yang, you can place bets here. If you like a particular pet, you can bet on it, and if it wins, you win money. But the system is rigged. Sometimes the outcome of a match is decided by them, not the pets. Gao Yuan explained. Chen Yang nodded slightly. Whether in his previous life or this one, gambling was always controlled by the house. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to make money here. Soon, Chen Yang noticed that the pet beasts in each arena had different levels of cultivation. In some rings, the pets only had over 10 years of cultivation, while in others, they had over 30. Are these competitions categorized by the pet's cultivation levels? Chen Yang asked. Yes, Gao Yuan pointed at the rings and said they group the pets by their cultivation. 10-year pets fight together, 20-year pets in their group, 30-year in theirs, all the way up to 99 years. However, matches for the 90-year category only happen about once a week at most. After all, the cost to raise a pet to that level is high, so they cannot happen often. Chen Yang watched the matches intently. The pets here were incredibly vicious, every move lethal, nothing like the pets of the Academy Beast Masters. Splat! A pet with over 10 years of cultivation was pierced through the stomach by its opponent and died on the spot, drawing a wail from its master. True life-and-death combat with no one to save them. The death rate is quite high. Chen Yang thought to himself. When the gap in strength is not huge, many beast masters are reluctant to surrender, hoping for a chance to turn the tide, as winning a match earns a lot of money. Because of that, many beast masters fought with their lives on the line. Especially for those with beasts at the 10-year cultivation level, the cost of raising them is lower, so those tamers are not afraid of losing their beasts and almost never concede until the beast is dead. Let us go, I will take you to get a card to enter the black market. Gao Yuan patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and said, Okay. Chen Yang followed Gao Yuan to a hall in the black market and obtained a card. Afterward, Gao Yuan took Chen Yang for a quick tour before leaving. Since he had just bought a large amount of resources from Chen Yang, he was in a hurry to take them back to his family's mall for processing, so he did not have time to hang around. After Gao Yuan left, Chen Yang returned to the competition area. He did not place any bets. In fact, he could easily win if he wanted to by simply applying a buff to the pet he favored. But if he did that, the house would certainly notice. Once they analyzed the surveillance footage, they would deduce that he had interfered, which would lead to trouble. Therefore, it was not worth the risk to make that money. 2 hours later, in the 30-year cultivation ring, a 37-year-old moon cat was battling a 39-year-old gray wolf. At first, the moon cat was definitely at a disadvantage. But suddenly, the moon cat entered a state of epiphany. Its iron claw skill improved to a minor success level, and it defeated the gray wolf. Epiphany state. Chen Yang watched the epiphany state above the moon cat's head, feeling quite excited. Coming here was the right choice. There are so many pets here, locked in daily life-and-death battles. Among them, some are bound to have high comprehension, making it normal for them to enter an epiphany state. It is just that the duration of these pets' epiphany states is very short, so it is hard for their strength to skyrocket. Chen Yang walked over, and after the moon cat stepped out of the ring, he got within 4 meters of it and picked up the epiphany status it had dropped. He obtained an epiphany status fragment. Just one more epiphany status fragment, and I can synthesize a complete epiphany icon. And so, Chen Yang continued to wait. However, he did not see another one for a while. The next day, he returned to wait. It was not until the afternoon that he finally encountered a 67-year blood mantis that entered an epiphany. Just like that, Chen Yang finally got 3 epiphany status fragments and synthesized a full epiphany icon. And Mirror Lake Beast Academy. A training room. Chen Yang spent 6 points to rent the room for 6 hours so that the toothed dog could practice there. This was a training room specifically designed for pet reaction speed. Once activated, hidden projectiles would be fired from all directions to train the pet's dodging ability, and it was also perfect for practicing agility skills. Lazy dog, you will be practicing Thunder Flash here for a while. Chen Yang commanded. The toothed dog nodded and prepared to train. At that moment, Chen Yang placed the epiphany icon over the toothed dog's head. In an instant, the toothed dog entered an epiphany state. The toothed dog could feel its comprehension soaring. Having experienced this before, it knew it was its master's ability, so it did not waste a second and immediately began practicing Thunder Flash. Steel marbles fired from the surrounding walls. The toothed dog used Thunder Flash to dodge them. This was how it learned to master the intricacies of the Thunder Flash skill. In the state of epiphany, the toothed dog's Thunder Flash skill improved rapidly. After only half an hour, the toothed dog had comprehended Thunder Flash to the level of minor success. 4 more hours passed, and Thunder Flash progressed from minor success to major success. However, by the time the epiphany icon vanished, the skill still had not reached perfection. Intermediate skills are indeed harder to grasp than low-level ones. If it were a low-level skill, the toothed dog would have definitely reached perfection after 6 hours of epiphany. But even at the major success level, Thunder Flash had significantly boosted the toothed dog's strength. Whoosh! The toothed dog moved, a flash of lightning flickered, and it seemed to traverse a dozen meters in an instant. Such speed was too fast. Even average beasts with 50 years of cultivation could not react in time. Furthermore, just after the toothed dog reached major success with Thunder Flash, its bottleneck loosened. The lazy dog is about to break through to 40 years of cultivation. Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise. Boom! The Fang dog's cultivation had officially broken through, reaching 40 years. Its body grew slightly larger, and its claws became tougher and sharper. At the same time, Chen Yang also received the energy fed back from the Fang dog, and his own physical fitness soared significantly. I wonder if Bai Xin's colorful phoenix has broken through to 40 years of cultivation yet. It should have, right? Chen Yang felt that the colorful phoenix, with its S-rank potential, must have easily cleared the 40-year cultivation hurdle. But his Fang dog was not bad either, as it had also reached this level. In the entire first year of the Mirror Lake Beast-Taming Academy, there probably are not many pet beasts with 40 years of cultivation. Over the next few days, Chen Yang often visited the black market, mainly to collect fragments of the epiphany state. Sometimes he would not find even a single epiphany state in a whole day, but after 7 or 8 days of effort, he finally gathered a complete epiphany state icon. On this day, Chen Yang brought the Fang dog to the training room once again. Lazy dog, this time you must train Thunder Flash to the consummate level. Chen Yang encouraged it. Woof! The Fang dog was full of confidence. Whoosh! An epiphany state icon was placed above the Fang dog's head. The Fang dog entered the state of epiphany and began training its movement techniques under the assault of hidden weapons in the training room, grasping the mysteries of Thunder Flash. Since intermediate skills are very difficult to master, it takes quite a bit of time to cultivate the intermediate skill Thunder Flash to the consummate level. The epiphany time ticked away hour by hour. Just as the 6 hours of epiphany were about to pass, the Fang dog finally comprehended the Thunder Flash skill to the consummate level. It took 2 epiphany state icons to barely cultivate an intermediate skill to the consummate level. If I cultivate advanced skills in the future, I am afraid I will need many more icons to reach the consummate level, or maybe I should use intermediate epiphany state icons instead. Chen Yang did not dwell on it and left the training room with the Fang dog. Currently, Lazy Dog's 2 basic skills and 1 intermediate skill have all reached the consummate level. There are no more skills to train. I need to find another intermediate skill for it to learn. Chen Yang wanted an offensive intermediate skill for the Fang dog, but such skill inheritance orbs were generally not sold in regular pet supply stores, or they were out of stock. Bai Xin is not a merchant, so asking her is not appropriate. I should go to Gao Yuan instead. Gao Yuan's family is in business, so they definitely deal in intermediate skill inheritance orbs. So he went to find Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, can you get your hands on an intermediate skill inheritance orb? Chen Yang asked. An intermediate skill inheritance orb? Gao Yuan was surprised. You are already having the Fang dog learn intermediate skills. Chen Yang wanted to say that he had already done so long ago, and had even trained the intermediate skill Thunder Flash to the consummate level. But saying that would be too much of a blow to Gao Yuan. So he did not reveal it and just nodded. Yes, I am preparing to let the Fang dog learn an offensive intermediate skill, but it is hard to find one for sale. Gao Yuan patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and guaranteed, do not worry, Chen Yang, leave this to me. I will get you an intermediate skill inheritance orb within a day. Thanks a lot, Chen Yang said gratefully. I have to say, Gao Yuan's speed is impressive. He asked Gao Yuan for help in the morning, and by 4 in the afternoon, Gao Yuan had brought him an intermediate skill inheritance orb. Intermediate skill steel claws. I found several intermediate skills, but only this one is suitable for the Fang dog, Gao Yuan introduced. How much? Chen Yang asked. 800,000, Gao Yuan said. Chen Yang immediately transferred the money to Gao Yuan and took the Steel Claws skill inheritance orb. After returning home, Chen Yang gave the Steel Claws skill inheritance orb to the Fang dog, allowing it to receive the inheritance. Afterward, he went to a pet supply store to purchase a batch of steel and some quenching fluid. Training Steel Claws requires quenching fluid to temper the claws so that they can quickly meet the requirements of the skill. For better results, he bought the top-grade quenching fluid, which cost 30,000 per bottle, and he bought 10 bottles in total. I must say, if you do not have money, you cannot even afford quenching fluid, let alone train Steel Claws. Since he had not gathered enough Epiphany state icons yet, Chen Yang could only let the Fang dog temper its claws with the quenching fluid and constantly strike the steel. However, this slow training method is too inefficient. The Fang dog will not be reaching the entry level for Steel Claws anytime soon. Once I gather another Epiphany state icon, Lazy Dog will be able to cultivate Steel Claws to the great success level. Chen Yang thought to himself. And Mirror Lake Beast-Taming Academy. Conference office. Principal Zhou Changhao and several first-year teachers were having a meeting. Zhou Changhao spoke up, teachers, there are 2 main things for this meeting. First, I previously obtained an Epiphany flower in a secret realm. An Epiphany flower. The many teachers were shocked. This is a treasure. Zhou Changhao continued, you all should know that an Epiphany flower has a chance to make a pet beast enter an Epiphany state, but it is just a chance. The one I obtained is an 80-year-old Epiphany flower, so it only works for ordinary pet beasts. It is useless for 100-year or 1,000-year beasts. It is only an 80-year-old Epiphany flower. Many teachers were a bit disappointed. They thought it was a several 100-year-old one, which would have been useful for them too. Principal, an 80-year-old Epiphany flower only works for ordinary beast tamers pets. Are you planning to let the students use it? Hao Dong asked. Yes, Zhou Changhao nodded. And I have decided to let the first-year students use it. Although there are many ordinary beast tamers in the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th years, many of the higher-year students are out in the field all year round and cannot return in time, so giving it to them would be a waste. Furthermore, the District 6 Midterm League is starting soon, and the first-year league is the main event, so boosting the strength of the first-year beasts is a fairly good choice. I agree. I also agree. The teachers all agreed, as they were all first-year teachers. This was the reason Zhou Changhao only called the first-year teachers. If the 2nd and 3rd-year teachers were present, they certainly would not have agreed. So he simply did not invite them. The matter of the Epiphany flower is settled. Next is the District 6 Midterm League. Our academy has 10 first-year classes. We will test them in class evaluations, and each class will select 2 students as pre-candidates. That will give us 20 students. These 20 students can share the use of the Epiphany flower. Then we will give them a few days to prepare, and according to their strength, we will select 10 as representatives to participate. Zhou Changhao arranged. The other teachers had no objections to this arrangement, and it was approved unanimously. And just like that, the meeting ended with almost no discussion at all. And on this day, the class evaluations began again. All the students in class 1 to 6 started taking their tests one by one. Bai Xin, Pet Beast Colorful Phoenix, 43 years of cultivation. Chen Yang, Pet Beast Fang Dog, 41 years of cultivation. Gao Yuan, Pet Beast Armored Beast, 21 years of cultivation. Zioya, pet beast fire dragon beast, 22 years of cultivation. Without a doubt, the top two in this class evaluation belonged to Bai Xin and Chen Yang. However, this time it was only testing cultivation, not a sparring battle. After the tests, the head teacher Hao Dong called Bai Xin and Chen Yang to the side. Bai Xin, Chen Yang, there is good news for you. The principal has obtained an epiphany flower and is choosing 20 students for training. You have been selected, Hao Dong said with a smile. What is an epiphany flower? Bai Xin and Chen Yang were both confused and did not recognize this treasure. The enlightenment flower is a rare treasure. If you sprinkle a few drops of blood on it, it will fully bloom, creating a special enlightenment zone within a radius of dozens of meters. As long as you stay within this zone, there is a chance to enter a state of epiphany. Hao Dong explained. Epiphany. Bai Xin was overjoyed. The chance for a pet beast to enter a state of epiphany is extremely low. Take her 5-colored phoenix, for example. It has only ever entered a state of epiphany once so far. Sometimes, whether a pet beast can achieve epiphany really comes down to luck. But at this moment, the happiest person was Chen Yang. The enlightenment flower gives pets a chance at epiphany. If other people's pets enter epiphany, could not I just collect their epiphany status fragments? At the thought of this, Chen Yang's breathing grew rapid, and he was incredibly excited. Let us go, I will take you there. Hao Dong took Chen Yang and Bai Xin to a training room at the academy. At this point, students from other classes had already arrived. With 2 students from each class, there were 20 students in total. Chen Lily is here too. Chen Yang noticed. Bai Xin and Chen Lily had a conflict, and the 2 girls were currently glaring fiercely at each other. Soon, Principal Zhou Chenghao arrived. Good morning, Principal. Everyone shouted. Zhou Chenghao nodded and then took out the enlightenment flower. The petals of the enlightenment flower were slender and carried a trace of blood-red light, looking quite bewitching. Zhou Chenghao placed the enlightenment flower into a pot, gave some instructions to the teachers of each class, and then left. The teachers asked the students to bring their pets within a few dozen meters of the enlightenment flower. And so, one after another, the pets moved forward. When Chen Yang's toothed dog walked up, the students from other classes clearly showed expressions of astonishment. Ha, is class 6 completely out of options? Even a toothed dog can become the runner-up in your class. Chen Lily mocked in a low voice. Chen Yang felt a bit annoyed. This Chen Lily really had a foul mouth, no wonder she offended Bai Xin. Just as Chen Yang was about to snap back at Chen Lily, Bai Xin retorted. Chen Yang is the top student in our class. Oh, your diamond ape could not even beat my 5-colored phoenix, so how do you have the nerve to mock the top student of our class? He is the top student of your class. Chen Lily clearly did not believe it, assuming Bai Xin was just intentionally defending Chen Yang. All right, stop talking. The enlightenment flower is starting to bloom. Hao Dong said. A teacher dripped some beast blood onto the enlightenment flower. Suddenly, the enlightenment flower began to bloom slowly. At this moment, everyone went quiet. Under the influence of the flower, the pets slowly entered a special state. But whether they could achieve epiphany still depended on luck. Soon, the first state of epiphany appeared. It is Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix. As expected of a pet with S-rank potential, it achieved epiphany so quickly. Chen Yang sighed. He was the first to know the 5-colored phoenix had reached epiphany, even before Bai Xin did. Of course, the 5-colored phoenix itself knew it too. And so, the 5-colored phoenix immediately flew out to train outside, taking full advantage of this epiphany opportunity. Chen Yang took the opportunity to get close to the 5-colored phoenix. Since he could now collect status fragments within a 5-meter range, he immediately picked up the epiphany status fragment from the 5-colored phoenix. Damn it! Chen Lily was extremely dissatisfied and glared fiercely at Bai Xin. 5-colored phoenix, you're amazing. Bai Xin said excitedly. Immediately after, she went to accompany the 5-colored phoenix during its training. After all, the epiphany state does not last long, so it is not a time to waste. Soon, more pets achieved epiphany. And Chen Yang collected them the moment they appeared. Lazy Dog's comprehension is not quite up to par. It cannot compare to these pets with a rank potential. Chen Yang thought to himself. As one pet after another entered the state of epiphany, the toothed dog still had not grasped anything. However, just as the enlightenment flower was about to wither, an epiphany state finally appeared above the toothed dog's head. Although it was dim and clearly would not last long, it had indeed entered a state of epiphany. It seems the green spirit liquid that the lazy dog consumed earlier improved its comprehension quite a bit, making it better than the average pet with B rank potential. Chen Yang thought. After all, Chen Lily's diamond ape had not achieved epiphany yet, but his toothed dog had, so its comprehension was clearly superior. Whoosh! The toothed dog walked out, ready to train. Chen Yang tried to collect the toothed dog's epiphany status, and it was a success. And how could a toothed dog achieve epiphany? It must be fake. Anyway, it is hard to judge an epiphany state, so no one would know even if it were faked. That is it faking it. Chen Lily felt as if she had discovered a new world. She did not want to lose face, so she decided to have her diamond ape pretend to have reached epiphany and then leave to train. So she used the mental link between her and the diamond ape to convey a simple command, which the ape could perceive. Leave. Chen Lily sent the message. Suddenly, the diamond ape walked out and followed Chen Lily, as if to suggest that it, too, had reached enlightenment. Chen Yang was confused. This diamond ape clearly had not achieved epiphany, so why did it leave? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Is this woman really that concerned about appearances? The diamond ape did not reach epiphany, so she had it leave to create an illusion of it. What is the point? Chen Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The toothed dog seemed to be the last one to achieve epiphany, as the other pets did not reach it. In the end, 13 pets had reached the state of epiphany. 13 pets achieving epiphany from one flower was an excellent result. And Chen Yang had also collected 13 epiphany status fragments. Right now, in the system interface, the 13 fragments transformed into 4 complete epiphany status icons and 1 remaining fragment. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yang combined 3 of the epiphany icons into an intermediate epiphany status icon. Intermediate epiphany status, 6 hours. The intermediate status still lasted for 6 hours, but it was definitely better than the effect of 3 separate status effects. Of course, he would not use this intermediate icon just yet. He planned to save it for a more suitable opportunity. As the epiphany state the toothed dog had gained was fading, it kept practicing the iron claw, but unfortunately, the state only lasted for half an hour. Moreover, the effect on the toothed dog was only average, so it had only barely managed to get a grasp of the basics. Breeding shop. Chen Yang brought the toothed dog here to train. He applied the epiphany status to the dog and had it practice the iron claw. Lazy dog, try your best to master the iron claw technique to the grand completion stage. Chen Yang said. The toothed dog knew it had entered a state of epiphany and began practicing the iron claw. Its claws constantly struck the steel, and feeling the vibrations from the collisions, it silently comprehended the secrets of the technique. Every 10 minutes of practice, it quenched its claws with the finest quenching liquid. Coupled with the intermediate healing status, even if it sustained injuries during training, they healed quickly, which did not hinder its continuous practice. Before long, the toothed dog finally brought the iron claw to the mastery stage. Afterward, it continued to toil, and at the 5-hour mark, it finally reached the grand completion stage of the iron claw. However, using it was quite a struggle because while the toothed dog had reached the required level of technique, the strength of its claws had not caught up yet. It would need several more days of quenching to bring the claws up to par. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. By now, under the constant quenching of the finest liquid, the toothed dog's claws were strong enough to execute the grand completion level of the iron claw. It could be said that the toothed dog's strength had surged significantly. This day, Hao Dong called Chen Yang and told him to immediately come for a pet strength test. The class test is over, so why another test? Chen Yang arrived at the training room assigned by Hao Dong, perplexed, and found that Bai Xin was there as well. Seeing Chen Yang and Bai Xin both present, their homeroom teacher Hao Dong spoke up. Chen Yang, Bai Xin, this testing process is very thorough. It will not just evaluate your cultivation levels, it will also assess your pet beast skills, which is to say, their practical combat capabilities. Why do we need to test these? Chen Yang asked curiously. Hao Dong did not hold back and directly revealed information about the District 6 Midterm League. The District 6 Midterm League will begin soon. It is a vital event for the 6 major academies in the district and a chance to showcase each school's strength. If an academy performs well in this league, they will receive more funding from the higher-ups, so all the academies take it very seriously. Once Hao Dong explained this, Chen Yang and Bai Xin understood. Hao Dong continued. The District 6 Midterm League also offers rewards, and they are always quite good. As for what the specific rewards were, Hao Dong did not say, since the official spots had not been finalized yet. Afterward, Hao Dong began testing the cultivation and skills of the toothed dog and the five-colored phoenix. The tests had to be recorded and submitted. Otherwise, a teacher's word alone would not be enough. Data evidence was required for the principal to make a final decision. The five-colored phoenix went up for testing first. At this point, the five-colored phoenix's cultivation had improved again, reaching 45 years. As for its skills, the five-colored phoenix was also quite impressive. Gliding skill at minor mastery. Iron claw skill at minor mastery. Flame strike skill at minor mastery. Bai Xin, your five-colored phoenix has also mastered the flame shield. Excellent! Hao Dong was pleasantly surprised. The flame shield was highly effective, especially in the District 6 Midterm League, where it could prove very useful. Based on this skill alone, even if the five-colored phoenix's cultivation was low, it would certainly secure a spot. However, the five-colored phoenix's flame shield was only at the entry level, though it was not far from reaching minor mastery. For now, the five-colored phoenix had mastered only these four skills. Chen Yang, bring your toothed dog up for testing. Hao Dong commanded. Lazy dog, go up and get tested. Chen Yang ordered. The toothed dog went up. First was the cultivation test. Its progress was not slow, reaching 42 years of cultivation. The skill test, however, left Hao Dong completely stunned. He knew the toothed dog had perfected skills, but he thought it was limited to basic ones like claw attack and bite. Naturally, he was not surprised to see the toothed dog demonstrate perfected bite and claw attack. But soon, the toothed dog unleashed the intermediate skill, Thunder Flash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The toothed dog zipped around the testing arena, constantly using Thunder Flash. Its speed was so fast that it looked like a bolt of lightning streaking across the field. That is a perfected Thunder Flash. Hao Dong's pupils constricted in pure shock. Mastering an intermediate skill to perfection is incredibly difficult. Many elite beast tamers cannot even get their pets to perfect an intermediate skill. Reaching minor mastery is often considered good enough. In fact, many pets stop training a skill once they reach minor mastery, as it is a waste of time compared to waiting for their cultivation to rise and learning higher-level skills. For instance, the five-colored phoenix still has several basic skills at minor mastery. It will definitely spend time on intermediate skills later, and likely will not bother further training those basic ones. Therefore, the fact that the toothed dog had perfected not only basic skills, but also an intermediate one like Thunder Flash was absolutely terrifying. Chen Yang had intended to let the toothed dog show off its steel claws, but upon second thought, he decided to hide some strength. The abilities shown so far were already enough to surpass other ordinary beast tamers and secure a spot easily. All right, your testing is complete. We will report to the principal immediately, and the list of selected students should be out soon. After saying this, Hao Dong left. The tests for the other classes ended quickly as well, and the information for all 20 students was handed over to the principal. In the principal's office, Zhou Changhao looked over the pet data for the 20 students. Bai Xin, daughter of the Fire Phoenix Heavenly King, her pet has evolved into a five-colored phoenix and likely has S-grade bloodline potential. She definitely gets the first spot. Gao Qin, her pet is a healing-type green slug. Although its combat power is poor, it is a support-type pet. This District 6 Midterm League includes team matches, and with a green slug, our team's combat effectiveness would be vastly improved. She must get a spot. What? A toothed dog? 42 years of cultivation, and it has mastered bite, claw attack, and Thunder Flash to perfection? Thunder Flash is an intermediate skill, right? Does this toothed dog have such incredible aptitude? Its bloodline potential has also reached C-grade. This toothed dog is no simple creature. It even seems to have a mysterious skill for rapid healing. Given all this, its combat power must be immense. It definitely deserves a spot. Aside from these three, the pets of the others were not necessarily bad, but none had any standout features. He spent quite some time before finalizing the 10 spots. Afterward, he passed the 10 names to the teachers below. The subsequent matters were no longer his concern. Very soon, Chen Yang and Bai Xin both received notifications that they had earned spots in the District 6 Midterm League. They were not surprised at all. It would have been strange if they had not gotten in. Class 1 to 7. Homeroom teacher, Yang found Chen Lily and another student to announce the results. I am very sorry, neither of you secured a spot for the District 6 midterm league. Yang said helplessly. The other student did not think much of it, finding it quite normal. However, Chen Lily, the top student in Class 7, could not accept the reality. Teacher, how could I not get a spot? My diamond ape has already reached 37 years of cultivation and has mastered several skills. Chen Lily was unwilling to accept this. It was not about the rewards, but the honor and the fame. She figured Bai Xin would definitely get a spot, and if she herself did not, she would surely be mocked by Bai Xin. Furthermore, when the league started, if her relatives and friends found out she was not among the participants from Mirror Lake Academy, they would certainly ask all sorts of awkward questions. Thinking of this, she felt an immense sense of resentment. The principal decided the list. I am merely relaying the news, Yang said helplessly. She had hoped her own students would get in, but the principal did not choose them. Teacher, who are the 10 people who did get in? Chen Lily asked. These are the 10, Yang handed a list to Chen Lily. Chen Lily took it and checked. When she saw Bai Xin and Chen Yang from Class 1 to 6 were both on it, she was furious. Teacher, why were 2 people from Class 6 selected? I will let Bai Xin slide. She just got lucky that her 5-colored bird evolved into a 5-colored phoenix. But Chen Yang? Why him? His pet is just a toothed dog. What kind of combat power does a toothed dog have? Yang shook her head. Lily, I do not know why Chen Yang's toothed dog was selected either. I can only see your information. Data for students in other classes is confidential and only the principal can access it. Teacher, I really want to get a spot. Chen Lily's eyes were filled with desperate longing. Yang pondered, an idea forming in her mind. Lily, why do not you do this? Challenge Chen Yang. If you can defeat him in front of everyone, I can talk to the principal. After all, the principal definitely wants the strongest students to compete. Upon hearing this, Chen Lily thought it was a brilliant idea. Thank you, teacher. I am going to challenge Chen Yang right now. She excitedly ran off to find Chen Yang. And since the District 6 midterm league was approaching, he had not left the academy. He had been in the training room, accompanying his toothed dog. Suddenly, Gao Yuan came to find him. Chen Yang, Chen Lily from Class 7 is here to challenge you. She's making a scene right at the classroom door. Gao Yuan said, Chen Lily is challenging me, why? Chen Yang was puzzled. He did not think he had any beef with her. Last time, Chen Lily mocked him, and Bai Xin mocked her back. Could it be because of that? I do not know the reason. Gao Yuan shook his head. If she dares to challenge me, I will teach her a lesson. Chen Yang waved at the toothed dog that was training nearby. Lazy dog, come with me. We are going to teach another pet a lesson. Woof! The toothed dog barked excitedly. It loved bullying other pets. Soon, Chen Yang and Gao Yuan arrived at the door of Class 6. Chen Yang, you are finally here. I challenge your toothed dog, Chen Lily shouted. Why should I accept your challenge? Chen Yang asked. If you do not accept, it just proves you are a coward, a spineless person afraid to even face a challenge. Chen Lily tried to goad Chen Yang into accepting. Chen Yang frowned, genuinely angered by her words. He knew she was saying it on purpose, but since she wanted to offend him, he would not hold back. I can accept, but we need to add a wager, otherwise it is too boring. Chen Yang wanted to use this challenge to make some pocket money and make Chen Lily pay a heavy price. Fine, Chen Lily said. What wager do you want to add? 10 million, dare to bet. If not, get lost and stop being an eyesore here. Chen Yang replied, using the same tone as her. 10 million. The onlookers were shocked. That was a massive sum. Many families could not scrape that amount together, even if they emptied their life savings. And Chen Yang was just throwing 10 million out for a bet. 10 million? Do you even have that much money? It was not that Chen Lily did not have 10 million. She just feared Chen Yang could not pay up. Chen Yang directly pulled out his phone, opened his banking app, and displayed his balance. Look clearly, there is tens of millions there. Now, as for you, you would not happen to be short of 10 million, would you? Chen Yang said. Do not joke, how could I not have 10 million? Chen Lily roared. My parents are master-level beast-tamers, my grandfather is a grandmaster level, and my ancestor is a king-level beast-tamer. You think I do not have money? Good, then it is settled. Everyone here is a witness. Chen Yang said. Fine, it is settled. Chen Lily agreed. At that moment, Bai Xin walked over, saw the wager between Chen Yang and Chen Lili, and immediately smiled. She knew perfectly well how strong the toothed dog was. Even her 5-colored phoenix did not have the confidence to win, let alone Chen Lili's diamond ape. Now, Chen Lili was not just going to lose 10 million, she was going to be humiliated. Very soon, they reached one of the Academy's competition stages. Chen Yang's toothed dog and Chen Lili's diamond ape took the stage, and the sparring match was about to begin. On the competition stage, the Vajra ape stopped concealing its aura. Its cultivation aura of 37 years spread out, exerting heavy pressure on those nearby. The toothed dog offered a disdainful smile and revealed its own cultivation of 42 years. Chen Lili did not care about the toothed dog's cultivation. What was the use of high cultivation for a pet beast with no combat ability like the toothed dog? In terms of strength, speed, and defense, it could not compare to a Vajra ape of the same level, so even 10 more years of cultivation would be useless. Chen Lili felt her Vajra ape could easily crush the toothed dog. She wanted the principal to know that not choosing her was a mistake. Begin! The toothed dog and the Vajra ape clashed. The surrounding students watched intently. Those who did not know the situation naturally favored the Vajra ape. After all, the Vajra ape had terrifying strength and powerful defense. What kind of trash pet was a toothed dog? However, the students of Class 6 naturally knew that Chen Yang's toothed dog could not be compared to ordinary ones. This toothed dog was too terrifying. Vajra ape, crush it for me, Chen Lili shouted. Thump thump. The Vajra ape pounded its chest twice, let out a long roar, lunged at the toothed dog, and unleashed an iron arm strike, slamming it hard toward the toothed dog. Lazy dog, such a trashy opponent, fight it yourself. I will not command you, Chen Yang said. The toothed dog understood, then executed lightning flash, easily dodging the Vajra ape's iron arm attack. Then, the toothed dog used lightning flash again, leaping onto the Vajra ape's back with lightning speed. Puff! A claw attack directly tore through the Vajra ape's tough skin, leaving a long scratch on its back. Blood flowed from the wound, staining its fur red. My god, that is an intermediate skill, lightning flash. I have seen lightning flash before. The toothed dog's speed is too fast. It must be at the great success stage at the very least. The toothed dog is not even a thunder-type pet. How did it master lightning flash? Many thunder-type pets cannot even master lightning flash. That is an intermediate skill. That attack which scratched the Vajra ape must have been a claw attack. An ordinary claw attack would not have such terrifying power. It must be a perfect level claw attack. No need to watch anymore, the Vajra ape is finished. It cannot even touch a hair on the toothed dog. How is it supposed to fight? Swish, swish, swish. The toothed dog used lightning flash to toy with the Vajra ape. No matter how fierce the Vajra ape's attacks were, it could not touch the dog. Chen Lili panicked. She kept giving commands, but they were useless, and she even started shouting orders randomly. However, the toothed dog's claws left bloody marks all over the Vajra ape. In fact, the toothed dog could have ended the fight instantly, but it did not want to finish so quickly. It was slowly bullying the Vajra ape. Before long, the Vajra ape was mangled by the toothed dog, with blood flowing all over the ground. Eventually, the Vajra ape could no longer hold on and collapsed. Only then did Chen Lili come to her senses and hurriedly said, I surrender. Then she went up, gave her Vajra ape some healing medicine, and sent it back to the pet space to recover. Chen Lili, I won. Where is the 10 million? Chen Yang reached out to demand it. If it were someone else, he might let the 10 million go, but as for Chen Lili, he was definitely going to collect. Fine, I will pay you. Chen Lili was extremely furious at this moment, but she gritted her teeth and transferred the 10 million to Chen Yang, then ran away in embarrassment. Bai Xin did not go to provoke Chen Lili further. After all, she was already embarrassed enough. Through this match, Chen Yang became famous throughout Jinghu Pet Academy, and news of his reputation quickly spread to other classes. That same afternoon, Chen Yang and Bai Xin received a notice that they needed to go to a training camp to prepare for the District 6 midterm league. Soon it was the afternoon. Chen Yang and Bai Xin went to the academy's training grounds together. Before long, the other 8 students also arrived. Teacher Hao Dong was also there. Students, I am Hao Dong, the coach responsible for your training camp. In 6 days, the District 6 midterm league will begin. Some students might not be familiar with it, so let me explain briefly. First, the District 6 midterm league is a competition between academies, divided into team matches and individual matches. For team matches, there are 5 people per team, so U10 will be divided into 2 teams. As for individual matches, it is not what you imagine as just one person participating, but rather one-on-one battles. Whoever loses steps down, with 10 people taking turns sending their pets to fight. If one academy's 10 people are all defeated first, then that academy loses the individual matches. Next, I will divide you into 2 teams. Baizin, Chen Yang, Gao Qin, Li Chan, Zhang Beiabo, you 5 are one team, the other 5 will be the other team, Hao Dong assigned. At this moment, all 10 understood that Bai Chen team was the real main team, as the other 5 were slightly weaker and considered the second team. After the teams were divided, Hao Dong said, "Stay at the academy for the next few days and do not run around. Coordinate with each other because team battles are different from individual pet battles. You need to cooperate. Without coordination, the pet's strength will not be fully realized. Talk among yourselves first, at least get to know your teammates' pets, and later, the 2 teams will have a sparring match." After Hao Dong finished speaking, he sat on a bench and let the 2 teams talk among themselves. Chen Yang sat down with his 4 teammates to introduce themselves. Bai Xin introduced the general situation of her pet, the 5-colored phoenix, and then it was Gao Qin's turn. Gao Qin summoned his pet, the green slug, and said, "My pet is a green slug with 39 years of cultivation. It does not have much combat power. It mainly possesses healing and duplication abilities. The green slug can currently form 3 small green slugs that can attach to other pets to heal their injuries. That is a great ability." Bai Xin was pleasantly surprised. This could ensure that other pets could recover quickly if injured. It is an excellent support pet. Chen Yang also nodded slightly. This pet was indeed good for team battles. Although his healing status icon was better, he could not just grant teammates healing status icons. That would expose him during battle and be impossible to explain. Next, it was Li Chan's turn to introduce herself. "My pet is a howling moon wolf with 40 years of cultivation. It has 2 elementary skills, Iron Claws and Roar, and an intermediate skill called Moon Blade, which can attack pets within 10 meters. Zhang Beiabo, a big fatty, scratched his head and said, "My pet is a giant meat beast with 40 years of cultivation. It possesses the giantization skill and 2 elementary skills, including Meatball Impact." Finally, it was Chen Yang's turn. "My pet is a tooth dog with 42 years of cultivation. It has 2 elementary skills, Bite and Claw Attack, both raised to the perfect stage. It also has 2 intermediate skills, Lightning Flash and Iron Claws, with Lightning Flash practiced to the perfect stage, and Iron Claws currently at the Great Success stage. Additionally, my tooth dog can recover quickly, so during battles, Gao Qin does not need to heal the tooth dog, he can just focus on the other pets." Chen Yang did not hide anything. Since they were on the same team and participating in the District 6 midterm league, he naturally had to explain the tooth dog situation in detail. Hearing that Chen Yang's tooth dog had 2 intermediate skills, with Lightning Flash at the perfect stage and Iron Claws at the Great Success stage, everyone was shocked. Bai Xin was also extremely shocked. Although she knew the tooth dog had practiced Lightning Flash to the perfect stage, she had only just watched its battle with the Vajra ape. But she only learned now that the tooth dog also had Iron Claws at the Great Success stage. What kind of talent is this? It is just too terrifying. My God, Brother Yang, your tooth dog's strength is too frightening. It could even be compared to Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix, right? Zhang Beiabo exclaimed. No, my 5-colored phoenix is no match for the tooth dog, Bai Xin said. You have not seen the tooth dog's recovery speed. The 5-colored phoenix cannot heavily injure the tooth dog, and once it catches an opening, it will definitely lose. All 5 explained their pets' situations. Next, they needed to choose a team captain to take charge of overall command during team matches. Otherwise, if everyone gave commands randomly, there would be no coordination in battle. After a vote, Chen Yang won the captain's spot. An hour later, Hao Dong walked over. You should all know each other well enough by now. Let us start the sparring session. Both teams, come with me to the competition stage to have your pets practice coordinating together. Afterward, Hao Dong took the 10 of them to a larger competition stage in the academy. This area was cordoned off, so other students could not get in, and their training would not be exposed. The tooth dog, 5-colored phoenix, green slug, giant meat beast, and howling moon wolf stood on the stage, and 5 pets appeared on the opposite side as well. Giant meat beast stand at the very front, 5-colored phoenix take to the air, green slug stay at the very back to ensure the other 3 pets' injuries are healed, howling moon wolf stand on the left, lazy dog stay behind. Hold this formation. Chen Yang commanded. Chen Yang commanded. Immediately, the other 4 gave these instructions to their own pets, and the positioning was set. Charge. Chen Yang gave the order. Boom. The 5 major pets charged toward the opposite side. The giant meat beast instantly used its giantization skill, its body size suddenly expanding by 2 times, and unleashed a meatball impact at the 5 pets on the other side. The strong points of the giant meat beast are its rugged defense and strong power, but it is not very agile and consumes energy quickly, making it unable to fight for long periods. In an instant, the giant meat beast broke through the formation of the 5 pets on the opposite side. Then, the 5-colored phoenix unleashed a flame burst from midair. Boom! Fireballs rained down. Of course, the other side was not without formidable pets. A water blue beast capable of using the water ball skill spat out balls of water, trying to block the flame burst and significantly reduce the damage. At this moment, the howling moon wolf unleashed its moon blade. Puff! The moon blade acted like a sharp razor, directly hitting the water blue beast, instantly wounding it severely. The toothed dog also rushed into the opponent's camp, knocking out the other pets one by one with a single swipe of its claws. Battle over. Swish! Teacher Hao Dong summoned his green toad to heal the wounds of the second team's pets. Before long, the second team's pets recovered. Your pets are much weaker, so for the next while, I will be outside the arena continuously healing you with the green toad, so you will not be defeated so quickly, Hao Dong said to the second team. Upon hearing this, the 5 members of the second team were not happy. Instead, they showed helpless expressions. Did this not mean they were just sparring partners for Bai Xin and Chen Yang? However, as long as they won the match, there would be rewards, so they did not really care whether they were just sparring partners or not. Afterward, Chen Yang and his team of 5 continued to spar with the second team. This time, with teacher Hao Dong's green toad healing their injuries from the sidelines, the second team's combat effectiveness jumped to a whole new level. But in the end, the second team still lost. However, through repeated battles, the coordination between the 5 pet beasts, including the toothed dog and the 5-colored phoenix, became increasingly seamless, and Chen Yang's command experience grew significantly. Gradually, several days passed. On this day, the principal and teachers of Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy took Chen Yang and the others to participate in the District 6 Midterm League, held at the Binhu Arena in Binhu District. It was held in Binhu because Binhu District is the largest and strongest district in Jinhai City, and Binhu Beast-Taming Academy is the top-ranked school. Consequently, the District 6 Midterm League is hosted at the Binhu Arena every year. And the Binhu Arena is massive and usually kept closed. It was only open now for the start of the District 6 Midterm League. Soon, students from all 6 major academies in Jinhai City arrived one after another, accompanied by many teachers and high-ranking officials from the city, all gathered to watch the battles. The Binhu Arena provided accommodation and training rooms for the teachers and students of each academy, so there was no need to worry about food or lodging. At that moment, Hao Dong was introducing their upcoming opponents to Chen Yang and his team. The team you need to be most concerned about is the first team of Binhu Beast-Taming Academy. They are very strong this year. Furthermore, the academy has deliberately hidden the strength of their 5 pet beasts, so we do not have much information and can only provide you with a general overview. Hao Dong handed out the documents to everyone. Chen Yang took a document and began to read. The 5 pet beasts of Binhu Beast-Taming Academy's first team all have over 40 years of cultivation. Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, the pet beast of one of them has even reached 50 years of cultivation. Zhang Beiabo asked, Teacher Hao Dong, why are the 5 members of Binhu Beast-Taming Academy able to raise their pets' cultivation so quickly? Hao Dong explained, this brings us to resources. For instance, you can enter the 100 Mountain Secret Realm 3 times for free, which is effectively an academy resource. Binhu Beast-Taming Academy is so powerful because they control a superior secret realm, allowing their students to enter and train at any time, whereas students from other academies cannot. Additionally, there is another key factor, perhaps the most important one. Binhu Beast-Taming Academy possesses a gravity training room. A gravity training room. Chen Yang and the others were confused, as they had no idea what that was. But Bai Xin knew. A gravity training room can create varying levels of gravity, allowing pet beasts to train under different environmental pressures. It is extremely expensive to build, Bai Xin said. That is correct, Hao Dong nodded. A gravity training room requires a material called heavy stone, which does not exist on Earth and can only be found on alien planets. Currently, the Earth Federation's production is very low, which is why Jinhai City only allows the top-ranked academy to have one. If we win first place this time, the city officials will relocate the gravity room to our Jinghu beast-taming academy. Teacher, we will win first place. The 5 of them vowed. Good, I have faith in you all. Hao Dong said, clenching his fist. Afterward, Hao Dong continued to analyze the strength of the other 5 academies for Chen Yang and his team. Time slowly ticked by. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the principal brought the tournament schedule for Chen Yang and the others. Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy's first opponent was Yijiang Beast-Taming Academy. The team competition is held first. Both Jinghu's teams have to face the opponent's 2 teams successively. Each team victory is worth 30 points. With 4 total team matches, winning all would total 120 points. As for the individual matches, each victory earns 50 points. Therefore, the team matches are vital. As the first team, if they lose the team matches, they will likely lose overall, unless the second team can pull off a miracle. However, the second team is already weaker. How could they possibly pull off a miracle? Of course, some pet beasts are skilled in one-on-one combat and might secure a win for the academy in individual matches, but that possibility is quite low. And soon, the matches began. Jinghu's second team went out first, with Chen Yang and the others watching to gauge their opponent's strength. Yijiang Beast-Taming Academy had the same idea and also sent out their second team. Thus, the second teams from both academies began the first match on the arena stage. The referee, an elite beast tamer, announced the start of the match. Boom! Both sides summoned their pets onto the arena stage, while the beast tamers stood below to issue commands. According to official rules, beast tamers are not allowed on the arena stage until they become elite beast tamers. After all, ordinary beast tamers are too weak and lack self-preservation capabilities. If an accident occurred, they could die before anyone could rescue them. Therefore, in official competitions like the District 6 Midterm League, the beast tamers must stay below. Soon, the battle was underway. The strengths were evenly matched, but Jinghu's second team was slightly stronger. After a prolonged struggle, they secured the first victory at the cost of 4 pets being severely injured and 1 slightly wounded. Since the second team's pets needed to be treated, Chen Yang and his team went directly to the second match. Yijiang's first team also stepped onto the stage. Boom! Chen Yang and his team summoned their pets, as did the 5 members of Yijiang Beast-Taming Academy. They only have 1 hedgehog beast with over 40 years of cultivation, and the others are all at 39 years. Judging by these cultivation levels, the strength of the Yijiang team was only average. Everyone, get into the formation we practiced. Chen Yang commanded. Understood. Bai Xin and the others nodded. As the referee announced the start, the giant meat beast charged to the front to act as a meat shield, blocking the opponent's attacks. Meanwhile, the 5-colored phoenix used flame bursts to continuously bombard the opponent's pets. Seeing this, one of the Yijiang members immediately ordered their hedgehog beast to attack the 5-colored phoenix. Hedgehog beast used spike burst. Spike burst is an intermediate skill that perfectly suits the hedgehog beast. I saw the spines on the hedgehog beast shoot out toward the phoenix. Under the effect of spike burst, the impact of every single spine was terrifying. At the same time, some spines also shot toward the giant meat beast. Thump, thump, thump. The giant meat beast was struck by several spines, sustaining significant injury. Seeing this, Gao Qin immediately ordered her green slug to use its clone skill, and a small clone crawled onto the giant meat beast to heal its wounds. Meanwhile, the spines aimed at the 5-colored phoenix were all blocked by a flame shield it had conjured just in time. This bird can actually use a flame shield. We cannot shoot it down. The Yijiang members decided to give up on attacking the bird and focus on taking down the other 4 as quickly as possible. In their eyes, the 5-colored phoenix was the biggest threat, while the other 4 pets seemed weaker. If they could eliminate the other 4 pets, they still had a chance at victory. However, that was when the toothed dog made its move. The toothed dog lunged into the heart of the enemy formation and struck a 39-year-old tabby cat. Squelch! The toothed dog's claws pierced the neck of the tabby cat, leaving it on the verge of falling. Suddenly, a healing light enveloped the cat, sealing its wounds and ensuring it did not die. But that meant the tabby cat was disqualified. Hedgehog Beast, shoot that toothed dog. Upon receiving the order, the hedgehog beast fired its spines at the toothed dog. However, with a flash of lightning, the toothed dog dodged the attack. Just then, the howling moon wolf approached the hedgehog beast and unleashed a moon blade. This attack was the bane of the hedgehog beast. It struck true, causing the beast to howl in pain. Yijiang had a water spirit beast capable of healing, but just as it was preparing to heal the hedgehog, the toothed dog used a lightning dash to close the distance. With a swift claw, it severely injured the water spirit beast. The water spirit beast tried to heal itself, but another bite attack followed. Instantly, the water spirit beast was disqualified and rescued by the referee. In the blink of an eye, the toothed dog struck repeatedly, and with the 5-colored phoenix bombarding from above, all 5 Yijiang pets were left severely injured. They had no choice but to forfeit. This battle proved to the other academies just how strong Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy was. Soon after, Jinghu's second team faced Yijiang's first team and lost. Chen Yang and his team found this expected. Yijiang's first team was indeed strong, they just happened to run into an overwhelmingly powerful opponent in Chen Yang's team. As for Chen Yang's match against Yijiang's second team, they were crushed effortlessly, requiring no real effort at all. After the 4 team matches, the record was 3 wins and 1 loss. Thus, Jinghu gained 90 points while Yijiang only got 30, creating a 60-point gap. This meant that even if Yijiang managed an upset in the individual matches, it would not change the outcome. They had already lost the competition. You all did very well. Principal Zhou Changhao walked over to praise them. Having watched their performance, he felt hopeful that Jinghu could take first place this year. After lunch and a rest, the individual matches began in the afternoon. Chen Yang and his 10 team members were discussing who should go first. Chen Yang, Bai Xin, you two should not go first. Otherwise, you will easily take down everyone else, and that would not be any fun, Zhang Biabo said. After all, in a competition like this, everyone wants a chance to show what they can do. All right, then let us draw lots. Whoever draws it goes first, Chen Yang suggested. The other 8 agreed with this suggestion. Soon, the drawing was finished. Zhang Yang from the second team drew first, and Yijiang sent out the beast-tamer with the hedgehog beast. Seeing this, Zhang Yang could have cried. Is not this just sending him up to be pummeled? The hedgehog beast's spines had healed, so it was ready for use again. With just one move, Zhang Yang's pet was defeated. The hedgehog beast was truly strong, defeating 4 of Jinghu's tamers in a row, though it was eventually defeated by the 5th, the giant meat beast, due to heavy exhaustion. The giant meat beast was quite strong, holding its own against 3 opponents before finally going down. After the individual matches, only Chen Yang and Bai Xin remained for Jinghu, while Yijiang only had 1 weaker tamer left. Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix stepped up and ended the match with a single flame burst. With that, Jinghu won the individual competition and added 50 points. The final score was 140-30, a crushing victory for Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy. The first day of the Jinghu Beastmaster Academy competition has come to an end. Meanwhile, the matches for the other 4 academies also concluded one after another shortly after. Among them, Lushan Beastmaster Academy defeated Shanghai Beastmaster Academy, and Binhu Beastmaster Academy defeated Zheshan Beastmaster Academy. After dinner, instructor Hao Dong projected the competition footage of the 4 major academies for Chen Yang and his team to watch, so they could understand the strength of their opponents. The strength of Lushan Beastmaster Academy and Shanghai Beastmaster Academy is quite similar, and the match between these 2 was truly fierce. In the team competition, both academies were tied at 60 points, and in the end, Lushan Beastmaster Academy won against Shanghai Beastmaster Academy by a narrow margin during the individual matches. Because the battle between Lushan and Shanghai was so intense, both sides definitely did not hold back their true strength. Based on their performance, Hao Dong predicted, the strength of Lushan and Shanghai is mediocre, and they are no match for you. Your true target is Binhu Beastmaster Academy. Hao Dong played the battle footage of Binhu Beastmaster Academy, and everyone's impression after watching it was that it looked too easy. It was a complete crush of a battle, taking almost no time at all. The final score was 170-0, which means Zheshan Beastmaster Academy did not win a single match. It is not that Zheshan Beastmaster Academy is too weak, but that Binhu Beastmaster Academy is just too powerful. Their second team is also very strong. 2 of their pet beasts have reached over 40 years of cultivation, and the other 3 have 39 years. Plus, both the first and second teams have healing-type pet beasts, Zhang Beiabao exclaimed in amazement. Chen Yang and his team watched the entire battle, but still could not gauge Binhu Beastmaster Academy's true strength, because they certainly would not expose their real abilities and must have hidden their trump cards. Just like Chen Yang himself, he did not let the Fang dog show its full strength either. For instance, the mastery-level steel claws were not revealed. Therefore, just based on what was shown, you cannot tell much. If you only think this is their true strength, you will definitely suffer a big loss. While Chen Yang's group was watching the Binhu videos, the 10 members of Binhu Beastmaster Academy were also, under their instructor's arrangement, analyzing the battle footage of Chen Yang and his team. After watching the video, Zhao Kang, the captain of Binhu's first team, said, "Jinghu Academy's second team is trash, no need to analyze. The first team does have some strength, especially by Zin's 5-color phoenix. Its cultivation is now nearing 50 years, and it also possesses the intermediate skill Flame Shield. It is unclear if it has other intermediate skills. Bai Zin, is not she the daughter of the Fire Phoenix Heavenly King? How come her pet beast has less than 50 years of cultivation?" One of them asked curiously. Zhao Kang replied, "The Fire Phoenix Heavenly King probably has not given her much help, letting her grow on her own. The Bai family has always used such free-range training methods. That Fang dog also needs to be noted. Its Thunder Flash is at perfection level, and both Bite and Claw Strike are also at perfection level. This aptitude is terrifying. True, that Fang dog does need to be watched. It is lucky it is just a Fang dog with a poor physical foundation. If it were any other powerful pet beast with such skill proficiency, we would not even need to fight. If possible, take out this Fang dog first. Once that is done, this team will be nothing to worry about. We roughly know their strength, but they have no idea about ours. If we reveal our trump cards, we can easily beat them. Before we meet Jinghu Beastmaster Academy, do not reveal your trump cards, understand?" Understood. And time quickly moved to the second day. Today, Jinghu Beastmaster Academy's opponent is Shanghai Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang is very familiar with Shanghai's strength, so he is full of confidence. This time, the script was almost the same as yesterday. Jinghu's second team beat Shanghai's second team, but lost to their first team. Chen Yang's first team swept both of Shanghai's teams, winning the team competition 90-30, making the subsequent individual matches irrelevant. Of course, the procedure still had to be followed. In the afternoon, the individual competition began. Chen Yang again let the other 8 draw lots, and he and Bai Zin entered the arena last. Shanghai Beastmaster Academy actually performed quite well in the individual matches, putting Jinghu Beastmaster Academy at a disadvantage. By the time only Chen Yang and Bai Zin were left for Jinghu, they still had 3 Beastmasters remaining. However, that was of no use. Bai Zin's 5-color Phoenix took the stage and scored a 1 versus 3, securing victory in the individual competition. However, Binhu finished even earlier, as Zhao Kang's pet beast scored a 1 versus 10 in the individual matches, defeating Yijiang Beastmaster Academy. The third day, Jinghu Beastmaster Academy's opponent is Lushan Beastmaster Academy. At this point, Lushan pulled a tricky move by placing the strongest first-team captain into the second team, strengthening the second team while not weakening the first team too much, effectively evening out their strength. As a result, Jinghu's second team lost 2 matches in a row. However, Chen Yang and his team easily swept both of Lushan's teams. The team match ended in a 60-60 tie. Whoever won the individual matches would take the victory. I have to say, that strategy was actually quite good. It is a pity it could not change the outcome, because Lushan's strength is far behind Jinghu's. Chen Yang and Bai Zin could sweep them. They simply could not resist. They only managed to keep the final score from looking too ugly. In the afternoon's individual matches, after several rounds, Lushan still had 3 people left, while Jinghu had Chen Yang and Bai Zin. Finally, Bai Zin stepped up and took out 3 opponents in a row to win the match. And at night, Chen Yang brought the Fang dog to a training room. I have been lucky these past few days. I have gathered 2 more epiphany shards. With so many pet beasts fighting in the District 6 midterm league, their aptitude is quite high, so experiencing an epiphany is normal. He originally had 1 epiphany shard left, and with these 2, he could complete another full epiphany icon. Lazy dog, hurry up and cultivate steel claws to the perfection level. After Chen Yang said this, he placed the epiphany icon on its head. The fang dog immediately began cultivating steel claws, practicing from past 8 o'clock until late at night, using up all 6 hours of the epiphany icon. By then, the fang dog's steel claws had reached the perfection level. Pet beast, fang dog. Owner, Chen Yang. Cultivation, 45 years. Bloodline potential, C. Skills, bite perfection, claw strike perfection, thunder flash perfection, steel claws perfection. With all 4 skills at the perfection level, the fang dog has reached a terrifying level. Combined with the healing status icon, it is enough to sweep all the pet beasts of other academies. After this competition is over, I will prepare another skill for the lazy dog, preferably an advanced one. Chen Yang decided. Advanced skills are normally only mastered by pet beasts with hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation. Ordinary pets with only a few decades of cultivation cannot master them. However, Chen Yang still has an intermediate epiphany icon, so he can let the fang dog try to cultivate an advanced skill. On the 4th day of the District 6 midterm league, it was Jinghu Beastmaster Academy's turn to face Zheshan Beastmaster Academy. Clearly, the organizers did not want Jinghu and Binhu to clash too early, saving their duel for the final day to make it more spectacular. Zheshan's strength is naturally inferior to Jinghu's. They also imitated Lushan's approach, evening out the strength of their 2 teams. It is a pity that the result only made the score look a bit better, but they still lost to Jinghu in the end. 4 wins out of 4. Principal Zhou Changhao was very satisfied with Jinghu's record, but he did not have much confidence in whether Chen Yang and the others could defeat Binhu Beastmaster Academy. Of course, if they could win, that would be a huge bonus. If they lost, there was no shame in it. Soon, the 5th day arrived, the final day of the District 6 midterm league, and the championship match between Jinghu and Binhu Beastmaster Academies. For this match, neither academy would hide their strength. They would definitely show everything. The time came, and the match was about to begin. In the spectator stands, the eyes of every Beastmaster were fixed on the arena where Binhu and Jinghu were set to compete. As for the battles of the other academies, there was almost nothing worth watching. Jinghu Beastmaster Academy had their 2nd team go first this time as well. And Binhu Beastmaster Academy also had their 2nd team go first. Although both were 2nd teams, once the battle started, Jinghu was completely crushed, their formation broken, and they lost the match in less than 3 minutes. Let us go up, Chen Yang said. Chen Yang and his team stepped onto the arena. The Binhu Beastmaster Academy sent out their 2nd team again, clearly using them to test the limits of Chen Yang's team. If they could manage a win, that would be even better. However, anyone could see that the Binhu 2nd team had no chance of winning. The gap in strength was simply too apparent. Soon the match began. 5 beasts, including the toothed dog and the giant meat beast, lined up in formation. 5-colored phoenix use flame blast. Bai Xin commanded. Gao Qin's green slug also used its clone skill in advance, sending 3 small slugs to attach themselves onto the moon-howling wolf, the giant meat beast, and the 5-colored phoenix to ensure they were healed at all times. As for the toothed dog, it did not need any healing. Take out the green slug first. That was the plan of the Binhu 2nd team. However, the 5-colored phoenix's flame blast caused them a lot of trouble, easily shattering their formation. One of their beasts tried to rush over to take out the green slug. In the end, the toothed dog took it down with a single move. In less than 3 minutes, the opponents were completely routed and lost the match. After a 10-minute break, the Jinghu Beastmaster Academy's 2nd team faced off against the Binhu Beastmaster Academy's 1st team. The battle could only be described as a crushing defeat. In just over 20 seconds, the Jinghu 2nd team collapsed and conceded. Off the stage, Hao Dong said, "You are about to face the Binhu 1st team. If you lose this match, there will not be any need to play the individual rounds. So, if you want to win, you have to beat them." Yes, Chen Yang and his 4 teammates replied. Soon, both teams took the stage. At this moment, The Beastmasters in the audience fixed their eyes on these two first-string teams. Zhao Kang's Blackhorn Dragon Snake, 52 years of cultivation. The Healing-type Spirit Cat, 45 years of cultivation. Iron-armed Ape, 43 years of cultivation. The Flying Beast Green Steel Sparrow, 47 years of cultivation. And a mysterious little beast with ghostly speed. That was the lineup of the Binhu Academy's 5 beasts. While others were staring at the Blackhorn Dragon Snake, Chen Yang's gaze was fixed on the mysterious little beast. Its identity was very mysterious. At the very least, none of them recognized it. It was likely a special beast from some secret realm, or perhaps even one from an alien planet. In previous battles, this beast acted as an assassin, rushing into the enemy camp with extreme speed to take out their healer. It could be said that other than using a basic movement technique, it had not shown any other skills. If there was a wild card, this mysterious beast was definitely it. As for the others, even if they hid their skills, their overall strength would not be much of a secret since everyone knew them well. Let your beasts take the stage, the referee said. All 10 beasts took the stage, and as the referee signaled the start, the match officially began. Green Steel Sparrow pinned down the 5-colored phoenix. The Beastmaster commanded. The Green Steel Sparrow was certainly not a match for the 5-colored phoenix in terms of raw power, but pinning it down for a while was no problem. This way, the 5-colored phoenix could not use Flame Blast to deal with the other beasts, essentially robbing the Jinghu Academy of its greatest asset. Receiving the order, the Green Steel Sparrow charged straight at the 5-colored phoenix and began to scrap with it. Hahaha, without the 5-colored phoenix, what do you have left, Jinghu Academy? You are done for. Even with your Blackhorn Dragon Snake, you cannot stop us if we all attack at once. Zhao Kang shouted loudly. Following his command, the Blackhorn Dragon Snake launched an attack. The giant meat beast stood in the front, reaching out with both hands, trying to grab the dragon snake. However, the dragon snake swung its tail. Tail strike. This was also a basic skill, but the dragon snake had mastered it to a high level. Combined with its 52 years of cultivation, the power of this blow was terrifying. Boom! The giant meat beast was sent flying by a single lash of the tail, and it was quite badly injured, though the small green slugs continuously healed its wounds with light. But without the giant meat beast as a tank, the Blackhorn Dragon Snake, the Iron-armed Ape, and the mysterious little beast charged in. The Moon-howling Wolf used Moonblade, attacking the dragon snake directly. The Moonblade turned into a sharp edge and struck the dragon snake, but a burst of black light exploded from its body, blocking the attack. Bloodline skill, Dragon Snake Protection. This was an intermediate skill and a bloodline ability that boosted its defense several times over, though it could not be kept up for long, only for 3 seconds. But at a critical moment, being able to block enemy attacks was all that mattered. Giant Meat Beast deal with the Iron-armed Ape. Moon-howling Wolf take the mysterious beast. Tooth Dog leave the Blackhorn Dragon Snake to me. Gao Qin, Li Chan, and Zhang Beibao replied, ordering their beasts to make these adjustments. Swish! The Tooth Dog lunged at the Blackhorn Dragon Snake, using Lightning Flash to close the distance. Steel Claw. Having reached the perfect stage, the Tooth Dog's claws radiated a steely, chilling glow. The Blackhorn Dragon Snake reacted quickly, and under its master's prompt, it used Dragon Snake Protection again. However, crack! The black light barrier from the Dragon Snake Protection shattered under the blow of the perfect stage Steel Claw. The Steel Claw sliced right through the Dragon Snake's scales, leaving a bloody gash and even tearing away some flesh. Instantly, the Blackhorn Dragon Snake let out a painful screech. At this moment, everyone was stunned. A perfect stage Steel Claw. Binhu Academy's principal, Sun Yao, frowned upon seeing this. It was clear that the Tooth Dog mastering the perfect stage Steel Claw was not in his intelligence reports. Good. Zhou Chenghao clapped, feeling quite excited. Sun Yao said, Old Zhou, do not get too smug. Even if this Tooth Dog has mastered a perfect stage Steel Claw, it is useless and will not change the outcome. Oh, do you still have a hidden trump card? Zhou Chenghao asked in confusion. The 5-colored phoenix taking out the Green Steel Sparrow is only a matter of time, and with the Tooth Dog here, you cannot break through our team either. HMPH, you will find out soon enough. Sun Yao did not reveal anything. Spirit Cat, heal the Blackhorn Dragon Snake. The Spirit Cat's Beastmaster ordered immediately. The Spirit Cat quickly cast its healing skill, Spirit Light Healing. Swish! A ray of light landed on the dragon snake, and its wounds began to recover rapidly. But the toothed dog's attacks kept coming, giving it no time to fully heal. Steel Claw. The toothed dog's claws struck again. The dragon snake tried to dodge, but the toothed dog's lightning flash was simply too fast for its reflexes. The black-horned dragon snake was injured again. Black Flame. The black-horned dragon snake unleashed its other intermediate skill. The black flame was incredibly hot. Spat from the dragon snake's mouth, it could incinerate steel, and most ordinary beasts could not withstand it. However, the speed of the black flame could not keep up with the toothed dog's lightning flash. Swish! With a flash of lightning, the toothed dog dodged the flames. The black flame landed on the arena floor, and the steel surface was actually burnt through, creating a hole. Li Dong, have your beast attack. You cannot keep hiding your trump card anymore. This toothed dog is too terrifying. Zhao Kang urged. Understood, Captain. The beastmaster named Li Dong replied. He was the master of that mysterious little beast. Shadow Beast, attack the toothed dog. Li Dong commanded. The mysterious little beast, the Shadow Beast, suddenly vanished from sight. It was a true disappearance, the kind where you simply could not see it at all. Seeing this, Zhou Changhao's pupils contracted. Invisibility skill. Invisibility is extremely rare. It is not a skill you can just learn, but almost always a bloodline ability. This meant that after the mysterious beast awakened its bloodline, it gained the ability to turn invisible. This is trouble. Zhou Changhao frowned. He finally understood why Sun Yao was so confident. Unless you had a specific skill to counter invisibility, you simply could not find your opponent. He could vaguely sense the Shadow Beast's location, but Chen Yang's beast certainly could not. If you cannot find the Shadow Beast, the toothed dog is basically a living target. How are they supposed to fight? Once the Shadow Beast used its invisibility, Zhao Kang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the battle is decided. You cannot even find the Shadow Beast, just give up. Zhao Kang advised. At this moment, Chen Yang's eyes were fixed on the Shadow Beast, or rather, on a status icon above its head. Invisibility state. Invisibility is a status, and it can be harvested. If I can see the status, invisibility is useless against me. Chen Yang suddenly realized. If Li Dong knew that his invisibility was completely ineffective in front of Chen Yang, he would be absolutely devastated. After all, this was his hidden trump card, and the true ace-up Binhu Academy's sleeve. Just then, the Shadow Beast had already crept up behind the toothed dog. In its invisible state, the Shadow Beast should not be very fast. Chen Yang guessed. Of course, now was not the time to guess. Lazy dog, use lightning flash to the side. Chen Yang commanded. The toothed dog immediately used lightning flash and dodged. The Shadow Beast's attack missed, failing to land a hit on the toothed dog. Li Dong frowned, thinking that Chen Yang had just gotten lucky and guessed right. However, after several more attacks, the toothed dog dodged every single one under Chen Yang's guidance. By now, everyone saw there was a problem. How could this beastmaster see through the Shadow Beast's invisibility? Li Dong was dumbfounded. Zhao Kang's eyes widened. Sun Yao could not believe it. Stop attacking the toothed dog, target the other beasts instead. Zhao Kang commanded. Li Dong immediately ordered his Shadow Beast to attack the moon-howling wolf, hoping to knock one out first. However, Chen Yang immediately ordered the toothed dog to counterattack the Shadow Beast. Swish! With a perfect stage lightning flash, a spark of electricity appeared on the toothed dog, covering over 10 meters in an instant, and it appeared in front of the Shadow Beast before slashing with Steel Claw. Steel Claw tore right through the Shadow Beast's body. It had to be said, the Shadow Beast's body was too fragile. It was pierced through by a single swipe. Then, from the Binhu Academy side, beams of healing light enveloped the Shadow Beast, fearing it would be killed. But with this, the Shadow Beast was out of the match. At this point, Chen Yang realized another flaw in the invisibility skill. If it took significant enough damage, the invisibility would fail, and the user would be revealed. It is over. Zhao Kang's face turned pale. The Shadow Beast's invisibility skill was their trump card. Now that the Shadow Beast has been eliminated, the black-horned dragon snake is no match for the Fang dog, and the green steel sparrow above is also barely holding on. At this rate, they are going to lose this match. Just then, the five-colored phoenix in the air seized the opportunity and unleashed its bloodline skill, Phoenix Feather. A single feather transformed into a bolt of flame, piercing through the air in an instant. With a puff, the green steel sparrow could not dodge in time. It was struck by the phoenix feather, plummeted from the sky, and was eliminated on the spot. Immediately after, the green steel sparrow was sent away to treat its injuries. After dealing with the green steel sparrow, the five-colored phoenix began to assist the fang dog and the others. Boom! Flame bursts rained down continuously, attacking the spirit cat, iron-armed ape, and the black-horned dragon snake. Suddenly, the giant meat beast grappled the iron-armed ape, rendering it unable to move. The fang dog surged forward with a lightning dash and unleashed its perfect-level steel claws, striking the iron-armed ape into a dying state, eliminating yet another one. Meanwhile, the spirit cat was surrounded by the green slug and the moon-howling wolf. The fang dog and the five-colored phoenix kept attacking the black-horned dragon snake. Before long, the black-horned dragon snake's injuries grew increasingly severe. "We forfeit," Zhao Kang said helplessly. There was no point in continuing the battle now, so they might as well just concede. Even with the forfeiture, the current score is 60-60. They could still rely on the individual matches. In the spectator seats, Zhou Changhao clapped his hands excitedly and then looked at Sun Yao. "Old son, your Binhu Beastmaster Academy just is not up to the mark this year." Sun Yao was so angry his cheeks puffed out. "Old Zhou, you have not won yet. In the individual matches, our Binhu Beastmaster Academy will definitely take the win. Forget it, all your trump cards have been revealed. There is very little hope of you winning now," Zhou Changhao said with a faint smile. HMPH. Sun Yao flicked his sleeve and walked away directly. And after lunch, Chen Yang and the others started discussing the afternoon's individual matches. At this moment, Chen Yang said, "Let my lazy dog go first this time. It has not participated in any of the individual matches yet, so it is its turn now." "No problem." Bai Xin agreed. The others looked at each other and agreed as well. "Brother Yang, your lazy dog is too ferocious. How many are you planning to take down this time?" Zhang Baiaba looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang pressed his fingers together. "Definitely 10 in a row. Does not the Binhu Beastmaster Academy love to win 10 in a row in the individual matches? This time, I will do the same." "My God, Brother Yang, are you really sure? Rest is not allowed in individual matches, and the 10 spirit beasts from Binhu Beastmaster Academy are all formidable. If it is a gauntlet, can the fang dog handle it?" Zhang Baiabo opened her eyes wide. "It can handle it," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Do not forget, my lazy dog can also heal its injuries, and that ability has not even been revealed yet." The group was taken aback, only then remembering that the fang dog seemingly had not been injured yet, so its healing ability had not been shown, and the people from Binhu Beastmaster Academy certainly did not know about it. "Brother Yang, we will be counting on your fang dog this afternoon. I really hope it can sweep all 10. That would drive the people from Binhu Beastmaster Academy crazy." Zhang Baiaba laughed heartily. Time soon reached the afternoon. The match was about to begin. Chen Yang brought the slacker dog to the side of the arena and had it go out first. The opponent sent out a beastmaster, whose pet was a 39-year-old steel strength beast. At this time, the Binhu Beastmaster Academy side was discussing tactics. Jinghu Beastmaster Academy's first contestant is the Fang Dog. We will exhaust the Fang Dog's strength first before defeating it. Without the threat of the Fang Dog, maybe the Shadow Beast can sweep all 9. So, the Shadow Beast should not go out yet. We must wait until the Fang Dog is eliminated, Zhao Kang instructed. The others responded. Just then, the battle between the Fang Dog and the powerful Steel Beast began. With one lightning dash and one steel claw strike, it defeated the powerful Steel Beast immediately. Afterward, the other Beastmasters from Binhu Beastmaster Academy sent out their own spirit beasts one by one to exhaust the Fang Dog's strength, but each could only drain 1 or 2 moves. Gradually, there were not many spirit beasts left for Binhu Beastmaster Academy. In the spectator stands, Zhou Changhao said to Sun Yao with a smile, "Old son, is not your Binhu Beastmaster Academy about to be swept 10-0? Impossible," Sun Yao said immediately. But deep down he was muttering, because he could not see any hope of victory now. Would they really be swept 10-0? And let my black-horned dragon snake go. Even if it does not win, there is a chance it can injure it or even wound it severely. Zhao Kang decided. The others all agreed. Soon, the black-horned dragon snake took the stage. Under Zhao Kang's command, the black-horned dragon snake's mission was not to win, but to severely injure the fang dog. As the referee announced the start, the black-horned dragon snake and the fang dog engaged. Lightning dash. Steel claws. The fang dog utilized its full strength, wounding the black-horned dragon snake time and again. As the fight continued, the scales on the black-horned dragon snake's body kept shattering and falling off, and blood flowed continuously. Even so, the black-horned dragon snake continued to fight with all its might, incessantly spitting black flames at the fang dog. The lightning dash is indeed excellent, but one cannot use it infinitely. Finally, the black-horned dragon snake seized an opportunity and landed a tail strike on the fang dog, sending it flying. Then, a mouthful of black flames followed. Lightning dash. The fang dog reacted quickly and immediately executed a lightning dash, but a small part of its body was still struck by the black flames. The burning power of the black flames was terrifying, so the fang dog was injured. Ha finally wounded it. Zhao Kang was excited, but soon his excitement came to an abrupt end. They saw the wounds on the fang dog healing instantly, at a speed even faster than that of a healing-type spirit beast. My god, the fang dog also has a healing skill. Everyone was stunned. The Binhu Beastmaster Academy principal, Sun Yao, was still carefully inspecting, hoping to find evidence of the fang dog cheating, but unfortunately he found none. It seemed like this was the fang dog's own healing skill. But how could the fang dog have a healing skill? Healing skills are basically bloodline abilities. Only some special spirit beasts have them, and that list does not include spirit beasts like the fang dog. They could not understand it, nor could they figure it out. Whoosh! The fang dog performed another lightning dash, and its steel claws pierced into the black-horned dragon snake's heart. This time, the black-horned dragon snake was completely incapacitated and dying. Heal. Several elite beastmasters with healing-type spirit beasts quickly cast their healing skills, stabilizing the black-horned dragon snake's injuries and saving its life. But the black-horned dragon snake had effectively lost the match. Once the black-horned dragon snake lost, Binhu Beastmaster Academy had only 3 spirit beasts left that had not taken the stage. But those 3 could not change anything even if they played. They simply could not defeat the fang dog. Subsequently, the other 2 spirit beasts were sent up one after another, and were quickly defeated by the fang dog. Finally, the shadow beast took the stage. The fang dog could not see the shadow beast, but Chen Yang could. Guided by Chen Yang, the fang dog quickly tracked down the shadow beast and struck it with a single move, severely injuring it and forcing it to reveal its form. "We forfeit," Li Dong shouted. This cry officially sealed the failure of Binhu Beastmaster Academy. Zhao Changhao stood up and clapped incessantly. He was so excited right now. This was the first victory for Jinghu Beastmaster Academy in many years. With this win, Binhu Beastmaster Academy's gravity chamber would have to be relocated to Jinghu Beastmaster Academy. That was the real prize. Sun Yao's face turned iron blue, his mood exceptionally poor. "Consider yourselves lucky," Sun Yao said to Zhou Changhao. In terms of overall strength, the Binhu Academy was stronger. If it had not been for this heaven-defying fang dog, they could not have lost, much less have been swept 10-0. Other academies' beastmasters were also stunned. The powerful Binhu Beastmaster Academy, practically favored to win first place, had actually been swept 10-0 in the individual matches. This was simply absurd. Even though this fang dog was not normal, if the news got out that Binhu Beastmaster Academy was swept 10-0 by a fang dog, people would not praise the fang dog's power. They would only call Binhu Beastmaster Academy trash. You could say Binhu Beastmaster Academy had completely embarrassed themselves this time. And congratulations on winning the match. Hao Dong walked over to congratulate them. "Teacher, we won the match. What is our reward?" Chen Yang asked with anticipation. "There will definitely be rewards. Once we go back, you will receive them one by one," Hao Dong promised. Soon, the matches of the other academies also came to an end. The principals of the 6 major academies took the stage one by one to give a few words, signifying the official conclusion of this 6-district midterm league. Shortly after, Chen Yang and the others followed the principal back to Jinghu Beastmaster Academy. Upon returning, the principal consulted with a group of teachers about what rewards to give the 10 students. After some discussion, the rewards were finalized. Of course, based on individual contributions, the rewards for each person would naturally be different. and they would be kept private and given individually so as not to cause any dissatisfaction. Soon, Chen Yang was called to the office by Hao Dong. Chen Yang, this is your reward from the academy. Hao Dong produced a reward list. A medium-grade skill inheritance orb, 1 million in cash, 100 credits, and an access pass to the gravity chamber. Looking at this list, Chen Yang had to admit that the academy was quite generous. When can the gravity chamber be used? Chen Yang was looking forward to this. In about 3 days. Hao Dong estimated, after all, we need to dismantle Binhu Beastmaster Academy's gravity chamber, transport it here, and install it. That is the minimum amount of time. Once the gravity chamber is ready, I will let you know. Thank you, teacher. Chen Yang said. For the medium-grade skill inheritance orb, what skill do you want? Hao Dong asked. A medium-grade skill, huh? Chen Yang thought about what medium-grade skill he should prepare for the Fang Dog. Teacher, do you have any suggestions? Chen Yang really did not know what skill to choose, so he sought advice from Hao Dong. Hao Dong pondered for a moment and suggested, your Fang Dog could choose a mental-type medium-grade skill. After all, your Fang Dog has high comprehension and might be able to master it. Mental skill? Chen Yang asked. Yes, Hao Dong nodded, for example, mental shield. If it encounters spirit beasts with mental attacks, the mental shield can protect not only the beast itself, but also the beastmaster from mental attacks. However, mental shield is very difficult to practice and requires a certain level of mental power. Then I will take your advice, teacher, and choose mental shield. Chen Yang decided. Afterward, Hao Dong began to apply for these rewards for Chen Yang, and they would likely be delivered to Chen Yang within a day or two. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, Hao Dong stopped him. Chen Yang, the principal wants you to come to his office in a bit. He likely has something to tell you. Hao Dong said, the principal wants to see me. Chen Yang was surprised, but he nodded and went over directly. Soon, he arrived at the principal's office. Seeing Chen Yang arrive, Zhou Chenghao said, Chen Yang, have a seat first. Chen Yang sat down, feeling a bit constrained. Do not be nervous, I just wanted to have a chat with you. Zhou Chenghao smiled. Chen Yang nodded slightly and soon relaxed. Zhou Chenghao said, Chen Yang, do you have any future plans for your Fang Dog? Plans? Chen Yang did not quite understand what Zhou Chenghao meant, so he asked, Principal, I do not quite understand what you mean. Zhou Chenghao spoke more directly. Chen Yang, your Fang Dog is very powerful. It has mastered so many perfect level skills, and its cultivation is growing fast, but it is just a Fang Dog, after all. At the level of a few decades of cultivation, a Fang Dog's stats can be boosted with resources and precious treasures. But once it hits the level of a century-old spirit beast, the speed of its growth will show a huge gap compared to other spirit beasts. Moreover, officials have long studied spirit beasts like the Fang Dog. Even if fed with countless treasures to boost its bloodline potential, its limit is B grade, and it can never be upgraded to a grade. Chen Yang had to admit that the principal was making a lot of sense. Although he had the 30 times cultivation status icon and could even synthesize higher tier ones. But if the Fang Dog were to hit a bottleneck in the future, the cultivation status icon might not necessarily help it break through. Moreover, as the cultivation level gets higher, the Fang Dog's advantages would disappear, making it hard to keep up with other spirit beasts. Does this mean he would have to abandon the Fang Dog then? Zhou Chenghao continued. If you want the Fang Dog to maintain this pace of progress after it becomes a century-old spirit beast, you need to set it on an evolutionary path. Evolution. Chen Yang was no stranger to this term. Yes, evolution, Zhou Chenghao explained, any spirit beast has the potential to evolve. Evolution is not the same as increasing bloodline potential. Take Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix. It inherently contained phoenix bloodlines, and only upon that bloodline awakening could it transform into a 5-colored phoenix. But essentially, the 5-colored phoenix is just a 5-colored bird with awakened blood, not a true evolution. Evolution is transforming from one species into another. Like a snake evolving into a dragon, or a 5-colored bird into a phoenix, that is true evolution. Normally, evolution is a problem for elite or even master-level beastmasters to consider, but your Fang Dog is special, so I am telling you about it in advance. As Zhou Chenghao said this, Chen Yang became even more curious. Principal, you said any spirit beast can evolve. Can a Fang Dog also evolve? Chen Yang asked earnestly. Fang Dogs can evolve. Zhou Chenghao replied with certainty. The Earth Federation has developed rapidly and has even expanded into outer star systems where we have encountered many species. For example, for a pet beast like the Fang dog, the Earth Federation has discovered an evolutionary path. Chen Yang listened intently. Zhou Changhao continued. A Fang dog can evolve into a heaven-swallowing dog. In the outer star systems, the heaven-swallowing dog is a powerful exotic beast with a bloodline potential reaching S rank. After becoming a heaven-swallowing dog, it can continue to evolve, but that is not something for you to worry about right now. Let us see if you can even manage to evolve your Fang dog into a heaven-swallowing dog first. Principal, how do I evolve a Fang dog into a heaven-swallowing dog? Chen Yang knew nothing about evolution, so he had no idea how to go about it. Since Zhou Changhao had brought up the subject, he would naturally guide Chen Yang. Regardless of the pet beast, evolving them is always linked to advanced skills, Zhou Changhao explained. For instance, if a Fang dog masters the advanced skill Devour and the advanced skill Blood Transformation, there is a chance it will trigger an evolution. Of course, if you can cultivate both Devour and Blood Transformation to the perfection stage, the Fang dog will complete its evolution into a heaven-swallowing dog with absolute certainty. However, because the cost of evolving a Fang dog into a heaven-swallowing dog is so high, apart from research in outer star systems, the Earth Federation has not invested too much into it. We simply hold the knowledge of this evolutionary path. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. Chen Yang was very grateful. Do not underestimate those few words from the Principal. This was an incredibly precious inheritance of evolutionary knowledge. If the Principal had not told him, he would never have known it existed, nor would he have known where to look. Afterward, Chen Yang bade farewell to the Principal. Where can I get my hands on these two advanced skills, Blood Transformation and Devour? Chen Yang pondered. The Principal might have a way to obtain them, but there was no way he would help him out. He would have to rely on himself. Following that, he went to find Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, do you have any way to get the advanced skills Devour and Blood Transformation? Chen Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan's pupils constricted. Chen Yang, you want advanced skills? Yeah, Chen Yang replied. At this point, Gao Yuan looked troubled. Chen Yang, if it were intermediate skills, I could really get them for you. But advanced skills, I honestly cannot get those. Why? Is it because they are too rare? Chen Yang frowned. It is not because of that, Gao Yuan sighed. It is because of strict control. Advanced skills are related to pet evolution, so the Earth Federation monitors them very strictly. Currently, there are only two easy ways to obtain advanced skills. The first is to join the military, and the second is to join a top corporate group or a special organization. If you do those, you can easily obtain them. But buying advanced skills in a commercial mall? That is impossible. My family runs a mall business, but in reality, we do not have deep connections. If we had deep connections, would I have only contracted an armored beast? Then I guess there is no way. Chen Yang frowned deeply. Gao Yuan suddenly said with a smile, actually, if you want these two advanced skills, it is not impossible. You could ask Bai Xin. Her family background is so deep that if she is willing to look for them, she could definitely find them. Chen Yang thought it over for a moment. If he really had no other options, he would indeed have to ask Bai Xin for help. But Bai Xin is not short on money, and trying to buy them with money would be too crass. After thinking it over, he felt he could help Bai Xin cultivate her 5-colored phoenix for free. For instance, by raising its power to over 50 years or upgrading its intermediate skills. I will go roam the black market more over the next few days to see if I can collect another Epiphany state icon. When I use that on Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix, it will all be sorted. Chen Yang planned accordingly. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At this time, the rewards from the academy had arrived. Chen Yang did not care much about the points or the cash rewards. But he did care a lot about the intermediate skill spiritual shield, so he immediately had the Fang dog accept the inheritance. Afterward, he took the Fang dog to test its spiritual strength. According to the cultivation standards for the spiritual shield inheritance, the spiritual strength must reach at least 60 before one can cultivate it. Both the academy and outside testing institutions have equipment to measure spiritual strength. However, they all charge a fee. At the Mirror Lake Beast-Taming Academy, 10 tests cost 1 point, which is quite cheap. Chen Yang did not care about a few points, so he took the Fang dog to test immediately. Spending 1 point allowed for 10 tests in succession. Soon, the test results came out. 53. This meant the Fang Dog's spiritual strength had reached 53, but it still had not met the standard for cultivating spiritual shield. I need to buy some resources to boost the Fang Dog's spiritual strength. Chen Yang did some searching and found many resources that could boost spiritual strength. Among the good and suitable options was spiritual fluid. Spiritual fluid is made by taking medicinal herbs that can boost spiritual strength, extracting the specific substances through special means, and blending them into a liquid. Spiritual fluid is sold by the milliliter, and 1 milliliter costs 200,000. There are some shops in the black market that sell spiritual fluid, some for as cheap as a few tens of thousands, but Chen Yang did not dare to buy those. Who knows what that stuff actually is, or if it is heavily diluted. Therefore, he only bought spiritual fluid from reputable stores. Subsequently, Chen Yang spent 1 million to buy 5 milliliters of spiritual fluid and had the Fang Dog drink it. In just a few short days, the Fang Dog's spiritual strength had risen to 60, meeting the standard to cultivate spiritual shield. However, cultivating spiritual shield consumes mental energy and carries the risk of spiritual damage if one is careless. Therefore, he needed to keep a good supply of spiritual fluid on hand to quickly temper and restore his mental energy. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days passed. Chen Yang finally collected a complete Epiphany state icon at the Black Market's pet competition venue. Now that I have the Epiphany state icon, I can go find Bai Xin. Chen Yang soon found Bai Xin and pulled her aside. Chen Yang, is something up? Bai Xin asked. Bai Xin asked. Chen Yang said in a low voice, Bai Xin, can you get your hands on the 2 advanced skills, Blood Transformation and Devour? What, you want your Fang Dog to cultivate advanced skills? Bai Xin was shocked. Yes. Chen Yang nodded. Bai Xin thought for a moment and said, the Blood Transformation and Devour skills are not easy to obtain. It will take some time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang realized Bai Xin had not refused, and he was delighted. He then said, Bai Xin, if you help me find the Blood Transformation and Devour skills, I will help your 5-colored phoenix reach over 50 years of power in a short time, and I will also help it boost an intermediate skill to beyond the major success stage. How about that? You can help my 5-colored phoenix boost an intermediate skill to the major success stage. Bai Xin widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe. Of course, Chen Yang pointed at his Fang Dog and said, this lazy dog was raised by me. Did you think it was all its own doing? Bai Xin was stunned. She had genuinely believed that Chen Yang's Fang Dog was incredibly gifted, but it seemed that was not the case at all. Fine, then I will help you find the Blood Transformation and Devour skills. I will leave my 5-colored phoenix to you for this period. Bai Xin agreed immediately. It is a deal. Chen Yang was very happy. The issue of the advanced skills was solved, and it should not be a problem. At the cultivation shop, Chen Yang brought the 5-colored phoenix there and started its cultivation. Since he had made a promise to Bai Xin, he had to do it properly. First, he placed the 30x cultivation state icon he had collected on top of the 5-colored phoenix's head. With the 5-colored phoenix's own bloodline potential, combined with the 30x cultivation state icon, its cultivation speed would be terrifyingly boosted, and breaking through to 50 years of power would naturally be quick, taking less than a day. After that, he felt a sting in his heart as he placed the Epiphany state icon on the 5-colored phoenix's head. Once the Epiphany icon was applied to the 5-colored phoenix, it immediately entered a state of Epiphany. The 5-colored phoenix was, of course, no stranger to the state of Epiphany. It recalled its master's instructions to follow Chen Yang and diligently practice the intermediate skill, Phoenix Feather. Immediately, it began practicing Phoenix Feather, with the toothed dog acting as its sparring partner. Swish, swish, swish. Feathers shot out one by one, and under the state of Epiphany, the power of each attack continued to increase. Moreover, this Epiphany was better than any it had experienced before. The effect was truly remarkable. Phoenix Feather was an intermediate skill it had only recently mastered and was still at the introductory level. But as time passed, it gradually advanced to the proficiency stage. 2 hours later, the Phoenix Feather skill had already reached the major success stage. Watching this, Chen Yang could not help but marvel at the 5-colored phoenix's excellent comprehension. It was quite possible that with this single Epiphany icon, it could push the intermediate skill to the perfect stage. As for the toothed dog, it would require 2 Epiphany icons to raise an intermediate skill to the perfect stage. Such was the gap in their comprehension. Finally, at the 5th hour, the Phoenix Feather skill had been perfected by the 5-colored Phoenix. The Epiphany icon still has 1 hour of use remaining. Chen Yang decided not to let the 5-colored Phoenix continue, taking the icon away and placing it on the toothed dog's head. Lazy dog, hurry up and practice Spirit Shield. Chen Yang commanded. The toothed dog nodded and immediately began practicing Spirit Shield. Under the state of Epiphany, the toothed dog quickly mastered the basics of the Spirit Shield. However, with only 1 hour of Epiphany left, it could only reach the introductory stage. Progressing to the proficiency stage would still fall a bit short. And after the 5-colored Phoenix perfected the Phoenix Feather skill, its cultivation level soon officially broke through to 50 years. In another city, Bai Xin felt the surge of energy feedback and the rapid improvement of her physical fitness, realizing her 5-colored Phoenix had reached a 50-year cultivation level. Chen Yang's methods are truly extraordinary to have boosted my 5-colored Phoenix is cultivation to 50 years so quickly. I must get my hands on the blood transformation and devour skills that Chen Yang needs as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Bai Xin returned to Chen Yang's breeding shop. Bai Xin, you are back. Did you find the blood transformation and devour skills? Chen Yang asked. Yes. Bai Xin smiled and nodded. At this moment, the 5-colored Phoenix stopped its practice and flew in front of Bai Xin. It is already at 58 years of cultivation. Bai Xin was startled. This rate of improvement was truly fast. How did Chen Yang manage it? Bai Xin, have your 5-colored Phoenix demonstrate the Phoenix Feather skill. Chen Yang pointed at the 5-colored Phoenix and said. Bai Xin looked at the 5-colored Phoenix and gave the order, 5-colored Phoenix, use Phoenix Feather. The 5-colored Phoenix took to the air, aimed at the ground, and unleashed the Phoenix Feather skill. The skill now resembled an incredibly sharp flaming arrow, instantly piercing the ground, and the terrifying temperature of the flames left the soil scorched black. Bai Xin was amazed and walked over to the 5-colored Phoenix to check its attributes. Under the skills section, Phoenix Feather had indeed reached the perfect stage. The 5-colored Phoenix Feather skill is actually at the perfect stage. Bai Xin was both shocked and delighted. This had completely exceeded her expectations. She had not even dared to hope it would reach the major success stage, thinking the proficiency stage would be good enough, but it had gone straight to perfection. Mastering an intermediate skill to the perfect stage, especially a bloodline skill, meant a massive boost to the 5-colored Phoenix's strength. Chen Yang, thank you so much. Here are the inheritance orbs for blood transformation and devour. The list of items required to practice these 2 high-level skills is written on this paper. Bai Xin handed a piece of paper and 2 inheritance orbs to Chen Yang. Bai Xin, how much do I owe you? Chen Yang asked. No charge, Bai Xin rolled her eyes. You have already trained my 5-colored Phoenix to this level. How could I ask you for money? If anything, I feel like I should be the one paying you. All right then, let us call it even. Chen Yang said quickly. After staying for a while longer, Bai Xin bid farewell to Chen Yang and left. And on her way back, a figure emerged. It was a young man wearing silver-white armor, looking to be about 27 or 28 years old. Big brother, why are you here? The person was none other than Bai Xin's older brother, Bai Wuhan, a genius beast tamer of the Bai family's generation, already a master-level beast tamer at such a young age. Bai Wuhan looked at Bai Xin and asked, Little sister, you wanted those blood transformation and devour skills for that boy. Big brother, are you stalking me? Bai Xin was a little unhappy. Bai Wuhan replied quickly, you asked for the blood transformation and devour skills, but those high-level skills are not suitable for the 5-colored Phoenix, so I was naturally worried. Plus, you never ask for extra resources from the family, so this time we were all concerned. I came out to investigate. Honestly, are you in a relationship? No way, Bai Xin's face turned red. This was a normal trade. He is my classmate. He helped me train the 5-colored Phoenix, and I helped him find the blood transformation and devour skills. A trade? Bai Wuhan laughed. Do you think I am that easy to fool? What could a classmate possibly help you train the 5-colored Phoenix with? He helped my 5-colored Phoenix bring its Phoenix Feather skill to the perfect stage in a short amount of time. Could you do that? Impossible. Bai Wuhan did not believe it. To raise Phoenix Feather to the perfect stage in such a short time, the Phoenix would either need to be in deep epiphany for a long time or you would have to use top-tier natural treasures that force a pet into a highly efficient state of epiphany. 5-colored Phoenix, use Phoenix Feather to attack my brother. Bai Xin commanded. The 5-colored Phoenix, being bold, immediately unleashed the skill. Boom! The feather, carrying terrifying fiery power, shot towards Bai Wuhan. Just as it was about to hit him, Bai Wuhan reached out and caught the feather directly. An intermediate skill like Phoenix Feather naturally could not harm a master-level beast-tamer like him, but from its power, he could tell it was indeed the perfect stage. It really did reach the perfect stage. Bai Wuhan was shocked. The family had always kept someone secretly protecting his sister, so they were well aware of the 5-colored Phoenix's progress. Just a few days ago, the Phoenix Feather skill was indeed only at the introductory level. In other words, his sister had not lied. "All right, little sister, I misunderstood you," Bai Wuhan apologized. "But even if that boy has some real ability, he is not good enough for you, so make sure you do not fall for him. Big brother, you do not need to worry about my business." Bai Xin scoffed. Bai Wuhan sighed, and not wanting to press the matter further, he took his leave. He had come to Jinhai City not just to visit his sister, but for other matters as well. On the other side, Chen Yang had the toothed dog accept the inheritance of the blood transformation and devour skills, and before long, it had fully absorbed both. I still need to prepare these resources before the lazy dog can start practicing these high-level skills. Once the materials are gathered, I will use the intermediate epiphany state. He was quite curious whether, after using the intermediate epiphany icon, the toothed dog would be able to raise one of the high-level skills beyond the major success stage. Chen Yang first went to buy the resources needed to assist in practicing the devour skill. These resources were not hard to find, and he spent about 1 million to collect everything he needed. With the resources in hand and the intermediate epiphany status icon ready, Chen Yang prepared to have the lazy dog practice the devour skill. "Lazy dog, you need to practice the devour skill right now." After Chen Yang said that, he immediately applied the intermediate epiphany status to its head. The lazy dog immediately entered an epiphany state, specifically an intermediate one. The effect was far beyond what it had experienced before. It was not just triple the effect, but many times greater. Assisted by the intermediate epiphany status icon, the lazy dog's comprehension improved to a terrifying level, allowing it to deeply grasp the mysteries of the devour skill. Practicing the devour skill involves using specific resources to modify one's stomach. The faster one understands the technique, the faster the modification progresses. As it continued to contemplate the devour skill, the resources it had purchased were refined one by one and used to reconstruct its stomach. Gradually, the lazy dog's stomach became increasingly powerful, and the devour skill advanced rapidly. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, aiming at a fruit nearby. At first, nothing happened, but as time passed, a sense of suction seemed to emanate from it. The next moment, the fruit was pulled into the lazy dog's mouth from a distance and quickly digested. The devour skill possesses powerful suction and rapid consumption capabilities. If cultivated continuously, it can eventually turn the stomach into a small world of its own. Strictly speaking, high-level skills like devour are not very helpful in direct combat compared to typical high-level offensive skills. However, it is immensely helpful for supporting cultivation and is also a necessary high-level skill for the lazy dog's evolution. 10 minutes later, the lazy dog had mastered the basics of the devour skill. With a single opening of its mouth, it could now ingest surrounding objects. Over an hour later, the devour skill had advanced from the beginner level to the minor accomplishment level, and its power was already quite formidable. As the 6 hours were coming to an end, the lazy dog finally cultivated the devour skill to the major accomplishment level. Using one intermediate epiphany status to bring the devour skill to major accomplishment is far more effective than the ordinary epiphany status icons. It seems it is more cost-effective to save up and synthesize the intermediate epiphany status icons in the future, Chen Yang thought. Chen Yang mused to himself. Immediately, he took out some cultivation resources and placed them on the ground. "Lazy dog, use your devour skill to eat all these resources." Hearing Chen Yang's command, the lazy dog immediately activated the major accomplishment level of the devour skill. Whoosh! A massive amount of resources was swallowed into the lazy dog's stomach, yet its belly showed no change at all. What a terrifying devour skill. It would not even have trouble swallowing a whole cow, would it? Chen Yang muttered. Chen Yang murmured. With the large amount of resources being refined and the blessing of the 30x cultivation status icon, the lazy dog's cultivation speed increased dramatically. Chen Yang kept an eye on the lazy dog's attributes and noticed its cultivation level rising at a visible rate. In just one day, with the help of these resources, the lazy dog's cultivation reached 49 years, and it was on the verge of breaking through to the 50-year level. Boom! The lazy dog's cultivation broke through, reaching the 50-year milestone. At the same time, Chen Yang received an energy feedback, and his physical condition surged significantly. Focusing on the devour skill first was the right choice. Although it is not the most powerful for combat, it is brilliant for auxiliary cultivation. Combined with the 30x status icon, the lazy dog's progress speed should definitely be on par with Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix, Chen Yang thought. Chen Yang pondered. Jinghu Beast Academy. Chen Yang arrived at one of the academy's training buildings. His teacher, Hao Dong, had told him that the gravity chamber was finished, so he came to experience it. Soon after, he met his homeroom teacher, Hao Dong. Chen Yang, I will take you to the gravity chamber and explain how to use it along the way, Hao Dong said. When Chen Yang entered the chamber, he found it to be around 80 square meters, a fairly decent size. Chen Yang, even though you have earned a spot to use the gravity chamber, you still need to pay points to operate it. According to academy rules, it is 1 point per hour. Hao Dong reminded him. That is so expensive, Chen Yang exclaimed. However, thinking about how rare the gravity chamber was, the fee did not seem so unreasonable. How about trying it for an hour? Hao Dong asked. Okay. Chen Yang entered with the lazy dog, also intending to test the chamber's effects himself. I will set it to 2x gravity for you first. 2x gravity activated. Both Chen Yang and the lazy dog immediately felt uncomfortable, and their breathing became labored. But they soon began to adapt. Teacher, turn it up. Chen Yang shouted. 3x gravity. Once this level was activated, Chen Yang felt as if his body could barely handle it. His bones creaked, and his internal organs were under unimaginable pressure. However, as time passed, he began to feel slightly better. In the 3x gravity environment, the lazy dog was perfectly at ease, as if the gravity had little effect on it. It must be said that before becoming an elite beast master, the physical strength of the master is far inferior to that of their beast. Afterward, Chen Yang stepped out and let the lazy dog continue training, setting the gravity to 5x. Training in a high-gravity environment not only improves cultivation speed, but also forces bones and cells to tighten, significantly enhancing overall physical durability. Chen Yang, there are many teachers using the gravity chamber, plus you and the other students. Therefore, 20 hours a month is the absolute maximum we can allocate to you, Hao Dong said. I understand, 20 hours is plenty. Chen Yang expressed no dissatisfaction. After all, he could not monopolize the only gravity chamber himself. Over the next few days, he came to the gravity chamber almost daily, though he was only allotted an hour each time, which still noticeably improved the lazy dog's cultivation. Besides helping the lazy dog train, he occasionally visited the black market, but he did not always encounter epiphany statuses. As a result, gathering enough for an intermediate epiphany status icon was quite difficult. One day, a big event occurred at the black market's beast competition venue, where an organized tournament attracted many beast masters. In fact, the black market held events periodically primarily to drive foot traffic. For instance, this event involved competitions for beasts of various age groups. Anyone who achieved a 10-match winning streak in their category could receive a Black Sea entry token. Once the event was announced, the competition venue was packed. Black Sea entry token, what is that? He did some digging and quickly found out what it was. Near Jinhai City, there is a century-old secret realm known as the Black Sea Realm. The realm is not land-based, it is an ocean landscape. Viewed from afar, the entire sea looks black, hence the name Black Sea. The Black Sea is home to many water-type exotic beasts, including quite a few century-old ones. Of course, most of the powerful century-old beasts reside in the deep sea, and many areas are sparsely populated by such creatures, so even ordinary beast masters dare to enter. The most valuable treasure in the Black Sea realm is black sand. This sand is highly valuable and purchased by major shops. One jin sells for 100,000 yuan. If one found 100 jin of black sand, that would be 10 million yuan. Of course, it is not easy to find, as it is almost entirely on the seabed. This means that to find it, one must dive into the seabed, where encountering water-type beasts is likely. Consequently, entering the Black Sea carries a certain level of risk. Even so, many beast masters, dreaming of getting rich overnight, were eager to enter. The Black Sea realm is controlled by a corporate entity in Jinhai City called the Blue Sky Group. The Blue Sky Group only occasionally releases a limited number of entry tokens. The black market's backer is partly the Blue Sky Group, which is why they were able to offer the tokens. And the Black Sea realm sounds promising. Although it is a century-old realm, many of its dangerous beasts are in the deep sea, making it potentially safer than other such realms. Since the lazy dog has no other secret realms to explore, I will head to the Black Sea realm. Maybe I can find a lot of black sand and make a fortune, Chen Yang thought. Chen Yang intended to call Bai Xin, but during the call, he learned she was tied up in special training arranged by her family. As for Sun Weiwei and Gao Yuan, their beasts were too weak, making them a liability. Therefore, he decided to secure an entry token from the black market and head to the Black Sea realm on his own. The black market, the beast fighting arena. The matches here were heated, with numerous beasts fighting to the death on various platforms. Many beast tamers were truly driving their beasts to the limit for the sake of a Black Sea entry permit. Of course, they did not necessarily plan to go to the Black Sea secret realm themselves. After all, some beast tamers were so weak that even if they got the permit, they would not dare to enter. However, Black Sea entry permits were never hard to sell. Chen Yang looked it up online and saw that many people had sold these permits before. One permit could fetch over 500,000, and some big spenders were even willing to pay 1 million for one. Ordinary beast tamers were not like Chen Yang, who could easily make millions. They had very few ways to earn money, and some could only work for companies, making a few thousand a month. Chen Yang's father, Chen Xuan, was just one such ordinary beast tamer. So, if an ordinary beast tamer could win 10 matches in a row, they would get a Black Sea entry permit, which would be a huge payday. Soon, Chen Yang signed his Fang dog up. The Fang dog was currently at the 50-year cultivation level, so it was placed in the 50-year cultivation ring. Once signed up, it could get on the ring at any time, provided it could maintain a 10-match winning streak. Fighting 10 matches with almost no breaks in between was something many beasts simply could not handle. Even if a beast had decent strength, the first 9 opponents might be weak, but the 10th one could be incredibly powerful. Lazy dog, get on the ring now. Do not kill those beasts. Just strike them down so heavily that they are forced to concede, Chen Yang instructed. Woof. The Fang dog nodded. Whoosh. The Fang dog jumped onto the ring to challenge the beast that had just won, a green-toothed wolf. This green-toothed wolf was at 59 years of cultivation, very close to 60, but without a special stroke of luck, it would be extremely difficult to break through that cultivation bottleneck. A Fang dog, since when do Fang dogs dare to come to the black market to fight? That Fang dog is actually quite impressive to be raised to over 50 years of cultivation. Its tamer must have spent a fortune. It would be a heartbreaking loss if it got killed. How could a Fang dog possibly be a match for a green-toothed wolf? Its tamer is truly ignorant. I would not say that. My son told me that a powerful tamer appeared at Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy and used a single Fang dog to sweep 10 tamers from Binhu Academy, securing the victory for Jinghu. Oh, that incident, I heard about it too. Binhu Academy was mocked online for it. It just goes to show how pathetic Binhu Academy's class is this year. But there is no doubt that the Fang dog from Jinghu Academy must be incredibly strong. Could this be the same one? No way, what are the odds of that? As the crowd discussed, the Fang dog and the green-toothed wolf clashed. Swish! The green-toothed wolf charged forward at high speed. The Fang dog could not even be bothered to use lightning flash, opting instead to use its perfected level claw strike to meet the wolf head-on. Boom! The Fang dog's claws collided with the green-toothed wolf's claws. In an instant, the green-toothed wolf was sent flying. What is more, the wolf's claws were snapped. Even so, the green-toothed wolf's tamer did not concede and ordered it to charge again. Lightning flash. Claw strike. A flash of lightning passed, and the green-toothed wolf collapsed. It was left with a deep claw mark gravely injured and unable to continue the fight. "I concede," the tamer said in a hurry. Perfected level lightning flash. Perfected level claw strike. My god, this is just like that legendary fang dog I heard about. This tamer must be that genius from Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy. Everyone recognized Chen Yang and was shocked beyond measure. So the rumors were true. A fang dog really could become this powerful. It is just a fang dog. My gold turtle beast's defense is as hard as steel. What is there to fear? A fearless tamer sent his gold turtle beast onto the ring. This gold turtle beast's strongest point was its shell, while its head and limbs were weaknesses. However, the tamer's tricky move was to craft a steel helmet and steel guards for the beast, armoring it almost completely. Just like that, the weaknesses were gone. Beasts carrying weapons, is that even allowed? Chen Yang asked. The tamer smiled and said, "It is allowed. The rule of the black market is that there are no rules. Is this your first day knowing that, kid?" Typical black market. Chen Yang thought to himself. In a formal match, the gold turtle beast would certainly not be allowed to enter the arena like this. As the gold turtle beast stepped onto the ring, the match began. "Lazy dog, use iron claws against it," Chen Yang commanded. The fang dog understood and immediately used iron claws. The gold turtle beast tried to use its own claws to block the fang dog's attack. However, with a crisp sound, the steel arm guard on the gold turtle beast's front claw was shattered with one swipe. How is this possible? The gold turtle beast's tamer was stunned. That was a steel guard, yet it had been broken so easily. It is iron claws, and at a perfected level at that. What use is a mere steel guard? Even if it were several times thicker, it would still be useless. A spectator commented. Puff puff puff. The fang dog continued its assault, at one point even piercing through the helmet, causing serious injury to the gold turtle beast's head. I concede. The tamer gave up immediately, terrified that his gold turtle beast would be finished off in a single strike, leaving him with no time to regret. After the gold turtle beast conceded, other tamers compared their own beast's strength to the fang dog and shook their heads, realizing they were no match. For a while, there were no other 50-year cultivation beasts willing to step onto the ring. The organizers helplessly sent some tamers in just to fill the numbers so that Chen Yang could secure his 10-match streak. They could not let the competition on this ring be interrupted just because of Chen Yang. And Black Sea entry permit finally in hand. Chen Yang took the token and left the black market. Afterward, he began to procure some supplies before heading to the Black Sea secret realm. First, he definitely needed to buy some true blood pills and regeneration fluid. Once everything was ready, he took a ride toward the location of the Black Sea secret realm. In a villa complex in the Jinghu district, Chen Lily sat in the living room with an elite beast tamer standing before her. "Miss, my men just reported that Chen Yang, whom you have been tracking, has obtained a Black Sea entry permit at the underground black market. He is now purchasing supplies, likely preparing to enter the Black Sea secret realm." The Black Sea secret realm, is it? Chen Lily smiled, though it was a chilling smile that revealed a hint of murderous intent. "I will give you a Black Sea entry permit. You go to the Black Sea secret realm as well, find Chen Yang, and kill him for me. Remember, do it when no one is around, do not let anyone see you." Chen Lily did not want the fact that she was behind a murder to be exposed. The Earth Federation had strict regulations against beast tamers killing one another. Those caught faced death, or at the very least, being sent to open up new territories in outer star systems. Therefore, she dared not make a move within the city. Only when Chen Yang entered the secret realm could she send her elite tamer to strike, though it had to be done clean, without discovery. "Understood, miss." The elite tamer shivered, but nodded in agreement. After the elite tamer left, Chen Lily muttered to herself, "Anyone who makes me lose face must die. Chen Yang, you humiliated me and dared to get so close to that wretched Baizin. I will kill you." Not long after, a black-robed figure appeared in the villa's living room. Seeing this person, Chen Lily frowned. "Why are you here again?" "Miss Chen, rest assured. Since I have come here, no one will find out," the person in the black robe said in a low voice. "I told you, I am still considering it. Your Divine Heretic Temple is a wanted organization that the Earth Federation has vowed to eradicate. If I join, it would be very dangerous and could even bring a crisis upon my family." It was precisely because of this concern that Chen Lily had not yet agreed to join the Divine Heretic Temple. The black-robed figure smiled and said, "Miss Chen, you need to broaden your perspective. While your Chen family may be a powerful clan in Jinhai City, it is insignificant when compared to the entire Earth Federation, let alone those powerful extraterrestrial civilizations. Besides, you are only from a side branch of the Chen family. That old ancestor of the Chen family does not value your lineage at all, and they have not given you many resources. Otherwise, your first pet beast would not just be a diamond ape. Compared to Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix, the gap is too large. That 5-colored phoenix is a pet beast with the potential to evolve into a phoenix in the future." Stop talking. As soon as Chen Lily thought of Bai Xin, the hatred in her heart surged uncontrollably. She felt that everything was so unfair. At this moment, the black-robed figure felt the time was right and dangled a huge temptation. "Miss Chen, I have already applied to the headquarters. If you choose to join our Divine Heretic Temple, once you become an elite beast master, the headquarters will give you a beast egg with S-rank bloodline potential." What? A beast egg with S-rank bloodline potential? Chen Lily was shocked. You must know that even for Bai Xin, her pet, the 5-colored bird, only had A-rank bloodline potential at first, and it only reached S-rank after its bloodline awakened. Yes, the black-robed figure assured, but that S-rank potential pet beast will certainly be very difficult to evolve in the future. It is even unlikely to evolve successfully. I understand. Chen Lily did not naively think the Divine Heretic Temple would be kind enough to give her an incredibly rare S-rank potential beast egg with high evolutionary prospects. Even an ordinary S-rank bloodline potential beast egg was enough to tempt her. After deep thought, Chen Lily finally put forward a condition. "I can join the Divine Heretic Temple, but I will not accept any bodily modification." The thought of the terrifying, modified bodies of the Divine Heretic Temple's beast masters made her shudder. As a woman who cared so much about her appearance, she did not want to become like that. "Do not worry, Miss Chen. Only ordinary members are modified. A member with a background like yours, who is very helpful to our Divine Heretic Temple, will naturally not be modified. If you were actually modified, it would be far too easy to expose your identity." Within the Divine Heretic Temple, a considerable number of members remain in their original state without undergoing any modifications, the black-robed man said. "Fine, I am willing to join the Divine Heretic Temple, but I also hope to receive training from the temple so that I can become an elite beast master as soon as possible," Chen Lily demanded. "That can be arranged, but Miss Chen must also follow the instructions of the Divine Heretic Temple and complete some tasks," the black-robed man reminded. "What kind of tasks?" Although Chen Lily was reluctant, she asked anyway. At this point, the black-robed man took out a list. "I hope Miss Chen can use your own resources to kill the people on this list. For every person killed, you will receive a portion of the rewards." Chen Lily glanced at the list and was startled to find Bai Xin's name, which was ranked first. Kill Bai Xin. She did not dare, because Bai Xin's background was truly terrifying. Her father was a king-level beast master, and her mother was about to become one as well. Furthermore, the Bai family had more than one king-level beast master. Besides, a daughter of a heavenly king like Bai Xin must have bodyguards secretly protecting her. Unless she enters some special secret realm where guards cannot follow, there would be no hope of making a move. "I cannot kill Bai Xin," Chen Lily stated. The black-robed man smiled and said, "Miss Chen, just because you cannot kill her now does not mean you will not be able to in the future. Perhaps a good opportunity to strike will arise. Even assisting us in killing Bai Xin carries many rewards." Chen Lily nodded. "Miss Chen, you are only considered an outer member for now, so you only need to contact me each time. This will also reduce the chance of exposure. If something happens to me, a new contact person will reach out to you." The black-robed man left after saying this. Chenfeng Town. This is the entry point to the Black Sea Secret Realm. It used to be just an empty area in the wilderness, but the Blue Sky Group bought the land, built this town, and even established a branch office here. Not only that, many beast masters from the Blue Sky Group are stationed here, so no other beast master dares to cause trouble. Chen Yang carried the Black Sea entry permit, walked into Chenfeng Town, and soon arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. With the Black Sea entry permit, he encountered no obstruction and stepped straight through the gate of the secret realm. And just seconds after Chen Yang entered the gate, an elite beast master followed him in. This elite beast master was Huang Gang, a guard of the Chen family, who was following Chen Lily's orders to come here and kill Chen Yang. The Black Sea Secret Realm. When Chen Yang walked in, he found himself on a very small island, surrounded by a Black Sea. Renting boats, 10,000 credits for one boat. Someone was shouting on the beach. Chen Yang walked over to take a look at the boats. Damn it, they were all just wooden boats that could barely hold a few people. Such boats would not even sell for 10,000 credits, yet they are renting them out. These guys claim to be renting boats, but they are actually selling them. If the boat is destroyed and the person dies, they do not care. But if a beast master returns with the boat intact, it belongs to them again, and they can rent it out a second time. After a little thought, Chen Yang understood this business model. Of course, these people were likely employees of the Blue Sky Group. This was one of the group's businesses. Otherwise, how would the boats get in here in the first place? For beast masters, these boats were merely a place to stand on the Black Sea. They had little other use. I will rent one boat. Chen Yang spoke up. After paying 10,000 credits, he took the wooden boat and left. The toothed dog's physique was not suitable for rowing, so the task of rowing fell to him. As a beast master who had gone through 5 energy feedback cycles, Chen Yang's strength was terrifying, so naturally, the boat moved quickly. There are not many strange beasts near this small island because the Blue Sky Group clears them out regularly. Plus, there will not be any black sand nearby either, as it has already been picked clean. I must head far away from this island. Chen Yang rowed continuously, and in less than 20 minutes, he was far enough away that the island was no longer visible. Suddenly, he noticed that a boat had been following him the whole time. It must be a coincidence. Chen Yang tried to make a turn to shake the boat off. As it turned out, the beast master was still following him. Now, even a fool would realize that this person's target was him. Suddenly, that wooden boat's speed increased several times over, charging toward him at high velocity. What incredible speed! Chen Yang was stunned. He could not make a wooden boat move that fast. The strength required for the beast master to propel the boat at such speed was terrifying. This was no ordinary beast master, possibly an elite one. Soon, the other party approached him. It was a man in his 30s, a complete stranger whom he did not recognize. Suddenly, the opponent summoned his pet beast, a wind wolf with 200 years of cultivation. The wind wolf opened its mouth, and a wind blade slashed across a distance of dozens of meters toward him. Jump off the boat. Chen Yang and the toothed dog dove straight into the Black Sea. Splash! The wind blade sliced Chen Yang's wooden boat in two. Even if you enter the Black Sea, you will not escape. The elite beast master, Huang Gang, said coldly. Immediately, he jumped into the Black Sea as well and pursued Chen Yang quickly with his wind wolf. In the Black Sea, Chen Yang and the toothed dog continued to dive deeper. Suddenly, he saw several status icons coming from some fish-like beasts in the water. Water-breathing status. Water-breathing status. Water-breathing status. Seeing these names, Chen Yang roughly understood the purpose of these status effects. Therefore, he quickly approached these fish-like beasts. Fortunately, the strength of these beasts was not high, only 30 to 40 years of cultivation, so they posed no threat to him. Collectible water-breathing status detected. Would you like to pick it up? The system prompted. Pick it up. These fragments of the water-breathing status were picked up by Chen Yang one by one. Then, these water-breathing status icons quickly merged into one complete status. Water-breathing status, 6 hours. Chen Yang did not hesitate and immediately equipped the water-breathing status icon for both himself and the toothed dog. At that moment, Chen Yang felt as if his nose could directly draw oxygen from the water to breathe, unaffected by the seawater. Looking at the duration of the water-breathing status, it seemed he could stay in the sea for 6 hours without needing to go up for air. This status is incredible. Lazy dog, let us keep diving. Chen Yang pulled the toothed dog along and continued to dive deep into the seabed. In the seawater, the speed of both beastmasters and land-based pet beasts is severely affected. Furthermore, Chen Yang and Fang Dog can breathe freely underwater, so they do not have to worry about oxygen and can hold out for a long time. On the contrary, the elite beastmaster Huang Gang cannot stay underwater for long at all. With the physique of an elite beastmaster, about half an hour in the water is his limit. Therefore, at this moment, Huang Gang wants to catch up with Chen Yang. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Huang Gang is getting closer and closer to Chen Yang. An ordinary beastmaster, once I catch up to him, I can kill him with ease. Huang Gang is very confident in himself. Chen Yang notices Huang Gang closing in, and he must stall for time until Huang Gang can no longer hold out on the seabed and has to go up for oxygen. Only then will he be able to shake off this Huang Gang. Lazy dog, use your devour skill to swallow a massive amount of seawater, then spit it out at the beastmaster chasing us from behind. Chen Yang communicates with Fang Dog using his mental power. This is a technique that all beastmasters know, though it consumes mental energy, so speaking directly is usually more convenient. But since he cannot speak underwater, this is the only way. Fang Dog does not know why its master is doing this, but it follows the order anyway. In an instant, the surrounding seawater is swallowed into Fang Dog's stomach using the devour skill, storing a vast amount of water. Spit it out, Chen Yang commands. Fang Dog turns its head and spits out all the seawater stored in its stomach. Boom! A massive volume of water is expelled, forming a powerful shock wave. Caught in this shock wave, Huang Gang and his wind wolf, who were just about to catch up, are hit directly, and their speed drops sharply. Fang Dog is capable of this. Huang Gang is very confused. Once the water flow stabilizes, he resumes the chase. But every time he is about to catch up to Chen Yang makes Fang Dog gulp up seawater and blast it at Huang Gang again. Just like that, time slowly passed. Finally, after chasing madly on the seabed for half an hour, during which they were even attacked by exotic beasts, Huang Gang still had not caught up to Chen Yang. And since he had stayed on the seabed for too long, Huang Gang is severely oxygen deprived. His strength and speed have dropped significantly, and he must surface. Go up. Huang Gang swims upward with his pet beast, the wind wolf. Soon, he reaches the surface of the sea, gasping for breath. Where is that kid Chen Yang? Has not he come up yet? Huang Gang frowns. He is an elite beastmaster with such a powerful physique, and even he could only last half an hour. Could it be that Chen Yang was born with the ability to hold his breath? He breathes for a while, then dives back down. However, once he goes back down, he does not see a trace of Chen Yang. Visibility is low in the Black Sea. Let us go up first. If Chen Yang surfaces, I will definitely spot him. Huang Gang returns to the surface of the sea again. Then he waits patiently. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. Yet on the vast surface of the sea, there is still no sign of Chen Yang emerging. Impossible. Huang Gang is losing his mind. He is an elite beastmaster, and he actually lost a regular beastmaster he was hunting. If he goes back like this, how can he answer to the young lady? And I finally shook off that elite beastmaster. Chen Yang lets out a sigh of relief. He is currently pondering the identity of his pursuer. The alien god temple. That should not be right. Last time, the alien god temple targeted Bai Xin. How could they send an elite beastmaster to hunt him, a nobody? He thinks back and forth, but cannot figure it out. After all, he could never imagine that he had simply caused Chen Lily to lose face, leading her to send people to kill him. At this moment, he opens his system window, which already contains many water-breathing status icons, all of which he picked up along the way from water-type exotic beasts. Synthesize. 3 water-breathing status icons were synthesized directly into an intermediate water-breathing status icon. Through continuous synthesis, the intermediate icon became an advanced water-breathing status icon. Just as he wanted to continue synthesizing, the system prompt indicated that no further synthesis was possible. Currently, he can only synthesize up to the advanced water-breathing status icon. It seems I can only synthesize advanced status icons for now. This is likely the case for all status icons. Perhaps when my cultivation level increases, I will be able to synthesize even higher level status icons. Subsequently, he applied the advanced water-breathing status icon to both himself and Fang Dog. Immediately, it felt different. Now he feels as if he were on land, with no strange sensations at all. Furthermore, the duration of the advanced status icon is no longer just 6 hours. Advanced breathing status icon, 10 days. In other words, he can stay at the bottom of the sea for 10 days without needing to go up. Now I can get back to what I was doing. Chen Yang quickly finds a water-type exotic beast, a spiky fish with about 50 years of cultivation, and takes out a true blood pill. The spiky fish smells the scent of the true blood pill and gulps it down. Immediately, a 10x cultivation status appears above its head. Detected a pickable 10x cultivation status. Do you wish to pick it up? Pick up. Chen Yang directly obtains a 10x cultivation status icon fragment. Next, he uses this method to feed true blood pills to water-type exotic beasts with over 50 years of cultivation, inducing them to generate the 10x cultivation status. This way, Chen Yang can keep collecting 10x cultivation status icons. Although he could find beastmasters with over 50 years of cultivation in Jinhai City and give the pills away for free, who would dare to eat a true blood pill given by a stranger? Besides, if he kept distributing true blood pills, would not people get suspicious? It is better to find these water-type exotic beasts for help. They do not understand anything and will not snitch. As for the cost of the true blood pills, it is nothing to him. He makes money very fast, and coming into the Black Sea secret realm, he will definitely be able to earn it back. Moreover, all the true blood pills he bought this time were from the black market. They have huge side effects and are very cheap, only 10 or 20,000 each. Since they are being fed to these exotic beasts anyway, he would not buy the authentic ones costing 100,000 each. That would cost 27 pills just to assemble a 100x cultivation status icon, which is 2.1 million. So buying these defective true blood pills saves so much money, and buying more of these from those shops actually keeps them from ripping off others. I am doing a good deed. Not long after, Chen Yang had obtained 330x cultivation status icons. Synthesize. 330x status icons were directly transformed into a 100x cultivation status icon. 100x cultivation status icon, 10 days. The duration did not increase, but a 100x cultivation status icon is far beyond what a 30x one could offer. With the 100x cultivation status icon, plus the devour skill, if I give the resources to the lazy dog, it will probably digest them instantly. The boost in its cultivation will be terrifying, surely surpassing the cultivation growth of the 5-colored phoenix. Chen Yang thinks to himself. Immediately, he gives this 100x cultivation status icon to Fang Dog. Then, he continues to collect 100x cultivation status icons. After a long time, he had gathered 10 100x cultivation status icons. This many 100x status icons are enough for a long time, and since he has no spare true blood pills, he stops collecting them. Lazy dog, I am going to look for black sand here. You go patrol the perimeter. If you encounter any exotic beasts with a few decades of cultivation, take care of them yourself. If you run into a century-old beast, come notify me immediately, and we will run away together. Chen Yang instructed. Woof. The dog acknowledged and went off to patrol. Chen Yang took out a magnet to search for black sand on the seabed. Black sand can be picked up by a magnet, but some of it is just iron sand with no real value. What is truly valuable is the black sand that emits a dark glow. The valuable black sand not only contains that dark luster, but is also larger, making it relatively easy to identify. If it were any other beast tamer coming here, they would not be able to hold their breath for long, and if they tried to stay under too long, their consciousness would start to blur, making the search for black sand extremely difficult. But for Chen Yang, finding black sand was effortless, and he could take his sweet time searching for it. Just ordinary iron sand. Iron sand again. There is black sand this time. Chen Yang picked out a few pieces of black sand from a pile of iron sand and set them aside one by one. He spent quite a bit of time searching this small area thoroughly, then left with the dog to move on to the next one. The pressure on the seabed is immense, so Chen Yang and the dog moved quite slowly. However, moving under such pressure was also a form of training, somewhat similar to the effect of a gravity room, though much less effective. As time passed slowly, Chen Yang and the dog traversed area after area, and they managed to find quite a bit of black sand. 6 caddies of black sand now, not bad at all. That is equivalent to earning 600,000. Chen Yang was quite pleased. Although it was not a huge amount, he had not spent much time on it either. While walking along the seabed, he suddenly came across a coral field. There was almost no sand in the coral field, so it was unlikely he would find any black sand there. He was about to leave when he unexpectedly spotted a status, which made him stop in his tracks. Because it was a bit far away, he could not see exactly what the status was, only the glow it emitted. Then, he and the dog moved closer, and only then did he see what that status was. Camouflage status. Soon, he was within 6 meters of it. Detected collectible camouflage status. Do you want to collect it? Collect. Whoosh. A fragment of the camouflage status icon fell into Chen Yang's system interface. Chen Yang stared at the spot where the status was, but he could not see any exotic beast for a moment, which might have been due to the murky Black Sea water obscuring his vision. So he moved closer cautiously, keeping the dog ready to strike at any time. Finally, at a distance of 3 meters, he saw what the beast looked like. It was a fish, seemingly connected to the coral, its color blending in to look just like the coral itself. If you did not look closely, you would really think it was just a piece of coral. So this is what camouflage status is. Chen Yang began to understand. Camouflage status should be about blending in with the environment, which is different from invisibility. Invisibility makes you disappear completely so that others cannot see you even at close range, while camouflage means the beast is still there and has not vanished, but it blends into the surroundings, deceiving the vision of humans or other beasts. Chen Yang did not know what this fish was called, so he just decided to call it a camouflage fish. Lazy dog, go attack that fish. Chen Yang commanded. Fish. The dog was confused. It did not see any fish in front of them at all. However, it still walked over. As the dog approached, the camouflage fish stopped pretending, immediately opened its mouth, and revealed 2 rows of incredibly sharp teeth. The fish tried to eat the dog, but the dog's reaction was lightning fast. Swish! Steel claws killed the camouflage fish in one single strike. Only about 40 years of cultivation. Chen Yang made a preliminary judgment. Afterward, Chen Yang walked into the coral field, believing that there was more than one camouflage fish here. These fish stayed here specifically to hunt. If any small exotic fish entered this place, they would be ambushed and killed. The camouflage fish are too weak, so it seems this is the only way they can get enough food. Sure enough, Chen Yang discovered other camouflage fish. Detected collectible camouflage status. Do you want to collect it? Detected collectible camouflage status. Do you want to collect it? Alerts rang out one after another. Collect. 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 Before long, Chen Yang had collected quite a few camouflage statuses and combined them into individual status icons. Afterward, he combined 3 camouflage status icons into 1 intermediate camouflage status icon. After collecting 3 intermediate ones, he combined them into 1 advanced camouflage status icon. There were dozens of camouflage fish here, which provided Chen Yang with enough to assemble 2 advanced camouflage status icons. Advanced camouflage status, 10 days. Lazy dog, come here. Chen Yang placed an advanced camouflage icon on the dog's head, letting it enter the advanced camouflage state. Soon, the dog entered the advanced camouflage state, its body seemingly melting into the seawater. He reached out to touch it and could feel the dog, but his sight was completely deceived. This advanced camouflage is terrifying. In the ocean or a jungle, it could definitely achieve perfect concealment, making it very hard to be discovered. Chen Yang thought to himself. However, the concealment effect would not be as good in other environments. Still, the dog's heartbeat, breathing, and physical energy aura could not be hidden, so strong individuals would easily sense its presence. Suddenly, he thought of the feigned death status. If combined with that, it would be truly powerful. He still had 1 intermediate feigned death status and 1 ordinary one left. An ordinary feigned death status is enough. It would be a waste to use the intermediate one. So, Chen Yang broke down the intermediate feigned death status icon into 3 ordinary ones. The feigned death status, combined with the advanced camouflage status, is absolutely a perfect match. However, there was no need to use feigned death right now, unless they encountered an extremely powerful beast that required this method to escape pursuit or to ambush an enemy. Chen Yang took the dog around the vicinity to see if they could find any more camouflage fish. I have to say, there were really quite a few camouflage fish around here. He found one after another, collected fragments one after another, and gathered quite a lot of camouflage status icons. And somewhere on the seabed, Chen Yang started searching for black sand again, while the dog patrolled the area, fighting any beasts it met to sharpen its skills, and incidentally eating the killed beasts to fill its stomach and solve its food problem. Suddenly, a goldfish beast about 10 meters long swam over, and its size suggested its approximate cultivation. This goldfish beast definitely has over 130 years of cultivation. Chen Yang estimated. A beast with that kind of cultivation is very powerful, and the dog was no match for it. However, Chen Yang planned to use this goldfish beast to train the dog. Lazy dog, you have the advanced camouflage status. Use it to blend into the water, approach the goldfish beast, and attack it. If you get injured and cannot beat it, just enter advanced camouflage immediately, understand. After Chen Yang's instructions, the dog understood perfectly. Then, it charged valiantly toward the goldfish beast with over 100 years of cultivation. Buzz! The dog's body seemed to disappear as it melted into the seawater and slowly approached the goldfish beast. When using the advanced camouflage status, you cannot move fast. You have to move slowly so as not to cause significant changes in the environment to keep the hiding effect optimal. If the range of movement is too large, the camouflage status disappears, which is a conclusion Chen Yang reached through constant testing. In short, it is slightly inferior to an invisibility skill, but it is still a decent status to have. The goldfish beast was a bit confused when it saw the toothed dog vanish, but its low intelligence prevented it from pondering any further. It set its sights on Chen Yang, considering him a tasty meal, and swam toward him. Suddenly, the toothed dog appeared right beside it and unleashed a master-level steel claw attack. Puff! The steel claws tore through the goldfish beast's skin without reaching its internal organs, so to the beast, it was just a superficial wound. Because the toothed dog had put so much effort into the attack, its high-level camouflage state vanished. At that moment, the goldfish beast locked onto the toothed dog's position and lashed out with its tail. Boom! A terrifying, massive force struck the toothed dog, sending it flying. But the next moment, the toothed dog entered its high-level camouflage state again and slowly shifted its position. The toothed dog is badly hurt, Chen Yang thought to himself. Chen Yang thought silently. However, the toothed dog had a high-level healing state that could quickly mend its injuries, so it was not a big problem. Afterward, the toothed dog launched another attack on the goldfish beast. Swish! The steel claws once again left bloody marks on the goldfish beast. Water arrow! The goldfish beast condensed a water arrow and fired it at the toothed dog. This water arrow was very fast, but the toothed dog's lightning flash was even faster. Whoosh! It used lightning flash to dodge the water arrow just in the nick of time, narrowly avoiding being hit. However, while it dodged the water arrow, it failed to dodge the goldfish beast's other skill, Iron Head. The goldfish beast slammed into the toothed dog's position, causing the seawater to explode and sending the dog flying once more. But immediately after, the toothed dog entered its high-level camouflage state and slowly moved away. The goldfish beast was driven mad with rage and began attacking frantically, completely losing its rhythm. Seeing this, Chen Yang knew the toothed dog would be just fine. Lazy dog, keep dragging the goldfish beast here and use it to sharpen your combat skills, while I go to the seabed below to look for black sand, Chen Yang ordered. With that, he dived down. Meanwhile, the toothed dog stayed behind to continue fighting the goldfish beast. Based on the outside world's time, it should be afternoon now. And when evening came, the toothed dog arrived. Of course, there is no night in the Black Sea secret realm. It is permanently in a daytime phase. At this moment, the toothed dog did not just come back on its own. It dragged a corpse with it, which was none other than the goldfish beast's remains. The goldfish beast's corpse was covered in claw marks, and even its eyes had been gouged out. Moreover, its internal organs were exposed and visible. Of course, the toothed dog was also extremely exhausted. Such a prolonged battle had nearly drained its energy and spirit, as the high-level healing state could only fix physical wounds, not restore its mental vitality. Therefore, it was now incredibly tired. Lazy dog, eat the goldfish beast's flesh and use the devour skill. It is a century-old strange beast, and its flesh is full of energy. Devouring it will help you quickly recover your strength, Chen Yang said. Chen Yang said. The toothed dog nodded and began devouring the goldfish beast's flesh, eating mouthful after mouthful. Its stomach was like that of a gluttonous beast, constantly consuming without appearing to change, as if it could swallow rivers and mountains. After a long while, the toothed dog's condition was finally restored. Furthermore, its cultivation had increased a little bit more. Not bad. Let us continue training like this for the next few days. Combined with your 100-fold cultivation state and the devour skill, you should reach the 60-year cultivation level soon, Chen Yang said. Chen Yang ate some raw fish to fill his stomach, before continuing to lead the toothed dog deeper into the Black Sea. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. By now, the toothed dog's cultivation had surged, reaching 59 years, and it was about to break through to the 60-year level. Not only that, the toothed dog had become increasingly proficient with its devour skill, such as using it to swallow seawater and then spitting it out to prevent enemies from pursuing it. This move was almost as good as an actual skill. The toothed dog had used this move many times to help them escape from very powerful century-old strange beasts. As they delved deeper into the Black Sea, there were more century-old beasts, but there was also more black sand. After all, few beast tamers went deep into the Black Sea, as most who entered the realm were ordinary tamers, while elite tamers rarely came here to collect black sand. Because the income did not justify the effort, elite tamers could go to any century-old secret realm, hunt beasts, and find treasures that earned them far more than this. Why would they come here to dive to the seabed and slowly search for black sand, especially with the considerable danger involved? They would not dream of it. Consequently, the black sand in the depths of the Black Sea had not been heavily harvested, which is why there was so much of it. Upon reaching the deep part of the Black Sea, Chen Yang and the toothed dog were extremely cautious, constantly maintaining a high-level camouflage state and moving slowly along with the ocean currents. This made them much less likely to be exposed. Soon, they arrived at an underwater mountain range. After crossing an underwater peak, just as they were about to move forward, his expression changed abruptly. So many beasts. He immediately pulled the toothed dog to a stop. Up ahead, there were dozens of strange beasts gathered there, each of them incredibly massive in size. There were giant shark beasts tens of meters long, terrifying octopus beasts 100 meters long, and several other strange and bizarre creatures. Although Chen Yang could not judge their exact cultivation levels, each one was likely over 300 years. Suddenly, a beast with over 100 years of cultivation swam over, seemingly wanting to join the group. Instantly, one of the octopus beast's tentacles extended like a javelin, piercing through the body of the centenarian beast and killing it in one strike. Then, the octopus beast dragged the carcass over and collected its blood, seemingly saving it for something useful. What a terrifying octopus beast. That was a beast with over 100 years of cultivation, and it killed it in one move. Chen Yang thought in secret surprise. He doubted that even with its high-level healing state, the toothed dog could withstand such an attack. What are these beasts doing here? Chen Yang was very curious. He watched carefully and finally saw a flower in the area surrounded by the many beasts. It seemed quite large, or else he would not have been able to see it at all. It must be something good. Chen Yang was certain. However, because the distance was too great, he could not see what the flower looked like clearly. Lazy dog, I will grant you a state of feigned death. Move slowly toward them, and if they do not discover you, come back, Chen Yang instructed. The toothed dog nodded slightly, completely unaware that its master was using it to scout the way. Swish! The feigned death state was applied, and combined with the high-level camouflage, it was absolutely flawless. Soon, the toothed dog inched forward, moving very slowly, without causing any disturbance at all. It quickly approached the group of beasts, but since their eyes were all fixed on the flower, they did not attack it. It is safe. After that, the toothed dog returned. It seems these beasts really cannot detect the toothed dog, which means they cannot detect me either. Chen Yang applied a state of feigned death to himself as well, making his presence nearly vanish, and then he moved slowly toward the spot. Before long, he was close to the flower. At that moment, he finally saw it clearly. My God, it is an enlightenment flower. This flower was the same as the enlightenment flower from the Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy, only this one was much larger. Now he finally understood what this group of beasts was waiting for. He had looked up enlightenment flowers before. This kind of heavenly treasure must wait for a special timing to be picked, or be watered with blood at a specific time to make it bloom. If you saw an enlightenment flower and just poured blood on it immediately, the flower would likely be destroyed. The enlightenment flower has leaves, and if those leaves drop off automatically, it means it is ready for use. If you miss this timing, the flower will grow leaves again and wait another year before they drop again. Clearly, this group of beasts was intelligent enough to know this, and so they were waiting for the petals of the enlightenment flower to fall off. The petals of this enlightenment flower are about to all drop off. There is only one leaf left. Chen Yang began to wait as well, feeling quite excited. If the enlightenment flower blooms and all these beasts reach a state of enlightenment, I could collect quite a few enlightenment status fragments and synthesize them into enlightenment status icons. Time passed slowly, and we waited for about 3 hours. Finally, the last leaf of the enlightenment flower fell off. At that moment, the exotic beasts used the blood they had prepared in advance to water the flower. After absorbing enough blood, the enlightenment flower finally began to bloom slowly. Mysterious ripple enveloped the surroundings, surrounding the beasts, Chen Yang, and the dog. At that moment, Chen Yang felt as if he had experienced a sudden flash of insight, but unfortunately, he could not improve anything and did not even dare to move much, so he could only waste this opportunity for enlightenment. Soon, those centennial-level exotic beasts each fell into a state of deep enlightenment. Seeing this, Chen Yang slowly moved over. He only needed to get within 6 meters to collect their enlightenment state fragments. Enlightenment state detected. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Chen Yang excitedly collected one enlightenment state fragment after another. Some beasts left after their enlightenment, while others stayed nearby to cultivate and improve their skills. After a long time, the enlightenment flower was about to wither. At this point, the beasts that had not reached enlightenment would no longer be able to. Let us go. Chen Yang pulled the dog and slowly left the area. Only after getting far away from that underwater mountain range did he let out a sigh of relief. This time was too dangerous. One wrong move and it would have been over, but the gains were also massive. He opened the system interface and counted them. He had obtained 27 enlightenment state fragments in total, which meant 9 complete enlightenment state icons. Synthesize. He combined those 9 enlightenment state icons into a single high-level enlightenment state. High-level enlightenment state for 6 hours. Previously, a mid-level enlightenment state icon was enough to let the dog advance its devour skill to the master level. If a high-level one were used, the effect would be terrifying. Maybe I can let the lazy dog cultivate its blood mutation skill to the perfect level as well. Chen Yang thought to himself. The resources needed for the blood mutation skill are the blood of exotic beasts. The more, the better. Since the Black Sea is full of them, this can satisfy the cultivation requirements. Lazy dog, let us go hunt some exotic beasts. Chen Yang took the dog to search for exotic beasts, specifically targeting those with less than a century of cultivation. As time passed, they found several, killed them one by one, and dragged them to a single location to store. After killing enough, Chen Yang placed the high-level enlightenment state on the dog's head. The dog instantly entered the high-level enlightenment state. Lazy dog, hurry up and cultivate the devour and blood mutation skills. Chen Yang ordered. Receiving the command, the dog immediately began cultivating the devour skill. Chen Yang also brought out the resources he had long prepared to assist in cultivating the skill, and the dog swallowed them all in one gulp. Then, it devoured the flesh and blood of the beasts to cultivate. The blood of these exotic beasts helped the dog cultivate the blood mutation skill as well, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the high-level enlightenment state, the dog's comprehension reached an incredible level. The devour skill rapidly advanced from master level to the perfect level. Next was the blood mutation skill. Its blood boiled and refined, and blood-colored energy radiated from within its body, gradually enveloping it completely. Soon, the dog's body turned from white to pale red. The blood mutation skill has reached the introductory level. Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised. After that, it turned from pale red to a normal red, signaling that the dog had advanced the blood mutation skill to the minor completion level. After another period of time, the dog's body turned deep red, the mark of the major completion level for the blood mutation skill. Finally, in the 5th hour, the dog's body turned blood red, shining like flames, marking the perfect level of the blood mutation skill. Devour skill perfect, blood mutation skill perfect. These 2 high-level skills interacted with each other, triggering an unknown transformation in the dog's body. Boom! Countless streams of blood-colored energy wrapped around the dog, instantly forming a blood-colored pet egg with a giant devouring mouth pattern on it. The dog is evolving. Chen Yang took a deep breath, feeling incredibly excited. If the dog evolves, it will become a heaven-devouring dog, with a bloodline potential reaching S rank. And according to the headmaster, the heaven-devouring dog seems to have the potential for further evolution. However, the difficulty of further evolution is probably beyond his imagination. For him, it is already quite good that the dog can evolve at all. He waited slowly while keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings, not letting any beasts disturb the dog's evolution. Soon, a fish-type exotic beast with 50 years of cultivation approached. "No, I cannot move the lazy dog. It might cause problems." Helpless, Chen Yang went to intercept the fish beast himself. In terms of strength, his current combat power is limited. He naturally was not the match for this beast. However, he could equip himself with a high-level healing state, which should be enough to hold it off. Instantly, he took out a small knife made of stainless steel. It was very sharp and usually used for cutting meat for barbecues, but now he was using it as a weapon. The beast charged over, and Chen Yang charged forward to meet it. Man and beast clashed. Boom! Chen Yang was slammed by the beast, feeling like an ordinary person hit by a car, but he still managed to cut the beast just in time. Puffed. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, but the high-level healing state quickly repaired his injuries. Not a big deal. This was Chen Yang's first time fighting an exotic beast, so his combat experience was very lacking, but with the high-level healing state icon, he did not need to worry about dying. Kill. Chen Yang continued to fight it. Time passed slowly. Chen Yang did not know how many times he was wounded, but under the restoration of the high-level healing state icon, it was as if he had not been hurt at all. On the other hand, the exotic beast was not lightly injured and was truly intimidated by Chen Yang, turning around and fleeing. Chen Yang did not pursue. Instead, he returned to the dog's side to wait for its evolution to finish. Another 2 hours passed, and the dog's evolution was finally nearing completion. At the same time, Chen Yang felt an influx of energy back feeding to him, and his physical fitness surged significantly. Clearly, the dog's cultivation had broken through 60 years. Not long after. Crack! The blood-colored pet egg cracked open. Soon, a slightly larger dog walked out, its appearance having changed slightly. For instance, its eyes were deep like stars, its foreclaws had become sharper, its tail was longer, and its teeth in particular revealed an icy, chilling aura. Chen Yang looked at the dog and checked its attributes. Pet, heaven-devouring dog. Owner, Chen Yang. Cultivation, 67 years. Bloodline potential, S. Skills, bite perfect, claw strike perfect, thunder flash perfect, mental shield perfect, iron claws perfect, devour perfect, blood mutation perfect, size manipulation introductory. It really evolved into a heaven-devouring dog, and its bloodline potential reached S rank. Chen Yang was extremely excited, but he soon discovered that the dog had gained an extra skill, size manipulation. This must be its bloodline skill. It evolved into a heaven-devouring dog, not only breaking through the bottleneck in one go to reach 67 years of cultivation, but also gaining an extra bloodline skill. Chen Yang immediately told the dog to perform this size manipulation skill. The dog nodded and immediately began. Boom! The dog's body grew continuously, soon becoming a terrifying giant beast 3 meters tall. Afterward, the dog's body shrank continuously, down to the size of a mini puppy, only palm-sized. This is the size manipulation skill. This should be a high-level bloodline skill. Chen Yang guessed. Later, he tested the dog's strength and speed, both of which were far beyond what they were before. It was essentially reborn, undergoing a qualitative change. In terms of strength, he is now definitely not inferior to the average centennial exotic beast. He can take on centennial beasts head-on without needing the high-level healing or disguise states. If combined with the high-level healing state, killing a beast with over 100 years of cultivation should be quite easy. Lazy dog, cultivate for a few more days, and once your cultivation reaches 70 years, we will leave the Black Sea. Chen Yang said. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After the lazy dog evolved into the heaven-swallowing dog, its bloodline potential rose to the S rank. Combined with the 100-fold cultivation status effect and the devour skill, its cultivation speed was simply explosive. At this moment, it was infinitely close to reaching 70 years of cultivation. Boom! The lazy dog's cultivation broke through, entering the ranks of 70 years. Chen Yang also received a feedback of energy, and his physical fitness surged significantly. Lazy dog, let us head home. Chen Yang said. Immediately after, he shouldered a full bag of black sand and returned with the lazy dog to the island where the secret realm gate was located. This time, Not only did he evolve the lazy dog into a heaven-swallowing dog and reach a 70-year cultivation level, but he also acquired a large amount of black sand. He had over 200 caddies of black sand in his possession, which could be sold for more than 20 million yuan. Unfortunately, he could not carry any more, so staying here any longer would just be a waste of time. And above the Black Sea, Huang Gang stood alone on a wooden boat, peering into the distance, diving into the sea from time to look for traces of Chen Yang. Regrettably, even after all these days, he still had not seen Chen Yang. But he could be certain that Chen Yang had definitely not left the Black Sea secret realm. That was because he had long ago arranged for people to guard the outside world. If Chen Yang had left, those people would have immediately entered the secret realm to contact him. Since no one from outside had come in, Chen Yang must still be here. This kid Chen Yang is really good at hiding. I hope he died at the hands of some powerful exotic beast. That way, I can consider my mission accomplished. Huang Gang thought to himself. He planned to wait a few more days, and if there was still no news of Chen Yang, he would head back. In the distance, Chen Yang and the lazy dog had arrived. At this moment, they were still under the effect of the advanced camouflage state, which had not yet expired. This elite beastmaster is actually still here. Chen Yang had only intended to come and see if the elite beastmaster had left. He had assumed that after so many days, the guy would likely have left. As it turned out, he was still lurking there. Who on earth is trying to target me? Chen Yang was eager to find out the answer to that. Consequently, he decided to make a move on this elite beastmaster. If it were before, taking out this elite beastmaster would have been troublesome. After all, when he killed one last time, it was purely by chance that a powerful beast was nearby, and the elite beastmaster's pet was in a state of heat, leading them into a mutual destruction battle. Besides, the previous elite beastmaster did not have a 100-year level beast, but this one had a 200-year level wind wolf. Before the lazy dog evolved, there was no way he could have handled this elite beastmaster. But things were different now. The lazy dog had evolved into the heaven-swallowing dog. Its cultivation had broken through to 70 years, and it had mastered 2 advanced skills to perfection. With such strength, combined with the advanced healing, advanced camouflage, and feigned death states, it was more than enough to deal with this elite beastmaster. Lazy dog, use your advanced camouflage and feign death to get close to that elite beastmaster, then ambush him and cause him severe injury. Chen Yang commanded. The lazy dog nodded, signaling that it understood. Following that, the lazy dog maintained its advanced camouflage and feigned death states, not leaking a single shred of aura, and drifted along with the sea currents to close in on Huang Gang. Soon, the lazy dog reached within a few meters of Huang Gang, who still had not noticed a thing. Now, the lazy dog suddenly erupted into motion, utilizing lightning flash to cover the distance in an instant. Blood transformation skill. In a split second, the lazy dog turned a blood-red color, its claws following suit. Carrying the power of a perfect-level steel claws, it lunged fiercely at Huang Gang. Everything happened too quickly. Huang Gang had no time to react. He only managed to raise his arm to block the lazy dog's attack. Snap! Huang Gang's arm was severed by the steel claws, and blood gushed out instantly. Wind Wolf! Huang Gang screamed. The Wind Wolf responded quickly, slashing a wind blade directly at the lazy dog. But the lazy dog used lightning flash to dodge and dove into the seawater. My arm! Huang Gang grimaced in agony. He looked at his arm, which was hanging by nothing more than a tendon. He immediately summoned his second pet, a bat beast. This bat beast had a slightly lower cultivation level, only 90 years. He jumped onto the bat beast, which took flight, carrying him away from the water. Only then did Huang Gang breathe a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth, tore off his nearly severed arm, took some medical powder from his pack to apply to the wound, and swallowed some healing medicine. The Wind Wolf remained on the wooden boat. The bat beast was already struggling to carry Huang Gang, so it naturally could not have the Wind Wolf on its back too. Was that a dog just now? It looked like Chen Yang's dog, but it seemed different. Huang Gang thought to himself. But that beast looked exactly like a dog, and it even knew perfect-level steel claws, just like the intelligence report from the young mistress stated. He found it hard to believe. It had only been a few days, so how could Chen Yang's dog have undergone such a transformation and become this powerful? Where did that dog go? He searched carefully, but could not find a trace of it. The enemy was in the shadows, and he was in the light. Clearly sensing his dangerous situation, he decided to retreat. Chen Yang saw through Huang Gang's intention and ordered the lazy dog, use your perfect level devour skill to suck up the seawater and spray it into the sky to knock that elite beastmaster down. The lazy dog understood instantly. It activated its perfect level devour skill, frantically sucking up seawater. Boom! The surrounding water flowed into its stomach. The massive displacement of water even created a small whirlpool. Seeing the disturbance in the water, Huang Gang became nervous. Just then, the lazy dog surfaced, its mouth aimed directly at the bat beast and Huang Gang. Splash! A massive volume of seawater spewed from the lazy dog's mouth, like a small river rushing toward the bat beast. The bat beast was struck by so much water that it could no longer maintain its flight, and it plummeted, sending Huang Gang tumbling from its back. At this point, Huang Gang was certain it was definitely Chen Yang's dog. The skills were the same, but the power was vastly superior. Just as Huang Gang was about to hit the water, the lazy dog used lightning flash to charge up. Wind Wolf used Wind Blade to attack it. Huang Gang reacted quickly and ordered. He himself was not sitting idle either, throwing a punch toward the lazy dog. In his eyes, the lazy dog would surely use lightning flash to dodge. However, it did not. The wind blade struck the lazy dog, leaving a wound on its body. Simultaneously, the lazy dog's steel claws, combined with the blood transformation skill, hit Huang Gang fiercely, while Huang Gang's fist landed on the lazy dog's head. Boom! The lazy dog landed in the Black Sea and vanished once again. Under the effect of the advanced healing status, the lazy dog's wounds recovered rapidly, and it was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Huang Gang, having taken that hit, was even more severely injured. From then on, the lazy dog would strike Huang Gang from time to time, making his condition increasingly dire. Bat Beast, keep carrying me away. Huang Gang was desperate to escape. However, the Bat Beast was suddenly ambushed by the lazy dog. With a squelch, the lazy dog pierced the Bat Beast's head with a claw, killing it instantly. Losing his Bat Beast, Huang Gang let out a scream of agony. The Wind Wolf, knowing its master was in grave danger, repeatedly unleashed wind blades at the surrounding water. But it could not lock onto the lazy dog's position, and the attacks proved ineffective. Just then, Chen Yang's command came. Lazy dog, finish off that Wind Wolf, but leave this elite beastmaster alive. Chen Yang ordered. Upon receiving Chen Yang's command, the Toothed Dog immediately launched an attack on the Wind Wolf. Although the Wind Wolf was a 200-year-old pet beast, it was only a mediocre one. Even with a much higher cultivation level than the Toothed Dog, its attack methods were far too simplistic. Moreover, the Toothed Dog possessed a high-level healing status, and it could slip into the water, using its high-level camouflage and feign death status to hide itself. This was the Toothed Dog's natural battlefield advantage. Before long, the Toothed Dog used a trade blows for blows tactic to severely injure the Wind Wolf. After about half an hour of intense fighting, the Toothed Dog suddenly activated its size manipulation skill, grew to an enormous size, and finished off the Wind Wolf with a single claw. The death of the Wind Wolf caused further trauma to Huang Gang's soul. Having lost 2 pet beasts at once, he likely would not be able to contract any new ones for at least a year or two. His soul was traumatized, and his body was severely injured. At this moment, floating on the sea, Huang Gang had no combat capability left. Lazy dog, throw this beastmaster onto the wooden boat for me. Chen Yang shouted. The giant-sized Toothed Dog went to Huang Gang's side, grabbed him with its claw, and tossed him onto the wooden boat. Chen Yang surfaced at this point, his position no longer hidden. He also boarded the wooden boat, and the Toothed Dog, having returned to its normal size, sat down beside him. Cough, cough. Huang Gang spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his slightly clouded eyes looking toward Chen Yang and the Toothed Dog. Chen Yang, I did not expect that only a few days had passed, and your Toothed Dog has become this formidable. It must have evolved, right? It is unheard of for a Toothed Dog with only a few decades of cultivation to evolve. Huang Gang lamented, his tone revealing a sense of unwillingness and despair. He knew he would not survive this time. You know my name, so you clearly did not attack me without reason. I do not know you. Who exactly are you, and who sent you to attack me? Chen Yang asked. Do you think I will tell you? Huang Gang chuckled. You will not talk, Chen Yang showed a wicked smile. With a wave of his hand, a high-level hunger status was placed on Huang Gang. He had plenty of hunger status effects stored up, so wasting one high-level hunger status did not matter to him. Afflicted by the high-level hunger status icon, Huang Gang immediately fell into an unimaginably starving state. So hungry. Huang Gang had never felt such hunger. It was so intense he could barely stand it. His body was already severely injured and in immense pain, and now, combined with the high-level hunger status, he was reaching his breaking point. He wanted to commit suicide. Just as he was about to use his only remaining hand to end his life, Chen Yang ordered the toothed dog to take action. Cut off his hand. Chen Yang commanded. Splat! The steel claw flashed with a silver light, instantly severing Huang Gang's arm. Following that, Chen Yang had the toothed dog sever Huang Gang's legs as well. Of course, for fear that Huang Gang might die, he applied a normal healing status icon to keep him alive. I am so hungry, please just kill me. Huang Gang begged for mercy. However, Chen Yang remained unmoved. Time slowly passed. At first, Huang Gang managed to hold out, stubbornly refusing to reveal who was behind it. After enduring for over an hour, he finally reached his limit. I will talk, Huang Gang said feebly. Who is it? Chen Yang asked. Huang Gang whispered, Chen Lily. I am a guard for the Chen family, and I follow Chen Lily's orders. You caused our young mistress to lose face last time, and you have been getting too close to Bai Xin, so the mistress told me to find a chance to kill you. Chen Lily. Chen Yang was stunned. He had considered several possibilities, such as the alien god temple. He had also thought of the Binhu Beastmaster Academy. After all, he had defeated 10 people in a row back then, so it was not impossible that someone held a grudge and sent an elite Beastmaster to kill him. But he had never guessed Chen Lily. This woman is too ruthless, Chen Yang thought. At the very least, they both shared the surname Chen, yet she wanted his life over a mere disagreement. Instantly, murderous intent flared in his heart. Lazy dog, kill him, Chen Yang commanded. The toothed dog received the command, waved its claw, and ended Huang Gang's life. Afterward, Chen Yang tossed Huang Gang's body into the Black Sea and rowed the wooden boat back to the island. Before long, he returned to the island and left the Black Sea secret realm. After Chen Yang exited the Black Sea secret realm, Chen family scouts saw him and immediately entered the secret realm to contact Huang Gang, but they could not reach him. Communications were not restricted in the Black Sea secret realm. With Huang Gang failing to respond, something must have gone wrong. Thus, the scout immediately went out to report to Chen Lily. Huang Gang is unreachable, and Chen Yang has come out of the Black Sea secret realm. Chen Lily frowned. She naturally would not think Chen Yang had killed Huang Gang. Huang Gang was an elite beastmaster and possessed a wind wolf with 200 years of cultivation. How could Chen Yang possibly kill him? She believed Huang Gang was just extremely unlucky, having encountered some monster with hundreds of years of cultivation and being killed by it, allowing Chen Yang to narrowly escape. I will just have to find another chance to deal with Chen Yang. Chen Lily stopped thinking about Chen Yang and prepared to handle the people the alien god temple wanted eliminated first. Of course, she would need to mobilize the strength of the Chen family. She certainly could not do it alone. And after returning from the Black Sea secret realm, Chen Yang contacted his good friend Gao Yuan for the first time. Chen Yang, you are out of the Black Sea secret realm. How was the harvest? Gao Yuan asked upon meeting Chen Yang. Here, take this. Chen Yang handed the backpack containing over 200 jin of black sand to Gao Yuan. It is so heavy. Gao Yuan opened the bag, saw the black sand, and was instantly shocked. My god, you went to the Black Sea secret realm and found this much black sand? There must be at least 200 jin here. At a value of 100,000 per jin, that is over 20 million. Your money-making speed is too fast. It is even easier than my family's business. I will leave it to you to handle. Chen Yang said. All right, I will transfer the money to you in a bit, Gao Yuan replied. Afterward, Chen Yang went home, had a meal with his parents at noon, and headed to the academy in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the toothed dog trained in the gravity room for an hour, and then they went looking for signs of Chen Lily at the academy. Regrettably, they did not find Chen Lily. The next day, Chen Lily finally came to the academy. At this point, Chen Yang already had a plan to deal with Chen Lily. Killing Chen Lily was certainly not an option. He would not dare kill someone in the city, and if he were discovered, the Chen family could destroy him. However, he had a way to take revenge on Chen Lily, one that she would never forget, the high-level hunger status icon. He could now silently place the high-level hunger status icon on Chen Lily's head from within a range of 8 meters. So he found an opportunity, separated by a wall, and when he was within 8 meters of Chen Lily, he placed the high-level hunger status icon on her head. Instantly, Chen Lily became hungry, collapsing to the ground in agony and whimpering softly. So hungry. Chen Lily was confused. She did not know why she was suddenly so hungry. At this point, the people nearby did not know what was happening either, and hurriedly rushed Chen Lily to the school infirmary. What is wrong with Chen Lily? I do not know. I keep hearing her say how hungry she is. It is like she has not eaten in days. Has not eaten? Is not Chen Lily's family very wealthy? She is the young lady of a beastmaster family. How could she not afford to eat? Maybe she was too busy training with her pets and forgot to eat. Even if she forgot to eat, it would only be a little hunger. With a beastmaster's physique, would she get this hungry? Perhaps she is ill. Soon, Chen Lily was sent to the school infirmary. However, the doctor's tests showed that Chen Lily was perfectly healthy with no issues. Maybe you are just hungry from not eating. Go get something to eat. Chen Lily did not think much of it, only wanting to eat something quickly. She now saw everything as food. There was a convenience store nearby, and Chen Lily rushed straight over. The store was filled with all sorts of snacks. In the past, she would barely touch these things to keep her figure in check. But now, she could not care less, and started devouring them right there in the store. Hey, what are you doing? A store clerk immediately walked over, trying to stop Chen Lily. After all, someone eating food in the store without paying was definitely not allowed. Fortunately, Chen Lily had 2 male classmates with her. They helped her pay and grabbed a lot of snacks before they finally walked out of the store. On the way, Chen Lily kept eating, unable to control herself at all, because she still felt incredibly hungry. What is going on? I have eaten so much, why am I still so hungry? Tian Lily was beginning to panic. Only the moment she was eating did she feel a sense of satisfaction and a slight relief from the hunger. But as soon as she stopped, that hunger seemed to spread to every cell in her body. Soon, a guard from the Chen family arrived and brought her back to the Chen residence. The Chen residence. Chen Lily was scarfing down the food prepared by the servants, devouring it without any regard for her image as a young lady. But her stomach was only so big. Before long, she could not fit another bite. Yet she still felt desperately hungry. Get my parents back here now. Chen Lily urged the guard to hurry. In less than half an hour, Chen Lily's parents returned. What is going on? Chen Jianghai, Chen Lily's father, was extremely anxious after hearing that his precious daughter was in trouble. His expression shifted dramatically when he saw Chen Lily with her belly bloated, yet still looking deathly hungry. Dad, I am so hungry, but I just cannot eat anymore. No sooner had Chen Lily said this than she violently vomited all over the floor. At that moment, her stomach seemed empty, and she started uncontrollably reaching for food again. Chen Jianghai was a master-level beastmaster with vast experience, but even he had never seen such a situation. Sun Yafeng, Chen Lily's mother, hurriedly said, "Call a doctor quickly." The guard said, "Master, the young miss already went to the Mirror Lake Beastmaster Academy's hospital, and they could not find anything." Chen Jianghai frowned. If the Academy's hospital could not find a cause, going to other hospitals or calling ordinary doctors would be useless. "Bring Old Ghost here," Chen Jianghai ordered. "Yes," the guard replied. Old Ghost was an old friend of the Chen family. Though not a master-level beastmaster, he was very close to that rank. He was summoned because his spirit beast, the ghost spirit beast, excelled at probing inside the human body, and his other beast possessed healing abilities. Calling Old Ghost was more effective than calling a doctor. About 20 minutes later, Old Ghost arrived at the Chen residence. "Master Chen, you called for me in such a hurry. What exactly happened?" "Old Ghost, my daughter has run into a problem. Please take a look." Chen Jianghai said hurriedly. Old Ghost nodded and walked toward Chen Lily. "Master Chen, please hold your daughter down. Her current state is quite unusual." Old Ghost said, "I will do it." Sun Yafeng pinned Chen Lily down with one hand, letting Old Ghost examine her without worry. Old Ghost summoned his beast, the Ghost Spirit Beast. The 900-year-old Ghost Spirit Beast appeared, and at Old Ghost's command, it inserted its translucent tentacles into Chen Lily's body. Time ticked by, and a full minute passed. Then, the ghost spirit beast withdrew its tentacles and conveyed what it felt to Old Ghost. Old Ghost frowned and said, "Master Chen, everything inside your daughter's body is normal. There is no issue, she just seems to be overstuffed. I am so hungry, please just let me eat something, I cannot take it anymore." Chen Lily begged. "Old Ghost, my daughter keeps complaining of hunger and has vomited several times, yet she keeps eating. Something must be wrong. Please try using your other beast to heal her and see if it works." Chen Yang said, "All right, let me try." Old Ghost summoned his second beast, the green frog beast, and cast Healing Light, a common healing skill. The healing light landed on Chen Lily. However, Chen Lily continued to scream about being hungry. It had absolutely no effect. Seeing this, Old Ghost shook his head. "Master Chen, there is nothing more I can do. This does not seem to be an illness. If it were, the healing light would at least provide some relief, even if it could not solve the core issue. Not an illness, and the body is perfectly healthy. What on earth is going on?" Chen Yang knit his brows, his face full of distress. At this moment, Old Ghost speculated, could it be a curse? A curse? Chen Yang was startled. He knew about curses. They were terrifying abilities that only a tiny number of beasts possessed. The Earth Federation strictly banned such beasts from the market. Only a few top-tier noble families, corporations, or powerful organizations could manage to get their hands on beasts with curse skills. Exactly, a curse. Old Ghost speculated, curses are silent and invisible. If your daughter offended someone and was afflicted with a curse, we naturally would not be able to detect it, and standard healing methods would be useless against it. At that moment, both Chen Yang and Sun Yafeng were leaning toward the curse theory. "Dad, Mom, save me. I do not want to starve to death." Chen Lily was nearing a breakdown, wishing she could just die. Seeing this, Chen Yang said immediately, "I remember the Beastmaster Association has a treasure that can break curses. I will go there at once. No matter the cost, I will trade for it." "Go, hurry," Sun Yafeng urged. Chen Yang rushed to the Beastmaster Association, racing through the city at top speed, and arrived in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Chen Yang emerged from the association, holding a small bottle. Before long, Chen Yang returned to the Chen residence. "I got it. This is the evil-repelling treasure liquid from the association. It can remove general curses." Chen Yang said, "This treasure is incredibly rare. I cannot believe the association was actually willing to part with it," Old Ghost remarked. "I had to pay a huge price for it. Otherwise, those old geezers would never have let it go." Chen Yang said. He immediately opened the bottle and fed the evil-repelling treasure liquid to Chen Lily. As soon as the liquid entered her stomach, it released a golden glow that enveloped her body. 10 seconds later, the energy was exhausted, and the light faded. "Dad, I am still so hungry," Chen Lily cried out. And Chen Jianghai's expression shifted. The treasure liquid, which cost him such a fortune, had no effect at all. "What is happening?" Old Ghost was also stunned, completely unable to make sense of the situation. There are only two possibilities. Either it is not a curse, or the curse is too advanced for the liquid to handle. Old Ghost said helplessly. Chen Jianghai's face turned dark and uncertain. If it were a more advanced curse, he would not be able to get a hold of the corresponding counter-treasure. The liquid was the highest level item for removing curses he could possibly trade for. Sun Yafeng, heartbroken for her daughter, suggested, "Why do not we take our daughter to the Chen family's main branch and ask our ancestor to help? He is a king-level beastmaster. He would surely be able to see what is wrong." "Will the ancestor even see us?" Chen Jianghai frowned. "Have your father help introduce us. Even though your father is off-planet, we can still contact him. Since he is a Grandmaster-level beastmaster serving the family, the ancestor will at least agree to take a look." Sun Yafeng insisted. "All right, I will give it a try." Chen Jianghai agreed, then immediately activated the galactic communication device to contact his father, Chen Dongsheng, who was on another planet under the Earth Federation's jurisdiction. After receiving the message from his son Chen Jianghai, Chen Dongsheng immediately contacted the family's ancestor to request his help. The Chen family ancestor probably would not have agreed if they asked for resources, but he did agree to just take a look. However, the ancestor would not come to Jinhai City personally, so Chen Jianghai had to bring his daughter to the demon capital, where the main branch of the Chen family is located. "Honey, let us take our daughter to the demon capital right now," Chen Yang said. "Okay," Sun Yafeng replied. And Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy. News about Chen Lily had spread throughout the academy, and everyone was talking about it. "Chen Yang, Chen Lily is in a miserable state. I heard the Chen family is in complete chaos right now," Gao Yuan whispered to Chen Yang. Chen Yang naturally knew Chen Lily was suffering, as she had been affected by the advanced hunger status effect, and her willpower was simply not enough to withstand it. Moreover, this was hunger caused by the advanced hunger status effect, not a disease or a curse. Therefore, he believed Chen Lily had no way to resolve it and could only wait for the duration to end. Whether it is the basic, intermediate, or advanced hunger status effect, they all last for 24 hours. Once the 24 hours pass, Chen Lily's hunger status will be lifted. But even so, these 24 hours of hunger would be enough to haunt Chen Lily for the rest of her life. I can only use the advanced hunger status effect on Chen Lily once. If I do it again, the Chen family will definitely realize someone at Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy is targeting her, and a quick investigation would lead right to me. Doing it just once should not be much of a problem. I will deal with Chen Lily later when I am stronger or when there is a better opportunity. Afterward, Chen Yang put the matter of Chen Lily out of his mind. Right now, his main priority was increasing his Fang dog's cultivation to make it a century-level beast as soon as possible, which would allow him to become an elite beast tamer. And on the flying vehicle heading to the demon capital, Chen Lily was still suffering from intense hunger and wanted to eat, but Chen Jianghai stopped her every time and even forcibly knocked her unconscious. However, the intense hunger would always wake her up again. If Chen Lily did not know she was going to see the ancestor and that her condition might be resolved, she would have lost the will to live and might have chosen to commit suicide to end the pain. After arriving in the demon capital, Chen Jianghai rushed to the Chen family's main branch. The Chen family main branch. Chen Jianghai immediately requested an audience with the Chen family ancestor, king-level beast tamer Chen Senmao. However, the people at the main branch made him wait. One of the family's beast tamers said impatiently, "The ancestor's pet is currently undergoing a breakthrough, so just have your daughter wait a few hours." It was normal for the main branch to look down on the branch families, especially since Chen Jianghai's line was not highly valued. Understood. Chen Jianghai did not dare to lose his temper. He was a big shot in Jinhai City, but here at the Chen family's main branch, even someone with weaker cultivation could ignore him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Time passed slowly. Chen Lily was so hungry she was physically exhausted, her face deathly pale, and her presence so faint she looked like someone on the verge of death. In desperation, Chen Jianghai went to ask for the ancestor again, which made the people of the main branch even more impatient. Late into the night, the ancestor was still nowhere to be seen. To spare his daughter the agony, he even bought medication to induce unconsciousness, but it would not last long before the effects were worn off by the advanced hunger status. The next morning arrived. At this point, the ancestor Chen Sanmao finally appeared. Chen Sanmao was over 300 years old, but he still looked like a middle-aged man. Wearing a tight-fitting combat suit, he stepped in front of Chen Jianghai. "Ancestor, please help my daughter. She is barely holding on." "Very well, let me take a look," Chen Sanmao said calmly. He walked over to Chen Lily and projected his spiritual power to examine her body. Every cell in Chen Lily's body was under his scrutiny, yet he still found no issues. "What is going on? Her body seems perfectly normal." Chen Sanmao frowned. With his 300 years of experience, he could not detect any problems with her body. 100 years ago, when the Earth Federation discovered outer planets and extraterrestrial civilizations, he had spent a long time training on other planets, gaining vast knowledge. Yet even he could not identify the issue. Of course, as a king-level beast tamer, he could not admit to his juniors that he could not find the problem. That would be too embarrassing. So, he continued to examine her slowly to buy time, while pondering what methods he could use to solve the issue. He had thought of several plans and was about to try them when Chen Lily suddenly felt the hunger stop, and her mental state began to recover rapidly. "Dad, I do not feel hungry anymore." Chen Lily jumped up with excitement. "Daughter, you are fine. That is wonderful." Chen Jianghai and Sun Yafeng heaved a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Chen Lin's expression was very grim. He realized why he had not been able to find any issues. Chen Lily had not been sick at all. There was nothing wrong with her, yet they disturbed him, made him come to examine her, and almost caused him to lose face. This made him extremely angry. Chen Zhonghai, are you making a fool out of me? There is nothing wrong with your daughter, so why did you make me check her? I am busy and have no time to play games with you. Get out. With a wave of his hand, all three of them were sent flying out of the hall and landed on the ground outside. Throw these three out of the main branch. Chen Senmiao's voice echoed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several guards appeared, blocked Chen Zhonghai, and drove them away. Chen Zhonghai's face changed. He knew he had offended the ancestor this time. The ancestor already did not think highly of his branch, and now he was likely even more disgusted with them. Daughter, even if you felt better, you should not have said it right away. At least wait until the ancestor tried to treat you before saying you were fine. Chen Zhonghai thought to himself. But he did not say anything, and could only lead his wife and daughter away from the main branch in shame. Perhaps he would never have the right to set foot here again in his life. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy class assessments began again. However, Bai Xin did not come for this assessment, clearly still in special training. During this assessment, Chen Yang clearly noticed that the cultivation of many classmates' pets was far behind his fang dog. Some classmates' pets had not even broken through the 10-year cultivation level. This was because of a lack of resources and poor potential in the pets. If he had not obtained the status effect system, his fang dog would likely only be at a few years of cultivation right now. When Chen Yang's fang dog started its test, many classmates were amazed. Why does Chen Yang's fang dog look different? Did he use makeup on it? It is not makeup, it is just changed. Even its eyes, claws, and fur have changed significantly. I wonder how much its cultivation has increased. Has it reached 50 years yet? It definitely must have reached 50 years. When Chen Yang participated in the District 6 Midterm League, it was already over 40 years. After these past few days, it must be over 50. While everyone was discussing, the Fang Dog's test began. The results came out quickly. Chen Yang, pet Fang Dog, 75 years of cultivation. Teacher Hao Dong announced, 75 years of cultivation. Everyone was shocked. My God, 75 years. This speed of improvement. Gao Yuan was stunned. Does not this mean Chen Yang's Fang Dog could become a century-level beast very soon? Zhao Ye clenched his fists. He had originally wanted to compete with Chen Yang, but looking at his own fire dragon beast, which only had 30 years of cultivation, he realized they were on completely different levels. After the assessment, there was no need for comparison. Chen Yang was clearly in first place. The results of the class assessments were uploaded to the principal, who would sometimes check on the progress of various classes. When all the results were compiled, Principal Zhou Chenghao noticed the cultivation level of Chen Yang's Fang Dog. 75 years of cultivation. This improvement speed is way too fast. Zhou Chenghao was incredibly surprised. Moreover, teacher Hao Dong had also reported that Chen Yang's Fang Dog had very likely undergone an evolution. Consequently, Zhou Chenghao called Chen Yang to the principal's office because he wanted to have a chat with him. The principal's office. Chen Yang arrived here and met the principal, Zhou Chenghao. Principal, Chen Yang called out. Zhou Chenghao looked at Chen Yang and the Fang Dog following him. It really is a heaven-swallowing dog. It was no surprise to Chen Yang that the principal knew about the heaven-swallowing dog. After all, it was the principal who had suggested the evolution path for the Fang Dog. I did not expect you to acquire the Devour skill and the Blood Transformation skill so quickly, and even manage to successfully complete the Fang Dog's evolution. Zhou Chenghao exclaimed. Immediately after, he asked, what level of mastery has your Fang Dog reached for the Blood Transformation and Devour skills? Perfect mastery. Chen Yang did not hide it and revealed the truth. Perfect mastery. Zhou Chenghao gasped. He had assumed it was only at the minor or major accomplishment stage, which would still have provided a chance for evolution. He never expected it to be at the perfect mastery level. With both the Blood Transformation and Devour skills at perfect mastery, the evolution into a heaven-swallowing dog is guaranteed. If Zhou Chenghao had not been very optimistic about the Fang Dog's future before, he was now filled with immense anticipation. Just based on this heaven-swallowing dog alone, he believed it would not be hard for Chen Yang to become a Grandmaster Beastmaster in the future. As for becoming a King-level Beastmaster, That would be far too difficult. The gap between a Grandmaster Beastmaster and a King-level Beastmaster is a massive threshold that countless geniuses have failed to cross. Chen Yang, the heaven-swallowing dog, has great potential, even greater than many pet beasts with S-level bloodline potential. If you can evolve it into a heaven-swallowing behemoth, that would be truly extraordinary. Zhou Changhao remarked with emotion. Heaven-swallowing behemoth. As soon as Chen Yang heard the name, he knew it must be the next evolution path for the Fang dog. Teacher, how can I make the Fang dog continue to evolve and become a heaven-swallowing behemoth? Chen Yang asked earnestly for advice. Zhou Changhao shook his head. I really do not know. Perhaps the high-level officials of the Earth Federation know, or there might be one other place that does. Which place? Chen Yang asked. The higher Beastmaster Academies. Zhou Changhao replied. Higher Beastmaster Academies. Chen Yang knew about these. Places like Jinghu Beastmaster Academy and Binhu Beastmaster Academy were merely primary ones. Any Beastmaster could get into a primary academy like Jinghu. Every city had several primary academies. They were like introductory schools for Beastmasters. There were far too many of them throughout the Great Xia region, let alone the entire Earth Federation. But higher academies were rare. Most cities did not have one at all. For instance, Jinhai City did not have a higher academy. Chen Yang only knew that there were only 36 higher academies in the entire Great Xia region, with the top 6 being the most prestigious, while the others were relatively average. With so many primary academies across the Great Xia region and so many students, one could easily imagine how incredibly difficult it was to get into a higher academy. Most people never even got the chance. After graduating from primary academies, they either joined companies to work or became registered mercenaries with the Beastmaster Association, venturing into dangerous secret realms at every turn. Only the true genius Beastmasters could be admitted to a higher academy. Does every higher academy have the evolution method for the heaven-swallowing behemoth? Chen Yang asked. Of course not, Zhou Changhao shook his head. Ordinary higher academies are just that. Only the top 6 are truly elite: Kyoto, Madu, Nanhai, Hangzhou, Shanghai, and Jiazhou Beastmaster Academies. Only these 6 might possess the evolution method. Moreover, if you want to become a king-level Beastmaster, you must study at one of these top 6. Principal, I heard that you have to become an elite Beastmaster to enter a higher academy, or you do not even qualify to apply. Chen Yang said. That is correct, Zhou Changhao nodded. Once you become an elite Beastmaster, there is no need to stay at a primary academy. Some of your seniors did not even finish their 4 years before going directly to a higher academy. Of course, if you want to get into a better one, you can stay longer to continue improving your strength. Principal, what are the admission requirements for the top 6 academies? Chen Yang asked with curiosity. There are 2 ways, Zhou Changhao explained. First is by being recommended using the academy's quota. Our Jinghu Beastmaster Academy won first place in the Jinhai City 6 District Midterm League, so we received 1 recommendation spot, which is exactly why Binhu Academy was so furious. The second way is to take the entrance exam for each academy. If you pass, you can join. However, the top 6 have age restrictions. You must be under 20. If you are even a day over 20, they will not admit you. Chen Yang understood the need for age requirements. Otherwise, imagine someone 25 or 26 years old just becoming an elite Beastmaster and trying to join the top 6. That would be a joke. Even ordinary higher academies would not want them. Then Zhou Changhao added, Chen Yang, if you can become an elite Beastmaster this year, the academy can recommend you to one of the 6 higher academies. If you do not reach elite status by then, the spot must be used, as it is only valid for this year. Is not the recommendation spot going to Baizin? Chen Yang asked. Baizin? She does not need it. Zhou Changhao laughed. Did not you know that children of king-level Beastmasters can be automatically admitted to the top 6? As long as they become Beastmasters, they can join directly. And Chen Yang was stunned. Baizin gets automatic admission. That is the benefit of having a deep background. Our Jinghu Jingfeng Academy had to defeat Binhu Beastmaster Academy just to get a single recommendation spot. And yet, the child of a king-level Beastmaster comes with a spot already secured. That is the gap. Principal, I will do my best to cultivate the Fang dog to century-level strength and become an elite Beastmaster as soon as possible. Chen Yang declared. Since there was a recommendation spot available, he certainly wanted it. He was not about to act cool and take their entrance exams. There was no need for that. A recommendation spot certainly came with more benefits and more prestige. Only a fool would turn down a recommendation spot. And in a forest park near the Chen family home, Chen Lily was there to clear her head. Although she was no longer under the influence of the high-level hunger status effect, her mental state was still affected, and that shadow refused to fade. Therefore, she needed to get out and relax to ease her mood. As for the academy, she was not going back for the time being. She could imagine how many people in school would be gossiping and mocking her. How could she dare to show her face there? A figure appeared beside her. It was the Beastmaster from the Divine Alien Temple. "You are here." Chen Lily felt a surge of anger. She strongly suspected that her sudden bout of hunger for a full day might have something to do with the Divine Alien Temple. After all, what a coincidence that this happened right after she joined. Who would believe they were unrelated? "What is wrong, Miss Chen? You seem a bit dissatisfied with me." The Beastmaster from the Divine Alien Temple asked. "I suddenly suffered through a day of hunger. The hospital could not find anything, the evil-repelling serum was useless, and no one could tell what was wrong. Then, after one day, I suddenly recovered. Does this incident have anything to do with the Divine Alien Temple?" Chen Lily questioned him pointedly. The Beastmaster from the Divine Temple said coldly, "Chen Lily, you are a member of the Divine Temple now. Do you think I would treat you like that? Besides, I have been busy with something these past few days. Therefore, I have no idea what has happened to you. Also, I need to remind you that I am your superior, not your servant. Show some respect. The Divine Temple is not the Chen family. Do you understand?" Boom! An aura belonging to a master-level Beastmaster emanated from him, making it hard for Chen Lily to even breathe. Only then did she remember that the Beastmaster before her was a master-level Beastmaster, a powerhouse on par with her own father, not one of her personal guards. "Envoy, I was wrong," Chen Lily said, bowing her head. The Beastmaster could not be bothered to waste more words on her and asked directly, "Of the people I told you to kill, how many have you dealt with?" Chen Lily quickly explained, "I had some physical issues, so I did not get to it these past 2 days. I have only managed to eliminate 3. The Beastmaster from the Divine Temple said again, "Forget about the people on that list for now. The Divine Temple has issued a new mission." "What kind of mission?" Chen Lily asked. "This is the mission." The Beastmaster threw her a piece of paper with the details of the new task written on it. Chen Lily took a look and was immediately puzzled. "You want me to find some Beastmasters to enter the Blue Sky group and transport some items out?" Chen Lily was confused. What kind of mission was this? "Yes," the Beastmaster from the Divine Temple replied. "The Blue Sky group has plenty of Beastmasters. Why do they need outsiders to transport items?" Chen Lily was perplexed. She sensed that this likely involved a major secret. "Chen Lily, this involves a secret. You do not have the clearance." The Divine Temple Beastmaster said, "If you complete this mission, there will be many rewards. Besides, I have already applied to the headquarters, and they just sent over a treasure, Divine Liquid." The Beastmaster took out a small vial containing a small amount of golden liquid. "This is the Divine Liquid developed by our Divine Temple. It can increase your pet's cultivation by 10 years within a single day, though it can only be used once. This is your reward. If you complete this mission, there will be even more rewards," the Beastmaster said. Divine Liquid. Chen Lily's breathing quickened. This kind of good stuff was something even her parents could not get their hands on, yet the Divine Temple provided it so easily. "All right, Envoy, I will follow your arrangements," Chen Lily replied. The Divine Temple Envoy instructed, "Tomorrow, you must send the Beastmasters controlled by the Chen family to enter the Blue Sky Group headquarters under the guise of discussing business. When the time comes, the items will be handed over to those Beastmasters. You are to hide the items and wait for further orders." "Fine," Chen Lily agreed. Afterward, the envoy gave a few more instructions and then left. Chen Lily went to make preparations. After all, this was a task from the Divine Temple, and she did not dare to defy it. Joining the Divine Temple was like getting on a pirate ship. Getting off would not be easy. And after leaving, the Beastmaster from the Divine Temple quickly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the headquarters of the Blue Sky Group. At this moment, he took off his black robe and removed his mask, revealing his true face. If Chen Lily were to appear here now, she would recognize his true identity, Li Tian, the vice president of Blue Sky Group. Soon, Blue River, the president of the Blue Sky Group, walked in. Li Tian, you just went to see Chen Lily, right? Did you tell her? Blue River asked. Yes, Li Tian nodded. I told Chen Lily. The Beastmasters she sends will arrive at the Blue Sky Group headquarters tomorrow. Everything is arranged. However, Blue River was still frowning. Chen Lily and the others we found are just a smokescreen. Although they are not very useful, they can attract Bai Wuhan's attention. Bai Wuhan is not sure where the item is, so he will definitely investigate or even tail those people. Since all these people have certain backgrounds in Jinhai City, Bai Wuhan will not act recklessly without concrete evidence. This way, we will be under much less surveillance. How are things at the laboratory? We must evacuate. If we succeed in evacuating and Bai Wuhan does not have evidence, it will not implicate the Blue Sky Group. The Blue Sky Group is our hard work and the treasury of our divine temple. If we lose the Blue Sky Group, the losses will be immense. Li Tian's perfect scenario was to get the items out of the lab safely and have the Blue Sky Group slip away, leaving Bai Wuhan with nothing. The worst-case scenario was sacrificing the Blue Sky Group to ensure that the item just developed in the lab could be brought back to the Divine Temple headquarters. Li Tian, if we really fail, I will hold Bai Wuhan back, and you take that item and run, Blue River instructed. Li Tian frowned. I cannot take it away. That item cannot be stored in a void ring. Bai Wuhan does not know this, but we do. Moreover, that thing is extremely unstable. Currently, the lab is using neutral particle stabilizers to wrap it up, and it will not be ready until tomorrow. Besides, there are many Beastmasters near the lab searching for its location. If I go, I will easily be discovered by the Fire Force and the Master-level Beastmasters from the Beastmaster Association. I will not be able to get it out then. Do not worry, I will create an opportunity for you. Also, the headquarters sent you a spatial artifact that can allow you to teleport across a distance of 10 miles, Blue River arranged. A spatial artifact, then I still have a chance to escape. Li Tian gained some confidence, but he did not want it to come to that. Because if it really came to that, it would mean they were completely desperate. Soon, the next day arrived. At this time, a group of Beastmasters from the Chen family and others arrived at the Blue Sky Group. Besides them, other Beastmasters in Jinhai City also came to the Blue Sky Group to discuss business. As a large enterprise, the Blue Sky Group's business was spread all over Jinhai City, and they had dealings with many Beastmasters, so this was not unusual. Soon, Beastmaster after Beastmaster left the Blue Sky Group headquarters. Each of them was carrying some crates, though nobody knew what items were inside. In a building not far from the Blue Sky Group, Bai Wuhan stood there, watching the Beastmasters from above. What a Blue Sky Group, using these Beastmasters to divert attention. However, he really was not sure if the item was in one of those boxes, and he did not dare to gamble. He had to send people to keep an eye on these Beastmasters. As soon as the order from above comes down, I will wipe out the Blue Sky Group. Bai Wuhan said coldly. At the same time, the Jinhai City Beastmaster Association and the authorities were also assisting Bai Wuhan. After all, he represented not just the Fire Force this time, but the top brass of the Earth Federation. And in the evening, Chen Yang returned home and found his parents already back early. Dad, Mom, you're back home so early today. Chen Yang was surprised. At this point, his mother, Li Lingling, sighed and said, It is not just today. We will be free for a while from now on. What happened? Chen Yang asked. His father, Chen Xuan, said, I do not know what happened, but today the company was suddenly inspected by the authorities. They found a bunch of problems, took away some of the people in charge, and the company is temporarily closed. Mom, what about you? Dad and you are not at the same company, right? Chen Yang asked curiously. Li Lingling said, Although your father and I work at different companies, they are both subsidiaries of the Blue Sky Group. Today, many of their subsidiaries were found to have problems and were all investigated. The Blue Sky Group subsidiaries were all investigated. Chen Yang was shocked. After all, in Jinhai City, the Blue Sky Group was a behemoth with immense strength and capital. Even the authorities did not dare to offend them. Something major must have happened. It is okay, Mom and Dad. Even if you lose your jobs, I can support you. Chen Yang said, You are still in school, and you want to support us. Chen Xuan just took Chen Yang's words as comfort. To this day, he still did not know how impressively his son was earning money. Chen Yang did not say anything because he was afraid of worrying them. After all, he earned his money by fighting various beasts in the secret realms. If his parents knew, they would be worried sick. so he did not tell them. After dinner, Chen Yang called Gao Yuan to see if he knew any inside information. Gao Yuan, what is going on with the Blue Sky Group lately? Why were several of their subsidiaries investigated? Chen Yang asked. Gao Yuan did not answer but said, "It is hard to explain in a few words. Are you free tonight? Let us talk in person." "All right, see you at the school gate." Chen Yang chose a spot at the entrance of Mirror Lake Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang and Gao Yuan met up, then headed to a restaurant, booked a private room, and started eating and drinking again. For them, another meal was easy enough to digest. "Gao Yuan, what is going on with the Blue Sky Group?" Chen Yang could not help his curiosity and asked again. Gao Yuan said in a low voice, "Something happened to the Blue Sky Group. My family has already cut off all dealings with them, and I know many other group companies are distancing themselves as well. Has the Blue Sky Group been targeted by the authorities?" Chen Yang did not yet realize the gravity of the situation, assuming the Blue Sky Group had simply offended someone powerful. "It is not what you think." Gao Yuan shook his head. "I plan to go into business later, so I have been learning from my father. As soon as this incident started, I asked him about it. My father said the Flame Legion has arrived in Jinhai City and is monitoring the Blue Sky Group. Even the Beastmaster Association has dispatched members to keep an eye on them. This is not just pressure. It is because the Blue Sky Group has real problems. You have to realize that the Blue Sky Group has such massive assets and controls the Black Sea secret realm. Even the Jinhai City officials could not afford to offend them. Now, it is clearly the Earth Federation moving against them. The Earth Federation is moving against the Blue Sky Group." Chen Yang was truly shocked. What on earth did the Blue Sky Group do to invite such trouble? "I do not know the specific details." Gao Yuan shook his head, "but it is very likely that the Blue Sky Group is finished. By the way, Bai Xin should know the reason." "Bai Xin? Why would she know?" Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Gao Yuan smiled slightly. Bai Xin's older brother, Bai Wuhan, is a major in the Flame Legion, and he is the one leading a detachment to monitor the Blue Sky Group. Bai Wuhan. Chen Yang recalled hearing the name from Bai Xin, but he did not know much about the man. "So is Bai Wuhan very powerful?" Chen Yang asked. "Of course he is powerful," Gao Yuan said admiringly. "You may not know this, but Bai Wuhan is only in his 20s and is already a master-level beastmaster, with immense combat strength himself. Some predict that he will become a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster before he turns 30 and has a high chance of becoming a King-level Beastmaster in the future. He is a true genius." Then Gao Yuan added, "Bai Xin's whole family is formidable. If you want to pursue her, it will be very difficult. Her family is not easy to deal with." "Pursue Bai Xin? What are you thinking about?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes at Gao Yuan. "I am not thinking anything. I just think you two are a perfect match," Gao Yuan said with a laugh. The two of them ate and drank for over an hour. Afterward, Chen Yang and Gao Yuan went their separate ways. Chen Yang then made a phone call to Bai Xin. "Bai Xin, do you know about the situation with the Blue Sky Group?" Chen Yang asked. "I do." Bai Xin did not hide anything. "I heard from my brother that the Blue Sky Group seems to have ties to the alien god temple and is researching some kind of weapon that could threaten the Earth Federation, which is why they are being targeted. However, there is no concrete evidence yet, just suspicion. Plus, there are people within the Earth Federation who are shielding the Blue Sky Group, so there has not been any major movement until now." "So that is how it is." Chen Yang understood. If the Blue Sky Group really has ties to the alien god temple, then they deserve to be destroyed. But this should not affect his parents. After all, there are too many people in Jinhai City working for the group's subsidiaries, and they would certainly be unaware of this. Time soon arrived at the next day. The higher-ups have finally agreed. Bai Wuhan held a document in his hand, an order authorizing a forced search of the Blue Sky Group, issued by the Earth Federation's Great Xia District headquarters. With this order, if the Blue Sky Group refused to cooperate, they would be arrested by force. First, round up all those beastmasters leaving the headquarters with crates and interrogate them. Bai Wuhan issued his first order. Even though those beastmasters had connections, and some even came from prominent families, he did not care. With the Great Xia District headquarters order, if these families dared to resist, they would be courting death. Soon, several beastmasters were captured, and those crates were found one by one. "Major Bai, these crates only contain ordinary items. The target items are not here," a Flame Legion soldier reported. "A mere diversion, as expected." Bai Wuhan smiled faintly, not surprised by the result. Let us go. We are heading directly into the blue sky tower. Bai Wuhan ordered. And the Chen household. Chen Jianghai was feeling troubled. Some of the Chen family's beastmasters had been detained. Although he intervened and got them released for now, it would definitely have repercussions for the family. Daughter, why did you get yourself involved in this blue sky group affair? Chen Jianghai frowned. Dad, what happened to the blue sky group? I just wanted to do a bit of business with them, so I sent a few guards over, that is all. Chen Lily dared not tell the truth. After all, she had joined the alien god temple. If her father found out about that, there would be hell to pay. Chen Jianghai was about to say something, but thinking of his daughter's recent misfortunes, his heart softened. Forget it, I will handle this matter. In any case, do not get involved with the blue sky group anymore. The group is already on the brink of collapse. I understand, Dad. Chen Lily replied. After Chen Jianghai left, Chen Lily furrowed her brows. The blue sky group must have ties to the alien god temple. Now that they are in trouble, it seems they have been exposed. I hope I am not uncovered, or the Chen family will not be able to protect me. She did not know if joining the alien god temple was the right path. But if she wanted to rise, to become a grandmaster level, or even a king level beastmaster, only the alien god temple could help her. She had no choice. Blue Sky Group. Lan He was holding the fort, while the vice president, Li Tian, had already left for the laboratory. Because just moments ago, they had received word that the alien god temple could no longer buy them time. The Earth Federation leadership had issued the order. The Flame Legion and the Beastmaster Association would force their way in. A few Beastmasters within the Blue Sky Group knew the exact location of the lab, and in their panic, would surely leak the information. The secret would be lost. Now, they could only stall Bai Wuhan and the Flame Legion and sacrifice the Blue Sky Group. Sacrificing the Blue Sky Group was exactly what the alien god temple had just ordered. Regardless, that object must be successfully removed. For the alien god temple and the Blue Sky Group, researching that item had taken decades and consumed resources equivalent to several Blue Sky Groups. If they abandoned that item, decades of effort would go to waste. At this moment, the area around the Blue Sky headquarters had been cleared. After all, no one knew if the group would put up a fight, so bystanders had to be driven away to avoid collateral damage. Boom! Dozens of Flame Legion soldiers in fire-red armor appeared, each an elite beastmaster, including many top-tier elites on the verge of reaching the master level. At the same time, 3 master-level beastmasters appeared, led by none other than Bai Wuhan. Move in! Bai Wuhan commanded. Whoosh! Lan He appeared and blocked Bai Wuhan's path. Bai Wuhan, what is the meaning of this? This is the Blue Sky Group, and outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. Lan He said coldly. Bai Wuhan could not be bothered to talk. He simply produced the order from the Great Xia District headquarters. This is an order from the Great Xia District headquarters, recognized by the Earth Federation. I have the authority to search any part of the Blue Sky Group, and you have no right to stop me. If you refuse, I will have you arrested. Bai Wuhan threatened. Lan He did not block him further, letting Bai Wuhan and his men enter. But the moment they were inside, Lan He led a group of Blue Sky Beastmasters in an ambush. If they were outside, Bai Wuhan's beast, the Fire Sparrow, could fly and would be a massive threat. However, inside the building, Bai Wuhan's tactical space was limited, significantly reducing his power. Rumble! The battle erupted. Fortunately, the Blue Sky headquarters was built with special materials, walls stronger than steel, so it would not collapse from their fighting immediately. Meanwhile, Li Tian had received the news and was rushing toward the laboratory. On the way, he encountered other beastmasters, whom he promptly shook off. His mission was to take the item, which had just stabilized, evade capture, and get it back to the alien god temple. Mirror Lake Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang was also following the events at the Blue Sky Group. When the battle broke out, the roaring sounds echoed across the entire Mirror Lake district, so he learned of it immediately. They are actually fighting right in the city. Chen Yang was shocked. He immediately prepared to go and see for himself. Chen Yang, let us go over and take a look together. Gao Yuan was also very curious about the battle between the Blue Sky Group and the Blazing Army, so he could not help but come over and suggest. Let us go. Chen Yang nodded. The two of them ran directly toward the location. At this time, no taxi would dare to go anywhere near there. With the speed of a Beastmaster, it would not take long to rush to the Blue Sky Group headquarters. About 10 minutes later, Chen Yang and Gao Yuan arrived at the Blue Sky Group headquarters. However, they did not get too close, but instead climbed to the roof of a nearby building to watch the battle. Holy crap, the Blue Sky building actually ended up like this. Gao Yuan exclaimed. The original Blue Sky building was over 50 stories high, magnificent and resplendent, completely wrapped in panels of glass, looking very imposing. But now all the glass on the building was shattered, with holes punched through it, and the surrounding streets were in complete ruins. Boom! On one of the floors of the Blue Sky building, a fire sparrow spread its wings, tearing through a wall as it flew out, with a young man standing on its back. That is Bai Wuhan. Gao Yuan whispered a reminder to Chen Yang. Blazing army, all retreat. Bai Wuhan commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the blazing army beastmasters rushed out of the Blue Sky building. Lan He, I have confirmed that the object is not in the Blue Sky building. There is no point in wasting time with you here. All blazing army units, listen up. Head to the Blue Sky Group laboratory immediately. Bai Wuhan commanded. Just a moment ago, he had received news that the Beastmaster Association's Beastmasters had located Li Tian, were intercepting him, and had also discovered the underground laboratory. A battle was happening there right now. Therefore, he needed to get there as quickly as possible. As for Lan He, others would intercept him. He would not be able to escape Jinhai City. Bai Wuhan, do not you dare leave. Lan He, his clothes stained with blood, chased out from the Blue Sky building, followed by his 3 pet beasts. These 3 pet beasts were all millennium-level exotic beasts, the strongest of which, a bursting tiger, had reached 5,000 years of cultivation. The bursting tiger lunged directly at the fire sparrow in the sky. The fire sparrow spat out a crimson fireball that exploded directly onto the bursting tiger, yet the tiger charged forward regardless, completely ignoring its injuries. At that moment, Bai Wuhan gripped the blade in his hand, ready to strike the bursting tiger. Suddenly, the energy in the bursting tiger's body spiked rapidly. Not good. Bai Wuhan's expression changed. He finally realized what the bursting tiger was about to do. Boom! The bursting tiger self-destructed, exploding like a small sun. In an instant, buildings within a radius of 5 kilometers shook, all glass was shattered, and many ordinary people were injured. Moreover, the blinding white light caused those far away to lose their vision for several seconds, only regaining it after some time. A 5,000-year cultivation bursting tiger self-destructing. Bai Wuhan is not dead, is he? Gao Yuan muttered to himself. Of course, he was just joking. He did not truly believe that someone with the reputation of a genius like Zhao Wuhan would be in real trouble. As the explosion light faded, Bai Wuhan was standing on the ground, but the fire sparrow was severely injured, with both wings badly damaged. Of course, Bai Wuhan was also injured. The armor on his body split open. Ordering a bursting tiger to self-destruct, Lan He, you are truly ruthless. That was a bursting tiger that had been with Lan He for dozens of years, yet he sacrificed it without a second thought. He knew that such pet beasts had the ability to self-destruct, but he had not expected Lan He to be so decisive. With the bursting tiger's self-destruction, Lan He was now suffering from severe soul damage. However, he forcibly endured the soul injury, leaped down from the Blue Sky building, and charged straight at Bai Wuhan. Bai Wuhan did not summon his other 2 pet beasts, as their strength was inferior to his, and against a madman like Lan He, calling them out might lead to their deaths. So Bai Wuhan engaged him personally. At that moment, Bai Wuhan demonstrated the formidable combat prowess of a master-level beastmaster. Slash! A flash of red light streaked past, and Lan He was sent flying by a single strike from Bai Wuhan's blade. Following that, Bai Wuhan's figure transformed into a streak of red light as he charged, engaging Lan He in close-quarters combat. At this point, Lan He's other 2 pet beasts came over to help besiege Bai Wuhan. Suddenly, one pet beast was instantly decapitated by Bai Wuhan's blade, dying on the spot. With another pet beast dead, Lan He's face turned ghastly pale, though he grit his teeth and made no sound. Master-level beastmasters are so strong, I cannot even see their movements clearly. Chen Yang murmured. Gao Yuan nodded. If an elite-level beastmaster can barely match a normal pet beast of the same rank, possessing a certain combat capability, then a master-level beastmaster possesses terrifying power. Geniuses among them can even fight multiple millennium-level pet beasts of the same rank single-handedly. Of course, pet beasts with S-grade bloodline potential are still far more powerful than the average master-level beastmaster. In the blink of an eye, all of Lan He's pet beasts were dead. At that moment, Lan He knew he had no hope of survival. Therefore, he began to fight for his life. Boom! Lan He's body began to change, his skin turning pitch black and coarse, while his stature grew taller. Immediately after, 2 more arms sprouted from his body. Within a few seconds, Lan He had transformed into a 4-armed monster. A 4-armed Yaksha. Bai Wuhan frowned. The Yaksha are a civilization from an outer galaxy that has connections with the Divine Temple. For years, the Divine Temple has been trying to graft Yaksha bloodlines into Beastmasters, but the success rate is extremely low. Even if successful, once one transforms into a Yaksha, death follows shortly after. Therefore, for a Beastmaster who has transplanted a Yaksha bloodline, transformation means certain death. After transforming into the 4-armed Yaksha, Lan He is speed and strength soared, far beyond what they were before. At this point, 2 other master-level Beastmasters from the Blazing Army, having finished their own battles, came to assist, and together with several millennium-level pet beasts, they besieged Lan He. Yet Lan He was now too powerful. In an instant, the millennium-level pet beasts were severely wounded one after another. The healing pet beasts in the Blazing Army were releasing their restorative light with all their might to patch them up, but they still could not keep up with the rate of injury. The 4-armed Yaksha Lan He's arms sliced like razor blades through Bai Wuhan's armor, cutting it open and leaving a bloody wound on his body. Instantly, 4 or 5 healing lights enveloped Bai Wuhan, easing his injuries. On the other side, the Fire Sparrow's injuries had also been mostly healed, and it immediately rejoined the fight. Skill, Blazing Heart Piercer. Dense strands of fire emerged from all around Lan He, turning into threads that attempted to pierce through him. However, this move only left trails of burns on Lan He's skin and failed to penetrate his body. Time is running out. Lan He knew he could not last much longer. Eventually, even without Bai Wuhan's team attacking him, his body would shatter and he would perish. Therefore, he charged frantically toward Bai Wuhan, determined to take him down together. Bai Wuhan was not foolish enough to fight Lan He to the death. Knowing Lan He's time was nearly up, he jumped onto the Fire Sparrow and signaled it to take flight. As the Fire Sparrow took off, Lan He made a desperate leap, using the last of his strength to throw the blade in his hand. The speed of this strike was so fast that Bai Wuhan could not evade it in time. Squelch! The blade sliced through Bai Wuhan's body and continued on to cleave the corner off a building behind him. After unleashing this strike, Lan He's body began to crack. At that moment, the other Beastmasters' attacks poured in, thoroughly obliterating Lan He. Major Bai, are you all right? The other Beastmasters of the Blazing Army immediately hurried over. I am fine, Bai Wuhan said through gritted teeth. The healing pet beasts kept pouring healing light onto Bai Wuhan's wounds, but he was too severely injured. He would not recover in the short term. Suddenly, Bai Wuhan's expression changed as his wounds began to worsen. What is going on? A Beastmaster asked quickly. The healing pet beast's restoration magic should not allow the wounds to worsen, even if they could not fully cure them. It is poison. Bai Wuhan said that blade Lan He used was coated in poison. My body was broken by his blade, and the poison has entered my system. He immediately swallowed some detoxifying medication, which slowed the spread of the poison. But at this moment, his combat effectiveness was greatly diminished. Major Bai, let us call for reinforcements and have a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster intervene. The Blazing Army Beastmasters suggested. You all go to the Blue Sky Group laboratory first, seal off the area, and do not let any of the experimenters escape, especially Li Tian, the vice president of the Blue Sky Group. I will arrange everything else. Bai Wuhan commanded. He did not want to call for help because this was his assigned mission. Failing to complete it would reflect poorly on his service record. Of course, he was also well aware that if the Blue Sky Group actually managed to get that item away, the consequences would be dire, and that would cause him even bigger trouble. Right now, the item should still be in that laboratory, and the Beastmaster Association team was still intercepting Li Tian, so he still had time to heal. Once his injuries recovered, he could fly the Fire Sparrow there at top speed. Big brother, are you all right? Bai Xin had come over. She had also been watching from a hidden spot, and once the battle concluded, she rushed over immediately. I am fine, just a small wound. Bai Wuhan said nonchalantly. Big brother, I just heard what you said. You are poisoned. You should abandon this mission and report it to your superiors immediately. No, Bai Wuhan rejected the proposal. I will go find Hao Dong from the Mirror Lake Beastmaster Academy. His Millennium Toad has excellent healing properties, far better than these healing pets of the Blazing Army. I will go to him immediately and ask him to heal me. Maybe I can recover quickly. Whoosh! A figure appeared, and it was none other than Hao Dong. Teacher, you are here. Hao Dong said, since a battle broke out here, I naturally came over to take a look. Master Hao Dong, please help me heal my wounds. I would be very grateful. I will give it a try. Hao Dong said. Immediately after, he summoned his green toad. The green toad then utilized its healing skills to treat Hao Dong's wounds. Green light enveloped Bai Wuhan, but as the seconds ticked by, his injuries recovered too slowly. It is no use. The toxin in your body is not standard. It requires targeted treatment. I suggest you go for a checkup immediately, use a specific antidote, and then heal the wounds Hao Dong suggested. That is too slow. Bai Wuhan frowned. Cough, cough, perhaps I can be of some help. A voice familiar to Bai Xin came from behind. They saw Chen Yang walking over from not far away, with Gao Yuan following right beside him. Chen Yang, you came too. Bai Xin waved her hand. Bai Wuhan looked at Chen Yang and frowned. He naturally recognized Chen Yang as the kid who had been getting close to his sister. As a regular Beastmaster, what kind of help can you possibly provide? Bai Wuhan felt that Chen Yang could not help at all and was just here to cause trouble. However, Bai Xin said, Big brother, Chen Yang's tooth dog has a very fast recovery speed and likely possesses a powerful healing skill. Perhaps he can let his tooth dog give it a try. Bai Wuhan did not say anything. However, Chen Yang had already summoned his tooth dog. When the tooth dog appeared, Bai Wuhan's expression immediately changed in surprise. This is not a tooth dog, it is a heaven-swallowing dog. Your tooth dog has evolved. Bai Wuhan was shocked. It is extremely difficult for a tooth dog to evolve, much harder than most other pets. There is only one way for Chen Yang's tooth dog to have evolved. By mastering the advanced blood transformation and swallowing skills to at least the minor success stage to have even a glimmer of hope. He speculated that Chen Yang's tooth dog must have pushed these two advanced skills to at least the major success level. Otherwise, the evolution success rate would have been too low. At this moment, he admitted that he had underestimated Chen Yang. All right, let us give it a try. Bai Wuhan said. But he did not believe Chen Yang's heaven-swallowing dog could heal his wounds and remove the toxins. After all, he had never heard of a heaven-swallowing dog learning a healing skill. In fact, even if Chen Yang's tooth dog evolved into a heaven-swallowing dog, it would not have a healing skill. He was just using the tooth dog as a facade. What he was really relying on was his advanced healing status icon. Tooth dog, use your healing skill. Chen Yang said. The tooth dog looked at its owner with a blank expression, as if to say, Silly owner, I do not know any healing skills. However, Chen Yang communicated with it through telepathy. Just pretend to walk over and wave your paws. The tooth dog understood and ran over. Then, it waved its paws towards Bai Wuhan. At that moment, Chen Yang immediately placed the advanced healing status icon on Bai Wuhan's head. The wounds on Bai Wuhan's body began to heal at a visible rate. And while the toxins in his body tried to worsen the injuries, they were no match for the advanced healing status icon. Gradually, the toxins were purged from Bai Wuhan's body, and his injuries quickly recovered to their original state. Once Bai Wuhan was fully healed, Chen Yang removed the advanced healing status icon from him. It is done, Chen Yang said. Following Chen Yang's orders, the tooth dog put on a show of being very weak. Chen Yang, what is wrong with your tooth dog? Bai Xin asked with concern. This skill can only be used on someone once a month, so it is currently in a weakened state, Chen Yang explained. He said this to let others know that his tooth dog could not just heal anyone at will. Otherwise, if people started treating his tooth dog as a healing pet and constantly asked for help, imagine how many healing icons he would lose. Big brother, look at how much sacrifice Chen Yang made. Are not you going to thank him? Bai Xin looked at her brother, Bai Wuhan. Chen Yang, thank you. Bai Wuhan said gratefully, and the negative thoughts he had about Chen Yang instantly vanished. Immediately after, he mounted the back of his fire sparrow and said, "Everyone, I have matters to attend to, we will talk later." The fire sparrow took off and surged into the distance at high speed. At the fire sparrow's speed, it would take no more than a minute or two to reach the Blue Sky Group's laboratory. After Bai Wuhan left, Chen Yang chatted with Bai Xin for a while before they parted ways. Then he went back with Gao Yuan. At this point, the toothed dog stopped pretending to be weak and happily jumped up. "Chen Yang, your toothed dog is fine, is not it?" Gao Yuan said in surprise. "It is nothing, but that skill really is not easy to use. I was just worried about people treating my toothed dog as a healing-type pet. If everyone started coming to me, the cost would be too high," Chen Yang explained. Gao Yuan nodded, thinking that Chen Yang made perfect sense. Suddenly, he began to feel envious. "Chen Yang, your toothed dog is truly amazing. Not only did it evolve into a heaven-swallowing dog, but its intelligence is also incredibly high. It is far more terrifying than other S-tier potential pets." Gao Yuan looked at the toothed dog, liking it more the more he looked, wishing he could trade pets with Chen Yang. "This lazy dog is just so-so," Chen Yang said modestly. The outskirts of Jinhai City. Bai Wuhan arrived here, where battles were taking place. The Fire Army and Beastmasters from the Beastmaster Association were surrounding and suppressing the Blue Sky Group's Beastmasters at the laboratory. He also saw Li Tian, who was being besieged by 3 master-level Beastmasters. At that moment, Li Tian saw Bai Wuhan arriving on the Fire Sparrow, and his face changed. "Bai Wuhan is here. It seems Lan He failed to intercept him." Li Tian knew very well that given Lan He is loyalty to the otherworldly god temple, if he had not stopped Bai Wuhan, it meant he had already fallen. Now, he had to get that treasure as quickly as possible and use his spatial artifact to leave. "All Beastmasters retreat," Bai Wuhan ordered. Whoosh! The Beastmaster Association and the Fire Army began to pull back, recalling their pets and ending the battle. Seeing this, the Blue Sky Group's Beastmasters prepared to flee. The next moment, it was as if a sea of fire had descended. Skill, Burning Sun Sea of Fire. This was a large-scale advanced skill with an incredibly wide coverage. Back at the Blue Sky Group site, he had not dared to let the Fire Sparrow use this move, as it would have affected the nearby residents and caused him trouble. But here in the outskirts, with no one around, he could finally let the Fire Sparrow unleash this move. It could be said that only in an open space could the Fire Sparrow's strength truly explode. Boom! The Sea of Fire covered the area, and the Blue Sky Group Beastmasters who could not escape in time were consumed, their pets burned to cinders along with them. Li Tian, being a master-level Beastmaster, escaped in time. Just then, a top elite Beastmaster emerged from an underground location, holding a box in his hand. "Lord Li Tian, here is the item, take it and run," the elite Beastmaster said. Immediately after, he transformed into a monster to block the pursuing Beastmasters. Li Tian grabbed the box and took out a spatial secret treasure. The next moment, the space tore open, and Li Tian disappeared along with the box. A spatial secret treasure. Bai Wuhan frowned slightly, surprised that Li Tian had such a valuable item, which must have been bestowed upon him by the otherworldly god temple. The spatial artifact took Li Tian away, but the teleportation would only reach a general direction and would not be too far away. Bai Wuhan immediately took out his own spatial secret treasure, one given by his father, which could be used to track and lock onto enemies. Spatial fluctuations spread out, and the artifact determined the location where the opponent had fled. That direction, Bai Wuhan immediately had the Fire Sparrow carry him in pursuit. And this is the bamboo forest 10 miles away. Li Tian recognized it instantly. He immediately prepared to cross the forest and notify the otherworldly god temple to send people to meet him. However, before he could cross the forest, a Fire Sparrow flew overhead, which was clearly Bai Wuhan's. Seeing this, he was stunned. "How did Bai Wuhan lock onto my position?" Li Tian was dumbfounded. The teleportation from a spatial artifact is random, any direction is possible, and a slight difference in angle leads to a completely different location. Clearly, Bai Wuhan had locked onto his transmission path and thus caught up quickly. At the same time, a large number of Beastmasters were also rushing over. "I cannot go through the bamboo forest," If I do, given the fire sparrow's vantage point, it can see clearly for miles. Bai Wuhan will quickly lock onto my position. Li Tian thought to himself. So he decided to hide in the bamboo forest. He found a dimly lit area, summoned his own pet, a ghost shadow beast, had it cloak him in darkness, and took out a high-tech device to completely mask his life signs. This way, even if Bai Wuhan deployed high-tech weapons, they would not be able to detect him. However, he could not move. If he did, the skill would fail. After a while, they might think I have left and stopped searching. Li Tian thought. Time slowly passed, and soon many beastmasters entered the bamboo forest. However, none of them found Li Tian. Bai Wuhan flew around for a long time on the fire sparrow, but saw no sign of Li Tian. Then they used high-tech equipment to detect life signs, but still did not find Li Tian. Damn it, is this mission really going to fail? Although that item is only one of the components, it is the core part. According to intelligence, if the otherworldly god temple gets it and combines it with the complete device, we will be in big trouble. Bai Wuhan frowned. Except for the bamboo forest, everywhere else is quite open. Li Tian is most likely hiding in the bamboo forest. We must send a large number of beastmasters in to search. Bai Wuhan immediately informed the Beastmaster Association to post a mission and mobilize more beastmasters. He did not believe they would not be able to find Li Tian. Time dragged on, and more beastmasters entered the forest, but none found a trace of Li Tian. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Without realizing it, 5 days had passed. And the reward for the mission posted by the Beastmaster Association is really high. An advanced skill inheritance orb and a 1 cubic meter void storage ring. Gao Yuan said with interest. That reward is indeed very high. Chen Yang was also tempted and wanted to go look for the master-level Beastmaster Li Tian. However, he did not go immediately, choosing instead to wait for an opportunity. Boom! The toothed dog's cultivation broke through again, reaching 80 years. Chen Yang also received another energy feedback, and his physical fitness improved by a large margin. Another day passed. At this point, Chen Yang prepared to head to the bamboo forest. Li Tian should still be hiding in the forest, using special means to conceal his tracks. He might even be staying completely still, which means he has not eaten and must be hungry, Chen Yang speculated. As soon as the hunger status appears on the target, I can easily find him, no matter how deep he is hiding. The bamboo sea forest. Chen Yang arrived and took a quick scan around. Not here. He continued moving forward. The bamboo sea forest was quite large, and while there were a few exotic beasts, they were all very common and weak. Exotic beasts on land had long been cleared out by the Earth Federation. They mainly persisted in the ocean, where they were so numerous that they could never be fully eradicated. Since there were no powerful beasts here, even an ordinary beastmaster could enter without any danger. Chen Yang walked quickly, not even bothering with a thorough inspection. He only checked the vicinity for any status icons, and if none appeared, he simply ignored that area. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. By now, Chen Yang had searched many places and was gradually heading deep into the center of the forest. Suddenly, he spotted a hunger status icon located in the shadows under a large tree, where some weeds and dead wood seemed incapable of hiding a person or a beast. Damn it, there is nothing here, yet there is a hunger status. If he is not hiding here, then where is he? Chen Yang was 100% certain that the target was hiding right there. However, he only glanced at it and did not let his gaze linger. After all, the person was a master-level beastmaster. If he noticed that he had been discovered, he would definitely attack. In that case, it would be very difficult for Chen Yang to escape. So he pretended not to notice, continued moving forward, and left the area. Shortly after, he called the Beastmaster Association to report that he had found Li Tian and wanted to submit the mission, asking them to have Bai Wuhan contact him. After all, he did not have Bai Wuhan's contact information. Soon, Bai Wuhan arrived. Chen Yang, it is you. Bai Wuhan was surprised that Chen Yang had come here. What kind of cultivation level did he have to dare to come looking for the master-level Beastmaster Li Tian? You found Li Tian, where is he? Bai Wuhan asked. I will lead the way. Chen Yang took the lead. Bai Wuhan followed Chen Yang, half doubting. Soon, Chen Yang brought Bai Wuhan to that location. At this moment, the hunger status was still there, and the position had not changed, which meant Li Tian was still there. And Bai Wuhan, how did he come here? And that kid who just left is with him. Li Tian was panicking, but he still dared not move. He thought Bai Wuhan and Chen Yang were just passing by, and certainly had not discovered him. Where is Li Tian? Bai Wuhan asked. Right at that spot. Chen Yang pointed to the spot where Li Tian was located. At that moment, Li Tian knew he was exposed and felt shocked and fearful. He had no idea how he had been exposed, and by an ordinary beastmaster like Chen Yang at that. But there is nothing there. Bai Wuhan was puzzled. Tell the fire sparrow to attack and see. Chen Yang directed. Bai Wuhan waved his hand, ordering the fire sparrow to attack that position. Boom! A fireball flew toward the spot. Just as it was about to hit him, Li Tian finally moved. Whoosh! Li Tian dodged the fireball with a quick movement. Then he fled quickly with his shadow ghost beast. He really was here. Bai Wuhan felt genuinely surprised. Immediately, he gave chase after Li Tian. Li Tian's strength was far inferior to Lan He's. They were not in the same league. In just a few seconds, Bai Wuhan caught up to Li Tian. Li Tian summoned all his beasts to intercept Bai Wuhan, but Bai Wuhan was too fast and easily bypassed the three beasts. Puff! A blade of light flashed by. In the next moment, Li Tian's head flew from his body. Li Tian was killed instantly. His three beasts were also slain instantly and collapsed on the ground. The box he was carrying fell and rolled a few times on the ground. Bai Wuhan opened the box and took a look at what was inside. It was a silver-white orb, covered with tiny little beads on the surface. This silver-white orb is encased in a neutral particle stabilizer. This is a core component containing spatial power, and it seems unstable. Bai Wuhan concluded. This tiny component contained advanced technology, as well as special substances and energy. He could not understand it, as it was the crystallization of decades of effort by the Blue Sky Group and the Alien God Temple. At this moment, Chen Yang walked over and asked curiously, "What is this?" Component, Bai Wuhan explained. The Alien God Temple's goal is this, and the Blue Sky Group was established specifically to study it. It is said to be technology from an extraterrestrial civilization. The Alien God Temple obtained incomplete knowledge of this technology and spent decades researching it. There are laboratories like this all over the Earth. Some have failed, some have succeeded. The Blue Sky Group is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Alien God Temple's plan. What is the use of this thing? Chen Yang asked. Bai Wuhan said gravely, "You know about the Black Sea Secret Realm. The range of the entrance is limited, just that big. If the full equipment using this component were utilized, it could make the barrier between the Black Sea Secret Realm and Earth disappear entirely. The whole Black Sea Secret Realm would merge with Earth, and countless exotic beasts and cityscapes would swamp Jinhai City. Just imagine the consequences of that." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang gasped. At that point, Jinhai City would likely cease to exist, and only a few powerful beastmasters would survive. Moreover, the surrounding cities would definitely suffer as well. Such equipment is simply too terrifying. I will leave now with Li Tian's corpse and this component. You can collect your reward from the Beastmaster Association later. Bai Wuhan had the fire sparrow carry him and Li Tian's corpse into the sky, disappearing as a streak of fire. And after leaving the bamboo sea forest, Chen Yang went to the Beastmaster Association to claim his reward. Beastmaster Association. A graceful female Beastmaster received Chen Yang and arranged for him to wait in the VIP room. Soon, the female Beastmaster brought over a box. Opening the box, it contained a void storage ring. Beastmaster Chen Yang, this is the void storage ring. It holds 1 cubic meter. The female Beastmaster introduced. 1 cubic meter was not large, far smaller than Bai Zin's void storage ring, but it was still invaluable. After all, it is much larger than a backpack and very convenient to carry. Beastmaster Chen Yang, you also have a high-level skill inheritance orb. Which high-level skill would you like to choose? The female Beastmaster brought out a tablet computer, which displayed descriptions of many high-level skills. Chen Yang searched carefully and finally settled on one of the high-level skills. High-level skill, Mystic Iron Claw. Mystic Iron Claw can be considered an advanced version of Steel Claw, with power far exceeding it. Since Tooth Dog had already mastered Steel Claw to perfection, it would naturally be easier for it to learn Mystic Iron Claw. Both the Blood Transformation and Devour skills are not attack-oriented, so it was necessary to choose a high-level attack skill. That is why he chose Mystic Iron Claw. Understood. The female Beastmaster nodded and immediately went to fetch the Mystic Iron Claw skill. Soon, the Mystic Iron Claw inheritance orb was retrieved and handed to Chen Yang. After signing, Chen Yang took the Void Storage Ring and the Mystic Iron Claw inheritance orb with him. This made Chen Yang have to marvel at how wealthy the Beastmaster Association was. However, since the Beastmaster Association is an official organization under the Earth Federation, their wealth was to be expected. After leaving the Beastmaster Association, Chen Yang took Tooth Dog home. As soon as he got home, he found his parents looking worried. Son, the Blue Sky Group is completely gone. All companies have been sealed off, and your mother and I have completely lost our jobs. Chen Xuan sighed. Before, they were just unemployed waiting for news. Now, they were truly jobless. Unemployment meant no income. Although he could look for a job again, he was getting on in age, and as an employee from the disgraced Blue Sky Group, finding work would not be easy. Chen Yang thought it was something major, but it turned out to be just this. Dad, if you lose your job, so be it. Besides, your salary there was not high anyway. Here, this card has 10 million, take it and open a shop. Chen Yang said, tossing a card over. He was revealing his hand, no more pretending. Chen Yang was rich. 10 million. Chen Xuan was shocked. Is this a joke? This card has 10 million, where did you get 10 million? Chen Xuan felt that even if his son Chen Yang sold that breeding shop, he would not even get 10 million for it. Looking at his parents' scrutinizing gazes, Chen Yang said, Mom, Dad, you are usually busy with work, so you do not really know my situation. Actually, your son is very capable. I am ranked first in class, and my Tooth Dog is also very powerful, so earning money is easy. Tooth Dog is very powerful. Chen Xuan was dumbfounded. Tooth Dog now has 80 years of cultivation, Chen Yang revealed. 80 years of cultivation. Chen Xuan and Li Lingling both found it hard to believe. How long has it been since Chen Yang became a Beastmaster? And he has already raised the Tooth Dog to over 80 years of cultivation. At this moment, the Tooth Dog walked over and unleashed the Size Mastery skill. Its body became incredibly large, its aura erupted, and 80 years of cultivation were clearly revealed. In the house, Chen Xuan's own pet, the dull turtle, was so scared by the Tooth Dog's aura that it backed away several steps. At this moment, Chen Xuan truly believed that the Tooth Dog possessed 80 years of cultivation. Chen Yang continued, Dad, I have been to secret realms several times and have been very lucky. Every time, I can find many good things, and the harvest is always over 10 million. So this 10 million is just a small part of it. Afterward, he showed them the money in his bank app. By then, Chen Xuan truly believed that his son was capable, and had already reached a level he needed to look up to. I never expected my son to be so capable, Chen Xuan said excitedly. Son, does this mean the Tooth Dog will soon become a 100-year pet, and you can also become an elite Beastmaster? Yes, Chen Yang nodded. It will not be long before the Tooth Dog becomes a 100-year pet. Besides, as soon as I become an elite Beastmaster, the principal has promised to recommend me to the 6 major high-level Beastmaster academies. The 6 major high-level Beastmaster academies. Chen Xuan gasped. Even if he was ignorant, he knew what the 6 major high-level Beastmaster academies were. After all, he often heard people bragging about their relatives' sons getting into one of the 6 major high-level Beastmaster academies, though the truth was unknown. But once you enter one of the 6 major high-level Beastmaster academies, you are a big shot when you graduate. After a long time, Chen Yang's parents finally regained their composure. Son, you should keep this 10 million and buy more resources for the Tooth Dog's cultivation. We do not need it. Chen Xuan thought for a moment and said, Dad, just take it and open a shop. Since that breeding shop is just sitting there, you can renovate it into something else and buy some resources. My classmate Gao Yuan's family runs a shopping mall. You can source goods from him. After some persuasion from Chen Yang, his parents finally agreed to take the 10 million to open a shop. With his parents' problems sorted out, Chen Yang felt at ease. He returned to his room. He gave the Dark Steel Claw Skill Inheritance Orb to the Tooth Dog and let it accept the inheritance. Soon, the Tooth Dog accepted the Dark Steel Claw Skill Inheritance, and from then on, it could practice the Dark Steel Claw. He also took out the Void Storage Ring, followed the instructions to coat it with drops of blood, and then used his mental power to try to establish a connection with it. Soon, he successfully refined the Void Storage Ring. let us try collecting items. He put on the void storage ring, looked at a book on the table, and with a thought, the book was directly collected into the void storage ring. Then, he used his mind to take the book out again. It is indeed very useful. Items stored in the void storage ring have no weight at all. Chen Yang collected a few more items, played with them, and only stopped once he was completely proficient in using the void storage ring. The next day, Chen Yang returned to Jinghu Beastmaster Academy and found that many students were discussing the Blue Sky Group incident. This time, the Blue Sky Group incident had truly shocked countless people. No one would have thought that the Blue Sky Group was actually involved with the heretic God Hall. Bai Xin. Chen Yang saw Bai Xin and walked over. Chen Yang, seeing that Chen Yang had arrived, Bai Xin took out a box. "This is something my brother sent you." "Your brother sent me something." Chen Yang looked puzzled. Bai Xin quickly explained, "You previously healed my big brother's injuries. He was busy dealing with the Blue Sky Group incident, so he did not have time to thank you. Today, my brother left, so before he went, he asked me to give this to you as a token of gratitude." So that is how it is. Chen Yang took the box, very curious about what was inside. Click. The box opened, revealing a card inside. Strangely, it did not look like a bank card. "What is this?" Chen Yang asked, looking at Bai Xin. Bai Xin introduced, "This is a weapon skill card from the Sun Pavilion. Skill cards are even more precious than skill inheritance orbs because an orb only represents one specific skill that cannot be changed. However, a skill card can be redeemed for any skill at the Sun Pavilion without restrictions. Therefore, skill cards are popular among many Beastmasters, and trading them is much more convenient. The 2 advanced skills I gave you earlier were redeemed from the Sun Pavilion using 2 skill cards. Without a skill card, one would not even be qualified to enter the Sun Pavilion to redeem skill inheritance orbs." "I see, but is a weapon skill card different from other skill cards?" Chen Yang asked again. Bai Xin said, "Weapon skill cards are a more special type of skill card, even more precious than normal ones." "Why?" Chen Yang was confused. "Because what you redeem with a weapon skill card is a weapon skill inheritance orb. It is not meant for the pet, but for the Beastmaster to use," Bai Xin explained. Beastmasters can also use skills. Chen Yang was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of this. Of course, Beastmasters can use skills. Otherwise, how would those elite or master-level Beastmasters contend with pets? Even with the same physical fitness, if a pet has skills and the Beastmaster does not, they would not stand a chance. Bai Xin explained patiently, which made Chen Yang fully understand. One can only say that elementary Beastmaster academies do not teach these things. Knowledge like weapon skills is something you only learn or grasp after becoming an elite Beastmaster and entering a higher-level academy. Bai Xin added, "Even after entering a high-level Beastmaster academy, it is not easy to acquire weapon skills. Because we Beastmasters cannot learn skills like Flame Strike or Claw Strike, we can only learn weapon skills, and weapon skills are extremely rare and very difficult to create. So, regarding the weapon skill card my brother gave you, you must choose carefully after going to the Sun Pavilion so as not to waste this opportunity. Thank your brother for me when you get the chance." Chen Yang accepted the weapon skill card. By the way, there is no Sun Pavilion in Jinhai City. You can go to the Sun Pavilion in Dongshan City to redeem your weapon skill. That is the nearest Sun Pavilion branch, Bai Xin reminded him. "Okay, I understand." Chen Yang nodded. After Bai Xin left, Gao Yuan walked over. "While Bai Wuhan is too good to you, he actually gave you a weapon skill card," Gao Yuan said enviously. "How much is this worth?" Chen Yang asked. "Worth?" Gao Yuan rolled his eyes at Chen Yang. "Even with money, you might not be able to buy one. Of course, if you were foolish enough to sell it, someone would definitely pay 20 or 30 million. Many elite Beastmasters cannot even get their hands on a weapon skill, let alone this weapon skill card that lets you choose any weapon skill you want. Of course, the ones you can redeem from the Sun Pavilion should be standard weapon skills. You cannot redeem top-tier ones unless you are a high-level VIP or a special client of the Sun Pavilion. Right, I suggest you first test which weapon you have a higher affinity with, otherwise you will waste this skill card." Weapon affinity? Chen Yang was confused. Gao Yuan explained, "For example, some people are suited for sword techniques, some for spear techniques, and others for blade techniques. If a Beastmaster suited for spear techniques tries to learn blade techniques, it would be very difficult for them to improve, and that would be a waste. Of course, most Beastmasters have similar affinities for these weapons. Only a few geniuses have unique talents for a specific one. Anyway, you should go get tested first. What if you happen to be a genius with a particular weapon? Where do I go to test? Chen Yang asked for advice. The Weapon Chamber of Commerce under the Beastmaster Association. They do not just sell all kinds of weapons needed by elite Beastmasters, they also offer weapon affinity testing services. It is not expensive either, only 100,000 for a test. Gao Yuan introduced. Weapon Chamber of Commerce, I see. I will go test it later. Chen Yang said. Let us go now, I will come with you. Gao Yuan said. Mirror Lake District, Weapon Chamber of Commerce. Chen Yang and Gao Yuan arrived here, registered to apply for a weapon affinity test, and then paid the fees. Since very few beast tamers undergo weapon affinity tests, there was almost no need to wait in line. In just a few minutes, a female staff member at the Weapon Chamber of Commerce arranged for Chen Yang to take the test. Testing room. Chen Yang walked inside. Beast tamer Chen Yang, please follow the prompts carefully. You must take this test seriously, otherwise the results will be inaccurate, the female staff member reminded him. Yeah. Chen Yang nodded. Subsequently, several staff members brought in various weapons. There were knives, spears, swords, hammers, axes, and many other weapons. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sound rang out. Please imitate the movements on the screen seriously. Whoosh! A person appeared on the screen in front of him, holding a knife and performing a series of movements. The Weapon Chamber of Commerce wanted him to also hold a knife and learn these movements. The affinity test is so complicated. I thought it would just be a quick beep with an instrument. Chen Yang thought to himself. However, he still very seriously imitated the movements above. Soon, one set of movements was finished. Next, a person practicing with a sword appeared, and he was asked to learn sword techniques. It could be said that he had to perform a sequence of movements for every single weapon. And every set of his movements was captured by countless cameras and sent to the Weapon Chamber of Commerce's big data system for analysis. Half an hour later, Chen Yang had finished handling all the weapons. Then, the female staff member asked him to leave the testing room and head to another one. Beast tamer Chen Yang, you just need to sit in this room. We will attach some instruments to your body to generate vibrations and then analyze the oscillation frequency of other weapons against your body frequency. Once this is done, the weapon affinity test will be complete, the female staff member explained patiently. All right. Chen Yang sat in the testing room, and various equipment leads were attached to his body. Immediately, the oscillation began. This oscillating wave could not affect a beast tamer like him, but for an ordinary person, such vibrations would be enough to cause them to vomit blood and suffer injuries. Another 10 minutes passed, and the test ended. Chen Yang walked out of this testing room. Chen Yang, the test is over. Let us wait another half hour, and the results should be ready. Gao Yuan walked over and said, This test is way too complicated, Chen Yang exclaimed. There is no other way. Weapon affinity is a subtle thing. It is impossible to detect it by just testing with an instrument. We can only make a rough judgment this way. If you are mediocre with all weapons, the data will likely be similar. It is only when you have unique talent in a certain weapon that it becomes easy to determine, Gao Yuan explained. Time passed slowly, and at about 36 minutes the results came out. At this time, the female staff member handed Chen Yang a weapon affinity test report. It contained the approximate affinity for each type of weapon. It could not be completely accurate, but the fluctuation would not exceed 2%. Knife, 45% affinity. Spear, 44% affinity. Hammer, 38% affinity. Whip, 55% affinity. Sword, 66% affinity. And among these weapons, the highest affinity was with the whip and the sword. The highest affinity is only 66%. Is that considered good or bad? Chen Yang looked at Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan quickly said, Of course it is good. Your affinity scores are all quite decent. I came here out of boredom to test it when I first learned about weapon affinity, and the highest I got was 50%, and that was for a hammer. The sword is a great weapon, after all, it is one of the 3 main combat weapons. Then I will choose the sword as my weapon. Fortunately, my sword affinity is 66%. If not for this weapon affinity test, the most suitable one would have been the whip. It would be too weird for a grown man like me to use a whip. Just thinking about fighting enemies with a whip in the future made him shudder. Knowing which weapon suited him best, Chen Yang prepared to head to the Sun Pavilion in East Mountain City. This time, he went alone. There was a direct flight to East Mountain City from Gold Sea City. Chen Yang went to the flight station and took a flight to East Mountain City. The flight was fast and arrived in East Mountain City in about half an hour. After arriving in East Mountain City, he took a taxi directly to the Sun Pavilion. The Sun Pavilion was very famous in East Mountain City because it occupied a building in the best location in the city. Furthermore, the Sun Pavilion had a very deep background, far beyond what other company groups could compare to. Even the Blue Sky Group was not enough to compare with the Sun Pavilion. They were simply not on the same level of power. Chen Yang got out of the car and came to the entrance of the Sun Pavilion, where he saw 2 guards wearing armor. From the aura of these 2 guards, he could roughly judge their cultivation levels. 2 elite beast tamers, and not just ordinary ones at that. The fact that such beast tamers were standing guard here showed just how terrifying the Sun Pavilion's foundation was. And this was just a branch office. Chen Yang was blocked when he tried to enter the Sun Pavilion. It was only when he produced his weapon skill card that they let him through. Sun Pavilion, 6th floor. Led by a female staff member, Chen Yang was there to redeem a weapon skill. This beast tamer, what kind of weapon skill would you like to redeem? The counter staff member asked. A sword technique skill. Chen Yang replied. Whoosh. A large number of sword techniques appeared on the screen, each with a brief description. Hello, these are all the sword skills available for redemption with this weapon skill card. Please choose one, the counter staff explained patiently. Chen Yang took a look, deliberated for a while, and finally chose a sword skill called Thunder Strike. When executed, this Thunder Strike sword technique felt like a lightning strike. It not only had powerful attack power, but was also extremely fast, far surpassing ordinary sword techniques. It had its flaws too. Firstly, it had no defensive capabilities. It was a purely offensive sword skill. Secondly, using the Thunder Strike sword technique for a long time would cause great damage to the body. Without a healing type pet, the body would be severely injured. And perhaps after only a few minutes of combat, the body would not be able to bear it, leading to a loss of combat effectiveness. Even with a healing type pet, it cannot heal you all the time. In a truly dangerous situation, you can only rely on yourself, which makes the Thunder Strike sword technique very deadly. However, I have the healing status icon. This kind of skill is perfect for me. If he did not have the healing status icon, he would not have dared to choose the Thunder Strike sword technique. I choose the Thunder Strike sword technique. Chen Yang said. All right, please wait a moment. Our staff is going to the warehouse to retrieve the Thunder Strike sword technique inheritance orb, the counter staff said. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a staff member brought back the Thunder Strike inheritance orb. Subsequently, the Sun Pavilion tested the weapon inheritance orb, confirmed it was qualified, and then handed it to Chen Yang. I must say, the service at the Sun Pavilion is truly excellent. Before leaving, the Sun Pavilion even granted Chen Yang ordinary membership status. Ordinary members are eligible to attend trade fairs hosted by the Sun Pavilion, which include skill card auctions. Not long after, Chen Yang returned to Gold Sea City. Upon returning, he began to accept the inheritance of the Thunder Strike sword technique. He placed the Thunder Strike inheritance orb against his forehead and communicated with it using his spiritual power. Boom! A massive surge of memories poured into his mind. These memories included a large amount of text and action visuals, perfectly imprinting the mysteries of the Thunder Strike sword technique into the depths of his soul and memory, allowing him to memorize it instantly. So this is what it feels like every time the Fang Dog accepts a skill inheritance orb. Chen Yang muttered to himself. After receiving the inheritance of the Lightning Strike sword technique, Chen Yang gained a deeper understanding of weapon skills. Based on this sword technique inheritance, he learned that weapon skills are not divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The power of a weapon skill is related to the realm of the weapon mastery. Take sword techniques, for example. The realm of sword mastery is divided into 4 stages: sword stroke, sword momentum, sword intent, and sword domain. Mastering the sword stroke stage is roughly equivalent to the power of a beginner skill. Mastering sword momentum is similar to an intermediate skill. And if one reaches the great achievement of sword momentum, it is equivalent to the power of an advanced skill. As for sword intent, that already transcends the scope of advanced skills, not to mention the sword domain realm. Of course, if one has a superior sword technique, the power at the same level is greater, and it is easier to elevate one's sword mastery realm. Therefore, beast tamers are still eager to obtain better weapon skills. It is just a pity that better weapon skills are extremely difficult to acquire. If it were not for Bai Wuhan giving him a weapon skill card, he probably would not have been able to obtain a weapon skill for a very long time. Practicing a sword technique does not require any special materials. As long as you have a sword, you can practice. However, mastering a sword technique is very difficult and requires high comprehension. Moreover, even if one manages to master it without a sufficiently strong physique, it is hard to unleash the full power of the skill. Take the lightning strike sword technique, for instance. It requires strikes under conditions of extremely fast neural response, and the speed of the strikes far exceeds the reaction time of an average beast tamer. If such fast strikes were executed by an ordinary beast tamer, their body would be strained instantly. Therefore, the Earth Federation advises beast tamers to wait until they reach the elite beast tamer realm before learning weapon skills. Of course, many beast tamers are not even qualified to practice early, even if they wanted to. The reason Bai Wuhan gave him the weapon skill card was not out of a wish for him to practice now, but because he saw that Chen Yang would soon become an elite beast tamer, so he gave him the card in advance. Yet neither Bai Wuhan, nor Bai Xin or Gao Yuan expected that Chen Yang would want to practice the lightning strike sword technique right away. Next, Chen Yang began to try practicing the lightning strike sword technique. Crack! Every time he practiced, Chen Yang's physical body felt as if it were about to tear apart. Fortunately, he had the healing status icon, which allowed him to recover quickly and practice persistently. A beast tamer's cultivation level does not improve physical fitness, so no matter how much he practiced the sword technique, his physical constitution would not improve from it. For beast tamers, improving their cultivation can only be achieved through the energy feedback brought by their spirit beasts breaking through. Therefore, Chen Yang's practice could only improve his sword technique skills. By just the second day, Chen Yang discovered that he had already mastered the sword stroke stage. The so-called sword stroke stage is simply mastering the movements of the sword technique without any deviation. Mastering the sword stroke stage is equivalent to the power of a beginner skill. I mastered the sword stroke in just one day, this comprehension. Chen Yang was extremely surprised. Soon, he recalled that when he was in the Black Sea secret realm, the enlightenment flowers in the deep sea bloomed, and he seemed to have entered a state of epiphany before the other beasts. Although he wasted the epiphany state at the time, the fact that he was the first to enter it indicated that his own comprehension was quite high. Perhaps it is because I am a transmigrator, having merged two souls, that my comprehension is much higher than that of an average beast tamer, Chen Yang guessed. With such high comprehension, if he paired it with the epiphany status icon, the effect would be even better than when Fang Dog used it. I need to gather another epiphany status. If I do, I can easily grasp sword momentum and perhaps even bring it to the great achievement stage. Chen Yang prepared to visit the black market again. However, when he got there, he found that the black market's beast competition venue was closed. Soon, he learned the reason. This matter was related to the Lanshan group, because the group had collapsed and was being reorganized and taken over by the Jinhai city authorities, leaving many of their businesses unprocessed. For example, the black market's beast competition venue was backed by the Lanshan group, and since the group fell, many of its members were either killed or captured. Therefore, it naturally could not continue to operate. It would only reopen if a new group took it over. This meant that in the short term, he would not be able to leach epiphany status fragments there. So Chen Yang turned back. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days went by. Finally, he received news that the black market's beast competition venue had reopened, as it had been taken over by another corporate power. Over the following days, Chen Yang would visit the place every day. After about 10 days of effort, he finally managed to gather an epiphany status icon. And let us test the effect of this epiphany status icon. Chen Yang placed the epiphany status icon over his head. He immediately entered a state of epiphany. Immediately after, he began practicing the lightning strike sword technique. Compared to before, his state of insight into the technique reached a terrifying level, and he also gave himself an advanced healing status. so he could safely practice the technique frantically without worrying about physical injury. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dazzling streaks of sword light accompanied by the sound of thunder cut through the air, moving faster and faster. At first, one could still see a faint afterimage, but eventually, even the afterimage became completely invisible to ordinary people. Sword stroke, great achievement. Sword stroke, perfection. Suddenly, Chen Yang's lightning strike sword technique transcended the state of perfection, birthing an intangible force that even caused the surrounding air to warp. It was already night. Chen Yang swung his sword, the light like thunder shattering the darkness, moving at a speed that transcended the sound barrier. This was supersonic sword speed. I have grasped the sword momentum realm. Chen Yang was quite excited. With sword momentum grasped, the lightning strike sword technique became comparable to an intermediate skill. Of course, he still had several hours left in his epiphany, so he could continue to practice. As time slowly passed, the sword momentum realm rose from beginner level to small success. Time is running out, but there might be a chance to reach the great achievement of sword momentum. Chen Yang thought. Finally, the epiphany state ended, leaving him just a hair's breadth away from the great achievement of sword momentum, as if he could break through at any moment. Good, the effect of this epiphany was excellent. Although I have not reached the great achievement of sword momentum yet, I should be able to reach it with just a few more days of practice. Chen Yang was very confident. The next day, Fang Dog's cultivation finally broke through to 90 years, causing Chen Yang's physical fitness to rise by another notch. With improved physical fitness, Chen Yang found executing the technique even easier, and its power grew even greater. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Boom! The power of Chen Yang's lightning strike sword technique surged violently, and his speed climbed to a new level. He finally broke through the bottleneck, bringing the skill to the great achievement stage, and his strength surged. Whoosh! A sword flash streaked across the air. The steel sphere in front seemed completely unscathed at first, but a second later, it split into two and crumbled apart. The sword speed was so fast that even the steel sphere could not react in time. Beside him, the Fang Dog widened its eyes, looking completely astonished. Over the past few days, it had noticed its master becoming more and more powerful. Even it was shocked by the speed of that sword strike. If it were at close range, it might not have been able to react either. In the past, it thought its master was just a weakling who happened to have some bizarre tricks. But now, its master's strength had thoroughly earned its recognition. Chen Yang had cultivated his sword skills to the level of great accomplishment in sword intent. It was extremely difficult to reach the state of perfection, as it required another epiphany, which could not be forced and sometimes depended on luck. Chen Yang practiced his sword skills occasionally, but spent most of his time training his Fang Dog, striving to help it reach the century-level cultivation realm as soon as possible. And Jinhai City, Beastmaster Association. At this moment, a group of high-level officials was discussing matters regarding the Black Sea Secret Realm. Because the Blue Sky Group had collapsed, the Black Sea Secret Realm was temporarily left unmanaged and had been closed down. But it would be a huge waste if such a secret realm were left unused. Therefore, they were discussing how to reopen it and how to manage it. Then, someone proposed, I think we should stick to the previous management style for the Black Sea Secret Realm. Although the Blue Sky Group was linked to the heterodox God Temple and deserved their fate, their management style was decent. We only need to make minor adjustments, such as issuing more Black Sea entry permits. I also agree with continuing the Blue Sky Group's management model. It would be difficult for us to come up with a completely new one. Besides, if the Beastmasters who managed the Black Sea Secret Realm are reliable, we should let them resume their work. Otherwise, many people will lose their jobs. Also, the industries under our Beastmaster Association's name must resume operations as soon as possible, or it will be a loss for Jinhai City. After some deliberation, the general decision was finalized. Jinghu Beastmaster Academy. Principal Zhou Changhao received the notice from the Beastmaster Association and hung up the phone after chatting for a while. I did not expect the Beastmaster Association to give our academy 30 Black Sea entry permits. How generous. Zhou Changhao was naturally very happy about the news, as every entry permit was quite valuable and hard to come by in the past. And now they had a quarterly quota of 30 free permits without any charge. These 30 permits can be given to students as rewards. I will allocate a few spots for each grade from 1st to 4th. Fourth-year students are about to graduate, so give them fewer spots. Many first-year Beastmasters are too weak, so they get fewer too. Focus the spots on second and third-year students. Zhou Changhao pulled up the list of excellent students from each grade, checked their current cultivation levels, and took some time to list out the recipients. 3 spots for the first year, 8 for the second, 16 for the third, and 3 for the fourth. Just like that, the 30 Black Sea entry permits were allocated. And the principal wants to see me. Chen Yang arrived at the principal's office. Hello, principal. He greeted the principal. Chen Yang, how is your sky-swallowing dog's cultivation coming along? Zhou Changhao asked while looking at him. It has already broken through to 90 years of cultivation. Chen Yang answered truthfully. Past 90 years of cultivation? Zhou Changhao was still quite shocked. The speed of cultivation improvement was much faster than he had imagined. At this rate, will not it break through to the century level by the end of this month? Zhou Changhao asked. Probably, Chen Yang nodded. Zhou Changhao did not dwell on that topic for long and took out a Black Sea entry permit. A Black Sea entry permit? Chen Yang was surprised. Seeing that Chen Yang recognized it, Zhou Changhao did not explain further. Chen Yang, this Black Sea entry permit is for you. Principal, why are you giving me this? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Zhou Changhao explained. The school is collaborating with the Beastmaster Association, and since they are managing the secret realm this time, they gave us some permits to distribute quarterly. I am giving you one of the 3 spots allocated to the first year. Whether you sell it or use it yourself is entirely up to you. But I hope you use it yourself. You might have more to gain. Thank you, Principal. Chen Yang took the permit. And since I have obtained another entry permit, I can go back to the Black Sea secret realm. And this time, I have the void storage ring, so I can bring back more black sand. Chen Yang decided to visit the Black Sea secret realm again tomorrow. Soon night fell. The Chen family residence. Chen Lily received a message, then stepped out of the house and walked to a riverbank. Before long, a Beastmaster appeared beside her. The Beastmaster produced a token and recited the secret code of the heterodox god temple to prove his identity. Chen Lily, I am the new representative sent here by the heterodox god temple. I will be your point of contact from now on, the Beastmaster said. What about the previous messenger? Though Chen Lily had some suspicions, she asked anyway. Dead, the messenger replied without hesitation. The previous one was Li Tian, the deputy general manager of the Blue Sky Group, and he was killed by Bai Wuhan. It was the deputy general manager of the Blue Sky Group. Chen Lily had suspected the messenger was connected to the group, but she had not expected his status to be so high. Messenger, why have you contacted me this time? Chen Lily asked. To help the heterodox god temple eliminate someone. The Beastmaster said coldly. Who? Chen Lily asked. Chen Yang. The messenger stated. Chen Yang. Chen Lily was stunned. She had not expected the target to be Chen Yang. She had wanted to kill him too, but after her last failed mission, the bizarre hunger incident, and the turmoil surrounding the Blue Sky Group, she had not bothered with him. Now that the heterodox god temple wanted him dead, she was more than happy to help. The Beastmaster continued. Chen Yang ruined our plan. If he had not exposed Li Tian, leading to his death by Bai Wuhan, our plan would not have been destroyed. Furthermore, his pet evolved into a sky-swallowing dog, and his aptitude is terrifying. Therefore, the superiors have placed him on the Black Fiend level kill list. The Black Fiend level kill list. Chen Lily gasped. As a member of the temple, she knew the hierarchy of the kill list: White Fiend, Black Fiend, Ghost Fiend, and Death Fiend. The Black Fiend level was usually reserved for master-level Beastmasters. The fact that Chen Yang, a mere common Beastmaster, was put on this list showed just how much the temple valued him. This is his current file. The Beastmaster tossed over a dossier. Chen Lily glanced at it and gasped, envy clearly written on her face. She had only taken her eyes off him for a short time, and his growth rate had already far surpassed her wildest imagination. Chen Yang's tooth dog has not only evolved into a heaven-swallowing dog, but its cultivation has also reached 90 years, and it has even upgraded 2 advanced skills to the perfection level and beyond. Chen Lily stared at Chen Yang's detailed profile, filled with overwhelming jealousy. Despite her hard work and the resources from the Pantheon and the Chen family, she had only managed to raise her Vajra ape's cultivation to just over 50 years. Compared to Chen Yang, the gap was simply too vast. Messenger, how do you want me to help you kill Chen Yang? Chen Lily asked, looking at the Beastmaster from the Pantheon. The Pantheon Beastmaster said in a deep voice, "We cannot kill him within Jinhai City, or we certainly would not escape. None of our Pantheon Beastmasters want to throw their lives away. We are not suicide squads. Therefore, we must kill him while ensuring our own safety so that we can make a clean getaway." "Then where should we kill him?" Chen Lily asked, puzzled. "The Black Sea Secret Realm," the Pantheon Beastmaster said. "Although our roots in Jinhai City have been almost completely uprooted, we still have a few people in high-ranking positions. Through their investigation of Chen Yang, they discovered that the Mirror Lake Beastmaster Academy issued him a Black Sea entry permit today. Thus, there is a high probability that Chen Yang will enter the Black Sea Secret Realm." "You want to kill Chen Yang in the Black Sea Secret Realm, but the screening for Beastmasters entering the Secret Realm is extremely strict. Many of your Pantheon Beastmasters do not have valid identities, so it is hard for them to get in, is not it? Besides, I have heard about the Black Sea Secret Realm. The Beastmaster Association only allows ordinary elite Beastmasters to enter. Once a beast's cultivation exceeds 200 years, an elite Beastmaster can no longer enter. I am afraid there is a huge risk of failure if such ordinary Beastmasters try to kill Chen Yang." Chen Lily was not optimistic about this plan from the Pantheon. If the risk were too high and she got implicated, she certainly would not go through with it. The Pantheon Beastmaster smiled and said, "Precisely because it is difficult to get in, I plan to send 3 elite Beastmasters to join your Chen family's team temporarily. You will lead them into the Black Sea Secret Realm. Furthermore, since you know Chen Yang, I hope you will place a tracker on him when you get close to him. That way, after Chen Yang enters the Black Sea Secret Realm, we can lock onto his location using the tracker." "That is too dangerous. If it fails, I will be exposed too," Chen Lily said, clearly reluctant. "Rest assured, we have a 100% success rate," the Pantheon Beastmaster insisted. "What kind of guarantee is that?" Chen Lily remained skeptical. The Pantheon Beastmaster revealed, "An A-grade sniper rifle using superalloy bullets. Even an ordinary elite Beastmaster, once targeted, will not have time to dodge and will be killed in one shot. No matter how powerful Chen Yang's toothed dog is, he himself is just an ordinary Beastmaster with limited physical fitness and reaction speed. With a long-range sniper shot, he will be dead before he even realizes what is happening, and his pet will not be able to protect him." An A-grade sniper rifle. Chen Lily was shocked. This was a weapon banned by the Earth Federation. While ordinary guns do not pose much of a threat to Beastmasters, the deterrence of an A-grade sniper rifle is massive. For an ordinary Beastmaster, being targeted by one means certain death if hit. Of course, there are even more powerful S-grade sniper rifles that can kill an elite Beastmaster if they are locked on and hit. However, by the time one reaches the master-level Beastmaster rank, the threat of an S-grade sniper rifle becomes negligible. In this world, the main force remains the Beastmasters themselves. Do you think a mere Chen Yang can dodge an A-grade sniper? Plus, the one using the A-grade sniper rifle this time is a master marksman from our Pantheon. It is impossible for him to miss. The Pantheon Beastmaster guaranteed. The key is that sniper rifles are easily detected by scanners. How are we going to bring it in? Chen Lily asked a crucial question. "A void storage ring," the Pantheon Beastmaster said. "The Pantheon has prepared a 1 cubic meter void storage ring. You can disassemble the A-grade sniper rifle and store it inside, then assemble it later. Moreover, you must be the one carrying this void storage ring. As the eldest daughter of the Chen family, it would not be strange for you to have one. The management of the Black Sea Secret Realm will not be strict enough to inspect your void storage ring, so nothing will go wrong." "I agree." Chen Lily felt the plan was foolproof and saw no reason to refuse. Besides, she truly wanted Chen Yang dead. This time, she would put an end to it once and for all. Early the next morning, Liang Yang purchased some supplies, put them into his void storage ring, and headed toward the Black Sea Secret Realm. This was his second time entering the Black Sea Secret Realm, and he prepared to stay for a few more days. Perhaps after coming out, the toothed dog's cultivation would break through to the century mark. By then, he would be an elite Beastmaster himself. Of course, this time he was upfront with his parents about going to the Black Sea Secret Realm without making up any other excuses or reasons. His parents were naturally worried and gave him many instructions, but they did not stop him. Chenfeng Town. Chen Yang arrived, but upon arriving, he saw someone he really disliked, Chen Lily. "Chen Lily, why is she here?" Chen Yang found it very strange. Furthermore, he quickly noticed the 3 Beastmasters following Chen Lily, and all of them were elite Beastmasters. Of course, these 3 elite Beastmasters could not have cultivation levels that were too high. For the sake of the ecosystem in the Black Sea Secret Realm, the Beastmaster Association would never allow overly powerful Beastmasters to enter. If a large number of powerful top-tier elite Beastmasters went in and slaughtered weak monsters to collect resources, that would be a serious problem. Besides, the Black Sea Secret Realm was meant to provide training opportunities for weaker Beastmasters, not a place for them to strike it rich. Therefore, the strength of these 3 elite Beastmasters would not be too daunting, and he was not overly worried. If Chen Lily thinks she can kill me just by bringing these 3 elite Beastmasters, then she is asking for a death sentence. Chen Yang even looked forward to Chen Lily making a move. This way, he could counterkill her right on the spot. Otherwise, with such a crazy woman around, if he left Jinhai City, she might target his parents. Although the possibility was low, it still existed. So, if he had the chance to eliminate the threat, he would definitely do it. Chen Yang, you have come to the Black Sea Secret Realm too. Chen Lily walked over, wearing a bright smile as if they were the best of friends. Something was fishy. Chen Yang immediately realized that this woman, Chen Lily, had him as her target this time. After all, their relationship was terrible, and Chen Lily had even sent people to kill him. How could she possibly smile at him? Chen Yang nodded, paying her no further attention. What he did not know was that a high-tech micro-tracker had silently landed on his clothes. Since the tracker was so tiny, it was hard to see with the naked eye, and because his attention was focused on Chen Lily, he failed to notice the micro-tracker adhering to his clothing. Seeing that her mission was complete, and realizing Chen Yang did not want to talk to her, Chen Lily gave an awkward smile and walked away. Afterwards, after passing through a series of checks with his entry permit, Chen Yang walked through the portal and entered the island within the Black Sea Secret Realm. Chen Lily and the 3 elite Beastmasters from the Pantheon also passed the checks and entered the Secret Realm. Chen Lily was a bit nervous during the check, but ultimately there were no issues, and she let out a sigh of relief. Chen Yang rented a wooden boat and rowed away into the distance. Little did he know, Chen Lily and the others were tracking him from far behind, locking onto his location via the tracker. Once they were far enough away, and there were no other Beastmasters around, Chen Lily took the parts of the A-grade sniper rifle out of her void storage ring. Soon, the A-grade sniper rifle was fully assembled. Then, after the marksman Beastmaster calibrated the rifle, he summoned a flying-type pet, a azure bird, and had it carry him into the air to continuously close in on Chen Yang's position. 800 meters out, time to take the shot. The marksman was himself an elite Beastmaster, so 800 meters was a very short distance for him, giving him a 100% success rate for the kill. Chen Lily watched from afar as the Beastmaster in the sky prepared to fire, her heart pounding with excitement. Chen Yang, go to hell. Chen Lily thought to herself. What is going on? Chen Yang sensed a crisis. It was an instinctive reaction. Bang! In the distance, a superalloy bullet shot over at supersonic speed. If it were an average Beastmaster, they would not have been able to react at all. Before Chen Yang mastered the lightning strike sword technique, he would not have been able to react either. But now, Chen Yang's nerve response speed had reached a terrifying level. Therefore, he reacted immediately and instinctively, unleashed the lightning strike sword technique with the long sword in his hand. Bang! A lightning-fast strike slashed against the incoming superalloy bullet. Clang! The superalloy bullet was deflected, but under the immense impact, Chen Yang was knocked into the Black Sea, and the entire wooden boat disintegrated under the shock force. A bullet! Chen Yang realized instantly that someone was sniping him, and they definitely were not using an ordinary sniper rifle. The impact he just felt would have been enough to kill any average Beastmaster instantly, and even typical elite Beastmasters would not be able to withstand it. An A-grade sniper rifle. This is a type of weapon forbidden from sale by the Earth Federation. Ordinary people and many Beastmaster families cannot get their hands on one. Chen Lily. Even if Chen Yang were foolish, he knew it was Chen Lily who sent someone to shoot him. He had thought Chen Lily would just use 3 elite Beastmasters to besiege him, never expecting her to resort to an A-grade sniper rifle. The critical point was that he had not equipped himself with a high-level healing status icon earlier, only a common healing status icon. After all, high-level healing status icons are scarce. They cannot be wasted. Fortunately, I mastered the lightning strike sword technique. Otherwise, if that sniper had shot my head with a super alloy bullet, it would have been enough to kill me instantly, without even giving me the chance to switch to a high-level healing status icon. Of course, that bullet was aimed at his heart, not his head. So even if his heart had been pierced by the bullet, he would still have a chance of survival, though it would just be a hope. No one knows if switching to a high-level healing status icon could repair a shattered heart. He did not dare to try. Did I succeed? The sharpshooter felt a bit unsure. After all, the moment he fired, the sniper rifle produced a massive recoil, making it impossible for him to see the target's condition. However, he felt that he must have hit his mark. He surely must have pierced Chen Yang's body. Let us go check. The sharpshooter called over the other two elite beastmasters, and Chen Lily to go and check immediately. At this moment, Chen Yang and the Tooth Dog were hiding in the Black Sea, waiting for Chen Lily and those beastmasters to come over and investigate. Very quickly, Chen Lily and the three beastmasters arrived to check the situation. Is Chen Yang dead? Chen Lily was very nervous. She wanted to see Chen Yang's corpse. Having been hit by my sniper rifle, he is dead for sure, the sharpshooter said with great confidence. But at that very moment, a stream of water, like a river flowing backward, surged toward the blue bird beneath the sharpshooter. Boom! The blue bird was hit by the water current and plummeted directly. This move was clearly the Tooth Dog using its devouring skill to consume seawater and spit it back out, an operation it was now extremely proficient at. The next moment, the Tooth Dog unleashed its blood transformation and size-altering skills, transforming into a massive red-blood heaven-devouring dog, and used its mastery-level steel claws to attack the falling sharpshooter. The sharpshooter's strength was not weak either. Holding his sniper rifle the whole time, he fired a quick shot. Bang! A super alloy bullet shot into the Tooth Dog's body. However, the Tooth Dog's current defense was terrifying. The bullet only embedded itself into the Tooth Dog's flesh and did not strike any organs. Plus, with the Tooth Dog's high-level healing status, this was just a superficial wound that would heal instantly. Therefore, the Tooth Dog did not retreat and brought its claws down. Boom! The sharpshooter was sent flying by the strike, suffering heavy injuries. Just as he was about to hit the water's surface, a beam of sword light slashed over. The sword light from the lightning strike sword technique directly severed the sharpshooter's head. Killed in one strike. And Chen Yang is not dead. Chen Lily's pupils contracted. This sharpshooter was such a failure. He promised he would pierce Chen Yang's body, yet Chen Yang was completely unharmed. Is this supposed to be a sharpshooter? What a scam. At this moment, Chen Lily regretted coming. Swish swish. The two elite beastmasters charged directly at Chen Yang. They knew very well that running was useless, so they had to kill Chen Yang and the Tooth Dog. Boom boom. 4 pet beasts appeared, 2 with over 100 years of cultivation, and the other 2 approaching 200 years, which, combined with the 2 elite beastmasters, meant 6 units of combat power. They did not believe they could not kill Chen Yang. As for the sharpshooter's death, that was purely due to his own carelessness. Hold off the heaven-devouring dog and kill Chen Yang. That was their plan. After all, there was only one heaven-devouring dog, and it could not stop all 6 of them. And as long as Chen Yang was dead, the heaven-devouring dog would die, no matter how strong it was. However, Chen Yang and the Tooth Dog dove into the Black Sea and hid using the disguise status icon. Of course, if you only have the disguise status icon without the feign death status icon, it is still easy to be discovered. But Chen Yang only needed to distract them for a second or two. He did not need to stay hidden. Abruptly, the Tooth Dog spat out more seawater, forming a stream that slammed into one of the elite beastmasters, forcing the 2 of them to split up. Immediately, Chen Yang and the Tooth Dog rushed toward one of the beastmasters, intending to eliminate him first. Neither beastmaster had mastered weapon skills and could only rely on physical attributes for combat, so their strength was not high, and they relied mainly on their pet beasts. The beastmaster Chen Yang was targeting had a blue wolf and a horned sheep, neither of which were particularly powerful. The blue wolf was the weakest, with only about 130 years of cultivation. The Tooth Dog fought desperately, leaping at the blue wolf, biting it, and repeatedly attacking it with its steel claws. Within a few breaths, the blue wolf died at the hands of the toothed dog. As for the attacks from the horned sheep and the beastmaster, the toothed dog ignored them entirely, easily recovering thanks to the high-level healing status icon. Once the blue wolf died, the elite beastmaster let out a cry of pain. Chen Yang seized the opportunity and charged directly in front of him. "Let me give you a high-level hunger status icon first," Chen Yang said with an evil grin. After being afflicted with the high-level hunger status icon, the elite beastmaster's expression changed instantly. Coupled with the soul damage he just sustained, his condition became very poor. At this moment, Chen Yang's attack arrived. Lightning strike. He slashed with his sword at lightning speed. The elite beastmaster reacted, trying to block the strike with his arm. The beastmaster's arm was severed, and the sword aura left a mark on his armor. Die. Enduring the sharp pain and the hunger status, the elite beastmaster lunged directly at Chen Yang. Boom! Chen Yang was sent flying, but he was fine, suffering only minor injuries which recovered instantly under the high-level healing status. At this point, the other elite beastmaster, who had been blown away by the water current, rushed over. However, it was too late. Chen Yang fought desperately in close combat with the first beastmaster, seizing an opportunity after only a few moves to pierce the elite beastmaster's neck with the lightning strike sword technique, finishing the kill. Nearby, Chen Lily was breaking out in a cold sweat. She never expected Chen Yang's strength to be so terrifying, killing an elite beastmaster head-on despite being only a common beastmaster. Chen Yang, he actually mastered a sword technique. It is at least at the Grandmaster Sword momentum level. How did he do that? Chen Lily remembered the bodyguards she had dispatched before, who had died mysteriously in the Black Sea secret realm. At first, she thought her bodyguards had run into a terrifying exotic beast and met an unfortunate end. Looking at it now, they did not die at the hands of beasts, but at the hands of Chen Yang. It seemed like shortly after the guards died, she had encountered a hunger event. Could the hunger event be related to Chen Yang? Run! She decided to run right now, otherwise she would run out of time. In her eyes, Chen Yang had become a big demon. She should not have come to cause trouble for him. She regretted it immensely now. P.S. I will guarantee over 10,000 words updated daily from now on. Everyone, feel free to click to prompt an update or support with a free vote. Thanks a lot. The author is going back to typing. Boom! Chen Yang began to fight with another elite beastmaster. Although he was not an elite beastmaster himself, his mastery of advanced sword intent allowed him to easily crush his opponent. The opponent clearly wanted to escape, but Chen Yang would never let that happen. He immediately applied the high-level hunger status effect to the opponent, causing his body to suffer from extreme hunger and significantly reducing his combat effectiveness. However, scales soon began to appear all over this beastmaster's body. Seeing this, Chen Yang immediately identified his opponent's background. A beastmaster from the heretic god temple. He was slightly surprised. He had originally assumed these men were guards from the Chen family, but it turned out they were members of the heretic god temple. While the other two beastmasters had not been modified, this one had been altered and infused with the bloodline of a variant beast. After transforming, his strength increased significantly. However, even if he transformed into a monster, the outcome remained the same. The elite beastmaster let out a painful scream, as one of his pet beasts had just been killed by the Fang Dog. With over 90 years of cultivation and multiple mastery-level skills, the Fang Dog's combat power was overwhelming. Even an ordinary pet beast with over 200 years of cultivation was no match for it. Chen Yang seized the opportunity. Puff! Another strike pierced straight through the elite beastmaster's throat. Both elite beastmasters died from the same type of sword wound. As this beastmaster fell, his other pet beast died instantly as well. Chen Lily still trying to run. Chen Yang gave chase immediately. He sat on the back of the Fang Dog, which was using its size manipulation ability, and kept commanding it to use flash of lightning. Swish, swish, swish. With every flash of lightning, the Fang Dog covered a great distance, far outpacing Chen Lily. And, oh no, Chen Yang is catching up. Chen Lily took one look back, and her expression changed drastically, her whole body trembling. She knew Chen Yang would never let her go, and it was too late to call for help. Her parents were not even in the Black Sea secret realm, so she could not send a message out at all. Swish! Using a flash of lightning, Chen Yang and his fang dog landed directly on Chen Lily's wooden boat, causing her to stop rowing. Chen Yang, please spare me. Chen Lily dropped to her knees. Spare you? You have come to ambush me twice now. Chen Yang said calmly. As soon as she heard this, Chen Lily knew that the elite beastmaster she had sent last time must have died at his hands, and that they had confessed she was the one behind it. Chen Yang, I am actually quite pretty. I can be your woman, just do not kill me. Chen Lily undid a button on her clothes and put on a pitiful expression. However, Chen Yang was unmoved. I would not dare take a poisonous scorpion like you. In your next life, try not to offend people so carelessly. Puffs. With a swipe of his sword, the light faded from Chen Lily's eyes as she slumped over and died. Just then, he noticed a ring on Chen Lily's finger. A void storage ring. Chen Yang was surprised. Chen Lily had not been wearing a void storage ring earlier. She must have used the void storage ring to smuggle that a grade sniper rifle in, Chen Yang guessed. He promptly took the ring off. Once a void storage ring becomes ownerless, he could refine it and it would be his. Afterward, he threw Chen Lily's body into the Black Sea. There were many variant beasts in the Black Sea, so the body would not last long at all. Soon, there would not be a trace left. Even if the Chen family sent people in to investigate, they would not find anything. If Chen Lily has ties to the heretic god temple, does that mean the Chen family is involved too? He considered reporting it, but without evidence, he decided to let it go. Let us go, let us leave this place. Chen Yang and the fang dog left quickly. He did not take any of the items from the 3 elite beastmasters, not even the A-grade sniper rifle. After all, those items were forbidden, and taking them would only bring him trouble or potentially expose his identity. And after leaving the area, Wuqi Yang headed deeper into the Black Sea secret realm. This time, he planned to collect more black sand and let the fang dog find some 100-year variant beasts to hone its skills. It would be great if he could collect more fragments for his high-level disguise status. Days went by. Chen Yang found quite a bit of black sand in the Black Sea secret realm, but unfortunately, he did not encounter any other chances like the Enlightenment flower. It would have been perfect to get more fragments for an epiphany state. In the Black Sea, the fang dog kept training and used its devour skill to consume various resources, causing its cultivation to rise rapidly and edge closer to the 100-year mark. Finally, on this day, the fang dog's cultivation reached 99 years. Advancing from 99 years to 100 years was a major bottleneck. More than 90% of beastmasters get stuck at this step for years, and some never manage to overcome this bottleneck in their entire lives. Of course, with the fang dog's S-rank bloodline potential, breaking through this barrier would not be difficult. I will help the fang dog break through once we are out. My 2 void storage rings are packed with black sand and other resources, my backpack is full, and I have eaten years' worth of variant beast meat. It is time to go. Chen Yang and his fang dog headed back to the island. It took some time, but they returned to the island, passed through the secret realm gate, and arrived back on Earth. Upon returning, he found that his parents were not home, so he took a good bath and went to sleep to recover his mental energy. After all, he had been in constant danger in the Black Sea secret realm and had not been able to rest properly. And Chen Yang shop. Chen Yang arrived at the shop, which was his father's business, converted from his original nurturing store to sell resources related to pet beasts. Because of its good location, business was decent. However, the profit margins were not high. It could not compare to the massive payouts from a single nurturing order. If a nurturing store was successful, 1 month of earnings could equal years of revenue for a typical shop, which is why so many people wanted to open one. But if not managed carefully, it was easy to lose money, which led to many closures. Son, you are back from the Black Sea secret realm. Chen Xuan pulled Chen Yang into the backyard, planning to ask his wife to make something for their son. Chen Yang said quickly, Dad, let me give you these things first, we can eat later. He opened his backpack, revealing it stuffed with black sand. Black sand. Chen Xuan was shocked. He knew there was black sand in the secret realm, but he did not expect to see so much of it. Son, is not black sand supposed to be hard to collect? How did you gather so much in just a few days? Do you have any idea how much this is worth? Chen Xuan gasped. There is more. Chen Yang took out the rest of the black sand and resources from his 2 void storage rings. The pile of black sand and other resources left Chen Xuan and Li Lingling covering their mouths in disbelief. These must be worth at least 100 million, right? Chen Xuan could not help but ask. Yeah, definitely over 100 million. Chen Yang nodded. To an ordinary person, 100 million was a massive fortune. But to a powerful beastmaster, it was just enough to buy a few ordinary weapon skills, or not even one top-tier one. Dad, I will leave these for you to sell. Chen Yang said. All right. Chen Xuan readily agreed. Elsewhere, Chen Jianghai had not heard from his daughter for days. He knew she had entered the Black Sea secret realm, but she should have been back by now. He did not think his daughter could survive in the Black Sea secret realm for so long. The average person would not be able to last. Could she be in danger? Chen Jianghai began to feel anxious. Chen Jianghai had only this one precious daughter, and he doted on her immensely. Consequently, he immediately dispatched men to the Black Sea secret realm again. Chen Lily was carrying waterproof communication equipment, and the Chen family guards contacted her the moment they entered the Black Sea secret realm. However, there was no answer. Afterward, Chen Jianghai had people bring in high-tech equipment to search for traces of Chen Lily by locating her communication device. Although it would cost a significant number of Black Sea entry tokens to go back and forth, he did not care about that bit of money at all. Soon, a piece of news arrived. Head of the family, we found the undigested communication device inside the belly of a strange beast, and also, the guard who returned to report the news said, trembling. Boom! Unable to control his strength, Chen Jianghai crushed the table in one go, and he could not even stand steady, collapsing to the ground. My daughter. He knew his daughter was gone. Who did this? Have you found out yet? Chen Jianghai asked in a cold voice. The guard shook his head, family head. We could not find any information. However, we discovered that the 3 guards the young lady brought inside did not seem to be from our Chen family. Not from the Chen family. Chen Jianghai was stunned. Although their Chen family was only a branch, they were a major family in Jianghai City, having cultivated many elite beastmasters. Being able to let his daughter command some of these elite beastmasters was a testament to his affection for her. He had assumed that the guards his daughter brought inside this time were their own, thinking that with guards protecting her, there should not be any danger. As it turned out, those 3 were not Chen family guards. Family head, this is surveillance footage of the young lady entering the secret realm gate, which we paid to obtain. Every beastmaster who enters the gate of the Black Sea secret realm is captured on surveillance, so naturally, Chen Lily and the 3 elite beastmasters were recorded. Chen Jianghai watched the video, and his expression changed instantly. These 3 were complete strangers. They definitely were not elite beastmasters of the Chen family, otherwise he would have recognized them. Have you identified these 3? Chen Jianghai inquired. Family head, we could not find out. We only discovered that these 3 beastmasters were temporarily registered under one of our Chen family companies, and the 3 forged identities were all arranged by the young lady herself. Leave now. Chen Jianghai waved his hand powerlessly. He had a rough idea of what was going on. 3 elite beastmasters with unidentifiable backgrounds, plus the matter involving my daughter and the Blue Sky Group. Even if Chen Jianghai were foolish, he understood clearly that the incident last time was no accident. His daughter must have chosen to join the God Alien Palace, and those 3 beastmasters were from the God Alien Palace, which is why their identities could not be traced. This time, it was likely some task for the God Alien Palace that prompted his daughter to take those elite beastmasters into the Black Sea secret realm, only for something to go wrong, leading to the demise of the entire group. God Alien Palace. Chen Jianghai was furious, wishing he could wipe out the God Alien Palace, but unfortunately, he lacked the strength to do so. The God Alien Palace must have approached his daughter and coerced her into joining. Otherwise, there was no way she could have come into contact with their members or joined them. As for what the God Alien Palace wanted his daughter to do, it was impossible for him to find out. The God Alien Palace rarely left behind evidence or other information. At this moment, Chen Jianghai had no idea that Chen Yang had clashed with his daughter, and that Chen Lily had even sent people to assassinate Chen Yang, as she had never mentioned this matter to her father. If she had mentioned it even once, Chen Yang would have been the first person Chen Jianghai suspected. And Mirror Lake Beastmaster Academy. A piece of news spread. Did you hear? Chen Lily seems to have died in the Black Sea secret realm. My god, Chen Lily is dead. How could that be? It is true, Chen Jianghai is thoroughly investigating the matter, but it seems he has not found anything at all. Chen Lily was actually quite good-looking. What a pity. With that temper of hers, she probably offended someone. I heard she even brought elite beastmasters, but they all kicked the bucket. I guess she was killed by some elite beastmaster. No one suspected Chen Yang. After all, he is not an elite beastmaster yet. Of course, some suspected Bai Xin, because she and Chen Lily were at odds. But such suspicions were only held in their minds. No one dared to say it out loud. After all, Bai Xin's background was far more terrifying than Chen Lily's. Even the entire Chen family was insignificant compared to her background. Seeing that the Chen family was not coming after him, Chen Yang knew that aside from the Godalian palace, the Chen family likely did not know. Otherwise, given Chen Jianghai's personality, he would have made a move against him directly, even if it meant breaking the rules of Jinhai City. Seeing this, Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, being targeted by a master-level beastmaster would have put him in great danger. I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Chen Yang thought to himself. Over these past few days, through repeated training, Tooth Dog's bottleneck was about to break. It would probably break through to become a century-old pet beast in the next day or two. Nighttime. Tooth Dog was practicing the mysterious iron claw when its body suddenly felt a surge of energy erupting. Boom! Its aura surged continuously. The resources it had consumed earlier were rapidly converted into energy, and with the boost of the 100-fold cultivation state, its physical constitution skyrocketed. Crack! The bottleneck was thoroughly broken. At this moment, Tooth Dog's cultivation entered the 100-year mark. At the same time, Chen Yang also withstood a massive wave of energy that continuously tempered his body. If Chen Yang's previous physical fitness was compared to 1, it soon became 5. This was a qualitative change. Finally become an elite beastmaster. My body is indeed very strong, far beyond what an ordinary beastmaster can compare to. Chen Yang performed a thunder strike sword technique, and its power was no longer comparable to before. If he were to fight those few beastmasters now, a single move would likely be enough to kill them instantly. Chen Yang checked Tooth Dog's stats, and they had changed. Pet beast, sky-swallowing dog. Master, Chen Yang. Cultivation, 106 years. Bloodline potential, S. Skills, bite perfect, claw strike perfect, thunder flash perfect, spirit shield perfect, steel claw perfect, blood transformation perfect, devour perfect, size control entry, mysterious iron claw entry. Nice, directly broke through to 106 years of cultivation. Chen Yang nodded with satisfaction. But suddenly, he noticed that the 100-fold cultivation state icon above Tooth Dog's head had changed. Strange, I clearly gave Tooth Dog a 100-fold cultivation state icon. Why has it become a 10-fold cultivation state icon? Chen Yang was shocked. Immediately, he placed another 100-fold cultivation state icon on Tooth Dog, and it changed into a 10-fold cultivation state icon again. Now, he was completely flabbergasted. What is going on? He was a bit confused. But soon he understood. First of all, the 10-fold cultivation state icon was picked up from the 10-fold cultivation state caused by the true blood pill. However, true blood pills have no use for century-level strange beasts. That makes sense. If using some true blood pills to create a 100-fold cultivation state could produce a 100-fold effect on a century-level beast, would not it also produce a 100-fold effect on 1,000-year or 10,000-year beasts? That would not be reasonable. The cost to accelerate the cultivation of 1,000-year or 10,000-year beasts is huge, so it is normal for the state icon system to be this intelligent. Subsequently, Chen Yang tested it out. The previous 10-fold cultivation state icon could only make Tooth Dog generate a 2-fold cultivation acceleration, and the 30-fold one became a 4-fold acceleration. This is too misleading. It would be better to mark them as primary, intermediate, and advanced cultivation state icons. Otherwise, every time I see a 100-fold icon, I would think it could actually accelerate Tooth Dog 100-fold. Chen Yang grumbled. Abruptly, the 10-fold icon changed to a primary state icon, the 30-fold icon changed to an intermediate state icon, and the 100-fold icon changed to an advanced state icon. The system really is intelligent. It seems to change according to my thoughts. Chen Yang muttered to himself. An advanced cultivation state icon can provide the current tooth dog with a 10-fold cultivation acceleration, which is pretty good. I wonder if I can synthesize even higher level state icons now that my cultivation has broken through to Elite Beastmaster. He prepared to try it out. Currently, Chen Yang only has 2 advanced healing status icons, and he has not replenished them yet. He also only has 2 advanced cultivation status icons, which is not enough to meet the synthesis requirements. The most abundant one he has right now is the water-breathing status icon. He picked up many fragments in the Black Sea secret realm and synthesized a large number of them. Chen Yang then pulled 3 advanced water-breathing status icons together, attempting to synthesize them. The 3 advanced water-breathing status icons slowly merged into one water-breathing status icon. Top-tier water-breathing status, 1 month duration. It actually worked. It seems that after my cultivation level reached Elite Beastmaster, the ability of the status icon system has improved, and now I can synthesize top-tier status icons. Chen Yang was filled with excitement. Afterward, he went to collect hunger status icons. Many pet shops have plenty of young pets, and some of them are not fed properly, putting them in a state of hunger. By visiting more shops, he could gather enough hunger status icons. Before long, he had successfully synthesized a top-tier hunger status icon. As for the healing status, he bought some live poultry and some recovery potion, then caused minor cuts on the poultry and used the potion to make them recover. In this way, he created many instances of healing status and collected the fragments one by one. Soon, a top-tier healing status icon appeared. The effect of the top-tier healing status icon must far exceed the advanced one. Perhaps it could even save my life against an attack from a master-level Beastmaster, Chen Yang estimated. Jinghu Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang prepared to go see the principal to inform him that he had become an elite Beastmaster. Just then, he happened to run into Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan jogged over and said to Chen Yang, I just got news that registration for the Pet King Cup is starting early. It might even begin earlier this year, and they say the rewards are very generous. Are you going to participate? With your Fang dog's strength, I think taking first place would be a piece of cake. Gao Yuan, I am not going to participate. Chen Yang shook his head. He had originally intended to participate in the Pet King Cup, as it was a major event for ordinary Beastmasters in Jinhai City with decent rewards. However, his Fang dog's cultivation was progressing too quickly. There was no need to halt its training and stop it from breaking through to a 100-year cultivation level just for a minor competition. Besides, his standards had risen, and naturally, he no longer cared for a mere Pet King Cup. What, you are not participating? Gao Yuan was surprised. Why? This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Because I have already become an elite Beastmaster, Chen Yang confessed. An elite Beastmaster? My God, you have become an elite Beastmaster so quickly. Gao Yuan was shocked. What kind of cultivation speed is this? Even a heaven-swallowing dog does not have such terrifying cultivation speed. It is not like he had not seen pets with S-rank bloodline potential before. They all increased at a normal pace. Why was it so abnormal when it came to Chen Yang? Suddenly, Gao Yuan asked, Chen Yang, now that you have broken through to an elite Beastmaster, does not that mean you will be heading to a higher-level Beastmaster Academy soon? Yes, Chen Yang nodded. The elementary Beastmaster Academy does not help me much anymore, so I need to go to a higher-level one as soon as possible. Which academy are you planning to go to? Gao Yuan asked curiously. My first choice is definitely Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, Chen Yang said without hesitation. Kyoto Beastmaster Academy is the most powerful and well-established among the top 6 Beastmaster Academies. It might even be stronger than the other 5 combined. He had no reason to choose any other academy. Kyoto Beastmaster Academy? That sounds hard to get into. You just became an elite Beastmaster. The success rate might not be high. I heard their assessment is extremely brutal and depends on luck. Gao Yuan reminded him. I do not need to take an assessment. The principal promised me a direct recommendation. Chen Yang said indifferently. Gao Yuan's pupils constricted. Chen Yang, can you not say that out loud? You actually got a direct recommendation? What an amazing perk. But that is fair. You helped our academy win the 6th District Midterm League and secure a recommended spot. If not you, who else should get it? In our academy, you are the most qualified. After chatting for a while, Chen Yang went to find the principal. Principal's office. Chen Yang arrived. The moment Principal Zhou Changhao saw Chen Yang, he discovered that he had broken through to an elite beastmaster. Chen Yang, you have broken through. Zhou Changhao was somewhat surprised. The jump from 99 years to 100 years of cultivation is a significant bottleneck. Even for pets with S-rank bloodline potential, being stuck for half a month or a month is common. Chen Yang's fang dog breaking through this quickly surprised him. Principal, I have broken through. Chen Yang nodded slightly. It seems you have come for the recommended spot. Zhou Changhao smiled. First, fill out these forms, and then I will submit your application. If all goes well, the spot will be confirmed in 3 days. By then, a teacher from the higher-level Beastmaster Academy will come to pick you up personally. Afterward, Zhou Changhao took out a pile of documents. Have you decided which academy you want to enter? Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang stated. Zhou Changhao nodded. I guessed you would choose Kyoto. However, as a recommended student, you might not get the best entry perks there. If you chose other academies, the treatment might be better, such as enrollment bonuses. Principal, I have made up my mind to choose Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang did not change his mind. It took him a little while, but he finished filling out all the documents. Zhou Changhao stamped all the documents and filed them away. Principal, I will be going now. Chen Yang bid farewell to Zhou Changhao and walked out of the office. And since the recommended spot had not been fully confirmed yet, Chen Yang did not tell his parents about it. It would not be too late to tell them once everything was set in stone. Over the next 3 days, he tried to see if he could gather a sudden enlightenment status icon, but unfortunately, his luck was not great. He only found one fragment. He did manage to synthesize a top-tier cultivation status icon. Top-tier cultivation status icon, 10 days duration. The top-tier cultivation status icon also lasted for 10 days. Chen Yang estimated the cultivation effect to be about equivalent to his previous 30 times cultivation status icon. However, the Fang dog was already a 100-year exotic beast. Its base cultivation speed was incomparable to the past, and with the assistance of the top-tier cultivation status icon, its speed was incredibly fast. 3 days passed. Principal Zhou Changhao called to inform Chen Yang that the recommended spot had been approved. Chen Yang rushed to the Jinghu Beastmaster Academy immediately. The news of his recommendation was immediately spread by other teachers, and within moments, every student at Jinghu Beastmaster Academy knew that Chen Yang had been recommended to Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. For a while, everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. Jinghu Beastmaster Academy, Class 1 to 6. By now, everyone else also knew that Chen Yang had been recommended for admission to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. Chen Yang is amazing. It has only been a few months since school started, and he has already become an elite Beastmaster and been recommended to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. I can go around bragging about having such an incredible classmate. I wonder why Chen Yang is so talented. We used to mock his tooth dog, but in the blink of an eye, it evolved into a heaven-swallowing dog, and now he is an elite beastmaster. Meanwhile, most of our pets are still at the level of a dozen years of cultivation. The gap is just too huge. Bai Xin has not come to the academy for a long time. Has she also become an elite beastmaster? I feel like even if Bai Xin has not broken through yet, she is very close. Sai, it is no use being envious. The biggest goal of my life is just to become an elite beastmaster. And the principal's office. Chen Yang arrived. Seeing Chen Yang, Zhou Changhao immediately said with excitement, Chen Yang, the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy has approved your recommendation. In about 5 days, a teacher from the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy will come here to pick you up. Since you were recommended, you probably do not need to wait for the next school year. You can enter the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy directly as a first-year student. Subsequently, Zhou Changhao sent the electronic admission letter to Chen Yang. Thank you, Principal. Chen Yang said excitedly. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Yang entered the class 1 to 6 group chat and sent out some red envelopes. Since he was leaving, he naturally wanted to celebrate. In one go, he sent a bunch of red envelopes, spending a total of 100,000 yuan. For him, a mere 100,000 yuan was nothing. Because Chen Yang was so generous, Many people naturally congratulated him and had a lot of nice things to say. Shortly after, Chen Yang called Bai Xin to tell her that he had been admitted to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy and also sent a message to Sun Weiwei. Xunyang shop, Chen Yang arrived and told his parents the news that he had been successfully recommended to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. Son, I am proud of you. Chen Xuan was very excited. The Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. That is the #1 higher Beastmaster Academy in the Great Xia region of the Earth Federation. Son, since you were recommended to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, you must post this in the family group. Chen Xuan said. Go ahead and post it, Chen Yang agreed. The older generation loves to brag about their children to relatives and friends, so he naturally would not stop his father. Subsequently, Chen Xuan shared the news of his son being recommended to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy in the family group. Xiao Yang was recommended to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. Is that for real? That cannot be right. Did not Xiao Yang just become a Beastmaster a few months ago? Cousin, you should not joke about this. Seeing that these relatives did not believe him, Chen Xuan felt quite helpless. Of course, he also thought it was normal. After all, if his son had not told him personally, he would not have believed it either. Dad, the Jinghu Beastmaster Academy's homepage published this news. Tell them to check it, and they will believe it, Chen Yang suggested. That is right. Chen Xuan immediately followed the suggestion. Soon, those relatives looked it up one by one, and their attitudes changed immediately. They started bragging about Chen Yang. Even relatives who rarely showed up in the group appeared. Seeing this, Chen Xuan felt incredibly happy. Of course, this time he was also rarely generous and sent out quite a few red envelopes. And Bai Xin's residence. At this moment, Bai Xin's 5-colored phoenix was at a critical stage, breaking through to 100 years of cultivation. In fact, 10 days ago, the 5-colored phoenix had already reached 99 years of cultivation. With the special training arranged by the Bai family, the 5-colored phoenix grew very quickly, but she did not expect Chen Yang to become an elite beastmaster before her. You have to realize that she had the resources of the Bai family, while Chen Yang had to rely entirely on himself. Boom! The 5-colored phoenix broke through, reaching 100 years of cultivation. Bai Xin also received the energy feedback from the 5-colored phoenix. Constantly tempered by this energy, her physical fitness skyrocketed. I have broken through too, Bai Xin said excitedly. Immediately, she told her parents and older brother about this news. Whoosh! A video call came in. Bai Xin answered the call, and the face of Bai Wuhan appeared on the screen. Little sister, you have broken through to become an elite beastmaster. Congratulations. Bai Wuhan congratulated her. I am only just breaking through now, it is already quite slow, Bai Xin said. Bai Wuhan smiled and said, you did not really use the family's resources early on, and you have only just received the first batch of special training from the family. If you had started the special training sooner, you would have become an elite beastmaster long ago. However, being an elite beastmaster is just the beginning. In the Earth Federation, only by becoming a Grandmaster-level beastmaster can one have a certain status. I understand. Bai Xin nodded. At this moment, Bai Wuhan asked, since you have broken through, the Bai family can recommend you to any of the 6 major elite beastmaster academies. Which one would you like to attend? I am going to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, Bai Xin said without hesitation. You are going to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy? Bai Wuhan frowned. Although the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy is the top elite academy, our family's foundation is currently in Magic City. Would not it be better if you chose the Magic City Beastmaster Academy? No, I am choosing the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, Bai Xin insisted. Fine, just tell Dad when the time comes, and he will arrange it, Jiang Wuhan said. After hanging up the phone, Bai Wuhan felt a bit confused. He remembered asking his younger sister about her preferences before, and at that time, she had clearly mentioned the Magic City Beastmaster Academy because the Bai family had moved their base to Magic City Mountain, and their parents along with other members of the Bai family were staying in Magic City. If she attended the Magic City Beastmaster Academy, it would be easier to see their parents. But now, his sister had chosen the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. For a major family like the Bai family, there was no difference between the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy and the Magic City Beastmaster Academy. They did not lack those treatment or resources. Subsequently, Bai Wuhan investigated a bit, and soon found out about the news of Chen Yang being recommended to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. No wonder. How could Bai Wuhan not understand now? It was clearly because Chen Yang was going to the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy that his sister chose to go there as well. Could little sister have really fallen for Chen Yang? Although Chen Yang is talented enough, father has very high standards for little sister, and right now, Chen Yang is far from qualified. Of course, he did not plan on interfering with this matter. And in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. At this point, Chen Yang arranged his home matters and arrived at the Jinghu Beastmaster Academy. The principal informed him that the teacher from the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy had already arrived. But when Chen Yang reached the Jinghu Beastmaster Academy, he found that Bai Xin had also come, and she was heading to the same place as him, a training room in the academy where that teacher from the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy was waiting. Bai Xin, you have also broken through to the elite Beastmaster realm, right? Chen Yang asked. Yes, Bai Xin gave a playful smile, and I have also applied for the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy too. So that means we are classmates again. Chen Yang also smiled slightly. Soon, they entered the training room and met the teacher from the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. The teacher from the Capital Beastmaster Academy wore a white combat suit. His hair was gray, but his face did not look old at all. The lifespan of a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster far exceeds that of an ordinary person, so this teacher was certainly no longer young. Seeing that Chen Yang and Bai Xin had arrived, Principal Zhou Changhao introduced the teacher from the Capital Beastmaster Academy to them. Chen Yang, Bai Xin, this is Teacher Zhang Chen from the Capital Beastmaster Academy. He is a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster. Zhou Changhao said. A Grandmaster-level Beastmaster. Chen Yang was secretly astonished. This was the first Grandmaster-level Beastmaster he had ever met. Bai Xin, however, remained unmoved. She had already seen far too many Grandmaster-level Beastmasters. When Zhang Chen saw Bai Xin, he walked over with a kind and smiling face. Bai Xin, right? Your father and I once carried out the same mission years ago. It has been such a long time. Do give him my best regards when you see him. Teacher Zhang Chen spoke with great politeness, showing no airs of a teacher at all. However, Chen Yang could see at a glance that Zhang Chen was just trying to cozy up to Bai Xin. They had only done one mission together, and Bai Xin's father probably did not even remember this Zhang Chen, yet he still brought it up. But Chen Yang had to admit that with a father who was a king-level beastmaster, everyone would treat you with respect wherever you went. I certainly will. Bai Xin nodded slightly. Zhang Chen made small talk with Bai Xin, but she remained cold and indifferent. Just then, he noticed Chen Yang and said, You must be the other recommended student from Jinhai City. According to the records, your pet beast is a heaven-swallowing dog. Yes. Chen Yang summoned his tooth dog. It is indeed a heaven-swallowing dog. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, there are differences in the treatment of recommended students. I need to conduct some tests on you before applying for the corresponding benefits. As for the documents your academy submitted, they can only serve as a reference and cannot be taken as absolute fact. After all, some academies tend to exaggerate the strength of their students. Teacher Zhang, Chen Yang's strength has not been exaggerated in the slightest. Zhou Changhao quickly interjected. We will see after the test. Zhang Chen waved his hand, not wanting to say more. Do I need to be tested too? Bai Xin chimed in. Zhang Chen immediately softened his tone. Bai Xin, there is no need for you to be tested. The academy has already granted you the highest level of benefits for recommended students. So envious. Chen Yang muttered to himself. Zhang Chen's attitude toward Bai Xin and him were completely different. It was blatant favoritism. Of course, he understood why, so he did not feel there was anything wrong with it. Command your tooth dog to attack me. Zhang Chen ordered. Lazy dog attack. Chen Yang commanded. Boom! The tooth dog immediately grew to a massive size, its entire body turning blood red. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. The size manipulation skill and the blood transformation skill. The tooth dog's size manipulation skill was only at the introductory level, so he did not pay much attention to it. But its blood transformation skill had clearly reached the perfection stage of blazing crimson blood. Swish! Thunder Flash at the perfection stage was activated. The tooth dog flashed forward, closed in on Zhang Chen, and swiped at him with a claw. Steel Claw at the perfection stage. In terms of power, an introductory level Dark Iron Claw was not as effective as a perfection stage Steel Claw, which was why the Toothed Dog did not use the former. However, the Toothed Dog's attack missed. With a slight movement, Zhang Chen dodged the Steel Claw, then grabbed the Toothed Dog's paw with lightning speed and gave it a gentle flick. Bang! The Toothed Dog was sent flying. Immediately after, the Toothed Dog launched another attack. Just as Zhang Chen prepared to dodge in the same manner, Chen Yang commanded the Toothed Dog, "Use the Devour skill." The Toothed Dog understood instantly. Boom! Opening its mouth wide, it aimed the Devour skill at Zhang Chen. Under the powerful suction of the Devour skill, Zhang Chen's movements were affected. This time, Zhang Chen did not dodge. Swish! The Steel Claw landed. However, Zhang Chen simply extended a finger and tapped the claw lightly. The Steel Claw struck his finger and was deflected away, while Zhang Chen's skin did not even suffer a scratch. A Grandmaster-level Beastmaster is truly terrifying. Does your heaven-swallowing dog have any other abilities it has not shown yet? Zhang Chen asked. You could tell now that Chen Yang's heaven-swallowing dog had evolved from a common toothed dog and was not born as a heaven-swallowing dog. None left, Chen Yang shook his head. Although it still had the bite skill and an introductory level Dark Iron Claw, showing them would not make much difference. Not bad, Zhang Chen gave a high appraisal. This is my first time seeing a heaven-swallowing dog that has mastered so many perfection-level skills with only 100 years of cultivation. Recommended student status is generally divided into 5 tiers, with the first being the highest and the 5th the lowest. Given the potential of your heaven-swallowing dog, I can place you in the 2nd tier. Teacher Zhang, does the Beastmaster himself not need to be tested? Chen Yang inquired. The Beastmaster? Zhang Chen smiled. You have only just broken through to the elite Beastmaster level. Aside from testing the physical fitness of an elite Beastmaster, what else is there to test? I have mastered weapon skills and sword techniques. Chen Yang revealed. He wanted the 1st tier recommended student status, so he exposed his weapon skill directly. Anyway, once he got to the capital Beastmaster Academy, there would be no way to keep it hidden. Weapon skills. Zhang Chen was stunned. A freshly promoted elite Beastmaster claiming to have mastered weapon skills. That sounds like nonsense. If you really have mastered a sword technique, as long as it has reached the Great Achievement stage or higher, I can grant you the 1st tier recommended student status, Zhang Chen promised. However, he did not believe that Chen Yang could have mastered a weapon skill to that level. Teacher Zhang, please enlighten me. Chen Yang took out a sword and said, Feel free to attack. Zhang Chen said. Chen Yang gripped the sword and executed the Thunder Strike sword technique. He held nothing back, launching a Great Achievement stage Thunder Strike in an instant. RIP. The air was torn apart, and the supersonic speed of the sword was so fast that even Bai Xin only saw a blur. Clang! Zhang Chen extended a single finger and blocked the blade of Chen Yang's sword. Snap! The sword shattered. Great Achievement Sword Intent. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted. A newly promoted elite Beastmaster has actually brought a weapon skill to the Great Achievement stage. What kind of monster is this? Have you ever taken an enlightenment pill? Zhang Chen asked. Enlightenment pill? No, I have not used one. Chen Yang shook his head. How about an enlightenment flower? Zhang Chen asked again. Chen Yang was about to say no, but reaching this stage without using anything seemed highly unreasonable. Besides, he relied on his epiphany status icon, not entirely on his own effort. So he replied, I encountered an exotic beast using an enlightenment flower in a secret realm. I managed to get close and experience an epiphany. To achieve Great Achievement Sword Intent from a single epiphany is still freakish. Very well, I take responsibility for granting you the 1st tier recommended student status, Zhang Chen said. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude. All right, I will give you half an hour to contact your families. In 30 minutes, I will take you to the capital Beastmaster Academy, Zhang Chen instructed. Bai Xin did not need to make a call, but Chen Yang had to inform his parents. He walked over to make his phone call. As for Teacher Zhang, he began chatting with the principal. After finishing the call, Chen Yang returned. Chen Yang, you have not had that weapon skill for long, yet you have managed to cultivate it to the Great Achievement stage. Bai Xin was truly shocked this time. Compared to Chen Yang, she felt like she was a piece of trash. If not for her family's cultivation, she would be nothing. I am prone to epiphanies, Chen Yang whispered. That is what we call talent. Bai Xin sighed. Soon, 30 minutes had passed. Zhang Chen walked over and said, "Let us go. I will take you to the capital Beastmaster Academy." Feng Jiang and Bai Xin followed Zhang Chen as they left and arrived at the aircraft station. A dedicated aircraft for the capital Beastmaster Academy was waiting there, capable of flying directly to the campus. After boarding, the aircraft shot up into the high sky at immense speed. Over 2 hours later, they arrived at the capital Beastmaster Academy. The Beijing Beast-Taming Academy is located in the suburbs and covers a vast area, even including its own academy flight station. Every aircraft belonging to the academy lands here and is maintained by the academy itself. This is our academy's flight station. If you have the money to buy a personal aircraft in the future, you will need to come here to report and register, said teacher Zhang Chen. How much does an aircraft cost? Chen Yang had not looked into this before, so he asked curiously. It would be very convenient to have a personal aircraft. Zhang Chen replied casually, it is not that expensive, just around 1 billion. But flight routes cost money too, probably several hundred million, plus taxes and other miscellaneous fees. You could buy one if you are prepared to spend 2 billion. Spending 2 billion on an aircraft, Chen Yang certainly was not that wealthy yet. After leaving the flight station, Zhang Chen took his leave and arranged for an academy staff member to take Chen Yang and Bai Xin to a hotel on campus. The academy hotel is mainly used for guests. Since Chen Yang and Bai Xin had just arrived and were not settled yet, they naturally had to stay there. After checking into the hotel, Chen Yang and Bai Xin agreed to go out for a stroll, mainly to familiarize themselves with the terrain and buildings of the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy. There are not many students at the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy. Chen Yang had been walking for a while and had not seen many students, so he was a bit puzzled. Bai Xin explained, that is normal. Many students are out adventuring in secret realms or cultivating in training rooms, which is why you rarely see them. That makes sense. Chen Yang nodded. Compared to Chen Yang, Bai Xin was clearly more knowledgeable about the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy. As they walked, Bai Xin said, I heard the academy has many training buildings and VR virtual training rooms. Through the VR rooms, you can simulate various scenarios to sharpen the combat skills of both pets and beast tamers. Of course, everything here requires credits. If you do not have credits, you can only go to the regular training rooms and wait in line. Soon, they arrived in front of a high tower. Gravity Tower. Chen Yang saw the 3 large characters in front of the tower. Furthermore, there were people entering and leaving the Gravity Tower, one after another. This is the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy's Gravity Tower. Every top-tier Beast-Taming Academy has one, but the one here is the largest and has the most gravity rooms. For instance, Jinghu Beast-Taming Academy only gained access to a single gravity room after winning the Zone 6 midterm league. But here, there are many, many rooms, and as long as you have credits, you can use them. Chen Yang was secretly astonished. Just how many gravity rooms could this tower possibly have? Primary beast-taming academies simply cannot compare to higher-level ones. The gap is just too massive. Since they had not officially enrolled yet, Chen Yang and Bai Xin could only look and were not allowed to enter the gravity tower or other buildings. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Chen came to find Bai Xin and Chen Yang. Bai Xin, Chen Yang, your enrollment is all settled and your accommodation has been arranged. You both have single-room dorms, which is the standard treatment for Tier 1 recommended students. Zhang Chen said. In addition to this benefit, Tier 1 recommended students also receive a 100 credit bonus and a 10% discount privilege. The so-called 10% discount privilege means enjoying a 10% off when exchanging credits for items at the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy. This is the best part of being a Tier 1 recommended student. Afterward, a female staff member took Bai Xin to the girls' dormitory area, and another male staff member took Chen Yang to the boys' dormitory area. The boys' area is divided into 6 zones, and he was assigned to dormitory building 13 in Zone 6, where all rooms are single occupancy. Room 202, dormitory building 13. Chen Yang was assigned here. He walked into the dorm, put his things away, and then collected some basic daily necessities from the dormitory manager. Just like that, Chen Yang was officially enrolled in the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy. At night, A message was sent to his phone regarding class assignments. He had been assigned to Class 17, Grade 1 of the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy. Unlike primary academies, higher-level ones have fewer classes, so even students in the same class rarely see each other. Therefore, he did not need to go to the classroom right now. He would not see anyone there anyway. Afterward, he called Bai Xin. Bai Xin, I have been assigned to Class 17. How about you? Chen Yang asked. I am also in Class 17, Bai Xin replied. Coincidentally, they were classmates once again. They were then added to the Class 17 group chat, but few people were active. Clearly, everyone was very busy. The next day, Chen Yang and Bai Xin went to the exclusive training room for Class 17 and met their homeroom teacher, Zhou Zun. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Chen Yang and Bai Xin greeted him. Zhou Zun did not try to curry favor with Bai Xin like Zhang Chen had. He said very seriously, Chen Yang, Bai Xin, first of all, congratulations on being recommended to the Beijing Beast-Taming Academy. Since the other students in the class are very busy, they are not here today. Let me go over some important enrollment matters first, and then you can ask me any questions you might have. First, just getting into this academy does not mean everything will be smooth sailing. You have to work hard to earn credits. Without credits, you will not be able to do much here. And you cannot exchange money for credits. They can only be earned through methods prescribed by the academy. In a moment, both of you should register for an account on the academy's shopping mall. You can exchange credits for items there, and specialized staff will deliver them to your dorms later. If there are any important matters, I will notify you in the class group, so keep an eye on messages there. Zhou Zun said many things, and Chen Yang and Bai Xin listened intently. All right, that is all I have to say. Do you have any questions? Zhou Zun asked. No, we do not. Chen Yang and Bai Xin shook their heads. If you do have questions later, you can send me a message, and I will reply when I see it, Zhou Zun reminded them. After that, Zhou Zun left, and Chen Yang and Bai Xin used their phones to register for their academy shopping mall accounts. In just a few minutes, the registration was done. At this moment, they discovered that their accounts already had a balance of 100 credits. Chen Yang opened the mall to see what he could buy with his 100 credits. Hey, the Academy Mall sells high-level skill inheritance orbs and weapon skill inheritance orbs. Chen Yang was shocked. In the outside world, these are impossible to buy. It is true, Bai Xin said. The Beijing Beast-Taming Academy holds a very high status within the Earth Federation and has produced a large number of top-tier beast tamers, including many king-level ones. Naturally, it possesses many high-level skills, weapon skills, and even top-tier skills. Of course, once you graduate, you will not be able to buy these items here anymore. Sadly, we do not have enough credits to buy these good things. Chen Yang nodded slightly. They really could not afford them right now. Because a single high-level skill inheritance orb costs 200 credits, and any weapon skill costs over 500, with powerful ones requiring thousands. Suddenly, Chen Yang spotted something good: enlightenment pills. He remembered teacher Zhang Chen asking him before if he had ever taken an enlightenment pill, and he had not known what it was at the time. Enlightenment pill, 100 credits each. He could afford this price. However, the mall did not provide any description for the enlightenment pill, so he looked at Bai Xin. Bai Xin, do you know what an enlightenment pill is? Enlightenment pills? Of course I know them. Bai Xin nodded. Enlightenment pills are made from enlightenment flowers. The refining process is quite complicated and even has a failure rate. Enlightenment flowers can be used by multiple beast tamers or their pets together, but an enlightenment pill can only be used by one person or one pet. Furthermore, it is only effective for elite beast tamers or century-level pets, and is useless for master-level beast tamers or millennium-level pets. Then, Bai Xin added, if you have never taken an enlightenment pill before, the first one guarantees a 100% chance of entering an enlightened state. The second pill only has a 70% chance, and the third one only has a 20% chance. As for the fourth pill, it is almost impossible to enter an enlightened state after taking it, unless your comprehension is truly heaven-defying. The first one guarantees 100% enlightenment. That is indeed impressive. Chen Yang was surprised. However, he was also well aware that the effect of this enlightenment definitely would not last long, far inferior to the enlightenment state icon. But he could totally buy enlightenment pills for his toothed dog or himself to consume, or he could wait for others to take them, and then pick up the enlightenment state icons. If others take an enlightenment pill, they will definitely be practicing in the training room, so I might not necessarily run into them. Chen Yang thought to himself. Therefore, if he had enough enlightenment pills, he could feed them to his exotic beasts to pick up the enlightenment state icons. But the prerequisite is that he must have enough points. Soon, he saw enlightenment flowers in the mall. The prices varied according to their age, and there were even some that cost tens of thousands of points. This kind of enlightenment flower is even useful for master-level beast tamers, so the price is naturally expensive. Chen Yang continued browsing the mall and also saw exotic beast eggs. It can be said that as long as you have points, you can buy many rare items in the Kyoto Beast-Taming Academy Mall. However, I do not need exotic beast eggs. The golden peng egg is already excellent, and the ones here are not as good as my golden peng egg. Chen Yang had long since decided on the golden peng cub as his second pet, but it would take some time for the golden peng to hatch. Plus, he had only just broken through to the elite beast tamer realm, and his soul was still in a growth phase. Only when his soul is completely stable will it be the best time to contract a second pet. Chen Yang and Bai Xin browsed the mall for a long time and saw many good things. Bai Xin did not feel much, as she had seen it all before. But Chen Yang wanted everything, because there were too many good things here, and all of them were items you could not buy in the outside world. But he was currently short on points. Even with a 10% discount, his current balance of 100 points could only afford one enlightenment pill. So he needs to earn points for the time being. On the road, Chen Yang and Bai Xin talked as they walked, and the topic was naturally about points. Bai Xin said, Chen Yang, based on my understanding, there are very few ways to earn points in the Kyoto Beast-Taming Academy. For example, you can take on missions to earn points, but it might take a long time. The second way is to challenge the secret tower, and the third is to rely on money. Rely on money? Chen Yang asked in confusion. Is not it said that money cannot be used to exchange for points? Bai Xin laughed. No matter what the rules are, there are loopholes. Many people from my Bai family are in the Demon City Higher Beast Taming Academy, and I often hear them talking about this topic in the group. For example, if you have money, and some students do not have much money or are severely short of money, but they have saved up some points, they can use their points to buy the items you need and then give them to you. All you have to do is transfer more money to them. This is true for both the Demon City Beast Taming Academy and the Kyoto Beast Taming Academy. Especially for some fourth-year students who are about to graduate, they might not be able to use up all their points for a while, so they will use this method to spend their points in exchange for large sums of money. There is such a trick. Chen Yang was shocked. He was still too naive. He had not even thought of such a sneaky move. What about the secret tower? Chen Yang asked again. Bai Xin said, I do not know much about the secret tower either. I only know that the secret tower is related to beast tamers. Beast tamers can challenge the secret tower, and for every extra level they clear, they can get point rewards. The 6 great higher beast taming academies all tend to focus on the training of beast tamers, while the training of pets is secondary. Why do not we go to the secret tower and check it out? Chen Yang proposed. Sure. Bai Xin replied. Subsequently, after searching for a while, they finally found the secret tower. In front of the secret tower. Chen Yang, I will go in first. Once I come out, I will tell you what the secret tower is like. Bai Xin said. All right. Chen Yang nodded. Then, Bai Xin entered the secret tower. About a dozen minutes later, Bai Xin came out. Bai Xin, how was it? Chen Yang asked. Bai Xin said with a smile, the secret tower is a place to test a beast tamer's combat power. This place is magical. It seems like some kind of special power condenses various exotic beasts. The strength and number of beasts on each level are different. I only cleared the first level and failed on the second level. By the way, there is also a leaderboard for the secret tower. You can get on the list if you make it into the top 1,000. I do not have a ranking yet. Then I will go in and try to. Chen Yang walked into the secret tower. Secret tower lobby. There was a big screen here with a leaderboard for the secret tower and a brief introduction about it. Chen Yang took a glance, and after skimming it for a few seconds, he paid it no more attention. Next, he walked through a door and entered the space of the first level of the secret tower. Wilderness environment, could it be teleportation? No, this environment is fake. Chen Yang had some rough guesses that this so-called secret tower was most likely an illusion created by some kind of treasure, and everything was an illusion. However, with his strength, he still could not break free from the illusion. For him, everything here felt real. He would feel pain and fear. The only thing that was not real was that he would not actually die. Hello, student Chen Yang. You are about to start the challenge of the first level of the secret tower. Please choose your weapon. The secret tower illusion system prompted. Sword. Chen Yang shouted. Whoosh. A sword appeared before him. He reached out and grabbed it. It had a tactile sensation, as if it were a real sword. The challenge is about to begin. The next moment, a group of exotic beasts appeared all around him, all at the 99-year cultivation level. Roar! These exotic beasts rushed towards Chen Yang one after another. With the strength of an elite beast tamer, killing these beasts was not difficult, so the first level of the secret tower was just a freebie. Chen Yang held his sword and killed these beasts one by one. In just a few minutes, all these beasts were wiped out. After these beasts died, they turned into dots of light and dissipated. Clearly, they were beasts simulated by the illusion and not real ones. Congratulations to student Chen Yang for clearing the first level of the secret tower. After a 5-minute break, you will proceed to the challenge of the second level of the secret tower. The secret tower illusion system said. Soon 5 minutes passed. Whoosh! The second level illusion of the secret tower appeared. At this moment, the scene changed. The surrounding exotic beasts had turned into century-level beasts, and there were as many as 5 of them. Although they were just ordinary century-level beasts, it would be very difficult for a newly broken-through beast tamer to kill 5 of them. If they had not mastered a weapon skill, they would most likely not make it through. Precisely because of this, Bai Xin failed at the second level of the secret tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 century-level beasts rushed toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang was very calm. He executed his lightning sword art skill, instantly killing 1 century-level beast. The sword light did not dissipate, and he also seriously injured 2 others. Chen Yang's lightning sword art skill was very fast, and without hesitation, he continued to execute a second and third strike. In a short time, all 5 century-level beasts were killed by him, but he also had his arm injured by one of the beasts. Congratulations to student Chen Yang for clearing the second level of the secret tower. After a 10-minute break, you will proceed to the challenge of the third level of the secret tower. The secret tower illusion system said. 10 minutes later, the third level challenge of the secret tower began. At this time, Chen Yang's wound had disappeared. This was an illusion, so it was normal for the wound to be gone. Here, only mental energy consumption cannot be recovered, which is why a break is needed. There were more beasts on the third level of the secret tower, and their strength was even more powerful. On this level, even if Chen Yang constantly used the lightning sword art, it was still difficult to protect his whole body. He paid a heavy price, sacrificing a leg and an arm before finally killing all the beasts. Congratulations to student Chen Yang for clearing the third level of the secret tower. After a 10-minute break, you will proceed to the challenge of the fourth level of the secret tower. After hearing this voice, Chen Yang sat down to rest, silently meditating to restore his mental energy. Soon 10 minutes passed. The fourth level challenge of the secret tower. This time, he only lasted a few seconds before being eliminated. Inside the secret tower, in an empty room, Chen Yang stood there alone. He then pushed the door open and walked out. In the secret tower lobby, he checked the leaderboard and quickly found his name. Rank 876 in the secret tower, Chen Yang. Clearly, he had made the list. Chen Yang took a close look at the top-ranked students on the secret tower leaderboard. The highest one had already reached the 6th floor. He knew very well that this leaderboard recorded the achievements of currently enrolled students. In other words, there was someone at the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy whose mastery of weapon skills far exceeded his own. Of course, most people on the list had only cleared the 3rd floor. Those who reached the 4th floor could make it into the top 200, and only a few dozen had managed to clear the 5th floor. He stopped browsing the leaderboard and walked out directly. Chen Yang, how many floors did you clear? Bai Xin asked curiously. I cleared the 3rd floor but failed at the 4th, Chen Yang replied. That is impressive. Bai Xin hurriedly praised him. She had only cleared the 1st floor, so compared to Chen Yang, she was far behind. Clearing the 1st floor of the secret tower gives you 50 points, the 2nd floor gives 200, and the 3rd floor gives 500. The rewards are quite good, but it is a shame that they are only one-time bonuses. You do not get them again. Bai Xin calculated that Chen Yang had earned a total of 750 points for clearing the 3rd floor. Yeah, if I want to earn more points from the tower, I have to clear the 4th floor, but that is too difficult. Chen Yang sighed. The two of them chatted as they walked, and then they went their separate ways. Back in his dormitory, Chen Yang immediately bought 2 enlightenment pills from the mall. Just half an hour later, a staff member delivered the 2 pills. Lazy dog, here is an enlightenment pill for you. Chen Yang tossed 1 pill over. The dog swallowed it in 1 gulp and tried to savor it. However, the pill was very small, barely larger than a grain of rice, so the dog did not taste anything at all. Seconds after eating the pill, the dog fell into a state of sudden enlightenment. Detected a collectible state of sudden enlightenment. Would you like to collect it? The system prompted. Collect. Chen Yang thought to himself. He had collected the enlightenment state from the dog before, and as long as it was not within a short time frame, he could collect it again. If it naturally produced several instances of enlightenment within a single day, he could only collect it once. This rule applied not just to enlightenment, but to other status icons as well. If he could collect them repeatedly every day, it would be too easy to farm healing or hunger status icons just by harvesting them from the dog. While in the state of enlightenment, the dog practiced the Iron Claw skill continuously. However, the enlightenment period was very short, lasting only half an hour, and the effect was quite poor, nowhere near as powerful as the enlightenment gained from the status icon. Chen Yang swallowed an enlightenment pill himself and also entered a state of sudden enlightenment. He immediately collected a fragment of his own enlightenment state, and combined with a previous fragment, he finally assembled a complete enlightenment status icon. Half an hour later, Chen Yang's state of enlightenment faded. His sword skill was still at the great success stage of sword momentum and had not yet reached perfection. However, Chen Yang was confident that once he equipped the enlightenment status icon, he would definitely be able to master the perfect sword momentum. I should go to the training room. Although my single room has a small training space, it is too tight to move around freely, Chen Yang thought. Afterward, he arrived at the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy's D-level training room. This level of room was not expensive. 1 point was enough for 24 hours of training. Chen Yang rented a D-level room and began his practice. He took out the enlightenment status icon and placed it above his head. Enlightenment began. Immediately, he started practicing the Thunderstrike sword skill, with the dog acting as his sparring partner. Man and dog fought continuously. As time passed, the power of Chen Yang's sword skill grew stronger. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Finally, at the 5th hour, Chen Yang's sword skill breakthrough occurred. Boom! A perfect level of sword momentum erupted from Chen Yang, seemingly freezing the surrounding air for an instant. Slash! With one strike of his Thunderstrike sword, a mark remained in the void, lingering for a long time. Perfect sword momentum, leaving a mark in the void. Chen Yang realized that he had reached the perfect stage of sword momentum. There was still 1 hour of enlightenment left, so he wanted to continue practicing to see if he could grasp sword intent. However, he had underestimated the power of sword intent. The gap between perfect momentum and intent was vast, and the difficulty of comprehending it was unimaginable. An hour passed, and he achieved nothing. Of course, he was already satisfied with reaching perfect sword momentum. Now that I have mastered perfect sword momentum, I wonder if I can clear the 4th floor of the secret tower. Chen Yang was curious. He headed to the secret tower with his dog. As a student of the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, everyone gets 3 chances a month to enter the tower. If those are used up, one has to wait until the next month. After all, opening the tower carries a cost, and it is impossible for anyone to enter too many times. The 4th floor of the secret tower. Facing a swarm of exotic beasts, Chen Yang unleashed his perfect sword momentum. It must be said that his attack power was formidable. With his Thunderstrike sword skill, he could instantly kill any single beast here. However, he could not avoid the siege of so many creatures. After killing just a few, his body sustained severe injuries. Suddenly, a claw pierced his heart, the illusion vanished, and he was eliminated. Still did not clear it. How is this possible? I have already reached the perfection of sword momentum. How did others clear the 4th floor? Could it be that they have already reached the level of sword, blade, or spear intent? Chen Yang did not understand. He felt there must be something he did not know, so rather than guessing, he decided to ask someone for advice. Bai Xin does not know much about the secret tower, so asking her would be useless, I should ask Instructor Zhou Zun. Chen Yang immediately set off to find Instructor Zhou. Instructor Zhou Zun was always at the academy, so he was easy to find. Chen Yang sent a message to him first before heading over. 10 minutes later, Chen Yang appeared at the instructor's office and met him. "Good day, Instructor Zhou." Chen Yang called out. "Chen Yang, is there something on your mind?" Zhou Zun guessed that Chen Yang must have a question he needed help with. Chen Yang nodded. "Instructor, I have mastered the perfect stage of sword momentum, yet I still cannot clear the 4th floor. I find it hard to believe that the school has that many students who have mastered intent, so why can others pass? You have already reached the perfect stage of sword momentum." Instructor Zhou Zun was shocked. He had read Chen Yang's file and knew he had attained the great success stage. But moving from great success to perfection is an incredibly difficult task. Chen Yang had achieved this in such a short time. "Yes," Chen Yang replied. Instructor Zhou Zun smiled and said, "Since you have mastered perfect sword momentum, you only need to refine your movement technique to an entry-level stage to easily clear the 4th floor." Movement technique? Chen Yang was surprised. "You mean choosing a movement skill like Thunder Flash?" "Not exactly," Zhou Zun shook his head. "Skills like Thunder Flash are only suitable for beast companions. Research has not yielded anything for humans yet. When it comes to skills, human beastmasters can only practice weapon skills because the weapon is an external object, which is why it works. The movement technique I mentioned refers to body control and the grasp of combat rhythm, which can only be improved through countless battles." Through Instructor Zhou Zun's explanation, Chen Yang finally understood what a beastmaster's movement technique was. Movement techniques are a form of combat instinct, a way to utilize the environment, and a mastery over one's own body. It is extremely difficult for beastmasters to improve their movement techniques, even harder than cultivating weapon skills. That is because weapon skills have legacy crystals, but movement techniques can only be honed through combat. Zhou Zun continued his introduction. According to the Earth Federation's classification, movement techniques are divided into 4 realms: introductory, proficient, subtlety, and perfection. For a beastmaster, movement and weapon skills are the 2 main pillars of combat. Your comprehension is monstrous, being able to raise your sword intent to the perfected realm so quickly. For you, attack power is not an issue, but if your movement is lacking, you will not be able to dodge the swarms of beasts and will easily be killed. Chen Yang nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. Of course, in reality, he could still easily kill those beasts by utilizing his advanced healing state. But if he relied on that, he would never grow. He could not depend on advanced healing forever. What if he encountered an enemy whose attacks were so powerful that even advanced healing could not recover from them? Then he would be doomed. Therefore, his movement techniques must be improved. "Teacher Zhou, if combat is the only way to hone movement techniques, do I have to go to a secret realm for training?" Chen Yang asked. Zhou Zun laughed. "Naturally not. If you went to a secret realm to hone your movement against live beasts, would not you risk falling if you were even slightly careless? You can go to the Academy's VR virtual training room and set the scene to movement training. The system will provide a batch of scenarios, and you can just choose one." "Teacher Zhou, I understand. Thank you for the reminder." Chen Yang took his leave. Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, VR training building. Chen Yang came here to rent a VR training room and learned that it costs 10 credits per day. It has to be said that this is very expensive. New students simply cannot afford it. For example, even with his admission as a top-tier recommended student, he only received a 100 credit bonus. Ordinary students likely get no starting credits and have to complete missions to earn them. Therefore, it is very, very difficult for ordinary students to develop their movement techniques. It is precisely because of this that many students at the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy fail to clear the 4th level of the secret tower even after 4 years. Unsure of the effectiveness of the VR training rooms, Chen Yang decided to rent one for a day first. "Room 309, here's your access card." The man in charge of managing the VR rooms processed the paperwork for Chen Yang and handed him a card. Chen Yang took the card and made his way to room 309 on the 3rd floor. After entering the room, he realized how it differed from other training facilities. First of all, the floor was a special 360-degree omnidirectional treadmill. Even while walking, one would barely change their position. Upon entering the VR room, Chen Yang picked up the virtual reality headset inserted his access card into the slot, and activated the system. Activate movement training scenario. Chen Yang commanded. Whoosh! A series of movement training scenarios appeared, prompting him to select one. Scenario number 6 then. Chen Yang tapped lightly. Instantly, the surrounding environment shifted into a wild landscape. Then killer bees began to appear. These beasts were incredibly fast, and they were all at the century level. As soon as the training started, the killer bees attacked him like bullets. Chen Yang tried to dodge, but he was not fast enough, and his body was pierced through by the bees. Click! The scenario vanished. My movement is complete trash. My neural reflexes are fast, but my body cannot keep up. I have not formed the instinct to dodge. Chen Yang realized his flaw. Again, he continued to use scenario number 6. However, he was quickly killed a second time. Next, he tried again and again, failing repeatedly, but he noticed a tiny bit of progress after each attempt. That was enough. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Chen Yang was getting hungry from such intense training, so he took his toothed dog out to find something to eat. After they were full, Chen Yang sent the toothed dog to the gravity room. He rented a gravity training chamber for the dog so it could train there. Since he was focusing on his own movement techniques, he could not personally train the dog, so he let it temper its body in the gravity chamber to ensure its training did not fall behind. Lazy dog, stay here and train in this gravity room. Do not run off. Chen Yang instructed. Woof! The toothed dog barked, signaling that it understood. Afterward, Chen Yang returned to the VR room to continue honing his movement. Chen Yang's comprehension was high. Even without an epiphany icon, he felt he could train his movement to the introductory level. Once his movement techniques were at the introductory level, he would be able to clear the 4th floor of the secret tower. Clearing the 4th floor granted 1,000 credits. That was enough to buy many good things. Therefore, he had to push his movement to the introductory level. 5 days flashed by. Chen Yang stayed in the VR room almost the entire time. Aside from eating and the occasional chat with Baizin, all his time went into training. He could feel his movement was close to the threshold, but it was still just a bit off. He seemed to be stuck in a bottleneck. With my level of comprehension, not even reaching the introductory stage after 5 days of hard work, honing movement is truly difficult. Chen Yang sighed. He decided to give up for a moment and explore Kyoto to find the black market. There was almost no fighting at the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, so he hoped to find epiphany states at the black market. He was desperately short on epiphany icons. While he could buy enlightenment pills, both he and his dog had already used them, and taking more might be a waste if they did not trigger an epiphany. So it was better to try and leech off others' epiphany states. Students at the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy train in the rooms, gravity chambers, or secret realms. Even if they have an epiphany, I cannot pick it up. I have to rely on the black market. However, he was new to Kyoto. To enter the black market, one needed a way in, meaning someone had to bring him. I remember the academy has a forum. Maybe I should ask there. He opened the academy forum and posted a thread asking about the black market. Very quickly, someone replied. Killian Street. This was the location of the black market entrance. But based on the comments, Chen Yang learned that to enter, one needed an access token, which had to be bought from a specific contact. Brother, I have an entrance token, 5 credits each, interested. Someone commented under his post. Chen Yang added the person and arranged to meet at the entrance of the VR training building. Over half an hour later, Chen Yang met the person, a slightly chubby guy with a guileless look, though with a hint of dark cunning and the aura of a profiteer. Seeing this man, he was reminded of Gao Yuan. The only difference was that Gao Yuan was very thin. Hi brother, I am Zhang Hu, a second-year student. They call me Monkey. Zhang Hu acted familiar, reaching out to shake hands with a big smile. Chen Yang. Chen Yang shook his hand. Here is the black market entrance token, 5 credits. The academy does not allow credit transfers. How am I supposed to pay you? Chen Yang asked. Zhang Hu smiled. Chen Yang, you are a new student, right? Otherwise, you would not be asking that. Our academy sells skill cards, which are popular items and can even be purchased in bulk by multiple people. I will send you a link. You pay 5 credits, set the shipping address to mine, and that is it. Chen Yang understood immediately. Skill cards were like hard currency for beastmasters. Zhang Hu traded with others, they used their credits to buy skill cards for him, and he would then use other methods to sell those cards for money or other benefits, effectively recycling the credits. This bypassed the Academy's rules. Fine. Chen Yang followed Zhang Hu's instructions and completed the transaction. Zhang Hu handed over the entrance token, and their business was concluded. Chen Yang, here is my card. I am the Academy's know-it-all. I handle all kinds of business. If you need anything or have things to sell, feel free to come to me, Zhang Hu said, handing over his card. Sure. Chen Yang accepted the card. Having a contact like this in the Academy would definitely be helpful and save him a lot of trouble. With the access token in hand, Chen Yang headed toward the Kyoto Black Market. Killian Street. This was a fairly bustling street in Kyoto. Chen Yang arrived here and found the entrance to the black market. The entrance to Kyoto's black market was barely concealed. It was the main entrance of an office building, even complete with a sign. However, the door was guarded by elite-level beast-tamers. Chen Yang took out his black market pass, scanned the code, and successfully gained entry. The underground black market was located on the 6th basement level. He took the elevator and quickly arrived inside. This black market is huge. Chen Yang was stunned. It was practically an underground city. Compared to the black market here in Kyoto, the one in Jinhai City was child's play. The black market consisted of many streets that stretched out in every direction, and every single one of them was extremely lively. Since this was his first time here, he did not know the layout, so he just started wandering around. Suddenly, he noticed a street decorated with rows of red lanterns, and seeing the heavy foot traffic, he decided to walk over. However, no sooner had he stepped onto the street than a few women dressed in barely their clothing tugged at him, saying, "Little handsome, why not come play with us at the Heavenly Palace?" Heavenly Palace? Chen Yang looked at their attire, the plaque on the building, and the hostesses at the door, and immediately guessed what it was. No thanks. Chen Yang broke free and fled the street as if he were escaping. At this point, how could he not understand? This place was the red light district of the underground black market. It lives up to its name as the Kyoto Black Market. They actually have a place like this, and it is run so openly. Chen Yang was truly impressed. He guessed that the Kyoto Black Market must have an incredibly deep background, or else a place like this would have been shut down long ago. Afterward, not daring to wander aimlessly anymore, he found a shop and asked for directions, finally getting on the right track. The Beast Fight Pavilion. Chen Yang found the place. This was where the pet battles took place. Upon entering, Chen Yang saw a layout similar to the arena in Jinhai City, but it was much larger, and the beasts here were more numerous and powerful. There were no matches for pets with only 10 years of cultivation here. Instead, there were only fights between pets with 50 or even 100 years of cultivation. Beyond that, they also hosted battles for wild exotic beasts, ones that had not been contracted by any beast tamer. These beasts were difficult to capture and transport alive, but they were much wilder, and their battles were far more visually shocking. These battles were essentially death matches where only one could survive. Such events were mostly used for gambling and to satisfy some people's desire for spectacle, and they were incredibly popular. Chen Yang did not participate, he was just there to have a look. Time passed slowly. Chen Yang kept watching, and finally, after a few hours, a beast in the middle of a fight had a sudden moment of enlightenment. Then, Chen Yang immediately picked up the fragments of the enlightenment state. He could pick things up from 11 meters away now, so he did not need to get too close. Even though this beast fight pavilion is larger, running into an enlightenment state is still a matter of luck. I will just drop by to try my luck occasionally. I cannot stay here all the time. Chen Yang thought to himself. Afterward, he left. After all, for him, the priority was still to train more at the Kyoto Beast-Taming Academy and cultivate his tooth dog. Over the next few days, he would spend 5 hours a day at the black market, usually from the afternoon until 7 or 8 in the evening. And my soul has stabilized. It is time to prepare for contracting a second pet. Chen Yang bought some spirit pet liquid at a large pet resource shop in Kyoto. These resources were not rare, so buying them outside the academy with money was fine. There was no need to spend credits. Chen Yang bought a large amount of the liquid, brought it back to his personal dormitory, took out the gold rock egg, and submerged it in the liquid. This way, the incubation time for the gold rock would be significantly shortened. Calculating the time, the gold rock hatchling should emerge in 10 days at most. After placing the egg securely, Chen Yang did not worry about it anymore. In the blink of an eye, a few more days had passed. Chen Yang's luck held up. He encountered 2 more enlightenment states at the black market arena, and after picking them up, he completed a full enlightenment state icon. As for how to use this icon, Chen Yang decided it would be for himself. The toothed dog already possessed 2 advanced skills at the perfection level, so upgrading its iron claw skill would not provide a significant boost to his overall strength. Therefore, using it on himself was the most rational move. And VR virtual training room. Chen Yang rented it for another day. He intended to use the enlightenment icon to master his movement techniques. If he used it to try and grasp sword techniques, he might still end up with nothing, which would be a waste. Training scenario number 6. After selecting the scenario, Chen Yang immediately equipped the enlightenment icon. The enlightenment began. As scenario 6 appeared, waves of killer bee beasts charged toward him. Under the state of enlightenment, Chen Yang felt as if the killer bees were moving in slow motion. He adjusted his breathing and quietly sensed the rhythm and frequency of his body's movements, attempting to slowly gain total control over his form. The first attempt failed. He was still quickly pierced by the killer bees. Second try. Under the influence of the enlightenment state, Chen Yang grasped the rhythm quickly. His control over his body became stronger and stronger, and moving and dodging gradually turned into instinct. Finally, after over an hour of rigorous practice, he successfully brought his movement technique to the introductory level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Yang easily dodged every killer bee and quickly completed the training for scenario 6. Afterward, he switched the scenario to include more killer bees. If he could manage this level, his movement technique would advance to the proficiency stage. However, advancing a movement technique to the proficiency level was not easy. 6 hours of enlightenment passed, and he had only marginally improved his movement at the introductory level. He was still a long way from reaching proficiency. And movement technique reached the introductory level, that is decent. I can try the 4th floor of the secret tower. If I clear it, I will have 1,000 credits in the bag. Chen Yang was very hungry for those 1,000 credits. Soon, he arrived at the secret tower once more to use his 3rd attempt of the month. The 4th floor of the secret tower. Chen Yang faced the incoming swarm of exotic beasts, wielding his Thunder Strike sword skill to obliterate them one by one. As for the attacks from the beasts, he used his introductory level movement technique to dodge them constantly. In the end, he cleared the 4th floor at the cost of only minor injuries. Congratulations to student Chen Yang for clearing the 4th floor of the secret tower. Rest for 10 minutes before proceeding to the challenge of the 5th floor. The 5th floor of the secret tower. The number of exotic beasts on this floor was much higher, and every one of them was no longer an ordinary creature. Their combat power was incredibly strong, and they were quite diverse. There were aerial beasts, water-type beasts, and fire-type beasts. It could be said that the difficulty had skyrocketed several times over. Even with his movement technique at the introductory level, he still could not clear the 5th floor and was quickly eliminated. The secret tower hall. Chen Yang checked the secret tower ranking, and his position had climbed significantly. Rank 176, Chen Yang. After clearing the 4th floor, his ranking had entered the top 200. If he could manage to clear the 5th floor, he would likely break into the top dozen. Afterward, he checked his credit balance and saw that it had increased by 1,200 credits. Sweet! Chen Yang was in high spirits and immediately shared the news of clearing the 4th floor with Bai Xin. Women's dormitory area. When Bai Xin heard that Chen Yang had cleared the 4th floor of the secret tower, there was no jealousy, only happiness. I need to work harder. I cannot compete with Chen Yang in terms of talent, so I have to rely on my family. Bai Xin murmured to herself. She took out a secret treasure her family had recently sent. Although this treasure would not grant her enlightenment, it could boost her comprehension ability several times over. With this secret treasure, she could master a weapon skill as quickly as possible. Otherwise, relying solely on her own ability, it would take a very long time to master a weapon skill. In the blink of an eye, a few more days had passed. Chen Yang's gold rock finally hatched, and he was about to contract his 2nd pet. Crack! The golden rock egg cracked open. A hatchling's head poked out from the shell, followed slowly by its body. Shortly after, the entire body of the golden rock hatchling emerged from the shell. Under Chen Yang's watchful eyes, it ate the eggshell piece by piece, and the feathers on its body began to emit a faint glow. Before long, the entire eggshell had been consumed by the hatchling. "Little guy, from now on, you will be my second pet beast." Chen Yang took the golden rock hatchling directly to the contract department of the Kyoto Beast-Taming Academy. Normally, contracting a pet beast requires visiting an institution under the Beast-Tamer Association. But the Kyoto Beast-Taming Academy naturally has its own department for such purposes. He arrives there quickly. The contract department had prepared a summoning formation, the standard one used by the Earth Federation. Beast tamers with the necessary talent can stand within the formation and use their spiritual power to form a contract with their pet beast. Of course, there is a possibility of failure. But since Chen Yang is now an elite beast tamer and the golden rock is merely a hatchling, the success rate for the contract was naturally very high. The contract formation activated, and light enveloped both Chen Yang and the golden rock hatchling. In an instant, Chen Yang's spiritual power linked with the hatchlings. Bound by the rules of the formation, they successfully established a contract. Success! Chen Yang could feel the hatchling's soul and even check its attributes. This was the sign of a successful contract. After completing the registration, Chen Yang left with the golden rock hatchling. Back home, Chen Yang carefully examined the attributes of the golden rock hatchling. Pet beast, golden rock. Master, Chen Yang. Cultivation, 5 months. Bloodline potential, A. Skills, none. Like the 5-colored bird, the golden rock's initial bloodline potential is A grade. As long as it awakens a trace of the golden-winged great rock's bloodline, its potential can be elevated to S grade. And due to the power and evolutionary potential of the golden-winged great rock bloodline, the golden rock hatchling is even more precious than most pets with S-grade potential. I am an elite beast tamer now, so as my second pet, the golden rock's growth rate will be fast. If I give it the top-tier training status icon, it will not take long to reach 100 years of cultivation. However, I must first raise its bloodline potential to S-grade to make it truly powerful. Chen Yang had already researched the golden rock. The easiest way to awaken its golden-winged great rock bloodline is to have it consume dragon blood. In myths and legends, the golden-winged great rock feeds on dragons. While that is an exaggeration, in reality, consuming dragon blood does indeed trigger the awakening of the golden rock's potential. Of course, he could not find real dragon blood, nor would it be easy to. But there are low-spec versions of dragon blood available. He had seen dragon blood for sale in the Kyoto Beast-Taming Academy store for 500 points. This dragon blood is extracted from beasts possessing dragon lineage. Through special processing and multiple purification steps, only a tiny amount can be obtained. The quality of this blood is very low, but it does technically count as dragon blood. 500 points, I will buy it. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and placed the order. In any case, for the sake of the golden rock, these points had to be spent. The golden rock has immense potential, no less than his current toothed dog. Plus, having a flying pet will significantly boost his ability to escape danger. Once it is equipped with a high-level healing status icon, who would be able to shoot it down? With the golden rock, he would even be confident in escaping from a master-level beast tamer. Thanks to a 10% discount, he only spent 450 points in the end, saving 50 points. I have to say, the perks for top-tier admitted students are quite good. Not long after, the dragon blood arrived. The academy staff opened a box in front of Chen Yang. Inside was a vial of dragon blood, packed in crushed ice to keep it fresh. After taking the blood, Chen Yang locked the door and fed it to the golden rock. "Little gold, drink this," Chen Yang commanded. The golden rock sniffed the blood, immediately showed excitement, and drank it in one gulp. Gulped. Once the blood entered its body, it transformed into energy, tempering the hatchling's constitution and merging into its bloodline, sparking the latent power of the golden-winged great rock. About half an hour later, golden light began to shimmer around the golden rock, and a majestic phantom of a great rock flashed by for a brief moment. It must have awakened its bloodline. Chen Yang was thrilled. He checked the attributes again, and sure enough, the bloodline potential entry had changed to S grade. Not only that, but the golden rock's cultivation had surged, jumping straight to 6 years. Afterward, Chen Yang applied the top-tier training status icon to the golden rock, and fed it a generous amount of cultivation resources. Unlike the toothed dog, the golden rock was not lazy, so it was very obedient. In just one day, the golden rock broke through to 10 years of cultivation. It must be said that the combination of an elite beast tamer's nurturing, S-grade bloodline potential, and the top-tier training status icon made the golden rock's growth rate terrifyingly fast. However, Chen Yang felt almost no energy feedback from the golden rock's breakthrough. Until the golden rock reaches 100 years of cultivation, its breakthroughs will not bring any significant changes to my physical constitution. Chen Yang thought to himself. Once it reaches that level, with both the toothed dog and the golden rock feeding energy back to him, his physical development would accelerate much faster. Beep beep. Chen Yang received a notification. He opened his phone to find a message from Zhang Hu, which appeared to be a mass broadcast. Good news, offering spots to use the Enlightenment Flower for 50 points. First come, first served. The Enlightenment Flower. Without a second thought, Chen Yang called Zhang Hu immediately. Zhang Hu, it is me, Chen Yang. Chen Yang said. Brother Chen Yang, you want to buy a spot for the Enlightenment Flower, right? Zhang Hu asked. Yes. Chen Yang replied. All right, I have got you down. Come find me later. Cannot talk now, someone else is calling me. Zhang Hu hung up immediately, clearly very busy. A spot to use the Enlightenment Flower. Even if I am not sure of the specifics, this might be my chance to obtain multiple epiphanic status icons. Chen Yang exclaimed excitedly. Afterward, he went to find Zhang Hu. He met him soon after. By then, Zhang Hu was done with his business. Zhang Hu, what was that about the Enlightenment Flower spots? Chen Yang asked curiously. Zhang Hu explained, a third-year student found a 300-year-old Enlightenment Flower in a secret realm. It can be used by elite beast tamers and century-old beasts. You know that if it is used by just one person or pet, it is a huge waste. The Academy buys them, but they only offer 1,500 points, which is too little. So, that student asked me to help gather some other tamers. Each person pays 50 points for a spot. If you want to bring a pet, it is an additional 50 points. That is certainly a brilliant idea. Chen Yang could not help but admire these students. Their ideas were truly endless. 50 points is not much. Even though one enlightenment pill costs 100 points, most elite students here have already taken them, some even multiple times. Thus, the pills are ineffective for them, but the Enlightenment Flower still holds some effect. Pills stop working due to drug resistance in the body, but being near the flower minimizes this resistance, which is why it is so attractive to them. Are there any spots left? Chen Yang wanted to buy one for Baizin. None left, Zhang Hu shook his head. After I sent the message, they were all sold out in minutes. Soon, other beast tamers arrived. They were all elites, but some were quite powerful, possessing pets with centuries of cultivation, clearly second or third-year students. The student who owned the Enlightenment Flower also appeared. His name was Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at the 50 tamers present and said, "Everyone, follow me to the training hall. We will use the flower there. If anyone has an epiphany, you can head straight to another training room without wasting any time." Good. The group nodded and followed Zhang Feng toward the training building. At the training building, they lined up to request a relatively large general training room. Then, Zhang Feng took out that 300-year-old Enlightenment Flower and placed it on the floor. Following that, each Beastmaster paid 50 points by collectively purchasing a skill card. At this moment, Zhang Feng said, "The coverage area of the 300-year-old Enlightenment Flower is not small, but you definitely cannot bring large pets in, as they take up too much space and would have too much of an impact." However, among the Beastmasters present, only a few used the Enlightenment Flower's quota for one of their own pets, while the rest used it for themselves. Chen Yang also used this quota for himself, because his aptitude is better, ensuring he could achieve Epiphany with 100% certainty. Soon, many Beastmasters gathered around, waiting for Zhang Feng to let the Enlightenment Flower bloom. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Feng directly took out some exotic beast blood and poured it onto the Enlightenment Flower. As the exotic beast blood was continuously poured, the Enlightenment Flower finally bloomed. A strange ripple of enlightenment permeated the surroundings. Each Beastmaster closed their eyes to perceive the mysteries within, attempting to enter a state of epiphany. Boom! Chen Yang was the first to achieve epiphany, and immediately picked up this epiphany state fragment for himself. However, he did not use this epiphany opportunity to practice. but instead waited for others to reach Epiphany to pick up their Epiphany state fragments. Soon, one after another, the Beastmasters achieved Epiphany. Epiphany state available for pickup. Will you pick it up? Epiphany state available for pickup. Will you pick it up? Seeing so many Epiphany states, Chen Yang was incredibly excited. Pick up. One by one, the Epiphany state fragments were collected by him. And as people achieved Epiphany, they would leave to practice in the adjacent training rooms. As time passed, the Enlightenment flower was about to wither, yet there were still those who had not achieved Epiphany. If they did not achieve Epiphany, it would be a waste of this opportunity, resulting in the loss of 50 points. However, no one would complain, as even taking an Enlightenment pill for the second time can result in a failure to reach Epiphany. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Yang also left. At this moment, the duration of the Epiphany had not fully ended. Although this Epiphany effect was just average, he would not let it go to waste. He immediately rushed to the VR virtual training room and entered to begin his practice. Soon, the Epiphany effect vanished. I need to synthesize these Epiphany state icons. As one icon after another was synthesized, he soon had a high level, a medium level, and a common level Epiphany state icon. This is the best way to distribute them. Who should these 3 icons be used for? Chen Yang pondered for a moment and decided to use the high-level icon for himself, the medium-level one for Tooth Dog, and the common-level one for Golden Peng. After all, Golden Peng is still young with relatively low cultivation, so starting with the common-level icon is enough. Subsequently, he applied the high-level Epiphany icon to himself first. After his own practice was finished, he would then train Tooth Dog and Golden Peng. As the high-level Epiphany icon was equipped, he immediately entered the high-level Epiphany state. With the movement training scenario activated, he began practicing his footwork. In the high-level Epiphany state, his progress speed was rapid. What was originally just entry-level footwork soon reached the proficiency level. Keep switching training scenarios. Chen Yang entered a higher difficulty training scenario. Despite failing repeatedly, he learned and realized something each time, deepening his understanding of the footwork. 4 hours passed. Boom! Chen Yang's footwork underwent a transformation. Everything around him seemed to slow down several times over in his eyes, and his control over his body had greatly improved. Every muscle, patch of skin, bone, and drop of blood was under his command. He realized he had trained his footwork to the micro-level. Reaching micro-level footwork did not just mean the footwork was powerful. The key was the more refined control over power, naturally making his combat strength stronger, which was an added benefit of the micro-level. But wanting to raise the micro-level footwork to the perfect state was too difficult. Chen Yang practiced for 10 minutes, and seeing almost no progress, he immediately gave up. In these 2 hours, he probably would not improve his footwork much, so he stopped the footwork training scenario and switched to another one, the sword skill training scenario. The VR virtual training mode has various scenarios. While there are more footwork scenarios and fewer sword skill ones, they do exist. After adjusting the training scenario, Chen Yang held a handle, which functioned as a sword within the training environment. Sword skill training begins. With 2 hours of the high-level Epiphany state remaining, which far surpassed the effect of multiple ordinary Epiphany icons, Chen Yang practiced the lightning sword skill with quite impressive results. Time ticked by. About an hour and a half later, Chen Yang had practiced the sword skill to the pinnacle of sword momentum, and it was about to transform. An aura of sharpness erupted from Chen Yang's body. This was not sword momentum, but sword momentum refined to its limit, yet not quite at the level of fully comprehending sword intent. This level is called the embryonic form of sword intent. After comprehending the embryonic form of sword intent, Chen Yang wanted to strike while the iron was hot and grasp the true power of sword intent. However, for the next half hour, no matter what he did, he could not strengthen the power of the sword intent embryonic form, as if he had hit a bottleneck. As the Epiphany time ended, the power of the sword intent embryonic form remained at the initial stage of comprehension. I am so tired. Chen Yang took off his virtual glasses, sat down to rest, and took out some energy liquid from his void storage ring to drink and recover his stamina. Strange, after comprehending the embryonic form of sword intent, I should logically be able to improve slowly and eventually grasp sword intent. Why cannot I improve the state of the embryonic form at all? Ordinary people might hit a bottleneck, but with my high aptitude and the high-level epiphany effect, it is impossible to be stuck for so long. Chen Yang was a bit perplexed. He felt there might be something he did not understand about comprehending sword intent, so after resting, he went to find his homeroom teacher, Zhou Zun. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Chen Yang came to Teacher Zhou Zun's office to greet him. Chen Yang, do you have any more questions? Zhou Zun guessed that Chen Yang probably had a problem to consult him about. He held his teacup, sipping slowly while waiting for Chen Yang to ask. Chen Yang nodded. Teacher Zhou, I have comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent, but no matter what, I cannot improve even a tiny bit. What is going on? Crack. Shocked, Zhou Zun could not control his strength and crushed the teacup in his hand directly. Tea spilled onto his legs, but he did not care at all. At this moment, he was completely stunned by Chen Yang's news. What did you say? Zhou Zun took a deep breath. You have comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent. Yes. Chen Yang nodded. Let us go to a training room nearby. Show me. Zhou Zun still found it hard to believe that Chen Yang had truly comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent. That is the embryonic form of sword intent, and he himself was only at the stage of the embryonic form of concept. But how long has he been practicing, and how long has Chen Yang been practicing? Can the two even be compared? Yes, Teacher Zhou. Chen Yang followed Zhou Zun to a training room nearby. Attack me, Zhou Zun ordered. He was a master-level beastmaster, and his weapon skill was already at the embryonic stage of artistic conception, so no matter how Chen Yang attacked, he could not cause him any harm. Yes, Teacher Zhou. Chen Yang immediately unleashed the Thunder Strike Sword technique, demonstrating the power of an embryonic sword intent. Puff. This strike reached at least several times the speed of sound and was incredibly sharp. The surrounding air seemed to be shattered by the power of the embryonic sword intent. Such power far exceeded the peak stage of sword momentum. Zhou Zun extended one finger and flicked it gently, sending Chen Yang's sword strike flying. However, he had to admit that Chen Yang had indeed reached the realm of embryonic sword intent. Not bad, you have indeed reached the realm of embryonic sword intent, but you have only grasped a sliver of it. You are still far from comprehending true sword intent, Zhou Zun commented. Chen Yang quickly asked for advice. Teacher Zhou, then how should I improve my embryonic sword intent? I feel like no matter how I practice, I cannot improve its level. Zhou Zun smiled and said, Chen Yang, you only know the Thunder Strike Sword technique, right? Yes. Chen Yang nodded. That explains it, Zhou Zun said. The Thunder Strike Sword technique is just an ordinary weapon skill. Although its attack power is quite good, its potential is limited. For normal beastmasters, comprehending sword momentum while practicing it is already an achievement, but you have reached the level of embryonic sword intent, which is already terrifying. If you want to improve, you must practice more sword skills. Once you have mastered more techniques, your embryonic sword intent will improve, and after a qualitative change, you will be able to comprehend true sword intent. So that is how it is. Chen Yang understood completely. It was not that his comprehension was poor, nor that his high-level epiphany status icon was ineffective, but rather that his foundation was too shallow. Knowing only one sword technique was simply insufficient to grasp true sword intent. Thank you for the guidance, Teacher Zhou. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude. Go and practice. I also look forward to seeing you comprehend true sword intent, Zhou Zun said. Afterward, Chen Yang left. After Chen Yang departed, Zhou Zun did not return to his office, but instead went to the office of the Dean of the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. Soon, he met with the Dean, Li Xuangang. Dean, Zhou Zun said respectfully. Zhou Zun, what is the matter? Li Xuangang looked at him. Zhou Zun reported. Dean, a student who was just admitted through a special recommendation and who only recently broke through to Elite Beastmaster, has already comprehended embryonic sword intent. Are you joking with me? Someone who just broke through to Elite Beastmaster has comprehended embryonic sword intent. Are you sure you are not talking about a master-level Beastmaster? Li Xuangang was somewhat incredulous. It is true, Zhou Zun affirmed. I did not believe it either when he told me, so I tested his strength. He has indeed comprehended embryonic sword intent, and he did it using only the Thunder Strike Sword technique. Which student is it? Li Xuangang began to take it seriously. As a king-level Beastmaster, he usually did not concern himself with the minor affairs of students. but a genius who had just reached the elite level and already mastered embryonic sword intent had terrifying future potential. As long as they did not fall, becoming a king-level beastmaster was almost a certainty. Chen Yang from Jinhai City, who was admitted along with Bai Xin, the daughter of the Fire Phoenix King, Zhou Zun said. As the dean, Li Xuangang could access Chen Yang's information. He quickly pulled up Chen Yang's profile and discovered that Chen Yang had already cleared the 4th floor of the secret tower. Although he had not tackled the 5th floor yet, with his mastery of embryonic sword intent and reaching proficiency in movement techniques, it was guaranteed that he could pass it. Dean, if the alien god temple finds out about such a genius, they might try to assassinate him. We must provide protection, Zhou Zun suggested. Li Xuangang nodded. Indeed, he must be protected. Add Chen Yang to the first-tier protection list. If Chen Yang leaves Kyoto, send a master-level beastmaster to protect him secretly. Zhou Zun, that master-level beastmaster will be you. Yes, Dean. Zhou Zun agreed. And Chen Yang did not know that he had already been placed on the first-tier protection list by the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, and even if he did, he would not have much of a reaction. At this moment, he was preparing to enter one of the Academy's century-old secret realms with his toothed dog and golden rock. The Kyoto Beastmaster Academy controlled many secret realms. There were over 100 century-old realms alone, more than a dozen millennial ones, and one 10,000-year realm. These realms were open to all students for free, but they could only enter one per month. The reason Chen Yang was taking the toothed dog and the golden rock-in was primarily for the golden rock. He wanted to train the golden rock's elementary gliding skill, but it was difficult to train inside the academy because there was not enough space. So, it was better to go directly into a secret realm to find a suitable training spot. Besides, the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy also had many tasks, and maybe he could complete a few more and earn some points. Therefore, he decided to spend a few days in one of the century-old secret realms affiliated with the academy. He did not plan on going to a distant one, choosing the Dongling secret realm near the academy, which fit his requirements perfectly. Dongling secret realm. Chen Yang entered with his 2 pets, not venturing too deep, and instead found a relatively safe valley to start their training. Little Gold, stay here and practice your gliding skill. After giving the order, Chen Yang placed a common epiphany status icon above its head. The golden rock nodded, took flight, and began to glide downwards, repeatedly practicing its skill. With the epiphany status icon, its progress was very fast. As for the toothed dog, Chen Yang told it to find a beast with around 300 years of cultivation to spar with, gave it an epiphany status icon, and had it practice its iron claw skill through combat. The toothed dog was quite brave. It soon found a unicorn wolf with over 330 years of cultivation and began to fight it. Chen Yang did not give the toothed dog a top-level healing status icon, only a high-level one, which was sufficient. He did not just sit around either. He prepared to practice another weapon skill, Sword Shield. Sword Shield was a defensive sword skill he had exchanged for 600 points at the academy. He had come to the Dongling secret realm immediately after receiving the inheritance orb, before he even had a chance to inherit it. Immediately, he placed the inheritance orb against his forehead and connected with it using his spiritual power. Boom! The knowledge of the sword shield flooded into his soul and was soon fully absorbed, and the inheritance orb shattered. Afterward, he began to practice sword shield. As he practiced, he found it surprisingly easy, not nearly as difficult as his initial training with the Thunder Strike sword technique. In just about an hour, he had brought the sword shield to the entry level. It must be because I have already comprehended embryonic sword intent, which means my sword path realm is high, making it much easier to learn the sword shield. It will only become difficult again once I reach the sword momentum stage, Chen Yang guessed. Chen Yang guessed. As time passed, the sword shield progressed from entry level to minor mastery, and then to major mastery. At this rate, in a few days, even without using an epiphany status icon, he could reach the sword momentum stage for the sword shield. Once reaching the sword momentum stage, his speed of progress would significantly slow down. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Chen Yang slashed with his sword, and the dense sword light formed a shield. Lazy dog, attack me, Chen Yang commanded. Lazy dog knew its master wanted to test his moves, so it did not dare go all out. Using only a fraction of its strength, it launched a steel claw attack. Clang! The steel claw struck Chen Yang's sword shield, sending sparks flying before being deflected. Even as Lazy Dog increased its power, it could not break through Chen Yang's sword shield. Of course, once Lazy Dog went all out, the sword shield was broken. After all, the current sword shield had only barely reached the level of sword momentum, and without Chen Yang infusing it with the embryonic form of sword intent, it could not naturally withstand Lazy Dog's full-force blow. However, it was evident from Lazy Dog's test attacks that the defensive capability of the sword shield was quite impressive. Whoosh! Golden Rock dove down from the sky, executing its glide skill. At this moment, Golden Rock was much larger than when it had just been born. While it still could not carry him, it possessed decent combat power, and its cultivation had reached over 30 years. Moreover, with the help of the Epiphany status icon, it had cultivated its glide skill to the perfection realm and mastered another primary skill: Slash. Golden Rock's wings were extremely sturdy, like sharp blades, so using Slash with its wings yielded excellent results. Furthermore, if Slash were cultivated to the perfection realm, it would make Golden Rock's wings even tougher. In addition, beyond this primary Slash skill, there were advanced intermediate skills like Steel Cutting Slash and high-level skills like Profound Iron Slash. Once the high-level Profound Iron Slash was mastered, Golden Rock's wings would be tougher than Mysterious Iron, making cutting through such metal as easy as slicing tofu. Chen Yang then checked on Lazy Dog's progress. Pet Heaven-Swallowing Dog. Master Chen Yang. Cultivation 158 years. Bloodline Potential S. Skills: Bite Perfection, Claw Strike Perfection, Lightning Flash Perfection, Mental Shield Perfection, Steel Claw Perfection, Blood Transformation Perfection, Devour Perfection, Size Control Minor Success, Mysterious Iron Claw Great Success. Lazy Dog's cultivation has reached 158 years. Its progress is quite fast. In about half a month, there is a good chance it can push for 200 years of cultivation. Chen Yang was overjoyed. This was the effect of the top-tier cultivation status icon. And in, at most 20 days, Golden Rock should also be able to aim for 100 years of cultivation. Once it becomes a century-old pet, its cultivation growth rate will skyrocket. But it still could not catch up to Lazy Dog's cultivation for the time being. Over the next few days, Chen Yang took Lazy Dog and Golden Rock to search for resources in the vicinity and collect top-tier cultivation and healing status icons. This time, he bought plenty of rejuvenation liquid and incomplete true blood pills. By gathering a large batch of these top-tier status icons at once, he would not have to worry about them for a long time. During these days, whenever he encountered suitable exotic beasts, Chen Yang stepped in personally to sharpen his own combat ability. Although he often trained in the VR virtual training room, it was only for practicing footwork, and virtual combat is not real combat. To hone combat skills, this kind of real battle led to much faster progress. With the top-tier healing status icon, Chen Yang had no fear of death. As a result, his practical combat ability was growing at an astonishing rate. A few days later, Chen Yang prepared to leave the Dongling Secret Realm. This secret realm really does not have many good resources. They were probably all cleaned out by previous students. Not even as good as the hall from the Black Sea Secret Realm. Chen Yang estimated the resources he had found in the last few days were only worth about 10 million. Maybe to other students, this was a great haul, but he was not really impressed. I will go tackle the secret tower when I get back. Clearing the 5th level grants a 2,000-point reward, and clearing the 6th gives 4,000 points. Chen Yang was very tempted by such rewards. Holding off until now was already pretty good. Of course, he was well aware that if he really cleared the 5th, or even the 6th level, he would definitely attract the attention of many students at the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. If they found out he was a newly admitted recommended student, it would probably cause a sensation throughout the entire academy. But there was no need for him to stay low profile. He could not hide forever. Afterward, Chen Yang returned from the Dongling Secret Realm with his 2 pets and Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. After returning, Chen Yang sent a message to Bai Xin. Bai Xin replied, "Chen Yang, I have mastered my weapon skill, and my footwork has entered the introductory stage. I am going to challenge the secret tower. Are you going?" Mastered a weapon skill and learned basic footwork. Chen Yang was shocked. It was not surprising that Bai Xin mastered a weapon skill, but learning basic footwork was even harder than mastering a weapon skill. It had not been many days, and Bai Xin had already achieved it. Is this innate talent? No, it probably is not just Bai Xin's talent. It is likely the Bai family's money power. Chen Yang guessed. The Bai family must have provided her with good resources, allowing her to progress so quickly, but this was still a testament to her capabilities. I am going to the secret tower too. Let us go together later. Chen Yang replied. Soon. Chen Yang and Bai Xin met up and headed to the secret tower together. As soon as they arrived, they discovered that quite a few Beastmasters had gathered there today. Why are there so many Beastmasters? Chen Yang wondered. Could today be some special occasion? At that moment, he saw an acquaintance, Zhang Hu. He walked over. Zhang Hu, why are there so many people today? Chen Yang asked. Chen Yang, you are here. Zhang Hu saw it was Chen Yang and explained. Yang Huang has returned and is currently challenging the 7th level of the secret tower. Yang Huang. Chen Yang remembered the name. It seemed Yang Huang was at the top of the secret tower leaderboard. Is that the Yang Huang from the top of the secret tower leaderboard? Chen Yang asked. Yes, Zhang Hu nodded. Yang Huang is in his 4th year now and has been cultivating in the Millennium Secret Realm. He has broken through to the Master Beastmaster level and returned. It seems his weapon skills have had a breakthrough, which is why he is attempting the 7th level. Historically, fewer than 5 people have managed to reach the 7th level before graduation. Only 4 graduates from the last class reached it. Since there is still over half a year until graduation, Yang Huang is 100% likely to clear it. But it seems Yang Huang is the only one who cleared the 6th level. Can those who only cleared the 5th really reach the 7th in half a year? Chen Yang asked skeptically. Of course they can, Zhang Hu explained with a look that suggested Chen Yang did not understand at all. Some students have not returned for a year, which means they have not challenged the tower in a year. When they come back, they climb instantly. Take Yang Huang for example, he has not been back in 6 months. Do you think he made no progress during that time? So that is how it is. Chen Yang finally understood. He and Bai Xin were not there to watch Yang Huang, so they headed straight into the tower. Today was the 2nd of the month, so each student's tower challenge count was reset, meaning he had 3 chances to try again. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter. Secret Tower 5th level. Chen Yang went straight to challenge this level. The phantom environment materialized, and surrounding him were a large number of exotic beasts charging his way. Micro-level footwork allowed him to easily dodge the attacks of these beasts. Weaving through the pack, with a quick swing of his sword, the light from his lightning sword technique turned into bolts of thunder, tearing through the bodies of the beasts and causing them to dissipate. In a flash, all the beasts had been eliminated. The 5th level of the secret tower was cleared. Congratulations to student Chen Yang for clearing the 5th floor of the mystery tower. Take a 10-minute break before challenging the 6th floor. The mystery tower's illusory system prompted. Chen Yang sat down to rest, and 10 minutes later, the 6th floor illusion manifested. This time, there were even more exotic beasts around, and their strength had become much greater, as if they were even capable of coordinating with each other. Boom! Several fire-type exotic beasts unleashed fireballs and flame rockets, creating a dense barrage of attacks. Even with his movement technique at the subtle level, Chen Yang could not possibly dodge them all. Sword shield. Sword light unfolded, turning into a protective shield in front of him and blocking these attacks. Immediately, he charged forward to eliminate those beasts with ranged attacks first. It must be said that the sword shield was a huge help while clearing the 6th floor. No wonder it was highly rated among sword techniques and listed as one of the most practical ones. Whenever Chen Yang could not dodge an attack, he would promptly deploy the sword shield to parry it. The exotic beasts here were not strong enough to break his sword shield, so it could easily withstand their attacks. Soon, he rushed in front of the beasts capable of ranged attacks. Lightning strike. Chen Yang slashed with his sword, and the power of his budding sword intent erupted, turning the lightning strike skill into a beam of lightning that cut down the exotic beasts in front of him one after another. A few flying beasts tried to fly higher, but the power from his budding sword intent had sufficient range. Braked. Sword energy pierced through dozens of meters, instantly killing several flying beasts in the air. Just then, an exotic beast launched a sneak attack from behind, seemingly anticipating that Chen Yang's sword could not return in time to deploy the sword shield. However, Chen Yang pointed his left hand, using his finger as a sword, and activated the sword shield. With a bang, the beast's attack landed on the sword shield and was blocked. But after all, his finger was not a real sword and lacked the necessary toughness, so he sustained an injury on his finger after deploying the shield. Ignoring the injury, Chen Yang quickly countered, piercing the body of the beast with his sword. Because of the high number of beasts here, Chen Yang fell into a bitter struggle. Even with the power of his budding sword intent, clearing the 6th floor of the Mystery Tower was no easy task. I have cleared the 2nd floor of the Mystery Tower, but it is a pity it is too hard. I cannot get past the next one for now. Bai Xin walked out of the tower and sighed. She looked around, and seeing that Chen Yang was not there, she realized he was still inside, so she decided to wait. Suddenly, someone shouted, "My God, Yang Huang has cleared the 7th floor." The Kyoto Batter Academy's official website had a real-time updated ranking of the Mystery Tower. Many logged in to check and found that the first-place student, Yang Huang, was listed at the 7th floor. He was the only one at the 7th floor, while 2nd place was at the 5th floor. By comparison, Yang Huang was clearly very impressive. Of course, once the 4th-year students who spent most of their time out in the wild returned, someone might eventually surpass Yang Huang. But for now, Yang Huang's top spot was unshakable. However, this only referred to the combat strength of Beastmasters at the same tier, and did not necessarily mean everything. Whether a Beastmaster is truly powerful still depends on the strength of their exotic beasts. Abruptly, someone exclaimed, "My God, who is this Chen Yang? He actually cleared the 6th floor." Others looked over and saw that the 2nd place in the Mystery Tower had changed to Chen Yang. Mystery Tower 2nd floor, Chen Yang. However, most people did not know Chen Yang. Only a few were aware of his existence. Chen Yang, Zhang Hu was startled. Could it be the Chen Yang he knew? It should not be him. He is a new guaranteed student who just entered the academy. How could he have cleared the 6th floor of the Mystery Tower? It must be someone with the same name, thought Zhang Hu. But wait, he had not heard of any genius named Chen Yang at the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy either. Chen Yang cleared the 6th floor of the Mystery Tower. Bai Xin was shocked. Not long ago, Chen Yang had only cleared the 4th floor. Starting from the 4th floor, the difficulty of clearing each subsequent level was unimaginable. Now that only one student in the entire academy had cleared the 6th floor, one could see just how terrifying the difficulty was. And Chen Yang, who had just joined, was effectively crushing every other student in the academy. Who among those who made it into the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy was not a genius? Yet, after years of training, they could not even compare to Chen Yang's few months. Chen Yang is too amazing, Bai Xin thought to herself. Soon, both Yang Huang and Chen Yang walked out of the tower. At this moment, Yang Huang was expecting cheers from the crowd, only to find many people discussing someone named Chen Yang. Chen Yang, who is that? He checked the ranking and realized that Chen Yang had just cleared the 6th floor. Being able to clear the 6th floor was definitely impressive, but since he had not heard of Chen Yang either, he was filled with curiosity. Chen Yang noticed many people talking about him and quickly walked up to Bai Xin, saying, "Bai Xin, let us get out of here." Okay. Bai Xin nodded. And on the way back, Bai Xin congratulated him. Chen Yang, you cleared the 6th floor and reached 2nd place. What a great honor. It is just the 6th floor. In terms of strength, I am still too weak. A single beast that is a few hundred years old could easily thrash me. Chen Yang said. Bai Xin knew Chen Yang was being modest, and the two chatted as they went to have a meal. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's name had already spread throughout the academy. It did not take long for them to find out who Chen Yang was. My God, the guaranteed student who arrived not long ago. Everyone who heard this could not believe it. Does not that mean Chen Yang is only a first-year student, yet he completely crushed the 3rd and 4th-year genius Beastmasters? While others were in shock, Zhang Hu came looking for Chen Yang. He quickly found him. Brother Chen Yang, you actually cleared the 6th floor, that is impressive. Zhang Hu felt that Chen Yang would surely become someone important in the future. His cultivation might be low for now, but given his potential, once he cultivated his beasts, his strength would naturally soar. The Mystery Tower represented a Beastmaster's potential. Any Beastmaster who cleared the 7th floor would rise to prominence after graduation unless they died prematurely. They would become true powerhouses, reaching at least the level of a top Grandmaster Beastmaster. It is only the 6th floor, nothing to be shocked about. Chen Yang said modestly. Come on, you are only in your first year. The 6th floor is unimaginable. By your 2nd year, you will definitely reach the 7th floor and maybe even have a chance to challenge the 8th floor before graduation. Our academy has not produced a genius who reached the 8th floor in decades. Zhang Hu said. The 8th floor, huh? Chen Yang set a new goal in his heart. First, reach the 8th floor. And in the dean's office, Li Xuangang had just received news of Chen Yang clearing the 6th floor and was absolutely stunned. As for Yang Huang clearing the 7th, he did not care much. The university did not lack a 4th-year 7th floor achiever, but it did lack a 1st-year 6th floor one. No student had ever cleared the 6th floor in their 1st year. This was a record, one that would be incredibly difficult to break. Chen Yang cleared the 6th floor. He has mastered budding sword intent, and he must have at least improved his movement technique to the subtle level. If he raises his movement to the perfect level and strengthens his sword intent, he might even be able to clear the 7th floor. Li Xuangang muttered to himself. Then he immediately called Zhou Zun. Zhou Zun, come here for a moment. Soon, Zhou Zun arrived. Dean, Zhou Zun called out. Li Xuangang looked at Zhou Zun. I assume you know about Chen Yang clearing the 6th floor. I am his head teacher, how could I not know? Zhou Zun replied with some excitement. Do not get too excited yet, Li Xuangang warned. Chen Yang is such a monstrous talent, even more than we anticipated. The God Alien Temple will surely find ways to eliminate him. From now on, stop your other duties and focus solely on ensuring Chen Yang's safety. At the very least, within Kyoto, no harm must come to him. Dean, rest assured. I will protect Chen Yang, but if he goes to certain secret realms, it might be difficult for me to follow, Zhou Zun said. How about this? Li Xuangang thought for a moment. Since Chen Yang cleared the 6th floor as a 1st year, he has broken a record. Take a space-based artifact from the school treasury and give it to him for self-preservation as a reward for breaking the record. Dean, I understand. Zhou Zun responded. Teacher Zhou, did you want to see me about something? Chen Yang had arrived at Zhou Zun's office. He had come immediately after receiving the notification, though he was not yet sure what the specific matter was. Take this. Zhou Zun took out a wooden tablet and handed it to Chen Yang. This is... Chen Yang felt the tablet was somewhat familiar, but he could not quite place it. A space-type secret treasure, the Void Escape tablet, Zhou Zun introduced. It allows you to instantly teleport 10,000 meters away. It is an excellent space treasure. With it, your survivability will be greatly increased. Teacher Zhou, why are you giving me this all of a sudden? Chen Yang was puzzled. Zhou Zun explained, you broke the academy record by clearing the 6th floor of the secret tower as a 1st-year student. This is the reward for breaking the record. Well, in that case, I will not stand on ceremony. Chen Yang accepted the Void Escape tablet directly. He did not really believe it was just a record-breaking reward. He figured that because he was such a genius, the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy was afraid of him dying prematurely, so they were giving him this item to save his life. This was beneficial to him and did no harm, so he naturally accepted it. Afterward, he left Zhou Zun's office. Kyoto, a hall deep underground. This was the Kyoto office for the Temple of Foreign Gods, where 6 Grandmaster-level Beastmasters were currently gathered. This office constantly collected intelligence in Kyoto and relayed it back to the headquarters of the Temple of Foreign Gods. Now that news from the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy had reached here, they immediately gained intelligence on Chen Yang. Chen Yang has been placed on our Black Evil level kill list. We previously attempted an assassination, but it failed. According to intelligence from the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, Chen Yang cleared the 6th floor of the secret tower not long after enrolling. Such a monstrous genius has too much future potential. He must be killed. I propose we move Chen Yang to the Ghost Evil level kill list. The Ghost Evil level kill list. That carries the same weight as dealing with a Grandmaster level Beastmaster. Chen Yang deserves it. Send out orders to keep track of his movements at all times. If he leaves Kyoto, seize the opportunity to strike. When necessary, we must all take action. Agreed. And just like that, Chen Yang was added to the Ghost Evil level kill list by the Temple of Foreign Gods. However, even with a Ghost Evil level kill order, the Temple of Foreign Gods dared not break into the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. That would be a death wish. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days or so had passed. Chen Yang maintained his usual training routine and visited the black market every day, finally gathering enough pieces for another Epiphany state icon. He already had a plan for how to use this Epiphany state icon. It would be best to use it on his sword shield technique. Chen Yang thought to himself, if he used it on his footwork, it was unlikely he could reach the perfect level. But since he had already grasped the rudiments of sword intent and had trained his sword shield to the level of sword momentum, using the Epiphany state icon would likely allow him to raise the sword shield to the rudiments of sword intent all at once. In this way, his grasp of sword intent would increase, and the power of the sword shield would skyrocket. That settles it. Chen Yang placed the Epiphany state icon above his head and immediately entered the state of Epiphany. He then practiced his sword shield in the training room, with his fang dog acting as a sparring partner. Clang, clang, clang. The sword shield was cast repeatedly, absorbing the fang dog's attacks time and again. Under the state of Epiphany, his sword shield continued to improve. When the 6 hours were almost up, the sword shield finally reached the level of sword intent rudiments. With 2 sword skills now at the level of sword intent rudiments, Chen Yang's overall grasp of sword intent had improved significantly, making its power much stronger. But having only 2 sword skill rudiments was still not enough to grasp true sword intent. It would be best to train in a top-tier sword skill. Last time, he had earned a total of 6,000 points in the Secret Tower, so he was currently qualified to purchase a top-tier sword skill. He searched the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy Mall for a while, checked the bottlenecks for each skill, and finally made his choice. Thunder Thrust. This sword skill could be considered an advanced version of his Thunder Strike. Since he had already mastered Thunder Strike, training in Thunder Thrust would yield even better results. The motion of the Thunder Strike skill was a slash, while the Thunder Thrust was a stab. Once mastered, the moment the sword was unsheathed, it would seem as if lightning enveloped the blade, extending forward to pierce the enemy directly. Thunder Thrust possessed immense reach, penetration, and explosive power. It was definitely a top-tier sword skill. Normally, such a top-tier skill would not be suitable for an elite Beastmaster. It would be better for a top-tier master-level Beastmaster. But if Chen Yang wanted to grasp sword intent quickly, he had to train in a skill like Thunder Thrust. Thunder Thrust was so powerful that it was quite expensive, requiring 4,000 points, far exceeding standard weapon skills. Chen Yang had a 10% discount, so he managed to get the skill for 3,600 points. Soon enough, a staff member at the Master Beastmaster level personally delivered the Thunder Thrust Legacy Orb to Chen Yang, showing how much importance was placed on this skill. Once he had the Thunder Thrust skill, Chen Yang immediately accepted the inheritance. The Legacy Orb transmitted the knowledge of Thunder Thrust into Chen Yang's mind, and it was quickly absorbed by his soul. Thunder Thrust, it truly lives up to the name of a top-tier sword skill. It is far more profound than Thunder Strike. If I had not already mastered Thunder Strike and reached the level of sword intent rudiments, I would not have been able to understand it at all, Chen Yang exclaimed. A few more days passed. Fang Dog was the first to break through to 200 years of cultivation. Its strength surged, and its size grew once again. Now, at its normal size, it was comparable to a tiger. And if it used its minor accomplishment level size manipulation, it would look like a giant beast. Of course, if it wanted to shrink, it could become as small as a puppy. As Fang Dog broke through, Chen Yang received the second wave of energy feedback since becoming an elite Beastmaster. After becoming an elite Beastmaster, every time a pet breaks through 100 years of cultivation, it provides feedback to the Beastmaster, greatly enhancing the Beastmaster's physical fitness. Boom! The feedback energy continuously tempered Chen Yang's body, causing his physical attributes to soar in a short period of time. My strength has increased again. This feeling of power growth is truly satisfying, Chen Yang said excitedly. 2 days later, Golden Rock was also set to break through to 100 years of cultivation, which was another cause for celebration. However, this time, the feedback energy only gave Chen Yang a slight physical boost. It was not a huge increase. But to him, any small improvement was an accumulation of strength. This day, when Chen Yang and Bai Xin went to eat, they saw 5 people looking utterly disheveled. They were also students of the academy, but they seemed to be in a bad way. Judging by their attire, they must have just returned from a secret realm, and they were clearly injured. This situation was common, so no one paid them much attention. However, Chen Yang stared at them for a moment. That was because these people had a status on them, one he had never seen before. Bad luck state. 5 bad luck states. Chen Yang was surprised. As the name suggests, the bad luck state brings misfortune, but it was clearly abnormal for all 5 of them to be afflicted by it. Maybe they bumped into something or some weird beast that caused them all to catch the bad luck state, Chen Yang guessed. The bad luck state actually seems pretty good. It can be used to mess with people at critical moments. With that, he walked over. He only needed to get within 12 meters of them now to pick up their state fragments. 12 meters was far enough not to attract their attention. Pickable bad luck state detected. Would you like to pick it up? 5 consecutive prompts sounded. Pick it up. Chen Yang instantly obtained 5 bad luck state fragments and synthesized 3 of them into a complete bad luck state icon. Who attacked me with a broken blade? One of the Beastmasters, currently plagued by the bad luck state, touched his forehead and said angrily. It turned out that just a moment ago, a fragment of a broken blade had flown over and pierced his head. It was lucky he was an elite Beastmaster. Had it been an ordinary one, his skull would have been run through. Soon, the Beastmaster locked onto a sparring ring in the distance where 2 others were training. The blade fragment had clearly flown from there. Let us go, let us find them. The 5 Beastmasters were about to head over. Suddenly, one of them tripped over something, pulling the others down to the ground with him. For an elite Beastmaster to trip, it was completely ridiculous, yet it happened right before Chen Yang's eyes. The 5 of them seemed to realize they were cursed with bad luck, so they changed their minds and stopped going to cause trouble, heading straight toward their dorms instead. And the bad luck state is this terrifying. If I placed one on an opponent during a fight, even if they were stronger, they would end up defeated or dead. For Chen Yang, this was a great item. If he met an enemy in the future, he would just slap the bad luck state icon onto them. I need to collect more of these in the future. Chen Yang thought to himself. After having a meal with Bai Xin, the 2 of them went to the training room to cultivate for a while. It was a pity there was no epiphany state icon, so his progress in movement techniques and his thunder pierce sword skill was slow. I have to find a way to get more epiphany state icons. Chen Yang mused to himself. After thinking it over, he really did come up with a plan. Epiphany flowers. Although he could not find them in the wild, the capital Beastmaster Academy store sold them. He checked and saw there was still some stock left. A 300-year-old epiphany flower cost about 2,800 points, while a 200-year-old one only cost about 2,500 points. Buy an epiphany flower, ask Zhang Hu to help promote it, and gather some Beastmasters to use it. If I charge less, say 40 points each, a lot of Beastmasters should be willing to participate. Of course, he would also have to give Zhang Hu a commission. All in all, buying one flower for many people to use would be a loss-making business overall. But for him, picking up all those epiphany state fragments would be a huge profit. Damn, I really am a genius for coming up with this, Chen Yang said excitedly. So, he immediately purchased a 200-year-old epiphany flower. He originally wanted to try buying several at once, but was notified that he could only buy one. It seems that even if he had a lot of points later, he would not be able to buy all the flowers. This must be a restriction set by the capital Beastmaster Academy. He might not even be able to buy many epiphany pills at once either. Chen Yang had a 10% discount, so he managed to buy the 200-year-old flower for fewer points. Afterward, he contacted Zhang Hu. Shortly after, he met up with Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, I have an epiphany flower, and I want you to help me sell slots to use it, Chen Yang said. Sure, my commission is 50 points, is that okay? Zhang Hu stated his terms. Deal, Chen Yang guaranteed. Then Zhang Hu smiled and said, forget it, I will not take a commission this time. I will promote it for you for free. Then thank you very much. Chen Yang knew the guy wanted to curry favor with him. Otherwise, what ordinary Beastmaster would pass up a 50-point commission? I have to say, Zhang Hu's connections were truly terrifying. In no time, 46 people showed up, all there to use the epiphany flower slot. Afterward, Chen Yang took them to a training room, brought out the flower, and watered it with the beast blood he had prepared. Soon, Chen Yang entered an epiphany. And shortly after, the other Beastmasters began to enter epiphanies one by one. Chen Yang kept picking up epiphany state fragments, feeling incredibly happy. Time slowly passed, and the epiphany flower gradually withered. Everyone left one by one, and Chen Yang left as well. Back home, he organized the epiphany state icons. He had gotten fewer this time, only enough to assemble one advanced and one intermediate icon. Chen Yang gave the intermediate icon to Gold Rock, planning to let it train the intermediate level steel/skill. It should be enough to bring the skill to perfection in one go, with some left over to get another intermediate skill to the initial level. As for the advanced icon, he naturally kept it for himself. Training room. Chen Yang prepared to train the Thunder Pierce sword skill. If given the choice, other Beastmasters would definitely choose to improve their movement techniques, as it would boost their survivability and practical combat ability. However, he possessed a top-tier healing state icon, so he did not need a perfect movement technique to survive. For him, bringing the Thunder Pierce sword skill to the prototype sword intent stage and letting that power skyrocket was a much better deal. Besides, he also wanted to comprehend true sword intent as soon as possible. Equipping the advanced epiphany state icon, Chen Yang immediately entered an advanced state of epiphany. Then, he started practicing the Thunder Pierce sword skill repeatedly. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times. In the advanced epiphany state, his comprehension of the Thunder Pierce sword deepened further and further. Sword technique perfect. Sword momentum entered. Sword momentum initial mastery. Sword momentum great mastery. Finally, just as the advanced epiphany time was about to run out, Chen Yang successfully elevated his Thunder Pierce sword skill to the prototype sword intent level. The key was that after reaching the prototype stage, there was still room for the Thunder Pierce sword to grow and strengthen further. It was just that he was out of time. If I had a few more advanced icons, no, give me one top-tier epiphany state icon, and I would definitely be able to comprehend true sword intent. Chen Yang thought to himself, which meant that if he could get 2 or 3 more epiphany flowers, he could get it done. However, he could not get any more at the academy, and even if he could, he did not have enough points left. I wonder if I can get epiphany flowers outside the academy. Chen Yang contacted Zhang Hu again and arranged a meeting. Soon, the two of them met. Zhang Hu, is there any way for me to get epiphany flowers outside the academy? Chen Yang asked. Zhang Hu immediately guessed Chen Yang's intent. You want to use them for epiphanies, right? The academy strictly limits their sale, and the buyback price is low. You definitely cannot get more here. As for getting them outside, if you had asked me a few days ago, I really would not know, but now there is an opportunity. What opportunity? Chen Yang asked curiously. Zhang Hu pulled out an invitation, a black market auction, held the day after tomorrow. I saw part of the list of auction items, and one of them is a 600-year-old epiphany flower. It has a wider coverage area and can be used by more Beastmasters or pets. That really is great news. Chen Yang was excited. Suddenly, Zhang Hu said mysteriously, Chen Yang, there's another good thing at this auction that you have definitely never seen before. If you go, I will take you to see it. It will absolutely refresh your perception, broaden your horizons, and leave you itching for more. What is it? Chen Yang was suddenly very curious. I cannot say, that would ruin the suspense. Zhang Hu smiled, you will know when you get there. Zhang Hu was so mysterious that Chen Yang felt incredibly curious, but he held back. Suddenly, Chen Yang thought of the bad luck status. Chen Yang asked tentatively, Zhang Hu, 5 beast tamers came back earlier and seemed really unlucky. It feels like something is wrong with their condition. Do you know what is going on? Zhang Hu nodded slightly. I have heard about that too. They are still suffering from that bad luck, so they do not dare to step out of their dorms. As a result, one of their dorms actually exploded, reportedly due to a gas leak. What is going on? Chen Yang naturally knew the reason, but he could not just blurt out about the bad luck status, so he had to probe Zhang Hu to get the answer. It is said that they were hit by a bad luck curse, Zhang Hu explained. They went to the Dark Secret Realm, a millennium-old realm inhabited by a type of exotic beast that can cast bad luck curses. They are not very powerful, but once provoked, they will unleash that curse. Those 5 beast tamers provoked those beasts and brought the curse upon themselves. So that is it. After learning the source of the bad luck status icon, Chen Yang made a plan. Once he got a bit stronger, he would head to that millennium-old secret realm to find those beasts. Zhang Hu, do you have a black market invitation? Chen Yang asked. Zhang Hu replied, money is all it takes, no credits needed. Give me 100,000 and I will buy one for you. Buy two. Chen Yang planned to get an invitation for Bai Xin as well, so they could go to the black market auction together. 2, no problem. Zhang Hu agreed. Chen Yang immediately transferred 200,000 to Zhang Hu, who went to handle it right away. The next day, 2 invitations were delivered to Chen Yang. Chen Yang went to find Bai Xin immediately to invite her to the black market auction. Attend a black market auction. Bai Xin had never liked such auctions before, but since Chen Yang invited her, she would definitely go. Sure, come pick me up then, and we will go together. Bai Xin agreed and took the invitation. In the blink of an eye, the day of the black market auction arrived. Yang went early to pick up Bai Hong, then took her to the gate of the Kyoto Academy to meet Zhang Hu and head to the black market. After Chen Yang left, teacher Zhou Zun followed them secretly to ensure Chen Yang's safety in Kyoto. Although the chance of the alien god temple making a move in Kyoto was almost 0, he did not dare to gamble. Chen Yang, who is this? Zhang Hu looked at Bai Xin. Bai Xin, Chen Yang introduced her. Your girlfriend, Zhang Hu asked. Bai Xin blushed, feeling a bit shy. Chen Yang quickly said no. I understand. Bador, who was a cunning guy, he knew exactly what was going on. Suddenly, Zhang Hu pulled Chen Yang aside and whispered, Chen Yang, this auction might be better suited for men. What I meant by broadening your horizons is in that aspect. If you make your future little girlfriend angry, do not blame me. What do you mean? Chen Yang had a bad premonition. Actually, it is nothing. Just that one of the auction items will attract fierce competition among male beast tamers. Zhang Hu chuckled. Seeing this, Chen Yang felt it certainly was not as simple as Zhang Hu claimed. But since they were already there, he could not make Bai Xin go back. Let us go then. Black market. Chen Yang and Bai Xin followed Zhang Hu here. Zhang Hu was an old hand at this, knowing the place like the back of his hand. After taking a few turns, they arrived at an underground auction house. Chen Yang had never been to this place. Although he often came to the black market, he almost always stuck to the pet fighting pavilion. This is the black market auction house. It has a very deep background, with several master-level beast tamers overseeing it, and its backers are even king-level beast tamers. Zhang Hu introduced. Chen Yang naturally knew that one could not open an auction house in the black market without a solid background. The auction hall was divided into a main hall and private rooms, and Zhang Hu's invitation only provided seats in the main hall. Zhang Hu could not get a private room. Only the top-tier master-level beast tamers or even grandmaster-level ones could secure one. Chen Yang, Zhang Hu, and Bai Xin had 3 seats in a row, with Chen Yang sitting in the middle. After sitting down, the 3 of them waited quietly for the auction to begin. Half an hour passed quickly, and the hall was already full of beast tamers. At this moment, the auctioneer appeared. The auctioneer was Gao Dong, a master-level beast tamer. The auctioneer was currently giving some opening remarks on stage. Once finished, auctioneer Gao Dong said, "Next, please welcome our first item." A cage made of black iron was pushed in on a cart, covered by a red cloth, so many did not know what was inside. But Zhang Hu knew. Chen Yang, this first item is exactly what I meant about broadening your horizons, and it is also a finale item. Zhang Hu whispered, slightly embarrassed. A finale item is being auctioned first. Chen Yang was surprised. Because everyone has plenty of money at the start, they naturally lead with a good item. As for the later part, there are other finale items in store, so it will not affect the flow of the auction. Zhang Hu explained. So that is how it is. Chen Yang looked at the auction platform, becoming curious about this item. Just then, the auctioneer lifted the red cloth, revealing the true appearance of the first item. Inside the cage, a young girl was standing there. The girl was wearing revealing night gear that accentuated her figure and wore a helmet. She looked like a girl who had stepped out of a manga, heroic, and possessing a truly excellent temperament. A girl, no 4 legs. Chen Yang was shocked. This is a centaur pet beast, Zhang Hu explained. With Bai Xin nearby, he did not feel comfortable explaining too much. However, others did not know Bai Xin, so they began to whisper among themselves nearby. This is the legendary centaur maiden. Wait, I mean centaur pet beast. I really want one like this too. Forget about it. Many big shots came here just for the centaur. We do not have the qualification to compete. I heard that a few years ago, the Kyoto black market auctioned off a centaur pet for a final price as high as 6.3 billion. I wonder how much this one will go for. The quality of this one is even better. Look at the face, the figure, it is better than the last one. I think it will fetch at least 10 billion. A centaur pet that has eaten a human-type fruit is truly great. One is worth 2. One is worth 2, what does that mean? Do not you understand? Do not pretend to be innocent. A centaur pet is equal to 2 women. Damn, I get it now. At that moment, Chen Yang also understood. He looked at Bai Xin, who was also looking at him, and she seemed to glare at him. Chen Yang, you brought me to see this. Bai Xin asked. Bai Xin, I really did not know. I am here to bid on the enlightenment flower. Chen Yang explained hurriedly. All right, I believe you. Bai Xin nodded slightly. In reality, she did not overthink it, as she had heard of such things before. The auctioneer introduced. Everyone, this centaur pet has consumed a human-type fruit, gaining a human appearance, but keeping centaur characteristics in its lower body. I will not describe the benefits of such a humanoid centaur pet, everyone understands. Based on our assessment, this centaur's bloodline potential is as high as grade A, and her appearance is top tier. Additionally, we have tested her compatibility with weapons, and she has a 70 compatibility rating with spears. Upon hearing the 70 compatibility, the crowd was shocked. That is a very high rate. The auctioneer continued, any centaur is very skilled with spear-type weapons. If given spear technique skills, it will master them quickly. Once it grows, it will be an excellent combatant. Everyone, just imagine fighting while sitting on such a centaur. How wonderful. Sitting. A group of beast tamers started to fantasize.